Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 105. The world looks in horror at the battlefield that has become purgatory again. I felt it for the first time. What is the era when firepower is king and explosives are invincible? The giants of the underground world are okay. They've seen Wano Kuni live before. Know something about the allies. Now it's just that there are more troops. More firepower. The only big difference is that the allies have many more top powerhouses this time. Bullet, Count Red, and others showed extremely terrifying combat power at this moment. They toughened the Marine legend and Admiral. Not in the slightest. Among them, except for the 10-star strong 9-star powerhouses. The sense of oppression brought by the 36 8-star powerhouses leave both Marine HQ and the Whitebeard pirates breathless. These 36 are criminals accumulated in almost an era. Everyone's strength is incomparable. The entire Marine headquarters does not have so many 8-star powerhouses at the moment. Usually Marine Vice Admiral only has 7-star strength. Only a very few have 8-star strength. Marine currently has a number of Vice Admiral defectors. Overall number of strong people far less than before. These 36 strong men were under the cover of a sea of people. Repeatedly hit and captured many strong people in the Marine headquarters alive. You can even lay siege to Garp, Kizaru, Aokiji, and other powerful men. Let them be exhausted. There are too many strong people under this guy. There are probably more first-class powerhouses than all the 4 emperors groups combined. 33 Silver Axe trembled inwardly. Envy. But he couldn't do that kind of thing. Can make so many madmen submit. This in itself is a miracle. Of all the pirates, I'm afraid no one is an opponent of the allies. 35. This is nature, their enemy, only the world government, at least a behemoth of equal existence. 55 Tetsalo's eyes were furious. But the underground giants have seen the way the allied soldiers fight. But the people of the world, the Marine, and the pirates present were seen for the first time. They were deeply shocked. It's horrible. This kind of firepower, to destroy a country, I'm afraid it only takes 3 seconds. A journalist shaking his hands. The whole person looked at the Marine headquarters that exploded into flames. Face full of disbelief. What to record in your hands? I forgot everything at the moment. His strength is endless. This kind of defiance of sacrifice, brave posture, is really exciting. 04 I should be the same. Rebel against the world government and pull them down. Make your own decisions. The situation with Marine is not good. Is the world government about to be overthrown today? What a terrible weaponry and firepower. Under the same circumstances, the warship of the Marine pirates, which was not an opponent at all, was directly beaten into powder. 35. Long live the Allies! This is the most terrifying and powerful army in the world, not one of them. This is how a well-known military scientist of a certain kingdom commented on the Allies. My people's life is withering. This year's heavenly gold is afraid that it will not be handed over. If we switch to the Allies may be able to protect us. 55 The king wearing a crown said, watching the live broadcast. They understand imperial techniques. It's not so easy to be brainwashed by Ren words. But in seeing such a strong strength of the Allies, compare the unreasonable heavenly gold policy of the world government. Some kings' hearts were shaken. If this continues, the Allies can win. Lord Ren, you must come back safely. Dressrosa, Kaya, Rebecca looking at the live broadcast on the screen. Their desire is less. Don't want to win or lose. I just hope that Lord Ren can come back safely. Is this the power of the outside world? Are we Wano Kuni really mentally ready to face this terrifying world? Changing the world, what a difficult goal, but that man, without the slightest retreat, I have to work harder. Be sure to beat the ancient weapon levels. Strive to help him as soon as possible. Wano Kuni. Hiri looked at the screen. The eyes were reluctant to take their eyes off the top. The granddaughter has grown up. Seeing this, General Skiyaki smiled with satisfaction. Perhaps a political marriage that could make Wano Kuni more stable. It's not that it can't be considered. By now, Skiyaki understood. Wano Kuni is no longer the Wano Kuni of their Kojiki family. In order to prevent someone from using the Kojiki family as an excuse for ambition to rebel in the future, 2 marriages are the best option. As a former general of Wano Kuni, he naturally has this vision. I didn't take the initiative to mention it before. It's because he doesn't want to make any political deals with his granddaughter. He owes Odin. Too much is owed to the country. But now there is love in Hiwa's eyes. This may be a beautiful thing. Aokiji. Sengoku slapped out with a palm, and the golden light shock wave enveloped a group of light prism tanks. Crush it all. On the battlefield, these lasers are too dangerous. There are not many people who can block it. Do not spoil them. It is difficult for them to even fight back. Looking at the sea, one after another Marine's top warships were sunk. Sengoku's heart is dripping blood. Such a moment. A dozen or so top warships were sunk. It adds up to the losses caused by fighting the Whitebeard pirates for half a day. All warships at the moment. There are only about 20 left. The warships of both sides are not at all in the same grade. Not to mention that the other side still has an absolute superiority in air firepower. A swarm of bombers flew by. If there are no strong people on the warship, those with no special abilities, then you can only be passively bombed and hit by naval guns. The naval battle will go on again. Defeat. And from the sea, the opponent has a constant supply of troops and weapons. Endless. Let Sengoku command a large war. The first time I felt so powerless. He no longer thought about how such a legion of miracles had been hidden until now. And how it grew. There are only 2 questions in front of Sengoku right now. How to take down the allied leader Ren. How to win this large-scale war. For now, Sengoku feels that hope can only be pinned on the first point. And so many strong people are fighting at the Marine headquarters. Don't do something. Marine headquarters etc. will definitely sink. The earthquake power is earth-shaking. Lasers rain all over the sky. Bullets and bullets are raining down on the ground. Magma, sword chi, haki, shockwave. Wreak havoc on the earth. So he called Aokiji, who was fighting against Jun. They have been fighting together for years. And the current situation. Aokiji must have understood what he meant immediately. Actually, Aokiji does understand. But the battle with Jun. Completely entangled. After dozens of consecutive bombardments, Aokiji pretended to suffer a loss, after being shot out. Just grabbed an opportunity. He was bombarded to the shore. Place your palms on the edge of the coast. Launched the Ice Age. Click. In an instant, the entire sea was frozen. Within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. It's all turned into an ice field. The big sea is completely frozen? Such a large range? All the warships were also frozen. 35. Is this the strength of Marine Admiral? What's this? When we were shipwrecked before, it was Mr. Aokiji who created an ice route to other islands, which is hundreds of kilometers long, and we walked for days and nights to reach that island, and finally we were rescued. Unbelievable. Tsunamis, seas, all freeze. Someone said in shock. Ren saw this, clear. As he suspected. Sengoku knew that naval battles could not be fought. But personal elite, or the marine pirates are stronger. So fight a land war. They may have an advantage. Otherwise passive bombing. Warships are in the sea. And can't avoid so many aircraft bombing. It's not okay to be beaten in vain. The warships that did not get close to the enemy were completely destroyed. That's it. And Sengoku feared that the Marine headquarters would be completely destroyed. Ren is worried too. So Aokiji this move. For Ren, it is also desirable to see. Rush. Destroy enemy warships. A Marine Vice Admiral, with a group of elites, rushed to the nearby Allied warship. The sea is frozen. Now the warships of both sides cannot move. Marine is not afraid of blade battles. In this way, their speed of supporting Marine headquarters will be greatly reduced. There is General Marine said. In terms of strength, our Marine headquarters is the strongest. The hawkish Vice Admiral said murderously. One by one Marine elite under the leadership of the General kill outside the Marine headquarters. Vows to destroy the enemy. It's impossible to sit idly by and watch Marine headquarters change hands. What's the difference between that and declaring Marine dead? Fluffy. Under the onslaught of the Marine, the soldiers on one warship after another that were indeed frozen. Not an opponent at all. Instantly wiped out a lot. But when tanks, naval guns turn around and hit them, many Marine pirates also scurried around with their heads and dodged the shelling. Let's try Marine strength too. Hey! At this time the Zoan legion of abilities, interspersed with the raging allied crowds, heading towards the Marine pirates. Crouch! One Marine Vice Admiral just laid down 3 or 4 allied warships. They went all the way. Quite a trend. But after a while, I saw countless warships coming down from the fully armed allies. A tidal wave of the ocean is formed. The black press is crushing towards them. And in front of these allies, and many Zoan abilities, it looks like the combat strength is not weak. The next moment, the short soldiers met each other. The sound of swords, guns, and cannons roared. Allied support remained unaffected. A submarine lurking at the bottom of the sea, facing the same straight line position. Launch missiles and torpedoes. The canals, 99 leading to Marine's headquarters, were carved alive. And this canal, currently only available to the Allies. The other ships were frozen. What a tricky guy, have you been guarding against this hand for a long time? Seeing this, Sengoku's heart was extremely heavy. The leaders of the Allied forces were present to watch their battle with Whitebeard. Aokiji's capabilities have been targeted. It's time to respond. Hundreds of canals connect the Marine headquarters, still pumping troops and weapons to the Allies. However, this trick is for Marine. Still useful. At least sea wars have the means to fight back. The clash of powerhouses is also deliberately avoiding Marine headquarters, so as not to sink it. This is the consensus between Ren and Marshal Sengoku. They all believe that the Marine headquarters is their own. If only Sengoku knew that Ren took care of the headquarters as if it were his home. I may be half angry. A bandit also protects Marine HQ. Are you kidding? BD Aokiji. Marine and the Allies were satisfied with the results of the ice sheet. But the Whitebeard pirates scolded the mother. Captain Marco, our ships are frozen. What about Wadeb's icebreaker? Aokiji, that guy froze for hundreds of kilometers, the icebreaker chiseled out, I don't know how long. If you abandon the ship, you don't know if there is a foothold out of the ice field. If not, wouldn't we be stuck here? Damn. Pang. But then Whitebeard punched here. The shock force ripples. A wide canal was torn apart. Daddy. The pirates immediately knew who did it. Whew. Stupid sons, get out of here. After Whitebeard's blow, he gasped weaker and weaker. No, I don't want to go, even if I die, I will die with my father. Disheveled. But the words just finished. I was knocked out and taken away by Marco. Pang. But at this time, the weak Whitebeard after one blow was seized by Blackbeard. A punch hit the body. Beat Whitebeard back a few steps. Why don't you die yet? If you don't die, you won't have time to leave here. The forces of that monster of the Allied army are constantly landing. Blackbeard couldn't be more anxious. If you don't get shock fruit again. He himself is very dangerous. Round after round of artillery fire. Countless strong forces began to notice him. Blackbeard, you guy alone, must not be spared, you have broken the iron rules of my ship. 35 Whitebeard weakly carried Kong Yun Che out, 267. But it was blocked by Blackbeard's dark palm. Whitebeard, he was already quite weak. As long as you die obediently, I promise you. How about helping you take the Whitebeard pirates out of this purgatory? Are you delusional? Whitebeard smiled coldly and threw a punch. Blackbeard's ability to eliminate earthquakes in time. But he was still punched and flew out. A few teeth in the mouth were broken. More leakage in the future. Boom. 39A place on the battlefield, magma and flames danced together. Ace versus Akainu. Ace is not as strong as Akainu. But he will never allow anyone to insult Daddy. And it's not so easy for Akainu to take him down. No matter what, he's going to bite off a piece of meat on Akainu. But just as Ace was knocked out, Luffy worries when running over. But was targeted by Akainu. The current Luffy is still far from the 10-star powerhouse. And many battles, overdraft life. Luffy's reaction speed is much slower. Look at the magma punch from Akainu. He was stunned. Luffy. Ace stand in one block. The whole body is pierced by Akainu's magma fist. Garp red Earl fist with an umbrella. Occasionally punch to the flesh. Neither is a capable person. Haki is incredibly powerful. Between collisions, electric sparks sputtered. Jun entangles Aokiji again. Kizaru after a few moves with bullet. Turned into particles of light and appeared in front of Ren. Want to capture the king and behead. And Ren also targeted the nuke as Kizaru. Ace. At this time, countless captains and Luffy looked at Ace, who was pierced by Akainu. All exclaimed hysterically. Whitebeard, Garp, and others looked sideways. Whoosh! At the same time, swarms of missiles flew towards Kizaru. These firepower don't do much for me. Kizaru can't get used to Ren going on so easily. It was as if he had transcended himself from this war. Just waiting for the moment to win. He raised his hand to shoot out a ball of light. Exploded many missiles. That fire can't burn him as a particle of light. Yes, then please eat the nuclear bomb. 35. What bullet? Kizaru was stunned for a moment. Some didn't react. Why did Ren suddenly want to invite him to eat? Mockery? Or what? The expression on his face was very interesting. 10 consecutive explosions, it should be worthy of your Marine Admiral's identity. Ren words fell. Kizaru hadn't spoken yet. Suddenly found that the missiles around suddenly burst out at a faster speed than other shells. Blocked all directions from him. Coming at him. Knock knock. An unprecedented crisis exploded in Kizaru's mind in an instant. He was shocked inside. What kind of shells? It can actually bring this sense of crisis to him as an elemental body. Next second. Kizaru knows it. Boom boom. 10 consecutive explosions in the air in an instant. Directly blew the whole world into a sluggish state. Chapter 106. Scorching light. It's dazzling. After everyone is temporarily blind. Only then did I hear those 10 deafening sounds. Like a terrifying explosion that will shatter your soul. Even if it is a top powerhouse. I couldn't help but shiver at the moment. Really frightened by such an amazing explosion. The sound is rippling. With an unparalleled shockwave. Countless buildings on the ground were reduced to rubble. Nearby buildings are directly annihilated into powder. It's scarier than being bombarded by Whitebeard's seismic force. After the light and sound, everyone's head is buzzing. As if it was a blank. This explosion is an explosion in the air. But the scope of the explosion was almost the entire sky over the Marine headquarters island. Everyone looks at the whole sky. Whether it's Marine Admiral or 4 Emperors. It's all shocking. Because the sky at the moment. Into another world. Clouds of mushrooms soared into the sky. Clustered in the same airspace. The energy arc bursts out. Light, magnetic fields, lightning, air currents, clouds. It's all chaotic. Inexpensive rules surround the mushroom cloud. The hot flames of the mushroom cloud rush to the sky. Rise to 10,000 meters. And it's still expanding. It's an air blast though. Not on the ground. But the mid-air shockwave swept by. There was also a strong wind on the ground. Countless pirate marine allies were swept out. Electric light flashes around the mushroom cloud. Eerie radiation pervades all around. The people who approached fell down screaming at this moment. The body seems to be melting. The terrible temperature makes people subconsciously retreat sharply. Radiation pulses, electromagnetic pulses, burst shocks. The distorted flames of light make the whole sky look like the end of the world. This scene stunned everyone. The mushroom clouds did not explode at the same moment. Rather, there are interstitial moments. Because the aiming area is a bit large. Prevent Kizaru's light particles from escaping the bombardment at breakneck speed. Just now, he turned into particles of light. It must also be in the entire bombing range. Kizaru has never seen such a weapon. Stuck in the same habitual thinking. Think those things are harmless. Otherwise with his flashing ability. He is the strongest of all the people present. Most likely, the easiest to dodge the presence of a nuclear strike. It is precisely because he is the easiest to dodge. So this is not the first bullet to be prevented. It's up to him to bear just right. Ren saw Kizaru light pelletize in an instant. But under this horrible explosion, magnetic fields, light, and these will be shredded by the most primordial energy pulses. But how much damage can it cause? Ren is not clear. If it's Kaido, Whitebeard is the actual form. That no matter how strong the defense, how tenacious the vitality is, blow them up. It just depends on the number of nuclear bombs. But the elements are to a certain extent immune to many attacks. But how much is light affected by this bombing? It depends on the effect of this blow. After all, nuclear weapons were also used against Logia's natural disaster for the first time. The only thing Ren can be sure of is, as long as the element structure is shaken with absolute power, elements are also left unstable for a short time. It therefore becomes destructible. It's like when Zoro faced off against Monet the Snow Girl. Even if the knife doesn't come with haki. After being cut off, Monet is still alive. But he can no longer assemble his body. It is clear that under the courage and power of Zoro's horror, the basic structure of the snow was destroyed by Zoro. What is this? Looking at the enduring mushroom cloud in the sky, Marco exclaimed. He had never seen such a terrifying big explosion. Everyone's face becomes unacceptable. How can there be such terrible shells on the sea? This coverage and power are no worse than any general. But this is a shell. It's something that can be produced. Unlike the strong like the Emperor. Monsters to their level. There are not many people in the world. Say they are 1 in a billion. Not too much at all. But this shell, just blow it up. That's 10 rounds. If only there were still stocks. Wouldn't it be said? As long as the timing is right. Can you blow up everyone present? Even Marine Admiral doesn't necessarily survive. How can such a bomb not be afraid? What is it? Ancient weapon? 5 elders' faces also changed in shock, and they got up and leaned over to the screen. As if to see through this thing. Something so powerful. They've only seen it on ancient weapon. But I've only seen it a few times. It is Lord Im who really understands these things. Used several times over hundreds of years. It's also Master I'm who is controlling it. And at the moment this powerful explosion, all they can subconsciously think of is ancient weapon. Lots of strong people. Endless general allied soldiers. Now there is more suspicion of the existence of ancient weapon. This is a threat to the five elders. More intense than ever. Is God angry? And ordinary people are even more demented in place. This powerful weapon. Generally, it only exists in various scripts. Now they've seen it. That mushroom cloud symbolizes destruction. Let everyone tremble from the soul. Such a powerful weapon. Who else in this world is the opponent of the Allies? The power of Forbidden has come out. Rayleigh was stunned. How is this possible? The power of the Forbidden is born. It should be a few more years away. How did it come out now? Is it Wano Kuni that? Now there is anyone who can control it. The Allies are too strong. Even Marine Admiral will not escape death. If the Allies win, what will happen to Marine in the future? Not everyone is on the side of the Allies. Many people still believe in Marine. They couldn't imagine Marine losing. What will the world become? True as the Allies said. That's certainly a good thing. But what if it doesn't? How dark that would be. Finally see that those guys in Marine have also tasted the power of this bomb. The underground giants suddenly had a balance in their hearts. Recently, they arrived together in Wano Kuni. As a result, as soon as it was photographed, it was hit by a nuclear bomb. Now Marine's Kizaru Admiral has tasted it too. Or 10 consecutive explosions. Even Marine Admiral, I'm afraid I'm dead. That's really hard to say. 35. Marine Admiral's life form is different from us, you know the characteristics of Logia. This explosion is so powerful that even the elements can be destroyed, but the extent of the destruction, we don't know yet. Morgans raised his unilateral wings and offered his opinion. Have you guys thought about a problem? The Sea King suddenly asked. What problem? Everyone subconsciously asked. Once the world government can't take the leader of the Allied forces and he returns to New World, where will you go? It's no longer realistic to think about staying out of the matter. As soon as these words came out, many giants fell silent. The New World family is the only one. To the giants. Not a good thing. This meant that they had to choose between the world government or the Allied family. 4 emperors can do it too. But if you have to choose, it must be the 2 strongest forces. After all, the strong do not want to succumb to themselves. When there are many forces, when it is relatively balanced, they can maneuver between major powers. It is even worshipped as fragrant. But if the New World allies are the only ones, or join the allies, or join the world government against the allies, all the big people in this world yearn for the powerful. It's all like cogs clustered together. There will always be times when things will happen. This matter. They can't hide from it. The giants were silent at once. The future is for them. It has also become a big gamble. Which side to choose? Or silently waiting for perishing? Has the world changed like this? Jabba lamented. Although the war at Marine headquarters is not over yet, but it has already affected the pattern of the whole world. Once it's over, a new pattern was established. What kind of demonic weapon have you researched? Such weapons should not exist in this world. Vice Admiral Garp was terrified. Angrily questioned his opponent, the Red Earl. In Garp's cognition, the more powerful the weapon, the more people will sacrifice for it. It will bring more wars. Because everyone wants stronger weapons. And even the weapons research industry in the whole world. Thus giving birth to more terrible weapons. And at the moment this terrifying weapon. Absolutely epic making. Even Garp thought of ancient weapon. Think of some scattered records. Think of the catastrophe ancient weapon has brought to the world. Garp is scared for the world. This weapon is like a demon. Once out of the cage, the destructive power caused. And not only in terms of firepower. It's even more in terms of the human heart. I don't know if you ask me that, I've just joined the Allies, 35 facing Garp's questioning. The Red Count after initial consternation. Retracting his gaze, he replied calmly. Believe it or not, Garp. The Red Count is telling the truth. At the same time, Count Red also rejoiced. At the door of Impel Down. Ren didn't ambush them with this thing. Otherwise, in their state at that time, death is certain. I finally figured out why Ren always looked like he was winning. There are such whole cards. The world government wants to crush the Allies. You really have to think it through. If you don't, you may end up together. The world government is not afraid. Not to mention the fear that they will cause trouble. Can't let it go. Garp made up his mind at this moment. The breath roared, soaring a lot. Grey hair at this moment. There is a gradual change to black. But right now, he heard the sound of Marco and the others shouting ace. That voice is so formidable. Garp glanced over. The pupils suddenly contracted. Marine generals such as Sengoku and Aokiji. Still worried about Kizaru. I heard the sound too. But they didn't have time to look back. I saw Kizaru's body fall out of the exploding mushroom cloud. No consciousness. Now Kizaru's physical condition is strange. So that even the well-informed Marshal Sengoku could not understand. The body is still the human body. But there are light particles in many places on the body that are in a scattered state. It's as if the body is corroding and spreading out. And on these gaps in light particles. And the energy of chaos beats. There is an electric current, an electromagnetic pulse, radiation. They are intertwined with particles of light and collide. Kizaru's body is torn apart at all times. Kizaru couldn't see any injuries. But the natural elemental body has become extremely chaotic. The whole person also stopped moving. Straight down from the air. Like a bird with broken wings. With a click, it fell in front of Ren. It was broken into several pieces of body composed of light. This smash woke Kizaru up briefly. A large amount of blood suddenly spilled out of his mouth. Struggling to control your body. Want to move. But the body does not listen to the call at all. Move, just move. And there is also a certain reaction with the radiation energy entangled in the body. He couldn't help but scream out. So it is, the most lethal to the element body is radiation, speaking of which, radiation is the energy in the form of waves and subatomic particles to radiate to interfere with the existence of other items. Light is also a kind of energy, affected, it is normal, that is, there are other energies mixed together. But it didn't kill it, it's really fatal. The elemental state, the shock wave and the high temperature of the explosion, as long as they are not comparable, are almost all immune, unless they reach the extent that they can destroy the structure of their atomic particles, then at least in the center of the nuclear explosion, and even the yield must be increased. It's tricky, and two more. But now I'll laugh at your abilities, 39 Ren said. Lift your feet, wrap Haki in one kick, and crit Kizaru on the head. Let it completely lose consciousness. Then a group of allied soldiers took Kizaru prisoners into the Kirov airboat. The pacifist laser was developed according to Kizaru's abilities. There are definitely traces of genetic modification on his body. The pirates are confused. This Tamard completely destroyed a Marine Admiral with one blow. The leader of the Allied forces seems to be a little dissatisfied. I didn't see Marshal Sengoku and the other Marines at all, and their eyes were about to breathe fire. Kizaru fell. No one had time to save him this time. Although Kizaru's strength consumed by Ren before, even once cornered. There are injuries on the body. But he's Marine Admiral. Possess almost perfect abilities in speed, power, penetration, heat, and more. As a result, it was suddenly overturned by a shell. Even the whole person is because of that kind of bomb. Some kind of distortion has occurred. Just thinking about it, even Aokiji and Sengoku Garp can't be terrified at the moment. But Akainu didn't feel deeply. Because there is no effort. At this moment, he successfully penetrated Ace's body. The red bead necklace that Ace wore around his neck also broke. One by one, the beads rolled to Wang Zhao. One of them rolled to Whitebeard's feet. Whitebeard looked down. The body froze. He sensed that Ace's breath of life was rapidly passing. He even dared not look back. Just squat down silently. Pick up the rosary that has fallen at your feet. Wordless silence. Wordless anger burns wildly inside. Ace. Luffy held Ace, wailing in pain and despair. Ace fell into his arms. Breathy as a gossamer. Luffy's hand tries to cover Ace's blood hole. But I can't cover it at all, it's too big. Not good. Blackbeard was frightened by the wordless Whitebeard. Whitebeard would die now. But the body is honest. Back off quickly. The war appeared in an instant. Big change. Kizaru captured. Ace checkmate. It made the thoughts and emotions of both the pirates and marine fluctuate greatly. The former is undoubtedly more shocking. But people have already been locked up in iron birds by the Allies. Unseen. So people's eyes are only on Ace at the moment. Ace was the trigger for the beginning of this war. Now the war is certainly out of control. But son of Roger, son of Whitebeard. This dual identity has always been the focus of the battlefield. Ren is walking step by step at this time. The road ahead of the Allies opened for him. Luffy is holding Ace, dazed. Luffy has his back to Ren. Facing Akainu. Akainu comes face to face with Luffy. And behind him, a monster suddenly appeared. Akainu Admiral, Whitebeard. Akainu, who was going to continue to take out the straw hat, suddenly felt an unprecedented chill. Let him feel fear for the first time. Their faces turned a little pale. A familiar shadow enveloped him. Want his life? I can let him live. Ren said lightly. God and demon, gathered around Akainu Luffy at this moment. Martial air is here. Our reinforcements are coming. 35 Suddenly there was Marine shouting ecstasy. Hungry. Chapter 107. Whitebeard's wordless anger has made him lose his mind. I didn't hear Ren. In Whitebeard's eyes. At the moment, there is only Akainu, the one who is damned. Akainu felt the terrifying figure behind him. Like a frightened bird. I couldn't help but show a look of fear. It's an instantaneous instinctive reaction. Whitebeard this moment. Bring him feelings. It's more dangerous than ever. Whitebeard's eyes were roaring with anger. Then he clenched his fist. Grab the untouchable Akainu's head. Throw it suddenly. Seismic force covers the fist. Arm strength, no matter what burden this punch will cause to the body. Pang. Click, click, click. A punch to Akainu's head. Atmospheric explosive smashing. Fine as a line, incomparably dense. A powerful and furious blow, terrifying. The space seems to be misplaced. Akainu's face twisted in pain, and her body was dislocated and broken. Every bone. Every inch of flesh and blood. At this moment, they are all suffering from the pain of vibration and tearing. If it weren't for Marine Admiral, the body will be torn apart in an instant. But around this is the case. Akainu's consciousness also gradually blurred. A look of disbelief. He didn't expect the dying Whitebeard counterattack to be so terrible. Red blood gushed out. And this punch is unabated. Pressing Akainu's head and slamming it straight to the ground. Head squeezed and deformed. Akainu spewed another mouthful of blood. Boom. The whole earth is falling apart. Akainu has been hit like never before. Sakazuki Admiral! Countless Marine exclaimed. It feels like today is a dark day for Marine. First Kizaru was blown down by that terrible shell. Is something going to happen to even Akainu Admiral now? This is an unbearable loss for Marine headquarters. Once the two Marine Admirals fall, even if the Air Marshal comes with reinforcements, you also have to consider whether you want to fight to the end. What are the odds of winning? B.D. Whitebeard. 99 in a trance of consciousness. Akainu also fought back to the death. It turned out to be a real success. Another punch into the defenseless. All the power is within the attacking Whitebeard's body. Die. Akainu punched Whitebeard. I want to melt all his internal organs. But the next moment, he was punched by Whitebeard and fell towards the abyss sea of the crack. Whitebeard's body. At this moment, the limit has long been reached. Watch the critically injured and dying Akainu fall into the abyss. Every one of the Marines is extremely ugly. Akainu suffered such a terrible attack. I don't know if I can survive. And Whitebeard, who has a blood hole on his body. It looks shaky. 267. As if it would fall at any moment. But this moment, none of the Marine dared to step forward to make up for it. Whitebeard is terrifying. So many injuries. He should have died a long time ago. But once again erupted with such terrifying strength. This has already been several times in this war. Who can guarantee that this is really the end of this monster? In case you can shoot again. Wouldn't it be self-defeating? And his wordless rage. An extremely terrible storm is brewing. That's why it's daunting. Daddy. Ace, 99. Garp, who is determined to fight the Allies to the end, hesitated at the moment. Garp was really shaken by Ren's words earlier. But when Ren showed up with the prisoners, crush the border with an army, that terrible weapon is displayed. As well as out of guilt for Sengoku and Marine's position, he decided to take Ren first. But now, there is still a silver lining that may save Ace. It seems to be him. It's watching Ace die. Or will you stay true to your bottom line as a Marine? Garp was at a loss. So much so that he looked into Ren's eyes. Even with a prayer that he was not aware of. He still hopes that Luffy Ace will survive. Can't hear you? Whitebeard. Ren's calm voice sounded again. After a moment of silence all around. Bloody battles begin. Ren. I don't know what Ren is up to, though. But intuition told Sengoku. Whatever he wants to do, he must not be allowed to get his wish. The decapitation plan is until now always unsuccessful. There are too many strong people and troops around Ren. He doesn't even have to shoot on his own now. It stopped all the Marine forces. Now Sengoku has to take the initiative. The big Buddha rushed. Shoot the bow with both hands on the left and right. The golden shockwaves were shot out by him one after another. The loud and terrifying explosions are endless. Every hit, hundreds less. More than 2,000 or 3,000 allied troops. All were destroyed by Sengoku. As Marshal Marine, strength should not be underestimated. When rushing in front of Ren, Sengoku solved at least tens of thousands of allied troops. But Sengoku subconsciously looked back. Found the road he had just cleared. At this moment, it was filled by countless allied forces. It's like everything he's just done. It's just useless work. How many troops does this guy have? Tens of millions. Marshal Sengoku really can't estimate how many troops Ren really has. I just feel a steady stream. Succession after servant. Endless. Sengoku kills in front of Ren. A Buddha palm fell towards Ren. Ren just glanced at it lightly. Cyrus next to him drew his sword to meet it. Bang! Although Cyrus was slightly inferior, but it is also a 10-star strong. It's not so easy for Sengoku to take Cyrus. What? Look at Cyrus who blocked his Buddha's palm. Sengoku's face couldn't help but change slightly. How is this possible? He knew Ren had mastered the abilities of Kaido of the beasts. Extremely difficult to deal with. So a shot. Sengoku is all about going all out. But he was blocked by a nobody. Are you kidding? Could it be that this guy also has strength that is not weaker than them? It really has to be. Then the allies are terrible. The top combat power is probably not much weaker than Marine. How exactly is this done? First Jun, then this. Could it be that the allies have figured out how to get to the top power? Let's play with Marshal Sengoku too. We have several accounts and want to settle them with Sengoku. Several 8-star impel down inmates next to Ren grinned. Go ahead. Ren agreed. They immediately slaughtered Sengoku. Cyrus is still the main onslaught. Marshal Sengoku, who rushed at a moment, gradually forced back. That made Sengoku realize something. Behead Ren. It's so hard. Even if it continues to be consumed like this. In the end, even if they wanted to leave. It's all difficult. The idea just came to mind. Sengoku himself was taken aback. Are you already thinking about a way out? Is this little devil of the allies really difficult to deal with to this extent? This is the headquarters of Marine. Their turf. Why should they leave? Sengoku has a hard time accepting that result. And Sengoku is beating. Suddenly found Marine headquarters on land. Many buildings appear out of thin air. Bunkers, tower-like buildings. It's like build a line of defense at Marine HQ. Could it be that Ren guy said more than just ostentatious words? But really want to take the Marine headquarters. But why? At most, this is to show the world its strength. Do you have to pay so many lives for this? No. There must be other reasons. Sengoku doesn't believe Ren actions will be as simple as they seem. From him to the present. Step by step, development to the present. It's enough to prove that Ren guy is young though. But certainly not superficial. Nor superficial. There must be something else. But what the hell will it be? Marshal Sengoku is still confused. Gotta take a closer look. Be bold and verify. To guess Ren real purpose. Whew. Allied imps. Whitebeard gasped first. Everything in front of me has been blurred. He should have fallen long ago. Even if he is known as the strongest man in the world. Body in this war. The limit has been reached several times long ago. It's all supported by strong willpower. Are you here to take my head? 99 Whitebeard asked, looking at the imp in front of him. Even the arrogant Whitebeard had to bear it too. The young man in front of him. Very powerful indeed. It's also remarkable. Your death or life is not important to me, you are alive, it is good for me, and if you die, it is also good for me. Ren said truthfully. Being alive can make the world government more troubled. Dead, then let the allies make up for the sword. It can also show the strength of the allied forces. Yes. Whitebeard is calm and unhurried. Life and death for him. No big deal. Only in the end it didn't save Ace. This made his heart full of sadness. Wait a minute. Ace. Did this guy say it just now? Can he save Ace? Is it an illusion of your own making? Whoosh. Suddenly a blue flame flew in the sky. It's Marco. They had encountered Mr.3 before. The sea stone handcuffs on your hands have been opened. Captain Marco. Many pirates have stopped. They thought Captain Marco. Still rest assured daddy. Choose to fight your dad to the end. Marco. Didn't I let you go? Whitebeard's face sank. Ace is out of breath. Straw Hat Luffy howled. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth. He didn't know it. Whitebeard doesn't want to see anyone sacrificed anymore. In this battle, they finally lost. It would have been in Whitebeard's trade-off. Even if you die. As long as Ace is alive. For him. That's victorious. You just said you could save Ace. But Marco hurriedly asked at this moment. He kept an eye on Ren all the time. Despite the clashes between the two sides on this battlefield. But not big. The sharpest contradiction is between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marine headquarters. Allies and Marine HQ. Since seeing Bullet about them, Marco has always had some kind of hope. Although he doesn't know if it's reliable or not. But a glimmer of hope is better than nothing. How is this possible, Ace brother? He has be. Jinbei came over and said sadly. The breath of Ace is gone. Even if there is a means of heaven, it is. Jinbei didn't say any more. But Whitebeard heard Marco. I still subconsciously looked over. But Ren just held up a finger lightly. Although with your back in the direction of Garp. But Garp knows. This is a reminder to him. Saved Ace Luffy. It's like Garp owes him a favor. This is to be returned. Garp punches into the sky. Responded. Also called promised. Ren smiled slightly, faced Jinbei Whitebeard and said, now fire fist Aces because of broken internal organs, causing breathing and heartbeat to stop, but within 2 minutes, if you can replace it with a new organ, it is possible to come back to life. So this is the impossible thing. Grafting organs, easy to say. But in this day and age, there is no such medical technology at all. Even if it is the ability to get the fruit of healing. If you don't understand medical skills, it's useless. Pairing and rejection of organs. It's a big problem. A problem that may not be solved in years, decades. Now it's going to be done in under a minute. This is an impossible miracle. I can do it, but, on what grounds? Ren got a benefit from Garp. Of course, I want to get the benefits from Whitebeard. So that both ends earn. It's a good deal. Marco simply didn't have time to question Ren at the moment. It's with a glimmer of hope. Can you save Daddy too? 35. Yes, but still that sentence, on what grounds? I heard you just said, since you want to take this world, you must start a war with the world government, as long as you can save Daddy, we Whitebeard pirates can fight for you twice. 99. And there is our strongest pirate group to take the lead. Your allies can also reach their might, 99. It may even attract more pirates to come and join them. Marco. Whitebeard is slightly dissatisfied, he doesn't care about his life and death. Don't want to use Whitebeard pirates for freedom and future. Go change your life. But if it's just your own life, Whitebeard will mercilessly refuse. But that includes Ace's life. Whitebeard also hesitated. Shut up, Daddy. If you leave, Ace is gone, we will disperse sooner or later, we don't want you to leave. Even if you may die on the battlefield in the future, it is better than watching you die now. Marco scolded with tears streaming down his face. Marco. Sounds like a good deal. Commitment to the Whitebeard pirates. Ren was still relieved. And resist the world government. It does require more strength. Ren waved with one hand. A gene replication center has appeared in front of everyone. Go in, after it is repaired, you can come out. 5. Listen to Ren. Marco didn't think much of it. At this moment, he can only be a dead horse as a live horse doctor. And most importantly, there is not much time. Marco went in with Ace in his arms. Then he pushed the reluctant Whitebeard in. However, Marco and Jinbei are guarding the door of this house. All Whitebeard pirates, back defense. Guardian Daddy and Ace. Allies are no longer enemies. Marco gave the order for Whitebeard. It was supposed to be a retreat. But now that Dad and Ace have hope of healing, Marco even pulled down the entire Whitebeard pirate group. Bet on this one too. What's going on? How did Dad and Ace get into such a strange house? I don't know, but since Captain Marco said to protect Daddy, then we can't escape. That's right, even if I die in battle, I will die with my father. The pirates who were supposed to retreat, they all rushed back. Ren also set up the Whitebeard pirates as friendly units. Just now, Ace was not in front of the accident. Want to reach a consensus with the Whitebeard pirates? That's hard. But Ace had an accident. Ren chance came. Damn, what the hell did they reach and how did they suddenly cooperate? And Whitebeard Ace went into the strangely shaped room, but Ace was dead. Did he want to try to save him? 35 Sengoku couldn't understand it for a while. I don't know what agreement they reached just now. Now the situation is even more unfavorable. Fortunately, the air marshal killed it. No matter what you are planning, it will never let you succeed. Attack that house. Marshal Sengoku ordered coldly. And he wants to unite Aokiji and Sora, concentrate his forces, and take out Ren. They now have reinforcements. Chapter 108. What the world did to Ren. Completely incomprehensible. Isn't Ace dead? Whitebeard fights to this extent. The oil runs out. Death may be the next moment, love. Even if the war is over. People also know that Whitebeard is not going to survive. Now it's just hanging in one breath. What is this doing? Could it be that Marco asked the allies to keep the bodies of Whitebeard and Ace? It's possible. They respect Whitebeard so much that they don't want Whitebeard's body to be degraded after he dies. So, Whitebeard is really going to die. Now your last breath. I'm afraid that this last breath is about to be swallowed, otherwise Whitebeard will not follow in. I wonder what agreement they reached? The Whitebeard pirates are no longer at war with the allies. Instead, unanimously against Marine HQ. The commander-in-chief of the three armies Kong is here. What is it? Those guys in masks are so strong. Even the evil king was defeated. 33. The outer steamer of the world government walks on ice. There are powerful icebreakers chiseling the passage. They went all the way from the sea to the headquarters. 39. Sengoku, Aokiji, and other marine powerhouses present. I was also suddenly confused by Ren operation. What the hell is that house for? Marshal Sengoku was the first to disbelieve that it was used to store corpses. Although it is somewhat possible. But what good is that for Ren? This guy has just seen the Whitebeard pirates as enemies to show their strength. All his actions. Currently in Sengoku judgment. It's all about profit. And the act of collecting the corpse for others. What are the benefits? And Whitebeard just has a breath. You will definitely fight to the end. It's impossible to stop. The two have been fighting for many years. They all know each other. That's why Sengoku ordered Marine to attack the house. And he has his eyes on Ren head. Even Sengoku on the scene couldn't guess. 5 elders and others in the Holy Land don't even know. Ren what medicine is sold here in the gourd. But on the battlefield. A signal came out. Let the people of the whole world agitate. Adoring the allies more and more. This signal is. Whitebeard pirates abandon the darkness and turn to the light. Willing to devote himself to the military cause of the alliance. Although Marco didn't mean it that way. But this time. He didn't deny it. He also knows the importance of propaganda. Crouch. My allies are also too good. Let the Whitebeard pirates willingly submit. Although the Whitebeard pirates are pirates. But nature doesn't seem to be bad enough for ultimate. Whitebeard is a man of great affection. 35. Even the Marine and Rear Admiral lords have mutinied. Now the Whitebeard pirates are surrendering again. The strength of the allies is unrivaled. 35. Is the world really about to change hands? 35. The giants of Shuixian Star Island also had solemn and doubtful faces on their faces. What the hell did Marco say to Ren? Whitebeard looked reluctant just now. Okoku Silveraxe and others frowned. No matter what is said, the news that comes out now is very unfavorable to us, and the Whitebeard pirates are equivalent to choosing a position. Where are we going to go? The ghost mother-in-law said in a deep voice. Several old guys were also silent. The face is not very good looking. They are all monsters of the old days. Some are known as the king of bounty hunters. Some are called mercenary kings. There are also pirate giants. If Whitebeard is dead, the Whitebeard pirates are nothing. I mean, just in case, if Whitebeard doesn't die, it's a lot more troublesome. This is true for the world government, and it is true for us. Whitebeard can't be alive, he has squeezed out his life potential many times, and he has long since run out of oil. It has not fallen until now, it is already a miracle. There will never be a way to come back to life. I'm afraid the world government thinks the same. I'm afraid of accidents. Guys, joining the Allies is not a good choice. At this time, Tetsalo's words were amazing. Many giants have looked at Tetsalo. One by one, it's like hell. Tetsalako is a typical realist. Belong to the rich are friends. No money to set up FKS almost kind of people. Now it is said that following the Allies is a good choice? You're not going to get on top of anything dirty, are you? Morgans and the King of Usury were just as if they had just met Tetsalo. Times are changing, the world is changing, there is no empire that never falls, you and I need to choose, it is better to choose the best. Tetsalo looks at the screen of Rennes. The eyes gradually became frenzied. The giants were silent again. They didn't expect Tetsalo to be affected so much. I don't know how to refute it for a while. But then one of Morgan's subordinate newskeepers ran in and reported. My lord, our delivery man spotted 4 Emperor's red-haired boat, both hovering in the waters near the ice plain at Marine HQ. What? Auntie and Redhead also went to Marine headquarters. Is this a prelude to a world war? 35 The Usury King said in shock. Now the Marine headquarters layout is out of control. At this time, 4 emperors appeared. Too sensitive. You are wrong, it is now a world-class war. The troops of the General Marshal of the 3 armies air and the world government are also here. Very ferocious. Can the Allies resist? 35. Wait and see. King Usury, give me a cigar too. The shipping king suddenly said. Aren't you a smoker? If you don't smoke it now, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to smoke it in the future. I didn't expect that there were such a huge number of legions in the world. Guys, follow the icebreaker. Kill all the way. Yes. Marshal of the 3 armies empty. Take countless warships and warships to the Marine headquarters. They have more ships than at Marine headquarters. Because when they find that the enemy is numerous, it is no longer based on elite combat strategies. Instead, bring all the soldiers who can fight. Around the Holy Land and the Marine headquarters, there are already multiple Marine military bases in the vicinity, and multiple military islands. All the more because of the imminent war with Whitebeard. They are always ready for the unexpected. At present, a total of 450 warships are leading a mighty advance. Among them, there are more than 80 top warships. More than the top warships that Marine headquarters just had. They are guarding against other forces such as the 4 Emperors, the Revolutionary Army, etc. These forces combined. More powerful than the Whitebeard pirates. The total strength also exceeded 500,000. 450 ships, which sounds much stronger than the Marine headquarters. But the value of battleships and forces inside is uneven. The amount is not very exaggerated. After all, a miscellaneous fish leader with a bounty of 17 million Bailey's Krieg. All have 50 pirate ships. A world government, in a short period of time. Mobilization of 450 warships on standby. Actually, it's less. And this is just the vanguard. An order has been issued from the world government. Let the 176 member countries around the world send legions to support. If you refuse, it is considered a mutiny. At the same time, all departments of the world also assemble in the sea near the Holy Land as quickly as possible. The 5 elders are most worried about the safety of the world's aristocracy, celestial dragons. Not needed, the strength of some recent countries and departments. It will arrive one after another. And some distant kingdoms will take some time to arrive. Some kingdoms even know that many of the policies of the world government are unreasonable. But long-term oppression and authority. There will not be many kingdoms that dare to rebel against orders. Many of these countries are controlled by the aristocracy. They are the one who oppresses the people. Except for the king with a conscience. I'll think what Ren said makes sense. The princes and nobles of other kingdoms just feel like Ren is a threat. A threat to the detriment of their interests. In the eyes of many nobles, the life or death of the lower classes is their business. If only I could live comfortably. It can well be imagined. The number of enemy troops that the Allies will need to face in the future will not be less. This is to be at enmity with the whole world. Declare war with an organization that has dominated the world for years. The situation to face. More than just a Marine HQ. It's a lot of member countries around the world. World government, various power force agency departments. These all combined. It's the real behemoth. So Ren needs the power of the peoples of all countries to fight. Whitebeard fights. The power they use. Also limited to Marine. There are still many forces that have not been used. Just let the top combat power overwhelm the formation. It's just arranged according to the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Does not mean that this is their entire strength. How did the forced conscription go? 5 elders asked 5 elders. There is not much problem, the nearby countries have responded, and other countries will respond one after another. Very well, since there is a threat, then remove them completely. They can't be allowed to threaten the existence of the Holy Land. We have not refused the war, nor have we ever feared. 5 elders said coldly. Their time to fight back is coming. Scoop, how is the enemy's intelligence collected? Through my observation of the sky eye at the Marine headquarters, the number of Allied troops is about 15 million to 20 million. If we look at the number alone, the full Marine force and the strength of other government departments, even if we call them all, it is indeed not comparable to them, but if the armies of the member countries are all gathered, we may not be much less. What a horrible number! 20 million troops in full armor. It's hard to imagine that this could happen right under our noses. 35. What did Lord Im say over there? Many 5 elders looked towards heaven. Resolutely destroy all dangerous elements. Watch carefully and gather all the intelligence and capabilities of Ren. If they can't take him empty, the trouble will be even greater. 35. Marine headquarters. Because outside the ice field are just ordinary Allied armies. The number of strong people is concentrated by Ren in the Marine headquarters. So the air marshal chiseled in from one direction with people. But just gouge in. But he can follow the air marshal to the Marine headquarters. Less than 1/10 of the amount. The vast majority of the troops were dragged. Stayed on the ice field. The air marshal is also a collection of the most elite powerhouses. Just killed in. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of troops are surrounded by millions of Allied troops on the ice field. Dense as a tidal number. Melee fight. The shouts of killing shattered the clouds. Such a tragic but spectacular scene. It's mind-blowing. In such a short time. The air marshal arrived with reinforcements. So many troops. This is what the Revolutionary Army meets in peacetime. You have to stay out of the way for a while. But now they are the strong ones who came to support Sengoku. Instead, the large army was surrounded by the Allied forces with more than 10 times the strength. Less than 100,000 people followed the air marshal to break through to the Marines' headquarters. The means of combat of this allied army are terrible. The air marshal was spotless on him. But his face was very heavy. They came all the way in from outside the ice field. The allies he met made him fight for many years. I feel my heart palpitating. Marshal Kong has a strong physique, and his sharp hair rises into the sky, full of determination. His pair of iron fists has fought countless strong people. Even if it was defeated at the hands of the Red Earl. But that's just a half move. Garp, Sengoku, you have to call him instructor, master. Garp's iron fist was first passed on to him. He rose from Marshal of Marine to Marshal of the World Government. Its ability to lead and command troops. Even more terrifying than his combat power. But just now on the ice field. They encountered the most fearsome army in history. Originally according to the plan of the air marshal. Even if they are intercepted halfway. At most, you only need to leave about 20% of the troops to fight after breaking. Others can follow him to support Marine HQ. I didn't expect this legion to be so ferocious. So fierce and not afraid of death. I can't even think of many of their troops. Let the well-informed air marshals feel that they are a little ignorant and superficial. There are soldiers wearing metal armor that emit electromagnetic pulses. There are a surprising number of long-range snipers. There are self-detonating soldiers with explosives. There are radiation sappers full of plague-like disasters. A spider machine that moves quickly and can easily pierce its body. There is a whole phalanx of rocket artillery. That missile rain is precisely covered piece by piece. At the beginning, the strong man who understood the 6 styles tried to break through from the air. As a result, it was knocked down. Like a living target. In addition to the bomber group passing in the air. And flying soldiers with jetpacks. Their means of warfare. It can be said that the sea and land are perfect. Impeccable. Most of the reinforcements he brought were dragged. Or even wiped out. He broke through here. The price paid is high. The soldiers who fought with the Allies. I'm afraid it won't last long. Because the strength of the Allied forces is terrible. Far from what they can compare with now. We're going to take Rennes as fast as we can. Marshal Kong said to the strong man beside him. Beside him was the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, Instructor Edson. CP0 Combat Team, Combat Captain Ares. Aegis members. Known as God of War. Has terrifying strength that is not weaker than any Marine Admiral. The total instructor is also the world's top powerhouse. Ares and his squad members are wearing masks. Can't see the real face. Edson was strong and serious. Uncle covered in scars. As soon as you reach the coastline. Ares held up his palm. 18 combat members around you. Quickly like a ghost, it rushed out. Disappear into the crowd and disappear in an instant. Fighting head-on, not their habits and advantages of CPO. Only 2 people were left by his side. World government's lackeys. King of Evil and World Destroyer Waldo. When I saw the members of the CPO, I couldn't wait to rush up. Then Ares in a burst of divine light. White wings grew on the back. Hold a big sword. In a short confrontation. Cut the evil king to the ground. Stop the others. We cooperate with Marshal Sengoku in the beheading. Ares' cold voice sounded. So, Zephyr, Sora, Ares, and Ederson led the most elite team towards Rennes. Many of Rennes' subordinates who want to support them. They were all stopped by the subordinates brought by the air marshal. Just now, it was Rennes who asked people to stop Sengoku and other strong people. Now it's the other way around. It was they who stopped the strong man who wanted to protect Rennes. And it worked. They pounced on Rennes. Rennes was calm. The real test begins, let's see which one is the best to kill. Peace. Chapter 109. World government reinforcements are strong. There were 4 more top powerhouses at once. The entire Allied forces were under great pressure. Ares is an angel form of the phantom beast human fruit. Extremely terrifying forces in control. He waved his big sword in his hand. The particles of light in the sky condense into a prism. Like a downpour. In an instant, more than tens of thousands of Allied troops were directly pierced through the body. Rivers of blood. The wings shook, and the whole earth trembled. A huge wave of earth and rock crashed. Drowned tens of thousands of Allied troops. He's on his way to Rennes. Kill all the Allied troops who stand in your way. Freezing hour. Aokiji fights Jun in the ice field. Jun's strength is certainly equal to that of Aokiji. But the experience is still slightly insufficient. Suffered a small loss. But they are adapting very quickly. There are still many 8-star powerhouses on Rennes' side. Even if world government reinforcements arrive. 8-star powerhouses, Rennes will not be less than them. Several 8-star powerhouses and countless allies cooperated with Jun. All of a sudden, Aokiji was a little unable to raise his head. But at this time, the horror of those with natural disaster ability is also reflected. When countless allied forces rushed towards Aokiji a wide range of freezing skills. In an instant, tens of thousands of people were frozen in ice. If it weren't for the presence of many reinforcements, this ice may be whiter, fluffy. But after the freezing, Aokiji was shocked to find out. His own ice sculpture was melted. Groups of ice sculptures nearby. A group of allied troops with explosive packs appeared. They shouted, "Long live the Allies!" Decisively pressed the detonation button. The horrific heat of the explosion melt the ice like steel. The allied forces of the ice sculptures were released. Is it worth it? Aokiji frowned slightly. But if you are an enemy. At this time, tens of thousands of allied troops were frozen. Loss of 267 to combat capability. At this time, sacrificing hundreds of people can regain combat strength. Seems to be worth it. And this kind of big ice move that can cover tens of thousands of people, or even more than 100,000 people. For Aokiji, there is also consumption. Just now he was also impatient to be harassed. Before it was solved. Unexpectedly, it solved a loneliness. This is obvious, the Allies have studied his capabilities against him. Otherwise, the response speed will not be so fast. The speed is a little slower. The ice sculpture could have been destroyed by world government reinforcements and marine. Aokiji, stop them. At this time, Aokiji heard the latest order from Sengoku. Aokiji who fights with Jun. It's not so easy to get out. Sengoku directly turned Aokiji to stop them. Limit their high-end combat power. Jun heard this too. She looked up. See Sengoku breaking through the blockade of Cyrus. There were marine strongmen who helped stop Cyrus. Sengoku, on the other hand, is approaching Rennes. Do not hesitate to withstand the horror of the allied fire. But Sengoku's golden Buddha body has extremely strong defense. In a short time, even if it's a missile scrubbing the floor, it can only bring him minor injuries. Can't hit hard. And in the other direction, Air Marshal, Ares, Edson, Black Arm Zephyr and other strong men form a sharp knife squad. Straight through the Allies. Kill Rennes. Bullet. The 2 high-end combat forces of the Red Earl were temporarily blocked by Garp and Admiral alternates. It's just that Garp is not in the state. Can't help alternate Admiral. Occasionally let the bullet go out. Find the trouble of the Air Marshal this support army. Oh. Bullet has a lot of fun fighting on the battlefield. Its terrifying armament haki, Conqueror's haki overflowed. He fused with a nuclear submarine. The strength is becoming more and more terrifying. Become a terrifying Gundam mech. One punch. Knock the Black Arm Zephyr out. Crush the blaster. Zephyr also responded quickly with a counterattack. A laser cannon burst out of his huge iron arm smasher. The ultimate giant cannon. Face this terrible attack. Bullet covers Haki's arm. Boom. It's as terrifying as the impact of a giant cannon. Boom. Blasted this laser cannon. Tricky guy. Zephyr had to stay and fight seriously. Air Marshal and others move on. Garp, your heart is upset, this is dangerous, let me see what you are thinking. The Red Count wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The umbrella in his hand stabbed towards Garp like a black flash. And unleash your own terrifying and unique observation, Haki. Want to pry into Garp's mind? FK off, UFG pervert. When Garp heard this, he was immediately embarrassed. He was worried about Ace. Also worried about the future of Marine. Garp Haki is getting stronger and stronger. Shredding the spread of observation Haki from the Red Earl. Really, if you only have this strength, I will be disappointed, don't care about everything on the battlefield, let's fight to the fullest and release our full strength. Otherwise, the next second, it will be you who dies. The Red Count is addicted to the thrill of fighting. As for Ren life or death. Actually, that's it. If he wins, of course they will continue to follow for a while. If you lose and die, then just resume your previous life. The most important thing now. It's about enjoying this battle. Boom. The Red Earl's voice fell, and the wisps were as bright red as blood. Cover the whole body in umbrella. The whole person entered an extremely terrifying killing state. Seeing this, Garp couldn't help but feel heavy. You don't care if your leader lives or dies, 99. Say less of these useless words, if I want to pass, you will let me pass. In that case, it's better for us to directly divide the winner. Sea of Blood Rainbow. The energy on the Red Earl exploded. Armament Haki after armament Haki continued to burst out of his body like red light. Like blood-colored lightning, each one is very terrifying. Then one after another, they converged into an ocean and slapped towards Garp. Garp didn't dare to be careless. Clench your hands and clash your fists against each other. The equally powerful armament Haki pervades out. Garp's face was under hot steam. I'm actually younger. The hair has changed from grey to youthful black. That's right. Garp the fist. Bang. The two collided with one blow, and the atmospheric abyss suddenly emerged. Ground blaster is raging wildly. Fighters close to the two. All are thrown away. Jun vs Aokiji. Bullet vs Zephyr. Red Earl vs Garp. Cyrus vs Reinforcement Strong. At this point, the high-end combat power on Ren's side. Drag all enemies. And the enemy still has extremely terrifying high-end combat power coming to kill Ren. Although Ren has 9-star strong and 8-star strong people around him. They are under normal circumstances. Digital joins forces. Can also block an Admiral-level powerhouse. But if it is a group of Admiral-level powerhouses to kill together, they're hard to block. And the point is, Marine and World Government reinforcements also have such a strong person as 8 stars and 9 stars. Although at the moment it seems not much of your own. But drag down most of your high-end combat power, no problem. Sengoku, Sora, Ares, Edson. 4 top powerhouses coming from different directions to kill Ren. Protecting Ren are more than 28-star and 9-star powerhouses. The guys outside, how can they all be so powerful? I already knew I wouldn't come out with you to watch the excitement. Yamato holds a mace. A thunderclap of 8 trigrams slammed into Sengoku's palm. The result was directly shocked and flew out. It looks a little embarrassing. You can pick a similar opponent, you pick a Martial Marine, can you not suffer losses? Seeing Yamato stupidly greeted Martial Sengoku, Ren couldn't help but be speechless. If you really can't, don't be tough with these top combat forces. the four of them surrounded by many masters. Among them, there are those with similar strength to Yamato. With so many people, the breath is chaotic. How do I know who is stronger and who is weaker? What a bummer. What did you just say? No, I said be careful with sneak attacks. Oh. Pang. Yamato shoots a powerful enemy out. Ah. On the left side of Rennes. An 8-star impel down prisoner. In the advancement of Ares. Brutally split in half by him. It's you little devil who has turned the world upside down. Martial air punched an 8-star powerhouse away. His face was gloomy, and he looked condescendingly at Rennes who was close in front of him. Strong body, and such a terrifying conqueror's haki. It is enough to make many strong people shiver. You have nowhere to run. Just grab it. Lest more innocent people die. Sengoku after Yamato. Hold off 2 strong men with each hand. 2 golden light shockwaves blasted out. Shake the 2 back. Look directly at Rennes. Innocent? Do you mean my people, or your people, in this troubled world, who is innocent? The numb one is guilty, and the perpetrator is even more guilty. Kill directly. Ares burst in. Past the crowd of the strong. The wings surround the light of the fire. A sword straight at Rennes. Rennes just glanced at it lightly. What about the large number of strong people? My own soul ore is well prepared. Even if you stand and let them cut. It can't be cut to death in a short time. The only problem is, in this limited time, I want to kill more strong people. Let the world government retreat. Pang! An earth-shaking bang. Ares' great sword slashed in front of Rennes, but was blocked by the Iron Curtain device. It shook his own hands trembling. The entire Marine headquarters shook violently. It can well be imagined. How vast and majestic is the power of this blow. Even many Marine thought Whitebeard was resurrected. Frightened them into a stirring spirit. Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. In this battle. Bring it to the world. The sense of oppression for Marine is too strong. But fortunately, he seems to be no longer there. Buddha's impact. Sengoku jumps high. Slap a palm down at Rennes from the top. Bang! Terrifying golden light shockwave. Shrouded Rennes, drowned him. Annihilation impact with a diameter of more than hundreds of meters. 0. Shocked off many 8-star powerhouses. Cracked the earth. Yamato also stumbled a few steps before stopping. Compared to the average person, Yamato, this 9-star powerhouse, is already very strong. It can be compared with the world's top combat power. But there is still some gap. The golden light dissipated, revealing Rennes with a still light face. Unscathed. Can't break through his defenses. 35. Keep attacking. Anything comes at a cost. The more powerful something is, the more energy it consumes. See how long he can last. In a sense, the judgment of these top powerhouses is right. It's just that there are so many soul ores in their own storage. Fight a prepared battle. The duration of the Iron Curtain installation. It will be beyond their imagination. It's just in the eyes of others. At this moment, Rennes has been cornered. Because there has never been a strong person in the world can survive the siege of so many strong people of the same level. One Marshal of Marine, one Marshal of the 3rd Service. CPO's combat captain, the chief of the 3 services instructor. Anyone. Put it in the world are all big names. Such a strong man joins forces to attack one person. It's horrible. It's a mortal game. This can't work. If the firepower is concentrated here, the Marine headquarters will be destroyed. Let's change places. Rennes said, turning into a green dragon and soaring out into the air. Don't let him escape. Ares fluttered her wings and quickly caught up. A sword slashed at Rennes' green dragon body. But sparks are flying. Ren turned his head and a hot breath spurted out. Ares doesn't back down. Fierce posture. A sword stab. Smashed the flow of heat. Every blow he hits is a head-on battle. Su. Air Marshal shaved 6 styles with one blow, and it broke out at great speed. Stop in front of Ren. Tornado bad wind. Ren dragon body shocked. A tornado of death swept out of the sky. That's enough to cut through the wind of metal. But under the punch of the Air Marshal. Completely smashed. It's useless, you can't escape. Air barrier. Chief Instructor Edson raised his hands. A transparent wall of air appeared out of thin air in front of Ren. Ren slapped a dragon claw on it. With a snort, it brought countless sparks and lightning. But it was not able to break it at the first time. Atmospheric power? Logia. Ren frowned. Logia abilities are more difficult to deal with in Ren opinion than the phantom beasts. Phantom beast species, most of them still have entities. Marco that kind of exception. Having an entity means being able to be bombarded by fire. There is no entity, even ordinary nuclear bombs may not be able to completely kill. The situation of the leader of the Allied forces is very bad, and the strong people around him are dragged. The rest of the ones simply can't resist many strong people. 99. Is it about to fall? It seems that there is no escape. With such an opportunity, how could that guy from Sengoku give up? He has extremely strong defensive devices, but there is always a limit. The power of the world government, sure enough, 4.6 is extraordinary. The giants commented intently as they looked at the screen. Many people around the world are worried about Ren's safety. Because the situation seems. It's really bad. No one can survive the siege of 2 marshals, this is the top power that commands the world's forces. 95. Those who are enemies of the world really have no good end. Becoming a member of the world government is the smart choice. Some kings said wisely. Is it really over here? Hawkeye couldn't help but look up. They are not targeted. Now they just want to get out of Marine HQ. Just get out of here. They're not going to do it for Marine. Put your life on it. Ren-kun. Your strength alone can only pose a threat to one of us at most. You have no way to live. Stopped Ren. Ares shot in. Caught up with Ren. It's almost a little bit away. Ren said. Transform into the strongest dragon man stance. Jun Chalai. Long Shenjun. Ren swung out with a stormy mace. Shattered the air barrier in front of you. After pulling out a little more distance. Immediately landed on the ice field. But as soon as it landed. 4 people in all directions still surround Ren. 2 phantom beast species, a Logia, a master of physical skills. The background of the world government is so deep, it seems that you still have to get CPO first, and he always feels like Lion Majesty is dormant. 35 Ren eyes narrowed slightly. Then the command was passed on. For the sake of the Allies, destroy all enemies. An army of 2 million people with all 3 stars is advancing here. That's all? Are you running out of options? Ares said dismissively. Underestimate my explosive legion, but there is a price to pay. Ren said lightly. After all, the Phalanx legion of 3 million people. Ren's original intention was to destroy the Emperor. Chapter 110. Damn, why does anyone stop me? Marco, get out of the way for me. Blackbeard watched as Whitebeard walked into that particular house. Marco Jinbei and others are guarding around. He tried to break through many times. But they were all beaten back by Marco. 7,000 tiles of the fist. Jinbei punched Blackbeard. Let him scream and wail. But he was also kicked out by Blackbeard. Teach, you guy, you must not be forgiven, you dared to sneak attack your father just now. I'm going to take off your head today. 35 Marco is furious. The wings turned into huge terrifying balls of flame and crashed towards Blackbeard. If it weren't for the fact that Dad told them to retreat just now, how could he have endured until now? This one violates the iron rules on the Daddy's ship. Kill his companions and capture Ace alive and give them to Marine. Sneak up on Daddy's guy again. Has frequently violated his anti-scales. No, it should be the reverse scale of the entire Whitebeard pirates. Anyway, they are all dead, what's the point of guarding them now? Blackbeard is also angry back to the Dark Emperor. Terrifying explosions roared. His plan was about to come true. As a result, the Whitebeard people went in. What a joke, it's almost a little. Today is your death period. The pirate group without Whitebeard is just a scattered sand. Blackbeard roared. Continue to launch an onslaught towards Marco and the others. Blackbeard was anxious. Whitebeard was really going to die in that house. Over time, shock fruit will disappear. I'll find shock fruit then. It's hard to climb. So Blackbeard is desperate to grab it. That is, except for Marco. There are a bit more allies around. Let him always suffer a loss inadvertently. He discovers everything about the man Ren. It all made him feel very uncomfortable. The criminals of Impel Down were cut off by him. This house is provided by him. These 4 weeks are still his troops. Even Marco, they have reached a cooperation agreement with him. Is this his own nemesis? Blackbeard can't help but doubt life. Terrifying battlefields everywhere. It makes people feel in a trance. It was just a war between 4 emperors and Marine headquarters. There is a tendency to destroy the world. At that time, it was really a bloody battle with all its might. 04. Only Whitebeard and Akainu are also available. At most, add a Kizaru and Rennes. But that incredible war just now. Compared to now. But nothing. The Emperor-level powerhouse who is currently in the bloody battle. It's over double digits. The battlefield is divided into many. Each one has a clash of Emperor-level powerhouses. Each place forms a forbidden area on its own. Those who are not strong enough, step in and smash your bones. Fortunately, Sengoku predicted this from the beginning. I don't want Marine Ford, a symbol of centuries of justice, to be destroyed in his own hands. Let Aokiji create an ice field on the sea. Even at the moment many are destroyed. Cracked. But any slightly larger ice floe can be a foothold for them to continue fighting. In addition to the fact that the collision of the top powerhouses is terrifying. Tens of millions of allied troops are fighting against about 600,000 enemy troops. Let everyone be worried too. Every second, there is a fire-covering bombardment on the ice field. Countless people are dying. But they have long since lost fear. Under this fight, the heart of a bystander, already numb, it has long been substituted. All they care about now is the word victory or defeat. Some are eager to win in the world government. Some are eager for the victory of the Allies. There were even differences of ideas before the live broadcast. And the one who pulls out the gun and shoots. Statistical losses. Ren calmly looked at the strong people surrounding him. In estimating the loss of their own troops, the loss of troops was 1.36 million, including those who were wounded and could no longer fight. 4,800 tanks were damaged, 3,400 aircraft were lost, 450 ships were lost. Hear the number. Ren's heart sank slightly. Although he has 110 million troops. At present, only 20 million have been used. There are still 90 million on standby. But such a short period of conflict. 1.36 million troops are incapacitated. Most of them died. And this death, it's basically caused by the enemy's top powerhouse. Especially the Air Marshal, a strong force that kills the Marine headquarters from the outside. The damage caused is the greatest. When the strong are concentrated at Marine headquarters, the other allies simply could not stop them. Fire coverage threatens 1 or 2 generals at the same time. 4 or 5 can unite. Attack or defend. Can block all fire coverage. Chariots Rennes totaled 230,000. The current loss is 4,800 vehicles. 100,000 aircraft, loss of 3,400. Minimal losses on ships. 40,000 warships of various types. Only 450 were lost at the moment. That's not worth mentioning. Because after the warship is frozen, most of the clashes between the two sides break out at Marine headquarters or on the ice sheet. That's why the troops will lose so much. And at the moment, judging by the lost forces, you can also see how fierce this war is. In the World Government Marine United Army, there are too many elites. Many of them are good at fighting against 100. Want to win. Rennes has to keep filling in troops. At present, it has caused about 100,000 casualties to the World Army. Most of them are captured alive. If not for the capture alive, Rennes can hope to reduce his losses. The World Army is certainly powerful. But Rennes firepower is also ferocious. If it weren't for the top powerhouses killing all the way, Rennes estimates that is hundreds of thousands of casualties. Many of the top powerhouses of the World Army, more than 80% of casualties were caused. Especially the other party also has a logia ability. Rennes saw it with his own eyes. He created countless vacuum zones and pressure cannons. Let hundreds of thousands of allied troops die. But to say it, more than 1 million losses. Still acceptable. How many military defense buildings on the whole island of Marine headquarters are completed? At present, the completion degree is 60%. Once all are completed, all light prism towers, battle pillboxes, Patriot missiles, guardrails, etc. can be enveloped to the entire island and turned this place into a military fortress. How much soul ore has been consumed? Currently consuming 10 million ore. Only 10 million. Drizzle. Keep building. Received. 99. How well are the Fire Fist Ace and Whitebeard genetically repaired? 35. 78% progress so far. Sure enough, the stronger and more seriously injured the person, the more difficult it is to repair, longer than the Red Earl and Bullet, but when there will be a peak young Whitebeard. Rennes is looking forward to it. At least Whitebeard woke up. This time it will become its own strength. Kizaru, although still alive, gave me the extraction of his genes and all his abilities. Pick it up and send it to me right away. Rennes said. Just a defensive one. Not Rennes style. Ordinary gene fluid is no different for Rennes. At most, a few more abilities. But Kaido's ability, attack, and defense are already perfect. So want to improve. Rennes must get the same level of gene fluid. Now he has fully mastered all of Kaido's abilities. Although there are some adventures, you may blow up and die. But if you use an Iron Curtain device, it should be able to resist the instant conflict between two devil fruits. As long as you can resist, then you can master Kizaru's Flash Fruit ability yourself. That doesn't say that strength is evolving rapidly. At least stronger than now. That's for sure. That's enough, beyond the Emperor. This is a new concept. Received. No matter how many trash fish there are, they are just trash fish. I want to use this to save my own life, I want to be delusional. Ares said coldly. Although they were surrounded by an army of 2 million. But not afraid at all. These are the top powerhouses. The least afraid of group fights. No more ants. And what can it be of use? The ones you defeated just now were not personally commanded by me. Rennes said lightly. Take out 2 million Samsung Elite in one go. It's not a small sum. Before Rennes Samsung Elite was only 4 million. In this war, it's now up to 5 million. But it's still Rennes blood. But raise soldiers for 1,000 days and use them for a while. Don't take the world army now for fear of retreating. There is no future for the Allies. What's the difference? Die. Ares didn't even pay attention to the dense soldiers. He soared into the air. Great sword wrapped around the light with haki. Pounds on Ren. Sengoku, Sora, Ederson also shot at the same time. Ren rose from the ground and instantly reached a height of hundreds of meters. But these top powerhouses may not all fly. Can be Marine 6 style moonwalk. This combat skill that adapts to any environment. They're all master. And there is also a Logia ability of Chi Fruit. Don't worry about keeping up with Ren. 4 people rise from the ground. Buddha's anger is on fire. Sengoku's golden body swelled and grew larger again. Enough for tens of meters, tall and fierce. With a rage, a terrifying line of fire burst out from his Buddha's eyes. The atmosphere is all through. Where the divine fire passes. Leave scorch marks in the atmosphere. Look straight at Ren head. What a fist! Air Marshal A moonwalk crossed Ren. Falling from the sky, a punch covered with terrifying, earth-shaking energy. A punch falls, like a meteorite hitting the planet. The sonic boom all around the area is booming. The cage of the devil. Coagulate. Ederson instructor snapped his hands. Ren clearly felt. The air around it solidified. Harder than steel. Every inch of air turns into gold and iron. He couldn't breathe. It's extremely difficult to raise your hand. And the air around it solidified. It's still under constant pressure. At any time, a powerful air explosion could form. God cut. Ares held his great sword high, and his wings behind him were partially lightened. Turn into the purest power attached to the great sword. A sword slashes at Ren. Radiant. Vows to perish. It looks like it can really kill me. Ren smiled faintly. Boom. All attacks hit Ren with precision. Ripples of explosive energy generated in an instant. It's much stronger than a single nuclear bomb explosion. Terrifying energy soars into the sky. The atmosphere has been blown out of a dark crater. This blow is shocking. Is this space being punched through? What is it? It's not just the atmosphere that explodes. 4 top powerhouses besiege a top powerhouse. This is probably a rare event in decades. 35. I remember something similar happening with Rock's pirate before. This power is terrible. Ren didn't even have time to hide. 39. It's not that it's too late to hide, it's fixed. I was defeated by his ability. San Juan said humbly. So what? Always instructor is strong. Very strong. There was a man who wanted to be 4 emperors before, and he killed him. That was 15 years ago. Edson is strong, but at least he is a normal person, and the CPO guy is a pervert. The underground giant, Stussy looked at the screen. Say with worry in my heart. I have heard of him, in order to achieve the task, unscrupulous, even more crazy and radical than Akainu. There are old monsters who have fought CP0. Is Akainu still alive? I don't know. 35. After being hit by Whitebeard's anger and falling into the sea, I'm afraid it's difficult. The leader of the Allied forces, can he avoid this calamity? It's hard, it's a force for the world government. It's almost pouring into the nest. 35. Except they didn't move themselves. I've never seen them shoot. I don't know what the strength is. I don't know. Under this kind of attack, can anyone really live? This is more powerful than his kind of bomb. 35. I'm afraid it's still alive. Sengoku's face has not relaxed. 267 Morgans observed carefully. Hey, Sea King, you send me to the battlefield. Tetsalo said suddenly. He couldn't watch his hope in life be besieged to death by the world army like this. Even if you can only put in a little effort. Gotta try, too. Are you crazy? The other giants all looked at Tetsalo in horror. Don't go, Don't go, don't die, Medea. You go crazy yourself, don't take me. Look at what kind of purgatory this Tiamat is. Once it matches the high-end combat power of the world army, we will definitely be killed. 35 The King of the Sea, you meet, refused very decisively. Joke. Now the situation. These so-called giants of them. Go alone 1 or 2. It doesn't work at all. Unless it's going together. But now who has nothing to do will go to such a dangerous place. We can talk. Don't talk about it, you get out. Don't pull me to death. Holy Land Marie Joyce. Can you win? 5 elders asked. All of our high-end combat power has been used by more than half. Of course, there are many allied forces. But as long as the leader dies, it will not be a climate, maybe we can still accept his power. So good. From the perspective of combat power deployment, we will win. No matter how strong a person is, it is impossible to surpass the limits of the human body and reach the realm of Lord Im's gods, not gods. How can they resist the siege of 4 top powerhouses? 99. Don't be careless, he still has that kind of defense and terrible bombs. If the means of defense are his ability, then under the siege of the 4 strong, the consumption cannot be sustained. If it is a foreign means, it cannot be borrowed all the time. That kind of bomb is powerful, but it should not be ancient weapon. Presumably Sengoku will be on guard after they have seen it, and the number is unlikely to be very large, otherwise why not use it frequently? Indeed. Then sit and wait for victory. If you can leave all the corpses, you have to study what is going on with this guy afterwards. More than firepower? I'm not afraid of that. Super weapon, weather controller activated, quantity 100. 35 Explosion energy dispersed. Ren appeared in mid-air unscathed. But there was a flesh pain on his face. Took that blow just now. The Iron Curtain device directly consumed 2 million soul ores. Ren counterattack begins. Within a kilometer radius. A huge thunderstorm cloud emerges. Followed by the second, the third. It's not spread out. It's layered on top of each other. Just to concentrate the power in this kilometer area. Thundered. Terrifying and crazy thunderstorms cover this airspace. It's furious and weird. Because no one has ever seen thunderclouds like millefeuille on top of each other. Boom. In an instant, millions of lightning bolts covered like a vast ocean. Even strong people such as Sengoku couldn't help but change their faces dramatically. What a terrifying firepower this is. Even if Thunder Fruit awakens, it is not so terrifying. And they haven't noticed yet. Above the top of the clouds. The dense nuclear bombs are obscured by dark clouds. Chapter 111. This raging thunder sea. The violent lightning in the sky is denser than the raindrops. Concentrated in the kilometer area, indiscriminate bombardment. Every lightning bolt that splits down is powerful. Boom. In the thunder sea, with the strength of Sengoku and others, the first wave of lightning storms was blocked. Dense lightning is terrifying. But their bodies and armament haki are not vegetarian. The golden body of the Big Buddha, even the power of the earthquake can resist for a long time. Otherwise for so many years. He was already defeated by Whitebeard. The body of a phantom beast also has a unique use. Ren saw lightning slam on him. It was actually absorbed part. And the thunder and light on the body flowed. Chi fruit condenses air barriers for defense. He wanted to gasify. But I am also afraid of this dense and violent thunderbolt. Concentrate this area to bomb. Tear the atmosphere apart. Air Marshal defends with a 6-style iron body and armed colors. At the same time a punch burst out. Turn offense into defense. The shadow of the fist in the sky is pervasive. It shattered countless lightning bolts that slashed at him. They thought it was a thunderstorm. Just an instant attack. I didn't expect it. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds pass. Half a minute passed. The rumbling thunderstorm not only did not stop. Instead, it intensified. Lightning storms are incomparably dense. Stacked bombardment of 100 lightning storms. Time and power that lasts. To the horror of the entire battlefield. The ocean-like thunder sea illuminated the surroundings. It has become the most gorgeous forbidden area in the entire battlefield. Sengoku's face became more and more solemn. This thunder sea bombardment lasted a long time. The thunder and lightning are getting denser. They just need to slow down for a moment. Then lightning bolts symbolizing destruction slammed into them. Even if Sengoku has the golden body of the great Buddha. At this moment, it was also bombarded backwards. The situation is getting worse. Poof! Damn it! Under constant thunder. They began to hurt. At this moment, Rennes showed its firepower. It seems to overshadow the 4 people joining forces. As they thought. Even if it is the awakening of thunder fruit. It is also impossible to fight such a lightning storm. In Rennes, it's a continuous output. Keep adding 200 lightning storms, 35 Rennes see it work. Keep adding lightning storms. A total of 300 lightning storms. Thunder and lightning like the tides of the universe converge here. Let the strong people all over the world be stunned. Such a terrifying lightning fire cover. It's unimaginable. Even the Emperor can't fight such an attack. Join forces and destroy that thundercloud. At first they were trying to dodge or defend. After all, millions of lightning bolts poured wildly. That scene really startled them. If you can. None of them want to be tough. After all, you can survive or dodge attacks. Why do you have to go to great lengths to fight back? But now it won't work without fighting back. The 4 top powerhouses glanced at each other. I'm driving ahead. Heavenly barrier. Edson said, an air barrier stretched out in front of him. Countless lightning bolts slashed on it. The sea of thunder is constantly bombarded. Just less than a second. This top powerhouse condensed the defensive wall and a crack path appeared. Breakage is still increasing. But these 2 seconds are enough for them to destroy the thunderstorm clouds in the sky. The 4 of them burst out with all their strength and shot together. 4 powerful forces. Together. It's like a cannon. Directly penetrated at least 100 lightning storm cloud curtains. No, it's too much, do it again. Ares frowned. They didn't expect to gather the power of the 4 of them. You can't even penetrate all the thunderstorm clouds with one blow. This was completely unimaginable in the past. We may be able to stay out of the way, I have a way. Edson said suddenly. No, the world is watching us. Even if he is in the Thunder Sea, we have the strength to kill him. But Ares insists on killing Rennes. The 4 of them joined forces. If you are forced to retreat, wouldn't that just fulfill Rennes' prestige? This is Ares as a member of God. Never allow anything to happen. That is an arrogance that cannot be eliminated in the heart. Punch it through. Marshal Air also advocated breaking through this lightning storm. If only this blow could not be solved. So how else to solve this culprit? It's just that they never expected it. Rennes also has this means. The battlefield just now. I haven't seen him use it at all. It's because this power is too terrifying. Afraid of harming your own people? Buddha's anger and divine fire. Atmospheric gun. God cut. Real fist air cannon. The 4 of them teamed up again to strike a blow. Bang! This time the sky seemed to explode. All the lightning storm clouds were scattered straight through. Actually, some are over lightning storm bombing time. And it's good that this is not scattered. Once scattered, people all over the world went into cardiac arrest. Even Sengoku, the Sora 4 are no exception. It's the kind of bomb that brought down Kizaru. Sengoku's face changed dramatically. The screams sounded. Can't calm down. This moment of gaffe. Because the sky is cloudy. Dense nuclear bombs are whistling towards them. That's not one or two. At least hundreds. One power is so terrifying. So many pieces. Is it to raise the entire marine to the ground? No, no. They are high in the sky. To defeat the lightning storm. They all rushed all the way up. Not good, it's calculated. Marshal Sengoku immediately reacted. Look at those shells in the firing state. Apparently an attack that was launched a long time ago. Lightning storm is just a trick. Liar. And so many terrible bombs. Seems like more than we saw last time. How the hell did this guy build this? I don't know if you can sell a few to us. Morgans looked at this scene and said in horror. Such a terrible lightning storm, it turned out to be just bait? This little devil is terrible. One person's firepower actually suppressed 4 top powerhouses. Unimaginable. 5 elders of the Holy Land. A winning expression on your face. At this moment, it is also completely gloomy. Get nervous. The expression is extremely solemn. The lightning storm alone made them jealous. Now that terrible bomb. So much can be launched at once. If this is blown up. Even if Sengoku is empty, they are afraid that they will die. Why that climate storm, so like ancient weapon Uranus? Can they block this blow? How could the Allies have such terrible firepower? It's over, we're all going to die. Buggy Joker looks at so many nuclear bombs in the sky. Clutching his head in horror and screaming. If each shot is the same power as before. As long as there are a dozen, no, even just a few. The Marine headquarters will be razed to the ground. No, are you going to kill us together? 35 Marco's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Even if Count Red and others see this. It's also full of surprise. Quickly distance yourself from your opponent. They even suspect that they are going to be served a pot. They saw so many nuclear bombs. At the moment, my heart is hairy. Shudder. Such a number of nuclear bombs. The Red Count didn't know how to hide. Can't dodge, blow up. Death is certain. They are the world's top combat power. Incredibly powerful. Usually want to kill them for a short time. At least 3 times their combat power. As multiple Marine Admiral besieged Whitebeard. Otherwise, a single strong person of the same level. They come and go freely. It is simply impossible to kill alone. Unless there is really some blood feud to fight to the end. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for people like them to be killed. But now Ren is showing firepower. Don't talk about one of them. Just 2 or 3. You don't necessarily survive. This kind of firepower that can take their lives at any time. Let them subconsciously be in awe of Ren. A nuclear bomb was reflected in the widened pupils of the 4 top powerhouses. They rushed into the sky. The nuclear bomb has long been launched. Fried down. Speed in both directions. Soon they crashed together. Boom boom. Dozens of mushroom clouds soar high in the sky. Straight out of the atmosphere. Mushroom clouds in the sky. Unleash a terrifying shockwave. Even Marine and Marine headquarters thousands of meters below. The feeling is also intense. Defense. This moment. Throughout the battlefield, the voices of countless strong people sounded. Friend or foe. All subconsciously began to defend with all their might. More than 58-star powerhouses, a dozen or 29-star strongmen, and nearly double-digit 10-star strongmen. Many of them have mastered advanced emission level haki. Shoot at the same time at the moment. Countless shockwaves of energy blasted into the sky. The ocean is like the energy of the sea. Collide with the shockwave pouring down from high in the air. Booming, deafening. Albeit just a released shockwave. And not nuclear explosions really explode at close range to them. It's terrifying. many areas because of the lack of strong people. Many people can't withstand this shockwave. Instantly washed to pieces. Crazy. Lose your marbles. Is the leader of this allied army a madman? Aokiji couldn't help but scold. Never see the usual laziness again. Jun, is this what you think is justice? He couldn't even help but question Jun. It was they who started the siege. Being able to control it at high altitude is already his last mercy. Why do you think the nuclear bomb didn't explode at the Marine headquarters just now? Jun knew. Ren was already doing his best to avoid casualties. Otherwise, they will not only suffer from this aftermath. Look high in the sky. A cloud of mushrooms clustered together at the moment. The atmosphere with a radius of more than 500 miles is about to explode. The climate, magnetic field and so on are completely chaotic. From that level of confusion. And the grand line that touches it. Just uncontrollable chaotic climate to cut. I am afraid that from now on the environment of this area will be permanently changed. Hear Jun's words. Aokiji was also silent all of a sudden. Oh, yes. They are now a hostile camp. No matter what means are used, it is not strange. It is impossible to lead the neck to be killed. It's just that this war goes on. How many more people will die? Heavenly fire and blazing flames of light fill everyone's pupils. Countless people were stunned by this terrifying power. I can't say a word for a long time. I can't find the words to describe it. The power of hundreds of nuclear bombs. It's like Tianwei. And they saw a young man walked out of this endless terrifying nuclear explosion unscathed. Why is he not at all? Can this kind of terrifying explosion still recognize people? Someone watched the unharmed Ren come out of the nuclear explosion. That light and cloudy look. It is two completely different extreme pictures from the earthly purgatory in the sky. Sengoku, what about them? Didn't come out. Dead. As soon as this word came out, everyone is silent. If these four top powerhouses die, it was definitely a super event that made the world government grieve. The cultivation of every top powerhouse is not easy. Loyalty is even harder. Judging by that kind of firepower just now, it's not surprising that it really blew up. 5 elders are staring at the screen too. Rao is them. Also quite nervous at the moment. This blow-up woke them up a little. In case of if Sengoku they lose, how big is the impact? I am afraid that it will directly affect the safety of the Holy Land. In the absence of knowledge of Allied intelligence, do you want to force an all-out war? If only in the last moment. Don't even think about it. It's definitely going to war. No matter how strong the personal power is. And how can it be stronger than the world government? But now, Ren shows firepower. It is enough to seriously threaten the existence of the world government. Even carelessly. It's really possible for the world to change hands. Don't worry, it shouldn't be impossible to dodge, they have long been on guard, even if this bombing is indeed a little unguardable. 5 elders said stiffly. In fact, he has no bottom in his heart. Intended to persuade peers. Also want to convince yourself. They can't bear the losses of so many strong people at once. I haven't come out yet. On the battlefield, many looked up at the sky, waiting for the results. If the 4 strong ones fall, the advantage of the world army in high-end combat power is indifferent. Then it is highly likely that the Allies will win the final victory in this war. Buzz. Suddenly next to the nuclear explosion mushroom swarm. The air rippled. An air door is opened. Edson walked out of it covered in blood. Next is the equally embarrassed Sengoku, Sora, Iris. Among them, the empty marshal is the most miserable. An entire arm is gone. Everyone saw this. The pupils suddenly contracted. Although they are still alive. But it's miserable. Everyone is hurt a lot, good money. I didn't expect this kind of explosion, even the world of air can't be completely blocked. Edson had lingering feelings. Open a portal in the atmosphere. Inside the portal, it should be another world like the fruit of the gate. Should be immune to all damage. I didn't expect it. This time, it was almost blown up by these shells. This is unacceptable to Edson. At that moment, his ability awakened. Assimilated the area where the four people are. Pulling Sengoku into a world that used to symbolize invincible defense. I didn't expect this ability to have this kind of usage. Sure enough, I came prepared, so how about eating another wave? Ren though unexpected. But also no. This world is full of all kinds of magical abilities. The power of the nuclear bomb is terrifying. But to say absolutely invincible. That's not exactly the case. At least you have to hit the other person to do it. This is no ordinary world. Has a variety of unpredictable abilities. If not, how does Ren need to explode all the time? And why do you need to keep increasing the number of nuclear bombs? Just no. No more powerful weapons. As long as you use it more times, the enemy will work out a corresponding method. Human potential is terrifying. Even in the face of unknown weapons. Just read and research. There is always something more or less effective to deal with. And in this world where countless abilities can create miracles, this method is obviously not difficult to find. What? Listen to Ren. Sengoku and Sora and the others were shocked. Come back? Ren launched only 100 nuclear bombs in the first wave. But Ren is ready for both. Because he is used to doing preventive means. Click. The coastline of Marine headquarters. There have long been many military buildings surrounding the island. Among them are nuclear bomb wells. It's just that they don't know Sengoku. At this moment, another 100 nuclear bomb wells are open. Whoosh. Let. This time, 100 nuclear bombs, it was ground to air. Chapter 112. FK. Even Sengoku. At this moment, I can't help but scold. This powerful and terrifying thing. That's so many launches together at every turn. It's like rain cleaning the sky. If only there were still one. Isn't it said? I and others are going to be beaten to death? A wave of serial attacks. Ren used 300 lightning storms and 200 nuclear bombs. Ren wants to take down these top powerhouses as quickly as possible. The strength of the four people combined is far beyond that of ordinary generals. Especially multi-ability. Quite tricky. Any individual strong person has weaknesses. But a group of top powerhouses join forces. Many shortcomings no longer exist. Nuclear bombs rise from the ground. Don't let them get close. This time they saw accurately. The distance is also reactive enough. Divine glow. 35 Ares slashed with a sword. 1,000 rays of light are like lines of fire. Burst down from the sky. At least 20 or 30 nuclear bombs were hit. Terrifying Big Bang. Hear it all the time. But after the explosion. Terrifying energy chaos to ultimate. Light flames obstruct the view. Observation haki was also affected. They don't know from what angle the follow-up nuclear bombs will fly. The four of them can only constantly move and dodge in the air. Whoosh! The nuclear bomb circled an arc. Pursue them from other directions. The four immediately fled. They all have a consensus at the moment. It must not be hit head-on by such a high-speed moving bomb. Otherwise it's them. Neither dead nor disabled. So there was such a scene in the sky. Top powerhouses are flying everywhere in the sky. Nuclear bombs chase them everywhere. Whoosh! One after another energy attacks were launched from the hands of Sengoku and the others. Blasted one nuclear bomb after another. Within the reaction distance. It's not so easy for a nuclear bomb to hit them. But every time a nuclear bomb explodes, nuclear radiation carried by the shock wave, it has slowly penetrated into their bodies. Seeing this, Ren smiled slightly. Do you really think that nuclear bombs only have the lethality of explosions? The 3-star Million Legion on the ground start acting at this moment, too. While the nuclear bomb is chasing 4 top powerhouses, a flying soldier pulled out the bullet flat. It's all over the place. 35 Ares looked at the human wall rising in front of him. Not in the slightest disdain. Even made a secret gesture. He felt Ren shoot at them. It's a good opportunity for a sneak attack. 4 or 5 CPO assassins silently appeared behind Ren. Their appearance is abrupt. Extremely fast. But Ren just lifts the mace and sweeps it back. A crisp bang from Pong. Several CPOs who sneaked up on Ren were photographed as blood mist. 283. Their breath converges very well. Also a master of stealth. But as soon as they got closer, it was detected by real radar. And feedback to yourself. They can escape observation Hackey's perception. It's because they're doing targeted training. But real radar, they are not the slightest bit defended. So this sneak attack, in Ren's eyes, it's no different from being obvious. Humph, useless guy. Ares saw this. I couldn't help but snort coldly. It's useless. The first assassination would have been the easiest to succeed. Even if it can't be killed, at least some injuries should be inflicted. It turned out to be nothing. Gave his life in vain. Get out of the way. Ares slashed at the flying soldiers who blocked the way in front of him. It doesn't matter. Countless flying soldiers exploded in one slash. Among them are quite a few radiation sappers. Ren equipped them with flying gear. This is the benefit of human-controlled systems. That is, the equipment of each class can be used in combination with each other. Radiators and self-detonators exploded in the air. One by one. Slaughter the 4 strong men from all directions. It's all over the place. It's harder to hide than a nuclear bomb. BD. A swarm of SY ants. Ares is furious. Even if it is the explosion of Samsung self-detonators. As long as it is not a flooding level of bombing by a sea of people. For him, it is simply impossible to inflict fatal injuries. He's irritable. These guys are weak though. But it can slow down his speed in the air. After all, it is in the way. Burst by him. This explosion also needs to pause. It also takes time. Everyone be careful. Marshal Sengoku reminded. They're in the same situation as Ares. Constantly intercepted by flying rocket soldiers and self-detonated. This makes Sengoku and the empty people extremely heavy. Just intercepting it took so many lives. What did this BD allied leader take human life for? Even if it is a war of annihilation. The usual suicide soldiers. It can't be so much. And these soldiers are so calm before they die. It's like since its birth. They're just here to get it done. No fear. No madness. Just calmly shouting long live the Allies. Then it blew up. Not a single one retreated. Even Sengoku, who has fought many wars. It's also a little creepy at the moment. Because it is constantly intercepted by flying self-detonators. Their speed suffers after all. AEG, there are scattered nuclear bombs getting closer and closer to them. Ares is very flexible in the air. Extremely fast. No worse than Flash. After being intercepted. There are nuclear bombs approaching. He suddenly flipped his body in the sky. I thought I could avoid this nuclear bomb. Unexpectedly, a flying soldier crashed straight towards the nuclear bomb. At this moment, Ares' eyes widened. Although the nuclear bomb has flown some distance. But that bomb exploded so much. He will definitely still be shrouded in it. In that moment, he quickly retreated in the other direction, only to find out on the way to retreat, a nuclear bomb flew past there. Dozens of flying soldiers rushed over and crashed into the nuclear bomb. Detonated too. Medea. Ares is helpless and angry. Obviously he hit it. As a result of this bunch of guys. If you lose your life, you will also detonate. Obviously not in the central explosion area. What a dog. Bang. Two more terrifying mushroom clouds blooming in the sky. Quick, finish off these soldiers. Seeing this, Sengoku quickly reacted. Ares was clearly the first to be targeted. This style of play is extremely variable. There is no way to execute the explosion uniformly. Sengoku et al. Were given time to buffer. They saw Ares shrouded in nuclear detonation. Thousands of flying soldiers in the sky also followed. If you don't solve these flying soldiers, the next to suffer a nuclear explosion, it's them. Watch them embarrassed. The look of danger. Everyone looked horrified. It's obviously 4 people beating 1 person. Why did it become like this? Even Ren himself didn't do it. It's just calmly directing. Should it be Marshal Sengoku, they are going to be consumed to death like this? Allied leaders. It's terrible. Just stand in command. Just let the 4 top powerhouses. Seriously injured, serious injury. Exhausted and exhausted. It's even scarier than Whitebeard. And a way to play. To the horror of any force. This is completely filling in with life. Tens of thousands of people soaring into the sky. In a violent explosion. It was quickly cleared by Sengoku and others. And each of them has a few more scars on their bodies. They were all injured within the reach of the nuclear explosion. Ahem, cough. Ares, who was missing half of his body, fell from mid-air. Smashed into the battle between the World Army and the Allied forces. His injuries are not light. If you want these guys to be at the center of a nuclear explosion, it seems that you can only take them by surprise. Ren took a look. Coping with them. You know it all. After all, they are all the world's top powerhouses. After repeated losses. Be careful and careful, of course. Want to hit directly. Very difficult. Without certainty. The launch of nuclear bombs must still be controlled. It's better to expend their physical strength. Increase their injuries. Then suddenly attack. That is the highest success rate. I don't know if 5 Elders has any other means. Nuclear bombs need time to cool down. If only it was done in a few minutes. Nuclear bombs and lightning storms can't keep up. There may be a period of fire vacuum. So keep using it. You have to allocate your time. What kind of evil ability is this? Ren's eyes fell on Ares. Suddenly his eyes froze. He saw Ares fall into the crowd. Grab 1 person with each hand. It doesn't matter if it's pirates or marine. A suction force erupted from his body. Only in an instant, the 2 were sucked into dried corpses. The dead cannot die again. And the flesh and blood on his body slowly grew, and the injury seemed to have eased. What an angel's gift! Thanks. 9. Want to recover? Ren waved his hand. Many radiation sappers, mobilizers, and tank groups pressed straight past. You can't be a live target in the air. Go down. Sengoku and others realized that they were in the air. Nothing good for them. Now he can only bet. Bet Ren also does not want to use such bombs on the ground battlefield. And sooner or later they will have to attack Ren again. Just in case of misjudgment. Nuclear bombs continue to blow up. The casualties were terrifying. But fortunately after this wave of nuclear bombs didn't strike again. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. But they fell. But returned to the encirclement of a 1,000,000-strong army. This army is only in the immediate range. An army from the outside. It's in the tens of millions. Fire. As soon as they landed, countless tanks fire. Dense bombers dropped bombs in the sky again. On the ice field, battle bunkers one after another. Towers of light prism have sprung up one after another. Laser shooting in the sky. All kinds of incendiary bombs, white phosphorus bombs, petrol bombs. Let the ice field also ignite a raging fire that is difficult to extinguish. The firepower is terrifying. Exploded Sengoku 4 embarrassed. Kill through. Finish him off. Only take out Ren. To end this battlefield. Ren is just around the corner. The sky can't be easily climbed again. That's even more dangerous. Up up, up. Countless allied soldiers rushed over with their lives and deaths. There are all kinds of troops. Flying troops, magnetic storm troops, self-detonators, radiation troops, rocket troops. All forces cooperate in the attack. Equip sea stone snipers. There are quite a few of them. They found the right moment to shoot. So that Sengoku and the others had to dodge extremely fast. Once they are hit, is very dangerous. With the previous nuclear blast attack, the 4 top powerhouses are all tense at the moment. Don't dare to relax for a moment. Air cannon. Edson took the lead. Launch an air cannonball compressed to the size of a palm with both hands. As soon as the shell is released, rapidly expands and becomes larger. More than a kilometer in diameter. Bang! A bang! Countless tank allies were blown out. Sengoku, Sora, and Ares followed. But they only advanced less than 100 meters. The vacancy ahead has been filled again. I don't believe his troops can withstand such consumption. Ares doesn't believe in evil. Even if he has 120 million troops. In an instant, the battle loss ratio of 120,000 to 1 death. How much can he resist? And how many people died? Wouldn't there be a problem internally? Ares doesn't believe it. He only believes that human nature is ugly. No matter how loyal the soldier is. As long as it is life-threatening. Sooner or later they will be afraid. Light of judgment. So Ares didn't flinch. Kill it directly. Be afraid to kill these thieves. Kill until Ren can't bear this killing. He slashed out with a sword. Particles of light burst out of the sky. One after another of the allied forces were blasted into a blood mist. But there are still a few lucky ones who have not been hit by the attack. Rushed in front of them. Boom and blow yourself up. Buddha's impact. Sengoku also rushed forward. Everyone goes into a bloody battle. Although the air marshal broke an arm. But still ferocious. One punch blast. Tanks were shattered in the air. Numerous battle bunkers. Stomped by him. The earth is cracking. Countless allies were shocked to death. Countless people saw the 4 top powerhouses who were killing in the crowd. I can't help but shiver. At the same time, I felt that life was under this strong person. How humble. At the same time, I was deeply shocked by the fighting spirit of the allies. They are fearless in life and death. Completely ignited the fanaticism of those yearning for the allies. Can die for ideals. What a great thing it seems. Life is ideal. Unworthy. But like a spark. Dotted with the stars, eternal and immortal. Long live the allies. The allies will win. 39. I can't wait to dedicate myself to the new era. I was afraid of death. But at this moment, I feel that death is so noble and glorious. 35. It turns out that dying for ideals can move others. Such a bloody battle. To the strong like Sengoku. The consumption is enormous. Especially the injuries caused by the nuclear explosion. And the gradual accumulation of nuclear radiation in their bodies has increased. Many radiators blew themselves up. A little bit of radiation accumulates in their bodies. War of attrition? If Ren were still like attacking Wano Kuni. If there are only tens of millions of troops. Ren only dares to use 1 or 2 lives against the Emperor at most. But now his real strength is 110 million. Come on. Look who is afraid of whom. The physical strength of the 4 strong people such as Sengoku is being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Ren casualties are also rapidly expanding. Losses from 1.36 million. Rushed over 2 million in a short time. And counting. These monster-level powerhouses. If not by monsters to fight. Rather, it was fought by ordinary allied soldiers. That's a disaster. It is also purely to consume their physical strength with their lives. Minutes pass. Ren suffered more than 2.5 million casualties. And Sengoku and the other 4 strong men also have more injuries on their bodies. Breathing starts to become rapid. They also rushed to Ren. Keep attacking Ren. Ren also fights back. Aggravate their consumption. Ren personal attack focused on Ares. Pang! Ren slapped it out. Countless self-detonating soldiers rushed over at once. More than 1,000 people. Boom and explode. Poof! Ares was blown up a little in his heart. When the battle damage exceeds 3 million. Sengoku couldn't help but vomit. This time it wasn't an injury. It's just about killing too much. He couldn't stand it himself, and he yelled at Ren, "You devil! How can you fight such a war? Human life is also life." Sora and Ederson are also full of heavy faces. They killed until their hands were a little soft. "I know," Ren said lightly. At the same time, the system came with a message, Kizaru gene liquid extraction completed. Whitebeard Ace body repair complete, 39. Chapter 113. I've never seen such a war. Even if they have a great advantage in strength, but the soldiers sacrifice their lives like this. Is it really worth it? When the Allied battle losses rose step by step. What the world has seen is an incomparably fierce war. War is inherently merciless. People in this world know it well. Not to mention Whitebeard's war with Marine. Just now staged. But they have never seen this style of fighting battle. No matter how powerful the enemy is. No matter how weak you are. The first servant and the successor. Regardless of losses. Life is shorter than fireworks at this moment. Battle losses increased from 1.36 million to 2 million hours. The world is quiet. From 2 million to 2.5 million hours. Many people who supported the Allies wept. Bystanders and those who do not support the Allies. What I saw was the ruthless and terrifying commander. A terrible leader who does not take human life as human life. But those who supported the Allies. What is seen at the moment is rookie force. To change the world. And the sacrifice made that is singing and crying. When the battle damage exceeds 3 million. Many powerful people all over the world are restless. Even if there are about 20 million troops present. So come down for a while. More than 1/10 of the battle losses. It is also a clear loss. Is the battle damage so terrible? Hay smiled and listened to the person next to him. In paraphrasing Liv. After listening to it, I was full of emotion. He felt he should do something. A country under the Allied forces. He's seen it. It is a perfect ideal country. People live and work in peace. Hope. This is better than joining Marine. Easier to see hope and light. Such hope. It shouldn't go away today. A smile pulled out his staff and knife and waved it slightly. A piece of dirt rises from the ground. Carry him and fly towards the Marine headquarters. Although I don't know if it's too late. Abominable Marine, abominable world government. I used to adore Marshal Sengoku. But now it seems that it is just a hill with the world government. 35 Those who support the Allies are nervous. Countless people fell. And still rushing forward. Such a way of playing regardless of losses. Even 5 elders was a little confused at once. This guy. It can't be our kind. 35 can make 5 elders create this illusion. It's enough to prove how disregard Ren is for life at the moment. The 5 elders are trying to maintain some sort of chaotic balance. For many years, it has kept the world at war. Never mind how much is lost. Ren looks the same. It's just that no one knows. Ren can prolong the sacrificed life. So Ren really doesn't have the slightest pressure in her heart. Just take the Marine HQ. As long as there are more soul ores. Even if you sacrifice 10 million, 20 million. Today is also a battle that cannot be flinched. Especially this is a war that announces the existence of the Allies to the world. As long as you stand firm in this battle. Since then, people all over the world have had hope and fire of resistance in their hearts. The number of strong allies has increased. It's just around the corner. In this way, he must be desperate, so he used these ordinary soldiers to fight against the world's top powerhouses. Even if there are still such bombs, there are not many stocks, and it is not easy to hit Sengoku again. 5 elders, breathe a sigh of relief. Even if the other party has extremely terrifying forces. But this 3 million is not a small number. Their huge legion. A piece is missing with the naked eye. Go on like this. Sooner or later, the leaders of the Allied forces will have nothing to do. Because as long as it can't solve the 4 top powerhouses such as Sengoku, other strong people can't come to support. The leader of the Allied forces, just passively beaten. Keep consuming. Exhausted to the point of exhaustion. His life is coming to an end. I just didn't expect the loyalty of these soldiers to be so high. I don't know how to do it. 99. Could it be that the master has abilities similar to mine? 5 elders said musingly. It's not like that, the number of loyalties is too much, and your mind catcher is only about 10,000 people. Report, the troops of the 13 kings including Pinos, a total of 1.05 million troops, are about to arrive at the Marine headquarters. In addition, the departments under the world government have gathered more than 800,000 troops and are currently building a perimeter defense line around the Holy Land. Well, in this way, our advantage will be further expanded. Finally, we can solve this abnormal monster of the Allied forces. For now, they are on the battlefield. The combat against Rennes has clearly paid off. The only thing that is inadequate. It's just that the gap in strength is too large. Soldiers below the top strong. Extremely difficult to resist Allied fire. But if 1 million soldiers from all countries join in, that can greatly relieve the pressure in this area. It also means that the firepower superiority of the Allies will no longer be so obvious. Victory in sight. Slow down, Sengoku, this guy is not in the right state. 5 elders suddenly stared at the 5 elders and said. There are too many killings, the enemy has not yet been able to withstand it, he has already been unable to withstand it first. It is not surprising that he was not educated by Lord Im, unlike Sora, 35. It's also different from that little monster in the Allies. Even that little monster can be so disregarded for life, which is beyond our expectations. But Marshal Sengoku should still have a big picture. He knows what to do. This battle damage is terrible. Even if he has a lot of troops, this kind of desperate fighting method can't bear it for long. The defeat has been revealed, the world government is terrible. There are so many top powerhouses, 35. Impossible. The Allies should be the hope of the future. Tetsalo is a little unable to accept reality. After all, it is the existence that dominates the world, and the reason why they don't do anything to the 4 emperors is because if 4 emperors falls, another 4 emperors will rise, and if they fight the 4 emperors every time, they will lose one and the other, but they will consume more themselves. So maintaining the balance of power is actually protecting their own strength. But once they really want to concentrate their forces on who to deal with, it will be absolutely catastrophic. Is this the end of it? The underground giants sighed at the strength of the world government. Rennes allies are already very strong. But the world government is clearly stronger. Ignorance. Seeing this, Stussy snorted coldly. Do you really think that the Master's forces into the battlefield at this moment are all the troops? Not to mention 3 million soldiers. Even if it is 30 million soldiers, their allies can also resist. Now Lord Rennes is just draining their power. Wait for almost that. Look who's out of luck. Stussy, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you have other intelligence? Morgans is exceptionally perceptive. See Stussy like this? Can't help but ask. Look at it. Stussy does not divulge any intelligence about the allies. Just out of loyalty. I am not used to them judging the owner with the eyes of a mouse. You won't be completely conquered by that kid, will you? Silver Axe showed a shocked expression. Stussy didn't answer. This makes them a little unsure. Look, reinforcements from the world government member countries have arrived. The strength advantage of the allies has been further weakened. No matter how you look at it, the allies are dangerous. Danger is danger, but there are still more than 10 million troops. Even if the world government wants to gnaw down, it will be difficult. I don't know how many people will be hitched. Even the top powerhouses will be dragged to death a lot. This style of play is certainly exhausting, but Sengoku and their state have long been at their peak. If only both sides could fight to lose both. Flawless care for us, that's the best. The giants are also starting to look forward to it. Sengoku is Marine. He fought all his life. The people killed. Not more than a tenth of today. To break through the encirclement of the army, kill Rennes. 4 of them top powerhouses. Push all the way. Millions fell. Light died in his hands. Already the minimum. But there are also hundreds of thousands of people. Even if Sengoku has excellent psychological quality. At the moment, my heart is also broken. Some can't hold up. He's human. Even if it's for a standpoint. He had to. 1 person for every death. That feeling of guilt. Haunting his heart. It can't be dispersed for a long time. So much so that when the Allied battle losses exceeded 3 million. He couldn't help but scold. In his opinion. Rennes is a devil. No. It should be the Demon King. He is the leader. How can you be so disregarding the lives of your subordinates? It's as if those lives are not lives. It's a string of numbers that can be sacrificed. How could he be so cruel and ruthless? Even Akainu. Nor has it ever been so ruthless. In Sengoku's eyes, Rennes has become a heinous villain. Aokiji and many other marine powerhouses. Rennes who will also play with human lives. Look at the most evil pirate in the world. Just this battle down. Millions of lives have been lost. And he is the leader of the enemy who unleashed this war. Even if it's Garp. At this moment, my heart also sank. The leader of the Allied forces, is he really an inhuman fellow? There are too many dead people. That kind of Kryptonian play. Let any conscientious Marine. I can't accept it in my heart. Up. Even Sengoku glared at Rennes. I can't wait to unload Rennes into 8 pieces. But Rennes remained expressionless. Big hand wave. Hundreds of thousands of Allied troops pressed on all sides. Artillery fire roars. Lasers rain down. Countless shells dropped from bombers. A sea of fire soars into the sky. But countless fighters, tanks, warships were forcefully destroyed by 4 top powerhouses. Sengoku, you are responsible for solving the iron birds in the air and the chariots on the ground. Marshal Kong saw that Sengoku's heart was extremely turbulent. So let him be exposed to less killing offense and defense. This kind of situation of killing yourself first can't bear it. Let's be honest. Countless people present were meeting for the first time. You must not be an enemy of such a terrifying guy in the future. Buggy Joker trembled. One look at Ren. 0, asking for flowers. Both legs are shaking. What a terrible man. However, the war has been going on for so long, and new reinforcements from the world government should also arrive. Hawkeye's pupils are constantly contracting and throbbing. Although he is still paralyzed. But the fluctuation of the eyes. It is enough to see that his mood is also extremely uncalm at the moment. Damn, this guy has more soldiers alive than my zombie corps. Moria looked at Ren with great jealousy. Recently, the little devils on the sea are more terrifying than the other. Crocodile couldn't help but sigh as well. Looking in the direction of the Straw Hat again. Straw Hat Luffy has passed out in grief. Would Daddy really work with such a dangerous guy? Jinbei looks at Ren Kryptonian play. The Harchnin couldn't stop trembling. We don't have a choice right now. Marco sees it clearly. Now they're not just facing Marine HQ. It's the whole world government. They want to leave. The power of the Whitebeard pirates alone is not enough. Is Daddy Ace really alive? Jaws couldn't help but ask. While fending off the increasingly frantic Blackbeard attacks. I don't know, this is a big gamble. Marco shook his head. Want to come back to life? Are you kidding? That kind of injury, long overdrawn life, will definitely die. Still harboring these unrealistic illusions. Less daydreaming. Thief, ha ha ha. Blackbeard heard them. I couldn't help but open my mouth and mock. Does this room function like a hospital? But Whitebeard has long overdrawn his life. Fire Fist Ace's internal organs are burned. How can it be alive? Shut up. You traitor. Marco didn't want to hear Blackbeard. Teach, no matter what you guy is planning, you must die today. And when Marco is about to get started. There was a sound in the room that shocked Marco and the others. Blackbeard's face filled with disbelief. And this voice is not old and weak at all. It's like Whitebeard when I was younger. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Blackbeard looked horrified and stepped back. Then, the doors of the Gene Replication Center opened. No, I can. This guy must be brought to justice today. Sengoku refused the kindness of the Air Marshal. Our reinforcements are coming. He's finished. Edson wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth that was injured by the cluster missile. The face is happy. He saw a large number of joining national legions. Land on the ice field and kill them. In this way, the disadvantage in strength is reduced. Although now more than 1,000,000 dozen more than 10 million. The strength is still about 10 times less than the Allies. But at least it's no longer a one-sided disadvantage. And the leaders of the Allied forces are entangled here. The army can come to support. It's certainly not as much as it was just now. 4 people can focus on taking down Ren. Ren coped. Back off, pull, keep your distance. Let the minions consume them. Damn, Whitebeard, this old immortal. And on Marine's headquarters. Akainu got out of the dirt. Covered in blood. At the moment when you are about to fall into the sea. He grabbed the wall. Smash out a cave and lie in it. Eased up for a while. Just gasped for breath. A gasp. He rejoined the battlefield. Didn't see Whitebeard. Neither are corpses. He frowned. What's going on? However, Akainu saw Sengoku and others who wanted to kill Ren. Case. Tackle this biggest threat first. He turned into magma and burrowed into the ice. Silently lurk towards Ren. As long as you can win. It doesn't matter what means. Even if it's a sneak attack. Die. When Ren mace hits the rushing Sengoku. The ice behind him suddenly turned red. A cloud of magma came out. Condense into Akainu. Dark Hound. Magma Doghead running towards Ren back. Stop! Big perfume femur. Keep an eye out for Hancock at Rennes. Discover Akainu's sneak attack faster than he can. Too old to think. She ran at great speed all the way, and her beautiful legs were as fast as lightning. Everywhere you run, your body bursts out layers of sonic boom clouds. It's fast enough for ultimate. Pang! A kick on Akainu's waist. Akainu, who was focusing on Rennes, kicked out. Akainu. One Piece Emperor. This change stunned everyone present, including Rennes. Sengoku and others seized this opportunity in time. You have nowhere to escape. The four of them grasped the moment. Shoot over the forces towards Rennes. Escape? It's you who should run away, Marshal Sengoku. Do you think my forces are no longer a threat to you? Rennes smiled lightly. What do you mean by that? Who told you that here is the full strength of the Allied forces? Rennes pointed with one hand. Between heaven and earth, countless rays of light reappeared. At the same time, a white light appeared in Rennes' hand. That's a bottle of gene fluid, Kizaru's. Rennes just looked up and drank it. Peace. Chapter 114. Inside the gene replication center. Ace woke up. He looked at his hands stunned. A puzzled look. His last memory is that he was penetrated by Akainu. Burned the internal organs. Such an injury is bound to die. He just hurriedly confessed a few last words to Luffy and lost consciousness. Ace knows. That's death. But if you die, what is the situation now? After a person dies, is there really a hell? Ace touched her body. No injuries at all. Dead for sure. I didn't expect the world after death to be like this. Ace. Suddenly a familiar voice sounded that hit Ace's soul. When Ace heard this, his body stiffened. Suddenly sadness and self-blame welled up in my heart. He looked towards the source of the voice. Dad, you too. You. I'm sorry, I hurt everyone and Daddy. Ace compassion from the heart. He's dead. But I can still hear my father's voice. That is to say. Dad died too. But after death, Dad looks so young. Stupid, what are you crying about? Whitebeard's face darkened. Now he stands with Ace. More like a pair of brothers. And not father and son. Wake up. Rescue. Isn't it a good thing? Is it crying with joy? Hopefully, after this incident, Ace he can cherish life even more. But everything he does, in his opinion, there is nothing wrong with it. Blackbeard is indeed a bad rule. I hurt everyone, and now even my father. Ace choked. You're not wrong, it's Teach who hid too deeply, and I'm not dead yet, and you're not dead yet. Whitebeard knew immediately what Ace was thinking. How is that possible? Daddy, you don't have to comfort me. The state of the two is very wrong. Except after death, it may exist in other worlds. Ace couldn't find a plausible explanation. 283 What I said is true. Dad, it's too unconvincing for you to say this. Have you ever seen yourself what you are like now? And I clearly remember that I was dead. Could it be that? Can't admit to being dead in this world? Otherwise, what kind of disaster will come? 35. Ace's thoughts couldn't help but wander away. On the sea. There have always been many similar rumors. It's not what you think. 33 Whitebeard was stunned. What is this all about? Forget it, use your fists. Whitebeard was too lazy to explain to such a stupid son. One punch at the past. No, it hurts. Naturally, I also know the real and fake. So Whitebeard punched decisively. Punch Ace out. Pengs 1. Ace flew out of the replication center. And Whitebeard also heard Blackbeard's voice outside. I couldn't help but answer. Walked out at the same time. This one is out. Immediately caused an uproar. All the time. Everybody is watching Whitebeard's side. They are waiting for a result. See if Whitebeard is completely dead. After all, life depends on seeing people. Death is to see the corpse. So that people who want Whitebeard to die can rest assured. Someone came out of that room? Who's that? Blonde handsome. Blackbeard seems to be afraid of him. Many young Marines and journalists. I've never seen Whitebeard in my youth. But some of the older generation of Marine and reporters are wide-eyed in horror at the moment. Completely a terrifying look of daytime hell. What's wrong? The people around him looked at the seniors around him, and their faces changed greatly. Can't help but ask. That's Whitebeard. What? As soon as this word came out, many uninformed people were surprised. This person is Whitebeard? Although they have someone guessing. Doubts in the heart. But I didn't expect it to be. In fact, there are many strong people who know the evil king. I had a premonition earlier. It's just that I didn't expect that the means of the Allied forces were really so powerful. Whitebeard obviously ran out of oil. It really came to life. And also become so young and strong. The breath is like a dragon. He took light steps. Look up at the sky again. It feels like you've been given a new life. So that he can continue to be by his family's side. You can drink to your heart's content. He could feel that this body was completely the body of his peak. It's incredible. Allied imps. With all kinds of magical means. Times have changed, Roger, so let's change completely. 35 Whitebeard's eyes sharpened. Whitebeard is resurrected. The threat of Whitebeard is not gone. 99. He's getting younger. Accompanied by the terrified voices of the Marines. The attention of top powerhouses such as Aokiji, Garp, Sengoku, Sora, and Edson was also attracted at once. Face Whitebeard's shaking power. They are also extremely jealous. Personal combat power, they feel invincible except for Rennes defense. Or Whitebeard is better. Wide range of high explosive damage. Only shock fruit can do it. And it's also well used. The only ability to fight against multiple powerhouses of the same level at the same time. Of course, it's not that Whitebeard is much better than them. It's that the all-out attack of the average strong is aimed at the individual. Whitebeard's earthquake ability is extremely high in damage over a wide area. It's hard to drive the elderly Whitebeard to the point of running out of oil. How can this come back to life? How is that possible? But when they see the young, blonde Whitebeard, Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji and others all lost their minds. Whitebeard really came to life. The 5 elders of the Holy Land also looked dumbfounded. They spend so much time, troops. Even Kizaru was captured by the enemy. Akainu was also seriously injured and almost died. As a result, the elderly and seriously injured Whitebeard turned into a young and strong Whitebeard. The level of danger has not been eliminated. It's even bigger. How can this not make people gaffe? If it weren't even for their good cultivation. At this moment, they have already broken their mouths and cursed. It's hard for them to accept the result. Fire Fist Ace is still alive. The ace who was beaten out was also discovered. What kind of weird existence is the Allies? How can even the dead be resurrected? They're not human. The horror and prestige of the Allied forces are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people at this moment. Friend or foe? The awe and jealousy of Rennes are at their peak. Like the Rennes of this moment. Synonymous with terrifying gods. But I didn't wait for them to react. After Rennes' voice fell. Within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Countless flashes of light. A cloud of light emerged. It lasts about a second. All over the world, up to the 5 elders, down to the commoners. Chi was shocked and lost his mind for more than half a minute. See within these hundreds of kilometers. A phalanx of 100,000 people appeared out of thin air. A phalanx of 900,000 people. As far as the eye can see, it looks like a Milky Way spread over the earth from the sky. Bombers in the sky, Kirov airboats. It's several times denser than just now. Countless groups of tanks, groups of combat vehicles emerged. The entire ice field is basically covered in a melting ice field. In the sea beyond the ice field, tens of thousands of steel warships also stand like a jungle. All of Rennes forces are here at this moment. Only a very small number are left in each kingdom, less than 1 million soldiers remaining. This is almost negligible. Quite 110 million soldiers are all present. 230,000 tanks. 40,000 warships. 100,000 aircraft. And 1,000 nuclear bomb silos. 1,000 weather controllers. At this moment, it is also under the task of military defense building of the Marine headquarters. Successively transferred. Just now, it was only about a third of it. Now the rest is also transferred. Of course, the above is the total number of troops before the loss. At present, 3.3 million troops have been lost. About 10,000 combat vehicles. About 1,500 warships. About 8,000 aircraft. There are 10 nuclear bomb silos in cooling. 990 are available at any time. Because Rennes occasionally tentatively bombs with nuclear bombs. Force strong people like Sengoku to expend more physical strength. The first to launch hundreds of nuclear bombs. It has long been cooled. There are currently 80 weather controllers in cooling. 920 are available at any time. This Rennes in the battle just now. Often used to bomb 4 top powerhouses. As well as providing fire cover for all parts of the battlefield. Some are judged by the commanders under their command. For example, Garp's battle with the Red Earl. As long as the Red Count suffers, Commander Tanya will provide super weapon assistance to her. More than 4 times more total troops and various warships and aircraft than just now. Let the whole battlefield. At this moment, it seems to have become an ocean of allied soldiers. This can't be. After being stunned for a long time, 5 elders was the first to react. They are completely out of shape. Horror on the face. Even fear. Can't cover it up at all. How can the Allies still have so many troops? Judging by the size of the area coverage, the whole is at least 3 or 4 times more than just now. This base is 20 million. Not 12,000. So many people, where did they all come from? This is counterintuitive. Incomprehensible. What the hell is going on? Originally 120 million troops. It's already hard for them to accept. I even suspect that someone in 5 elders has become an internal response to the Allies. But now this guarantees a total strength of more than 100 million. Even the 3 of the 5 elders help cover will definitely not be silent. This is completely beyond their understanding of common sense. Don't talk about soldiers. That's the population alone. You can't hold up without dozens of kingdoms. Not to mention soldiers. Gather the existing soldiers of all the kingdoms of the world. That's not the amount. Unless every kingdom is a soldier. But how is that possible? This moment. They finally understood. Why don't the leaders of the Allied forces care about millions of battle losses? If only they had so many troops. They also don't care about a mere 3 or 4 million battle losses. Oops. He must not be allowed to take full advantage of this reinforcement. Fast. Let Sengoku take advantage of the fact that the forces are not yet completely surrounding them, and solve Rennes. The old star hurriedly said 0 to the whip 5 elders. There is a doppelganger in the headquarters of Marine. They see the live broadcast. It's all from the doppelganger controlled by it. The existence of such forces is extremely unreasonable. There is only one possibility, these forces are born from his control. As long as you kill him, the threat of this force will disappear. 5. That's right. The cunning 5 elders completely reacted. Such troops are ridiculously numerous. Not that there is upper cover. It is possible to be born. This really shouldn't exist in this world. Then it can only be explained as Ren may master what they don't know about devil fruit abilities. This army of terror was created. So timing is important now. If Sengoku is empty, they can't seize this moment. Then in such a terrifying force, as well as under the bombardment with powerful firepower, they themselves will be dangerous. So, the battle plan failed. 5 elders is hard to accept. It's even harder to estimate the consequences. The most conservative estimate is, from now on, the world is not their family. This is something they cannot tolerate. Sengoku, Sora, solve him immediately. At Marine headquarters, a Marine with a Marine inspector suddenly lost his mind. From his mouth came the sound that both Sengoku and Sora were quite familiar with. That's 5 elders. They also immediately came back from their absence state, knowing immediately that the current situation is very bad for them. The victory scales are tilted again. Once Ren used the style of play just now. With this number of troops, it is possible to drown them to death. Kill. Edson continues to act as a striker. Heaven and Earth cage. He tried to solidify a stronger air barrier. Reinforced air. Fix Ren and prevent him from escaping. But Ren has no intention of pulling at the moment. He drank Kizaru's genetic potion under the watchful eyes of Sengoku and others. Although I don't know what Ren drinks. But Sengoku and others didn't care too much. Maybe something like doping. But this kind of thing can't save him. Fist Steel Storm. Martial air shaved in front of Ren. One arm waved, but thousands of punches were thrown. Every punch is enough to crack the rock. The fist style is like a knife. Tearing the air apart, Ren felt a strong sense of oppression. Ren has an instinct. If only with Kaido's body and haki defense. May break all defenses with one punch. Furious God Buddha. Sengoku roared. The golden body has skyrocketed again. More than 100 meters tall. A field of light waves spread out rapidly. Under this phantom beast Kamui. This special realm of awakening. Let Ren feel her own abilities, physical strength are actually declining. Some soldiers are shrouded in light. It was directly weakened and fell to the ground. The realm of ability awakening. Ren eyes froze. The strength of this guy Sengoku is extraordinary. He slapped down. Like a giant mountain. Mixed with the golden light that shattered everything. One touch stuff 4.6. The golden light will explode with a bang. Apparently intended to blast Ren's shield. Su. And after the 3, Ares suddenly turned unusual. Quickly disappear into the battlefield and disappear. Ren couldn't find his place for a moment. Seeing and smelling, the radar cannot be found. It's just something that happens instantaneously. Edson thought that he had fixed himself to a certain extent. Shoot with a compressed air spear. The attack of the 3 people is booming. Ren though took Kizaru's gene fluid. But they all carry haki. Elementalization for them. Useless. Ren naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to bear such a terrifying attack from 3 people. Iron Curtain device. Bang. 3 attacks at the same time. A loud bang that is more terrifying than a nuclear bomb alone roared. The terrifying energy turned into a shockwave of destruction aura. Destroy everything around. This blow caused Ren more than 8 million soul ores to be directly gone. Fortunately, there are enough soul ores prepared this time. But if there are no means of counterattack, it's really bombarded by many top powerhouses all the time. Consuming soul ore can't support the Iron Curtain device. He is also in danger. Luckily, Ren has found a way to win. After this blow, the barrier is not broken. The 3 top powerhouses confiscated their hands. It's a constant attack. Stormy, never-ending bombardment. The barrier on Rennes visibly shook. Ares' figure suddenly appeared from the void behind him. A sword that has been stored for a long time bursts out. He saw this moment of weakness. I also know that with Ren's strength just now. At this distance, his speed could not be reacted. No matter how fast you are, can you have light fast? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ren body is elementalized in advance. The hand condensed a Tienkong cloud sword. In Ares' stunned eyes. A sword through the heart. Chapter 115. When Ren remaining army of 90 million just now appeared. The whole world is dumbfounded. Even 5 elders is completely out of shape. Not to mention them. It is completely incomprehensible to such a terrifying force. How the hell does it exist? The giants of the underground world are completely dumbfounded. Until now. They just knew. From the beginning they underestimated Ren. I thought Ren was showing his strength in Wano Kuni. That's all. Enough to be impressive. And enough to deter them. But I never expected. That's just the tip of Ren iceberg. They were able to come out of Wano Kuni alive. What a stroke of luck. Fortunately, in Wano Kuni before, I didn't completely turn my face with him, otherwise it would definitely be us who died. It is completely unimaginable that someone in the world can control so many troops. This is simply a miracle that can only be born when the gods are on earth. This balance of victory will change again. Is this his card for really daring to declare war on the world? 35. Sure enough, it is terrible, there are many troops to a certain extent, and the firepower is fierce, even if Sengoku is impossible for them to resist. The giants were amazed. In other words, if Sengoku and they don't take their chances, they may lose. As soon as you understand. Countless strong people feel incredible. The world government dispatches so many top powerhouses. Even 1 million reinforcements from the dependent kingdoms arrived. But it is still possible to lose. Such a result. They can't even accept it for a moment. What kind of monster is the Allies? We will actually respond to the convening order of the world government and come to support the operation. Where is the support operation? It is clearly looking for death. A powerful army commander of the king's army looked at the army and the torrent of steel in the sky and the earth around him. The hand holding the weapon can't stop shaking. They were all sent to fight by the king. First, helplessness. The second is that the king sees a great win. The kings want to give some credit to the world government. Good to get more privileges and power. I didn't expect it. Even millions of reinforcements. There are also 10 floors inside and 10 floors outside are surrounded. Be eaten away step by step. Go on like this. These million were devoured by the enemy. It's just a matter of time. 04. The Allies had hundreds of times the strength. And more ferocious firepower. Such a gap in strength. Just look. No need to hit yet. It's enough to despair. Pirate Emperor, what do you mean by this? Your behavior just now is like a mutiny. Akainu stood up from the crowd. The face is extremely gloomy. Originally, he felt that he had just struck that blow. It is very likely that the sneak attack will succeed. It was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I didn't expect it. Halfway you will kill a pirate female emperor. Burst out with such a terrifying blow. Let him be untouchable. Directly kicked out thousands of meters away. Stand up again at this moment. Both eyes are spraying fire. The One Piece Emperor listened to Akainu's scolding. All of a sudden there was silence. Even she herself was a little confused. I was in a hurry just now. Her head was blank. There is simply no time to think about it. What now? This move yourself. It could put the entire Amazon kingdom in crisis. Whitebeard. At the same time, Akainu also discovers Whitebeard who has returned to youth. You pirates, you all deserve to die. Great eruption. Akainu couldn't help but burn with anger. A magma giant fist blasted towards the pirate female emperor. One Piece Emperor covers armament Haki with her legs. Shoot back violently. Pengs bang. Fist and foot collision. Hancock found that Haki was extremely strong. It's hard to petrify Akainu yourself. Just after the surface magma is petrified. Inside the inflated giant arm. Billowing magma comes out. Broke through the surface of the petrified. Then a huge force hit. Take Hancock out of it. The front is rigid. One Piece Emperor can't be Marine Admiral's opponent. Although she was only half a step away from stepping into their level. But sometimes this half-step gap is not small. Especially at the moment Akainu is in a state of rage. And his strength is a little thicker. Solve one first. And then go and fix Ren, solve Whitebeard. Burn them to ashes one by one. Up. Although I don't know what the One Piece Emperor is thinking. But since it helped. That's a friendly unit. Countless allied forces covered her. Attack Akainu. FK off, miscellaneous fish. 39 Akainu roared. A shot of meteor volcano. At least more than 100,000 allied troops. Under the bombing of a wide coverage. Dead, wounded. But Akainu was also covered in heavy fire. This made him very embarrassed. In the fire cover. Countless snipers armed with sea stone bullets. Always waiting for his life. Daddy. Blackbeard is egged on again. Whitebeard is alive. Young is coming. How else is this to be fought? Want to take shock fruit from such Whitebeard? It's so unrealistic. Blackbeard roared in despair. Already the allied Ren. Scolded countless times. If it weren't for this house he suddenly built. Bring Whitebeard back. How could he be so passive? Now a dilemma. If you retreat, you are unwilling. And it's not easy to retreat. If you enter, there is a high probability that you will be hammered to death by Whitebeard. If your former subordinates are defeated, don't jump around anymore. Pang. Whitebeard, a master, lives in the head of Chote in a big barrel. Knock its head straight into the ground. The earthquake shock force on the fist burst out. Shocked Chote. Blood spurted out of Chote's mouth. The brain is hit by a terrible earthquake. Destroy all his defenses. Shake it to death. Chote followed Blackbeard to attack Whitebeard with all his might. Set up as an enemy unit by the Allies again. It has long been consumed not lightly. Whitebeard can't hold up for a few rounds. He was killed by Whitebeard ferociously. What is this doing? And Whitebeard saw Chote die. There are allied soldiers coming out nearby. Pulled the corpse away. Blackbeard. Face Blackbeard's terrified pleas for mercy and keep retreating. Whitebeard has nothing to say. The right fist is covered with an earthquake halo. Seismic capability that is easy to use. Make Whitebeard look complicated. It's like going back to your youth. At that time, the body was still in a very healthy state. This feeling of power fulfillment. It's so nostalgic. Pang. One punch. The atmosphere shook, and then snapped. Like a broken mirror. Terrifying earthquake force along the void. Blasted towards Blackbeard in the distance. Whitebeard is looking ahead. All the bombarded areas. Blackbeard has nowhere to hide. You can only carry it hard. Darkness and armed Haki. A three-headed demon phantom appeared behind him. Poof. But Whitebeard's earthquake fist. Not so resistant. Just this blow. Just let Blackbeard spit blood. The flesh and skin on the body bloomed. A broken bone. Severe pain hit. Let Blackbeard wail in pain. Whitebeard walked towards Blackbeard step by step. Blackbeard's face was bloodless with fright. The guy being targeted by Whitebeard. It never ends well. I'm really alive, still on the battlefield, what the hell is going on? Ace on the battlefield. Only at this moment did I completely wake up. He didn't die. It's coming to life again. Get out of the way. Jun watched Ren being besieged by multiple top powerhouses gradually get grumpy. The murderous aura of Jin below in his hand is gradually exuberant. Even in the face of former colleagues. At this moment, she did not hesitate to go all out. Blood was constantly splattered on their bodies. The shockwave caused by every collision between the ice blade and Jinbira all turned into ripples of destruction. Destroy everything that comes close to them. Jun finally forced back Aokiji with one sword. Countless allied troops took this opportunity to rush over. Detonate yourself with a bang. Overlay Aokiji in the explosion. Jun is about to step aside to support Ren. As a result, an ice wall rose abruptly, blocking the way of Jun. With Aokiji's frozen fruit ability. Want to be restrained, stop someone. More convenient than Akainu Kizaru. Words at all costs. Even for a certain period of time. Blocking two strengths is not weaker than their own existence at all. Find death. Jun understood immediately. Don't bring down Aokiji. It would be impossible for her to cross this line of defense. Ha ha ha. Marine's original admiral is nothing more than that. On the other hand, Bullet is fighting Zephyr for a long time. Finally found an opportunity to give the original Marine Admiral Zephyr a hard blow. Over the years, Zephyr first experienced the pain of losing his wife and children. I also experienced the pain of losing students and breaking my arm. The body and mind are already extremely tired. The body even needs to rely on drugs to support it. Such a former Marine Admiral. Bullet at its peak. A long battle will definitely suffer losses. Bullet has a vague trend of winning. The balance of victory is a little more in favor of the allies. And Garp Red Count and the two unknowingly also hit Red Eyes. The Red Earl's offensive is too fierce. Garp had to go all out and take it seriously. These two people will not see any results for a while. But due to the strong fire support provided by the allies from time to time. On the forbidden areas of various high-end battlefields. The physical strength of the strong men on the side of the World Army is even more serious. And this time. An exclamation made everyone look at each other in unison. And his face showed a look of horror. Ares-sama. A CPO member hidden in the crowd exclaimed. See the sudden change in attack methods. And the elementalized Ren sword piercing the heart. Face full of disbelief. This is their god of war. Ares looked down at the lightsaber running through his body. A look of fear and bewilderment. Isn't that what Kizaru is capable of? Why does he even have this ability? If it's Kaido's green dragon fruit ability. There is no way he can avoid his own assassination at this distance. The battle begins. He has always rushed ahead like a reckless man. In order to pass his own temptation. Go collect Ren data. Including speed, strength, defense, agility, and much more. The final conclusion is that invisible defense is the hardest to deal with. But he also found out there are several breathing rooms. Ren would choose to be tough with them. At the same time, use nuclear bombs to force them back. This speaks to that kind of defense. It should also need instantaneous intervals to continue. And other aspects of competence. After many encounters, he basically figured it out. So when Sengoku and the others launched another desperate attack, he took advantage of the air door opened by Edson. Hidden in order to find a chance to kill with one hit. What can Ren do if he finds out that he is missing? Or even like that? He will always be tense. The tighter the nerves, the more relaxation there will be. So he waited patiently. But I didn't expect that I was the prey. I didn't expect Ren to retain this ability to manipulate flashes. Ren, this sword. Anti-kill Ares can't be touched. Ares is too confident in his judgment. Feel the distance. At the speed that Ren had previously demonstrated, there is absolutely no escape. And the barrier on his body is shaking. It should be a weak period. This blow. Even if you can't kill Ren, at least it can be hit hard. But I never expected. His speed and strength have actually increased. Especially speed. What was that just now? Flash fruit ability? The sword of Ren awaited. After drinking the gene solution, he did not use it for the first time. Just to wait for the moment when you can severely damage the world army. Especially this guy lurks. Hacky can't find it. If you keep being targeted, it will be annoying. And this is also a heavyweight. 283. Flash fruit suddenly attacked. Can bring great results. After all, this kind of untouchable. There are not many opportunities for the enemy to send it to the door. So Ren in that instant. Be ruthless. One sword pierced his heart. And in an instant, countless high explosive and high injury light particles poured into his body. Shredded all internal organs. Why? Even if Ares dies, he will not die. Obviously this is Kizaru's ability. How could he have it? Possess Kaido's abilities. It's already quite outrageous. How can you control multiple devil fruits alone? And I haven't seen how he treats Kizaru. Don't. Is it the kind of thing you drank just now? What did Ares think of? Eyes widened. Next second, countless rays of light burst out from his body. Shoot him with 1,000 holes. A particle of destructive light rushed straight to his brain. Wiped out all his consciousness. Click. Ren smokes revolving heaven. Ares' corpse crashed to the ground. This fall deeply shocked everyone. The world's top powerhouse, Ares, known as the god of war, die. The world military side suddenly stirred. Its Sengoku, Sora, and Edson is also scared at once. Subconsciously retreat. Keep your distance. Ren showed a completely different ability. That's the ability of the shining fruit. And the degree of development is not weaker than Kizaru. How is this possible? Even if Ren has the technology or ability to deprive others of devil fruit. But how can you even deprive yourself of proficiency? This is also too pervert is outrageous. Captain Ares of the world government CPO is dead. The words rang out. Like a storm sweeping across the battlefield. This scene is extremely terrifying. 4 top powerhouses besiege one. Not only did not win. And was counter-killed one person? It's unimaginable. Rao is a top powerhouse. At this moment, there is also a sense of horror and fear. Ren creates myths that are impossible to create. Under normal circumstances, Ren can be besieged by 4 top powerhouses. Hold on for 10 minutes and it's already legendary. Now he is directly counter-killing. This scared quite a few people. The morale of the world army suddenly plummeted. The morale of the Whitebeard pirates and the allies is soaring. Why can he even control Kizaru's abilities? And so powerful. The Marine Inspector, who represents 5 elders, also lost his voice. Ares is dead. The world army is harder to win. Before and after the loss of Kizaru, Ares' 2 top powerhouses. That's too much to lose. Ren knife-like eyes suddenly looked at this Marine Inspector. Holding the Tienkong Cloud Sword, he pointed at him and said contemptuously. 5 elders, how many divisions do you have? Just 1,000,000 reinforcements in this area, do you also want to take my head? Arrogant little devil. BD stuff. Find death. This provocation. Directly let the 5 elders in the Holy Land can't hold back. Chapter 116. Ren attitude is a naked contempt for them. The authority of the world government also plummeted at this moment. It can well be imagined. Ren words are extremely domineering. Tell the world thoroughly. World government, but that's it. Even Ares, known as the god of war. He kills if he wants. Such a heroic posture, it is awe-inspiring. It also makes people more and more fanatical. But Five Elders is furious. At the moment, I also have to calm down and think. How many other means does Ren hide? Even if it's a counter-ambush Ares. The strength he just showed. It also obviously surpasses the average top powerhouse. Otherwise, even if the Ares stab fails. I was caught off guard. It is impossible to be completely killed with a sword. He is a phantom beast fruit ability. His ability can absorb other people's lives for his own use. Something resembles the sacrifice of humans to the gods. This ability is destined to be extremely difficult for him to be erased. But he still died. The power of that sword. In an instant, it absolutely strangled the activity of every drop of his blood. This Ren powers of observation. Sharp and precise and terrifying. Do you still have to fight this battle? 2 top powerhouses have been lost. Fight again. Can you really win? Once you can't win. In this sudden encounter, there is not much defense in the war. If you lose too much, follow-up wants to fight back against the allies. It just gets even harder. But if you let the Marine headquarters fall into the hands of the allies, their fame is also destined to fall to the bottom. Maybe even because of this. Many kingdoms refused to respond to the call. It will feel that the world government is not very powerful either. Why respond to their call? It's extremely difficult to choose. The presence of the allies is shaking the very foundations of their rule at this moment. Is there really nothing you can do? Just watch the Marine headquarters fall into his hands. Five Elders' face is extremely gloomy. How many years? They have never suffered such a big loss. Even Rock's top pirate group that had the potential to subvert the world. The threat is not so great. The allies have more troops. Ren's strength is also unfathomable. Whitebeard is completely resurrected. This battle is hard to fight. If you continue to fight, there is a chance of winning, but there are a few points, which is very difficult to say. Even if we go out in person, it's only 2 or 3 points more certain. We have too little intelligence on the allies, and it is very disadvantageous for us to fight to the end in an all-out manner when there is so little intelligence. Five Elders said. We dominate everything in this world, so we don't have to be so radical, let alone fall for his agitation. If we stabilize and regroup, we have more ways to deal with the allies and work out a way to win. Being at the peak of world power for so many years. Five Elders thinks about the problem. Will isolate personal feelings as much as possible. Analyze and judge from the most rational point of view. Is it really going to this point? The opposing forces have already surrounded them towards Sengoku. Sengoku, they're in poor shape. Now the only way to win is if we go straight to war. But as I said, go to war directly. There will be no retreat and no strategy. You can only fight hard to the end. There is a possibility of losing, the risk is too great. Damn allies! The Five Elders are unwilling. Slow down. Five Elders was suddenly stunned. Then close your eyes. Listen carefully. After that, he told everyone what he heard. Lord Im. Allow us to use ancient weapon. 99. What? Lord Im himself is already paying attention to this. Listening to Tien, the other Five Elders are all panicked. For hundreds of years, this sea has seen many terrifyingly gifted humans. Some guys can't handle it even if they go out on their own. But because of the presence of Lord Im. For hundreds of years. The Lord of the world has never changed. Because no one in the world can defeat Lord Im. When Roger became one piece, Lord Im even had to take it personally. Roger may have mastered the power of God Slaughter at that time. But finally learned that Roger's life was not long in coming. Lord Im didn't make a move. Instead, Roger still lived a little longer. Finally, Roger threw himself into the net. A big war was avoided for them. And they're the ultimate winners. And every time Lord Im pays attention to one thing, it means that they have failed in their duties. Dereliction of duty can be deprived of something as punishment. Sometimes it's the sense of taste. Sometimes it's hearing. Sometimes it's touch. Such punishment for them is hard to accept. And the duration is all measured in decades. How is Lord Im's mood? Even the belligerent general had to ask cautiously at this moment. Do your part, the rest, Lord Im has his own judgment. Yes. Since Lord Im has allowed us to use Uranus. Fight to take out Rennes, 99. That's right. I'll shoot too. Since you want to do it, try to the best of your ability. Even if I fail, I can at least poke out the cards of the allies and lead the others to retreat. 5 elders, who had been silent, said. Good. Many 5 elders pondered for a moment. I agreed. If the situation is not good, they will also answer. They were taken by Ren one trick after another. It's a bit of a fight. And I don't want to be taken advantage of by other forces in the world. All-out war. Hundreds of millions of troops. It's too hard to gnaw down. But if it drives other forces, for example, the 4 emperors, the revolutionary army, the member states, then there is a lot of room for operation. Without Lord Im's permission, they can't use ancient weapon. I can only eat this one big loss. Get the army out of the marine headquarters. But now ancient weapon works. That's different. This is a weapon that claims to be comparable to the gods. Better than any admiral alone. It's just that the cost of each use is not small. Because they are not the real masters of weapons. If you can't solve him this time, there will be another big trouble in the world. Such a thing must not be allowed. Understood. 35. Get ready. Let the world understand what it will be like to be an enemy of the world government. There have been several kings on the sea. Except for Roger, almost everyone else died in ancient weapon. And that's going to be next. Gotta be as fast as possible. That guy from Rennes took the initiative to attack. What? Even if Rennes has Kizaru's abilities and Sengoku and the 3 of them, Akainu can join the battle at any time. How dare he? Did he think he was God? There is indeed something wrong with his strength. The god of war of CPO is dead. The most terrifying giants in the shadows. The 35 giants were dumbfounded. A lot of the time. They'd rather provoke Marine Admiral. Or even provoke 4 emperors. I don't want to provoke the monsters of the CPO. They are backed by power. Under privileges. Sometimes more vile and ruthless than 4 emperors. At least the cruelty of the 4 emperors. It's all on the table. And their darkness. Most likely under the mask of justice. It is often not clear to distinguish. The host was fantastic. Stussy's eyes are fiery. There are no colleagues of these CP0 in my eyes. Only Ren is radiant. The world government has lost 104, and 1 was counter-killed, and that is the ability of Kizaru Admiral. This battlefield has become more and more incomprehensible. No matter what, find the opportunity to slip away, surrounded by so many troops. How many lives are not enough? 35 Moria thought this fight was about paddling. As a result, even the top powerhouses are now so easy to die. A strong person of his level. Several more died. Not to mention anything else. On Blackbeard. Moria felt that it would be difficult for her to win. But he was under Whitebeard's fist. It may be imminent death at any time. It's really useless, Marine, you can't even take Whitebeard. Crocodile smoked his cigar and scolded. He has a complicated personality. When I saw Whitebeard dying, he despised Whitebeard for being too easy to get over. When Whitebeard came to life, he mocked Marine's incompetence again. But he was also ready to leave. This battlefield is too dangerous. Now he wants to kill Whitebeard. It's so hard. Amazing little devil, since you got a good gift, you have to solve some weighty guys as soon as possible. Whitebeard looked at Ace, who was caught in the Marine group. Mumbled. Don't kill me, Daddy. Blackbeard is under the onslaught of Whitebeard. Finally, he was blasted through the body with a punch. Despair and sorrow and fall. Lost the breath of life. This made many strong people look sideways. Another first-class strong man died. Whitebeard at its peak is terrifying. Hey, allied imp, are you sure you want to take the Marine headquarters? Whitebeard asked Ren across the battlefield. Good. Ren nodded. Understood. Whitebeard suddenly ran wild. The alternate Admiral powerhouse, who is grappling with Cyrus, swept out by him with a cloud cut. The whole person was spouting blood. Flew straight out of Marine headquarters. Smashed down on the ice field outside. Then Whitebeard's eyes were set on Zephyr. Zephyr's hair stands on end in an instant. Pinnacle Whitebeard. If he is at his peak. But not afraid of a battle. But now he is. Hard. Especially under the onslaught of Bullet. He is already on the disadvantageous side. Whitebeard once shot. He's in danger. Whitebeard shot. A terrifying earthquake punch. Carry the power of the overwhelming Wanjun. Blatant. Zephyr had to put up his hands to block. Pang. Super powerful seismic waves from the air. Let Zephyr's shredder arm emerge with dense cracks. One more hit. It will definitely burst open. The whole person was also shocked back tens of meters by the shock force. Pull out 2 drag marks on the ground with both feet. Let this monster survive and recover to the peak. The little devil of the Allied forces doesn't know what to think. Aren't you afraid that you will lose control? 35 Zephyr was helpless. But still tough. This scene made Garp Aokiji instantly raise his vigilance. They all have their own opponents. But now Whitebeard has its hands free. They didn't have the top combat power to entangle Whitebeard for the first time. Now it's time to worry that Whitebeard is picking on them. This knife punch made the 2 strong men suffer a violent loss. If only Whitebeard kept going. The top powerhouse in the world military. Even if it is not killed. Also seriously injured. And Akainu is on Ren's side. Don't dare to pull out at all. Because Ren commands hundreds of millions of troops. He forced back the pirate empress. Didn't even think much of it. Immediately turn your fist and blast it at Ren. No matter how angry he is, he knows it. Who is the biggest threat now? So Whitebeard is left alone for the time being. That's scary. Such a monster. How are we going to win? Fatal injuries can be recovered. The traces of the years are also removed. Do we really have any hope of winning? Quite a few world armies. These include Marine. Mindfully influenced by Ren's speech. The position is not particularly firm. At the moment, from the bottom combat power to the high-end combat power. And they all fell into a total disadvantage. With Kizaru's arrest, life and death are unknown. Ares died in battle. Even many soldiers even had the idea of becoming deserters. Fight again. They will all die like ants. At the moment, even ordinary people and journalists. They all saw the appearance of the defeat of the World Army. A steady stream of soldiers on the Allied side. It's like infinity. Hundreds of millions of troops are sitting in the town. As long as Ren doesn't die. So many troops. It's simply unsolvable. Line up for Sengoku to kill. Don't resist. Sengoku can solve hundreds of people with even one shockwave. The wave of the hand broke. It is not necessarily possible to take out so many troops. Is the world government going to lose? I've never heard of anything like this happening. What will tomorrow become? What will the world become? The reporters froze in place. They can't imagine it. After the defeat of the world government, what the world will become. Perhaps, the pirates of the world will become more and more rampant. Perhaps the peoples of many kingdoms will celebrate the defeat of tyranny. Either way, it's all destined to be a new era. And the one who single-handedly set off this era. Not Whitebeard. It's the leader of the Allied forces, Ren. This name, I'm afraid in hundreds of years, it will still not be forgotten. This world broadcast. It has long been engraved into everyone's heart. It will be regarded as a legend. Passed down from generation to generation. Edge of the ice field. Why did it become like this? After the arrival of the redhead boat. Look at the scene in front of you. The whole red hair pirates froze. They didn't watch it live on the sea. Some are just companions at the station. Tell them about the situation through the phone bug. But just now when I was close to the sea, the nearby environment is affected by various energies. All communication was lost. All they know is that Ren is on the battlefield. But these countless first-class powerhouses in front of him have fallen. Millions of corpses. What is the situation here? What an uncontrollable war has taken place. So many victims appeared. It's unimaginable. And even more unimaginable. Why are there so many forces in the world? All of this is far more than anything that the redhead could have imagined. This war is completely out of control. The bloody battle was so bloody that everyone's eyes were red. Originally, the redhead was not in a hurry. When coming from New World, it's relatively slow. So even the troops of nearby member countries arrived at the Marine headquarters ahead of him. Because the redhead feels like he's coming to an end. Not to help either side in the war. But now, how does it end? Even the armies of other countries are there. What happened to this? The little devil of the Allied forces is here. At this time, Auntie's fleet also arrived, but just spoke. See the battlefield in front of you. She was suddenly speechless. Not a word can be said. Especially when I see Ren, who is making a big deal with Kamui at the moment. She looked even more incredulous. Chapter 117. Everything in front of you. It's long beyond the 4 emperors. Especially the red-haired Shanks. I really didn't have the slightest defense in my heart. Auntie has at least watched Wanakuni's live stream. No part of the Allied stuff. Only the current allies. It also made her forget all judgments in shock. As far as the eye can see, there is a sea of people. More than the stars in the sky. Soldiers denser than the grass of the mountain steppe. Endless fire and continuous bombardment. The fire in the sky seems to burn through the whole world. Wave after shock wave, heat wave. It feels so strong even near the ice field. Blowing their horns hunting. Mountains of corpses. Even if you are used to seeing the bloody 4 emperors. I can't help but tremble too. A miserable breath rushed towards you. They are like opening the gates of hell. I saw countless demons in hell. Mom Sparrow said in a trembling voice. As if there was only this mother. To bring him a weak sense of security. Even if it's a 4 emperors cotter. They had never seen such a horrible scene. Never knew that a war would be fought to such an extent. Look at this flag. It seems to be the Allies and the various departments and member countries of the world government. There's also a Whitebeard pirate in the middle. Many top powerhouses are full of breath. Let them outside the battlefield. Feel your own insignificance. Especially the battlefield on the side of the Allied leaders. Even more amazing. Didn't you say Whitebeard's battle with Marine HQ? How did it come to be like this? Katakuri saw this kind of battlefield. Can't stay calm for a while. Many of the stars are also full of shock and heaviness. How can the strength of the Allied forces be so exaggerated? The ant exclaimed directly. She saw Ren appear on the battlefield. And not with the army. He summoned most of the cotters of the entire pirate group. Looking for a chance to take out Ren. She won't forget. Suffer at Wano Kuni. In addition to not being able to save Kaido, she herself was almost killed by Ren besiege. This loss, she can't eat it silently. Make Ren pay. But now I see Ren troops, firepower, and his individual combat power that seems to exceed her. And suddenly felt, if you should suffer a loss, or eat it, looking for him for revenge, it looks dangerous. She has to think about her nations. It's just that the allies are strong. Does New World really have a peaceful day for these strong people? Not necessarily. Head, what now? I'm also. I don't know. The Redhead was supposed to end War 283. Prevent the war from worsening further. But this is the case now. Let him not end. Don't say a red hair pirates. Even 2 or 3 can't necessarily stop it. How did that guy from Whitebeard get so young? What happened on this battlefield in the time we lost our signal? I want to catch someone to know the details. Is that the recently rapidly rising Allied leader? The combat power is inevitably a little too strong, 35 Beckman said with cold sweat on his forehead. Indeed. Right now, Ren is fighting the final 4. Thunder and Heat. Ren after taking out Ares. The signal to fight back was completely shot. My physical strength is well preserved. More glitter fruit. Since after Ares' death, the World Army still showed no signs of retreating. That means they haven't been completely scared yet. Haven't you felt pain yet? Ren makes a swift attack on Sengoku, Sora, and Edson, who are overwhelmed by the crowd. A beam of 3 natural elements of thunder and fire shot out. With the blessing of flash ability. Faster and more penetrating. More power. Bang! The thunder and fire beam hit the past, and the resulting explosion covered the 3 people and drowned it. Whoosh! The 3 rushed out of the explosion. Ren troop consumption. Let them have already been hurt. The consumption is also huge. After all, it took nearly 4 million lives to go in. And the number is counting. Because the war continues. And Ren. Almost no consumption of one's own strength. Also because of the ability to flash fruits. Let Ren be a lot stronger than the original. Yada mirror. I saw the 3 of them escape from the explosion. Ren accumulates a light mirror in his abdomen with both hands. Instantly refracted behind Sengoku. Sengoku noticed it and looked shocked. Hurriedly set up your hands to block. Thunder roars. On the mace, thunder flashes, Conqueror's haki overflowed. Tong. A stick swept Sengoku's Spuda gold. Shoot it down from mid-air. Smashed to the ground with a bang. Beam kick. Ren added a laser shot. The laser chases Sengoku to the ground. Bang. Terrifying explosions drown Sengoku. Ren didn't keep pursuing. Because the opportunity is only in the moment. It's just that countless allied troops around rushed towards the center of the explosion. Countless warplanes flew through the air. Keep dropping bombs on the explosion. Twitter. Enhanced lasers one after another. No aiming. Instead, cover the entire area and shoot. Ren turns into particles of light and explodes at breakneck speed. Moved across to the empty marshal. Transform into a dragon man. With a mace in one hand and the Tienkong cloud sword in the other. Mace slammed down. Blocked by the air marshal. The Tienkong cloud sword cut out again. The one-armed air marshal reacted. But you can only choose haki iron body for defense. Pang! But it was still swept out by Ren's sword. He crashed into countless allied crowds. The pupils suddenly widened. Because of many self-detonating soldiers. I don't care that there are their own people next to them. Decisively detonated the explosives on his body. Boom boom boom. Ren wants to pursue Edson again. But 2 top powerhouses. After suffering losses in an instant. Ederson also reacted thoroughly. Multiple air shields. Edson shoots countless invisible air shields in the direction of Rennes. Rennes was hindered as soon as they jumped together. But at this moment, Rennes is like a god. Armed with a mace. Stepping on the flame cloud, it is extremely fast. Burst a heavy air shield. Boom. Edson sees that the situation is not good. Directly awaken and let the surrounding atmosphere. All under his absolute control. 5 fingers at Rennes suddenly pinched. The air around Rennes exploded like a high explosive. Your guy's ability can prevent a lot of nuclear strikes. It shouldn't be alive. Rennes rushed straight out of the explosion. Edson's face was slightly panicked. It's fine. Isn't this guy a little too strong? More than just defense. Even the power and speed of the attack. It's not just comparable. Aurora penetration. A small, yet terrifying light burst out of Rennes' finger. Easily penetrates all atmospheric barriers and shields. Poof. The light pierced Edson's shoulder. The light is fine. Can pierce Ederson in the back of the shoulder. That blood hole is the size of a fist. If it is the heart or head that is pierced. This blow was enough to make him die violently. Edson broke out in a cold sweat. This moment. Sengoku and Sora suffered one after another. No one can form a siege with him. He jumped suddenly and jumped into the air. An atmospheric door opens. He hit in. Rennes can't feel it. Can't let Edson have an accident. Sengoku's voice sounded. He was covered in blood and rushed out of the explosion. The same goes for the air marshal. Rennes clearly wants to kill Edson first. This is something that is absolutely not allowed to happen. There is Edson's ability. They can often dodge the bombs of nuclear bombs. His abilities are convenient. If only there was no support from those with this ability. Their situation. Definitely harder than it is now. Great eruption. Akainu seems to hear Sengoku. Suddenly out of the ice. To the back of Rennes' head. A giant punch of magma blasted out. Rolling magma boiling. The terrifying heat distorts the atmosphere. A rumbling sound of breaking the air sounded, hurrying, approaching. Like Shinigami's horn. Rennes didn't move. Still falling by Akainu's attack. Rumble. Magma giant fist smashed down. But blocked by an invisible barrier. Countless lava splashes. Rennes turned and swiped at Akainu's waist. Blood explodes. Akainu flew upside down like lightning. How is that possible? Burst. Ahem. Akainu looked incredulous. Can't believe that you hit it with all your might. It didn't work. He also saw his kind of defense against Sengoku just now. However, when he attacked. This defense is actually still there. Eeg. Can he do Ishin dual use? And the power of mobilization. And all so powerful. If Akainu asks. Rennes will answer. There is a system, Ishin dual use. Isn't this a basic exercise? Does it work to hide? Super weapon activated. 100 lightning storms, 50 nuclear bombs. Seeing this, Rennes directly summoned the super weapon. Cover the airspace where Edson disappeared. Boom. Terrifying lightning storms and nuclear bomb explosions reappear in the air. Red hair pirates, who will see this for the first time. Shocking to the scalp numbness. Stunned for a long time. Can't say a word. What a horrible bombing this is. How did the world suddenly become so strange? In this world, there is such a powerful bomb that has the potential to obliterate their top powerhouse. Is it really scary? Ancient weapon? Damn. Damn little devil. 35 Sky Terror explosions constant. Sengoku, Sora, and Akainu scolded angrily. They all know it. Under the bombardment of nuclear bombs, Edson's kind of atmospheric space cannot be completely prevented. It will be affected to a certain extent. With Ederson's current strength, most likely to die. They have to stop it. 3 people with seriously injured bodies. Enter a desperate state. Kill Ren. This kind of strong person enters a desperate state. No joke. For details, please refer to Whitebeard. Whitebeard goes into desperate state. There are no 2 or 3 admiral suppressed words together. There are bound to be mass casualties on the marine side. Panlong light arc slash. Seeing this, Ren turned into a green dragon hundreds of meters long. Coiled into a ring, the dragon's body shook suddenly. A fierce wind flashes with lightning flames Haki's halo of destruction. It burst out in all directions. And not a halo. It's a superimposed aura of destruction like a wave. Although the 3 top powerhouses attacked from different angles. But Ren this trick. It bursts out in the full range without dead ends. The 3 of them rushed fiercely. Hit the first aura head on. Inu Red Lotus. More and more thick magma dog head burst out. Resisted and shattered the first aura of destruction. Fist bone cannon. Martial Air also used his bloody fist to shatter a halo that hit him. The Buddha 3 strikes, 99. Boom. Sengoku Buddha Palm superimposed triple shockwave. It also shattered a halo. But the subsequent aura continues to spread and impact. Bang bang. The 3 can't stop them all. Chi was swept out. Blood splatters in the air. 1 against 4. But it does not fall behind. Instead, it firmly has the upper hand. Or even to gradually drive them into a corner. This scene deeply shocked everyone in the world. The world has never heard of such combat power. Although the top powerhouses can see it. It is the strong such as Sengoku who are consumed too much. That's when this effect occurs. Even if Ren doesn't play. Over time. Under such a terrifying force. They don't retreat. It's not surprising to be consumed. And Ren shot. Just to end this war in a faster time. Take the Marine HQ. But for most of the world. They only saw a strong man who was invincible. This battle is enough to make Ren a god in the world. This is an unprecedented feat. It's over. There are so many strong people in the world government, not only can they not win Ren, but even their own are very dangerous. You can be killed at any time. The strength of this leader of the Allied army is inevitably too exaggerated. Like a god. No one in the world is his opponent. And with so many troops. The master of the world, maybe it is really going to change, and we should probably make plans earlier. Many of the kings of the member countries were shaken in their hearts. Many of them don't really care who is the master of this world. They just want to keep their rights. This is the strongest man in the world. Even if it's Whitebeard. There has never been such a terrifying power before. Even if it is to restore youth. Many strong people also know that Whitebeard can't do this. No matter what method Ren uses. Can put these top powerhouses. Forced to a state of desperation. And seriously injure them one after another. This is something that almost gods can do. Even Whitebeard couldn't help but sigh with a terrifying sentence. Ren shows strength. Truly stronger than him. Of course, if you want to say that you have a great advantage to suppress yourself. That's probably not going to work. Haven't really fought. Whitebeard is only preliminarily judged. Whitebeard, UBD. Grab my prey. The Red Earl stared at Whitebeard angrily. Whitebeard finds a chance for the two to fight fiercely. Give Garp a super powerful earthquake punch. Shake Garp back. At such an old age, I still love to lose my temper so much. You don't have any advantage just now, this is not a personal battlefield, don't you want to take the Marine headquarters? Whitebeard grinned disapprovingly. I can see an old friend like Count Red again. He still thinks that people are alive, in fact, it is quite good. Shut up, don't forget that we still have a feud, if you change places, you think you can still stand and talk to me? Count Red snorted coldly with dissatisfaction. Whitebeard, Count Red. Garp looked solemn. Even if he is called a marine hero. I have also defeated many strong people. But if these two monsters really want to join forces, the danger is still himself. The progress of the military defense to hold the marine headquarters has been completed. Rennes received a syslog message. Let's get started. Received. The allies on the entire battlefield suddenly took action on a large scale. Changed the existing means of combat. So many changes in troops. Caught everyone's attention at once. Just now, the Allied forces surrounded the enemy in a state of multiple encirclement for attrition and destruction. But now, one by one, a phalanx of 10,000 people, a phalanx of 100,000 people. The lineup has been changed, forming a long snake formation. Teams converge like sharp sabers towards the heart of Marine headquarters. Thousands of Allied troops are acting like this. And at the moment from the mushroom cloud of nuclear explosion, a figure covered in blood fell. It's Itson's. Whoosh! Sengoku's three figures rose from the ground and rushed up. Ren rushed too. All want to get Edson. Finally, Ren is one step faster. Grabbed Ederson by the neck. Chapter 118. Sengoku is getting worse and worse. How are the weapons ready? Looking at Ren and making a big hair to Kamui. While directing Allied firepower to cover the World Army. While chasing and beating Sengoku them. If they can't do anything. Never let Sengoku these top combat power risk again. But ancient weapon is in the pipeline. There is hope to kill Ren. Only Sengoku they can continue to fight. The stakes are high. There is no retreat order down above. Regardless of Marshal Sengoku. Or an empty marshal. No one dared to retreat. No one knows what the impact will be. It is quite possible that this retreat, infamy through the ages, will fall on them. So they can only fight to the end. Wait for the new instructions from 5 elders. You have to wait a while, you are already absorbing energy. With Akainu joining, it should not be an accident in a short time. 35. They've been fighting for a long time. If they hadn't consumed more than half of their physical strength by the terror forces, even if the leaders of the Allied forces were one step stronger, it would be impossible to force them to this point. 35. Speed up. So as not to have any more huge losses. Understood. Many guards and CPO members in the Holy Land became more and more nervous and busy. Many strong people have also come to the Holy Land to report. The Holy Land Square is surrounded by strong people from various departments at this moment. And many celestial dragons. Even if the current war is unfavorable, celestial dragons still had a disapproving look on their faces. They never thought about it. All this threatens the Holy Land. Instead, it's treated as a rare thrill. Some are even blaming the incompetence of the World Army. But at the moment the battlefield is fickle. Ren attacks are more ferocious than waves. 5 elders mentions ultimate. Already lost 2 capable admiral. If there is another loss, the world is full of starry pirates. There will be another commotion because of the weakening of the world government. Not to mention the Revolutionary Army, which has been eyeing the tiger. What happened? Why did the Allies suddenly change their lineup on a large scale? Isn't it at an advantage? The world does not understand. Now the Allies have an all-round advantage. The World Army was crushed and retreated. At present, it is a defensive front composed of everyone entering a state of shrinking defense and many elites. So that it was not swallowed by the Allies, and the whole army was defeated. But this can go on. The rout of the whole army is only a matter of time. There is no need to suddenly change the formation. It's good if it continues. Look, all the troops are concentrated in the Marine headquarters, and all the Marine are starting to drive out from the inside out. Is it more important to take the Marine headquarters than to destroy more enemies? I can't understand, what kind of go? Many bystanders. Because the substitution is too deep. At the moment, he even became resentful. The murderous aura in his heart was stronger than the allies present. People who supported the allies. I can't wait for the allies to swallow up the world army at this moment. Why change your strategy? But no matter what their opinion is, I can only stare dryly. Can't decide anything. Allied forces in the form of long snakes inserted into the headquarters. Centralized cleaning of Marine. Watch all the troops pouring here. The Marines are also afraid. Defend while retreating. Then the Allied forces concentrated here. It became a ring formation again. Like a ring of fire, it spreads outward. All Marine, the world army push outward and force back. Those who remained were all allies. In this cleanup process, there are also many Marine elite powerhouses who are not willing to take half a step back. They felt that the Marine headquarters was theirs. Why are they going to be expelled now? It's ridiculous. Especially the first class and top powerhouses at Marine headquarters. There is no room for mistakes in Marine headquarters. But at the moment the entire island is a military defense building. It's built to the limit of what Marine headquarters can bear. As the Allies move from the inside out, countless light prismatic towers, tank cannons, machine gun fortresses. At the same time roar. Terrifying firepower crisscrossed the battlefield. A series of various military defense buildings exert their power at the same time. Missiles, shells, lasers pouring out like crazy. At this moment many people discovered. The entire island is already a stronghold of the Allies. Now these strongholds are united in line. Expel them in all aspects. Damn! This is our Marine headquarters. This bunch of BD pirates. Shameless scoundrels. They want to occupy our territory. Give me a counter call. A Marine Vice Admiral sees this. Angry and cursed. With an elite team, you will return to the Marine headquarters building. But it was driven by terrifying fire and outward pushing. Step by step. Every prism tower is glowing and emitting countless lasers. Machine gun bunkers are constantly spraying tongues of fire. Inside, dozens of tank factories were built on the spot. Tanks were produced. Formation of tank groups and the advance of the soldiers outward. It's like the strongest barrier. It is still up to the World Army to launch multiple more attacks. There is still no way to really regain the territory inside. And this territory is spreading. If you still can't stop it, the entire World Army of Marine HQ will be forced to the outer ice field. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, the encirclement behind has disappeared. A Marine reported. There is a way to retreat. The momentum of many people fighting to the death is much weaker. I even feel that the Marine headquarters has been shattered to pieces now. No need for a Marine headquarters. And to the end with the Allies who are now imposing. Before they fought to the death. It's because it's surrounded everywhere. Whether they want it or not. All can only fight bloodily to the end. But now the Allied lineup has changed. Many of the encirclements have weakened. If you rush out, there is a chance to break through. Some people who want to escape immediately did not work. And those who are still fighting see that there is a way to live. The will to fight is also weakened. This scene was seen by the top powerhouses. Understand Ren's strategy now. But they can't help it. Morale is such a thing. Not to say encouraged. You will definitely be able to get up. Got a timing and events. Are we going to lose at the hands of a pirate? Even the Marine headquarters, which symbolizes justice, will fall into the hands of the enemy. This is an unprecedented shame. Countless generals, the strong are incompetent and furious. Their personal combat power is very strong. I want to gouge through. Super weapon lightning storm roars. Beat them to death. Wounded, wounded. And the Zoan-capable legion on the Allied side also began to cooperate with the defense line to push out. So it goes. It is not easy for individual strong people to break through. Not to mention ordinary elites. Damn, what the hell are those little machines? As soon as they drill into the pacifist's body, the pacifist is completely scrapped. It's simply a natural nemesis. Senmamaru was also embarrassed. The pacifist legions around him are only 20 or 30 left at the moment. It's completely different from the nearly 100 units at the beginning. Now, in order to maintain the firepower on their side, you also have to send many marine elites to protect these human weapons. Otherwise, you will be approached by that little machine again. The peaceful and just basically play no role. It's scrapped. This type of human weapon, there are such big defects. Sure enough, if you really want to be invincible, you have to be the latest concept machine. That is, I don't know when it will be successfully studied, and there are still too many problems at present. Senmamaru said to himself. The pacifists around me shoot a lot of lasers. Blow up the towers and bunkers around you. He could have rushed back to headquarters square. But after thinking about it, he still ordered the pacifists to cover a large number of wounded soldiers and retreat. With the current firepower of the Allies, if only he rushed in as a team. That certainly can't be kept. Or will be driven out. And this process, there will be more pacifists to lose. This battle is currently here. It was they who lost. If only it were wise to go to the top. The Marine headquarters should be evacuated at this time. Preserve strength. In this way, a detailed battle plan will be made later. Convergence of forces. There's also a chance to retake the Marine headquarters and destroy the Allies. If only you fought to the end now. There are no words from the 5 elders and the world government. I'm afraid it's hard to win. Abandonment of Marine headquarters. It really hurts. It will indeed sweep the majesty of the world government. But instead of fighting with all the strong, still acceptable. They haven't been so bold enough to win or lose. Because the whole world is world government. If you lose a fight, the consequences are even more unimaginable. Right now, 5 elders isn't here. The strong man in the world government has not appeared again. Senmamaru estimated. Perhaps the world government's order to retreat is coming. So Senmamaru did not command the nearby pacifists and marine to rush forward. It's about defense. Hey, woman, don't mix things that you shouldn't mix, but you will die if you make a random move. Ren grabbed Idzan's neck. Sengoku Sora Akainu's faces changed dramatically. The body was already pounced on Ren. Get to Ren in no time. Whether you can save Ederson is at this moment. The surface of Idzan's body is currently covered with an air shield. Ren pinched the place of his neck. The air shield has been cracked by Ren. Once the air shield is broken, Edson will be pinched alive by Ren. Watch Ren come under siege again. Hancock, who has blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, wipes off bloodline. It's about to strike again. Want to drag a top powerhouse. But was stopped by Ren. Ren feels a little baffled though. But after all, Hancock is on his side. Such a 9-star combat power is quite good. And with Conqueror's haki, enter the top powerhouse. It's just a matter of time. And time is here in Ren. It won't be a problem. Look back at what this woman thinks. 0, asking for flowers. If it is not difficult to communicate, recognize the words of the allies again. Just push her strength to the top level. But now she is only a 9-star powerhouse. Facing 3 top powerhouses who are completely crazy and want to fight to the end. One copes badly. It is possible to be killed. That would be a waste. This is a reserve emperor strong. So Ren exit blocked Hancock's help. When Hancock heard this, he was stunned for a moment, not expecting that Ren would pay attention to her. She originally shot with the mood of breaking the jar and breaking it, since it has been regarded as an enemy by the world government. In addition to hoping to relieve Ren, I also hope that the strength of the world army can weaken. It's better to decline to the point where you can't send any decent troops to find trouble with Snake Island. I didn't expect Ren Kun. He would even worry about her safety. She was a nymphomaniac. All of a sudden, sweet and nourishing. The concubine knows. Since Ren Jun still looked calm, then he may not need help himself. So she responded sweetly and well. What's going on with this woman? Ren was stunned for a moment. How does this reaction feel familiar? But at the moment, Ren can't think about it. 3 top powerhouses are slaughtered. Ren is already ramping up his strength to crush Idzon's defenses. Ederson resisted with his hands and feet in unison. Hit Ren. But it only consumed the soul ore. No injuries. Why does his defense still work? Sengoku was a little incomprehensible. Until now, he hasn't really caused any injuries to Ren yet. That invincible shield defense. 0-0. Why can it still be used? Is it really infinite? Actually, it is not. Ren until now. From more than 2.1 billion soul ores, there are only more than 1.5 billion left. The consumption is not less. But it is clear that it is Sengoku that they will not be able to carry first. But Ren has concerns in her mind, too. He has reserved a lot of soul ores. But now it seems. But it's still not enough. In case 5 elders has a hot head. Fight yourself to the death at Marine HQ. Then you can't rely on Marine HQ yourself. Carry out new developments and blasts. That's just 1.5 billion soul ores. Can you resist 5 elders? It's hard to say. So in order to achieve their own goals, Ren would rather let the world army live. Weaken his resistance and will. Take the Marine HQ too. Number 2 equals. To the world government and others. Current Marine headquarters. At best, it's just a symbolic ruin. But for Ren. But it is a treasure land that continues to become stronger. What is it? For now, you can give in temporarily. Only the determination to take the Marine headquarters cannot change. Currently consumed troops, as well as the consumed soul ore, all clearly told Ren. Want to take world government down right now. Very difficult. But it's not impossible. It's just that this possibility isn't enough for Ren. He needs to be more sure. So kill the world government as soon as possible to be afraid of yourself. They don't want to bet on it. It's good to take the Marine headquarters yourself. Strive for a period of development. Fluffy. Between Ren trade-offs, the 3 of them are full of crazy attacks and fall on themselves. Magma, fist wind, and golden light all exploded on Ren. Ren is still unharmed. When Sengoku saw this scene, he couldn't help but despair. What a joint attack of what a strong man they are. Even the pinnacle Whitebeard is coming. At least be hit hard. Or even kill. But it fell on the leader of the allied forces. But still can't break through the defense. What the hell are you? Marshal Kong couldn't help but ask. Damn. The reluctance and anger in Akainu's eyes grew stronger. Punch after punch on the Ren shield. Deo magma bursts. But still can't hurt Ren. Sengoku's face was heavy. Click. Pang. At this moment the shield on Ederson is broken. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. Edson couldn't stop the strong fear and despair in his eyes. He didn't think Ren would let him go. Stop. 3 top powerhouses, try to stop again. Ren pressed his palm, and Edson's neck bruised. The intensity is increasing. Just when Ren is about to pinch Ederson to death, Edson smiled madly desperately. Then the air pressure in his body instantly became chaotic. fluffy. His body was the first to launch various explosions. The internal organs and body were blown to pieces. Before Ren kills him, he actually chose to commit suicide. Ren observation Haki thoroughly examined it and revealed a look of surprise. It's really dead. At the same time, a message reached Ren's mind. Lord Ren, Ares' body has been snatched. Uranus is ready. Lock on to your target. Launch. At this moment, the Holy Land also made further moves. Peace. Chapter 119. Ares' body was snatched. This is something Ren cannot understand. Except for yourself. Who else cares about someone else's corpse? World government? It's not impossible. The methods of the world government have not yet been fully understood. Blackbeard. But Ren quickly thought of a more suitable candidate. It's just that he has been paying attention to the situation of the entire battlefield. Blackbeard's words. It seems to have died at the hands of Whitebeard just now. Logically, it should be impossible. But the next moment, Ren is almost certain to be him. Lord Ren, we haven't found Blackbeard's body. Fraud. Blackbeard's cunning character is not impossible. Of course, there may also be a third party. The bodies of both men were removed. Judging by his previous actions against Kizaru, it's not hard to guess. Their own abilities are extracted from the strong. It is also normal to have this prevention. That's not the most important thing right now. It is important. Edson is dead. Sengoku Sora Akainu is left with 3 top powerhouses. At this moment, his expression was completely frozen. A strong man of their level. Usually 10 years, 20 years. Nothing major. It's hard to die. But now, Kizaru's life and death are unknown. CP0 God of War is dead. Instructor Edson died. Heavy losses. Translate to Marine HQ. That is at least more than half of the strong people in the entire Marine headquarters were annihilated. This is an unprecedented state of affairs. And they still can't take Ren. It's not like the entire Marine headquarters is punched through. It's the whole world government that has been punched through. The 3 of them also know that their situation is not optimistic. If you continue to fight, it was only a matter of time before he died at the hands of Ren. Perhaps, it is really time to consider retreating. It's not that they 300 are afraid of death. Can grow to their level. Personal life and death have long been enlightened. Just for the big picture. It is not at all clear whether the Allies had other means. And in case of low morale, if you fight again, I'm afraid that they will lose this world war completely. They are now on alert. Offensive stance translates into defensive stance. Ren launched a stormy attack on them. Hot breath. Thunder 8 trigrams. Inaraku. Aurora penetration. 8 feet Joan Tomo. Terror attacks all over the sky. Let alone the top powerhouse. I can only cope with it. Ren estimated it. After fusing Kizaru's full strength yourself, the combat power is not twice as high as theirs. To this level, it's not a simple superposition. At present, it is probably about 3 or 4% stronger than a single Emperor-level powerhouse. But these 3 or 4% are enough to make him invincible in single-handedness. Even if it's the pinnacle Whitebeard singled out with him. For a long time, the loser is probably Whitebeard. BD. Look at Edson dead. The 5 elders are furious. The roar even spread throughout the Holy Land. Death another top powerhouse. Or absolute loyalty. A strong man who will never waver. Their hearts are dripping blood. Start Uranus. Annihilate him. 5 elders with a cane in their hands. The sky over the entire Holy Land instantly changed. In the vortex of wind and clouds, a shuttle-shaped battleship faintly emerged. Through the bridge position, you can see the command center. There is a beauty like a god. The winged holy angel with wings on his back is bound to the commander's position. With the 5 elders' order. Her body is glowing. Gradually becoming transparent. War at Marine HQ. Reflected inside the starship. Captured by them. 5 elders take to the skies. Enter the inside of this ancient weapon. There is a glow on everyone. Most of the climate of the Grand Line. It's all extremely weird at this moment. Magnetic field power, thunderstorm clouds and everything else. Start gathering. I have to say that the technology of those guys is really amazing. Uranus is an important weapon to protect many islands in the world from being swallowed by sea beasts, shaping a special environment, so that human beings have the possibility of survival in this dangerous sea. Every time I see this kind of thing, it is exciting, but unfortunately, in order to avoid our hunting, such technology has also been geneticized, and some abilities are hidden in the genes of the individual's body, which is difficult to find. The most important thing now is to let the leader of the Allied forces die. Good. Edson is dead too. Isn't the world government planning to retreat yet? Defeat is set. Are they so arrogant that they can't even accept the loss of a war? The leader of the Allied forces is terrible. It's not impossible for the world to change masters. The giants watched another top powerhouse like Edson fall. Everyone's heart is used to acceptance. But this still shocks their hearts. Their vision should not be so short-sighted. Retreat temporarily, maybe the advantage is still in them. Die to the end, but as the Allies want. Could it be that they still have any means? If you really have the means, you can't watch the top powerhouses before and after fall. Silver Axe really doesn't believe it. No matter which organization in the world. It is impossible to ignore the life and death of the top powerhouse. Maybe it's not very easy to use this tactic. Jabba said thoughtfully. At the beginning, their Roger pirates were already very powerful. There are also several top powerhouses. There are also many allies that can be linked. Like the Whitebeard pirates. But finally Captain Roger. But it still gave an answer that was not strong enough. And a whole new era is needed. Let more strong people be born. In this case, if you want to turn the tide of the battle, there is only one possibility: kill the leader of the Allied forces. But right now, can this monster really kill to death? Invincible defense, surpassing the strength of ordinary top powerhouses. It's good not to be killed by him. Morgans analyzed it in one meal. It feels quite hopeless. He thought differently. If Ren were the enemy, so what should he do? Thought of multiple results. In the end, I only thought of one. Surrender and surrender to live. There is simply no way to kill such monsters. Listen to Morgans. Everyone was silent. Ren is powerful. It's desperate indeed. But maybe only such people. It's possible to change the world. The morale of the world government is low. I'm afraid it is really going to lose. Journalists at Sabayati Archipelago. They all held the pen and paper in their hands nervously. Is this war finally coming to an end? Is the world government defeated? Good defeat. The source of chaos in the world's many kingdoms. Those who support the Allies look forward to this in their hearts. And the people who still support the world government feel like the end of darkness is coming. Let them choke. Everyone is nervously waiting. What will happen to the future world? Maybe it's just a matter of moments. The world government has been hegemonic for a long time, and cannot accept failure. Gol la la. The more unacceptable it is, the more you will lose. It seems that those old guys are also old and dizzy. Whitebeard sees that the world army has been slow to withdraw. Watch Edson die violently again. Can't help but grin. It's rare to see the world government suffer such a big loss. Ha ha ha. World government, you're finished. World destroyer Waldo burst out laughing. The battle situation is already clear. If only the world government were still holding on. Then kill them so that they can't turn over. In this way, his great enmity can be regarded as revenge. It's hard to imagine that the world government will lose. Marshal Sengoku, make a last-ditch effort. The summit may be to let us do everything we can to take out the leader of the Allied forces. Akainu is covered with boiling magma. The magma has a bright red color. That's his own blood. Akainu from Whitebeard. So far bloody battle Ren. Injuries and self-consumption. Bigger than Sengoku Sora. If you keep fighting. The next one to die. Probably Akainu. I'm afraid so. No retreat order. Maybe the 5 elders want them to consume as many enemies as possible. I'm going to fight to the end. Although not wise. But if it's 5 elders' decision. They can only fight to the end. Sengoku's Buddha body is cracked. Maintain this fighting stance at the moment. It's all extremely difficult. In particular, there is an energy in the body. It's been eroding. It wasn't much at first. But now it has seriously affected their combat power. Then let's fight to the end. The Air Marshal did not flinch in the slightest. They believe 5 elders chose so. There must be their own reason. The 5 of them are known as the most perfect team in the world. Whether it is combat power or wisdom. All perfect. 5 people as one. Make every choice. All optimal. It's always been so. And at this time, Ren knocked out the 3 in unison with several sticks in a row. Just when the 3 of them were about to fight back again. A voice sounded behind them. They were stunned in unison. Then a Uzumaki appeared behind each other. Poke a hand out of it. Pulled them in. The 3 disappeared instantly. Ren's face changed immediately. The whole army is far away from me. Ren is the powerful observation haki. I feel in danger like never before. Something extremely terrible locked itself in. Ren said, and the maze swept around. Many friendly troops were swept out by Ren. Including One Piece Emperor Hancock. Buzz. A super vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. Inside, countless natural elements flickered and restless. It's terrifying. It was as if a hellish abyss had leapt into the sky. To swallow the whole island, the whole world. Ren flashed and left his place. But still locked. Suddenly the air around you was completely solidified. Ren struggles to break free. The surrounding atmosphere is under Ren's immense force to break free. Atmospheric cracks emerged. It's like Whitebeard's earthquake punch. But before Ren could break free, a pillar of light, more than 1,000 meters in diameter, hit down. Cover Ren. Ren can't move. The space froze in an instant. This time it's not just the atmosphere that is frozen. It's all the natural elements in the area. They were all completely solidified by this pillar of light. Then everyone was shocked. In this light, everything is broken down. Air, light, clouds. These are all broken down. Ice field, the sea gradually disappears. Everything returns to the most essential darkness. Everything that exists in this pillar of light realm is dissolving. Even the shield on Ren is crumbling. If it weren't for this shield, this terrible power that dissolves all things, maybe in an instant, dissolve Ren. Then these elements are in this area. Reenactment of the world as if it were reborn. Endless furious thunder and lightning were condensed in this area. A devastating attack on Ren. Then it's a meteorite falling. Sky fire splashing, ice age. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, dark earth, and water. Countless natural elements are chaotic and entangled. A tidal wave of energy is formed that is enough to annihilate anything. Everything around Ren zero. All have been annihilated and even the darkness seems to have become deeper and deeper. It seems that the spatial barriers have been broken. What is it? See countless natural elements being dissolved and reassembled. Form a terrible attack that annihilates everything. Even Whitebeard, Garp, Aokiji and other top powerhouses. At this moment, I couldn't help but change my face dramatically. What kind of terrible weapon is this? Has everything in the world been annihilated? If this lock isn't Rennes, but an island, a kingdom of words. Isn't it said? Even the bones and the land will no longer exist. Only a piece of darkness remains? They had never seen such a horrific attack. Boom! And from the mouth of Uzumaki above, a steady stream of energy poured down like a vast ocean, to drown the whole world. Rennes' figure also gradually disappeared under this terrifying energy. Along this pillar of light, that energy is still pouring wildly. One hit is not safe enough. One more blow. There is a sound in the sky. Boom! The inverted energy tide formed a terrifying circular energy tsunami at this moment. Take where Rennes was just now. Quickly spread out in all directions. This circular tsunami is more than 100 meters high. Because of the abyss of the sky. In a steady stream of energy, a tsunami of rolling energy spreads out all around. Everything along the way, all annihilated. Whether it's soldiers, tanks, or Vice Admiral, the famous pirate captain. Even the 8-star, 9-star monster that Impel came out of. It's all as crisp as a piece of tissue paper. After this tsunami of energy passed to ashes. Get out of there, 35. Garp, Aokiji, Red Earl, let's stop this tsunami of energy or we'll all die. 35 Whitebeard's look has changed dramatically. 4.6 Look at this thing. It has the power to destroy the world. He already had a guess in his heart. This thing definitely has the power to wipe them out with a single blow. World government, is this using a legendary weapon? That's all there is. Whitebeard blasts out the strongest earthquake punch with both fists at the same time. Shreds everything. Garp and others hesitated for a moment. Also temporarily abandoned the opponent. Because it's an indiscriminate attack. Don't stop the aftermath of this horror. They may survive the aftermath. But other people can't be terrifying. Close to the allies on Rennes' side. More than 5 million were evaporated in an instant. And this casualty word count is still soaring wildly. Then since the beginning of the war, more battle damage was caused. Boom boom. Red Earl, Bullet, Zephyr, Garp, Jun, Aokiji, Whitebeard and other top powerhouses. Even the external redhead, Beckman, Ant, and other strong people also hit the strongest attack together. Finally, the aftermath of this terrifying energy tsunami was shattered. Countless people present breathed a sigh of relief for the rest of their lives. Look at the chaotic center of energy that the pillar of light gradually dissipated. Everyone swallows their saliva. Oh my God! This is the world government's attack on the Allied leaders. There is such a terrifying attack in this world. It's scarier than that bomb. It's terrible. Is the leader of the Allied forces still alive? Even if he is extremely powerful, under this kind of attack, also annihilated to ashes, there can never be a way to be alive. No, that figure is still standing. How is this possible? The 5 elders lost their voices in unison. Soul or loss of 150 million, battle damage increased by 11.1 million, world government, you guys are very good. Reinhardt is dripping blood. Don't think you have such weapons. Waldo, come here. Amplify this bomb for me and accelerate it to ultimate. We will also give a big gift to those old immortals. Chapter 120. When countless people are still immersed in this as if the gods descended into the world and destroyed the world. Rennes fought back. The moment you look at Rennes intact, people all over the world who supported the Allied forces were boiling. That blow let Tetzalo despair. Even desperate enough to have suicidal impulses. The giants present, most of them did not expect that the world government would have such a terrifying attack method. This power that transcends human limits. None of those present was confident that they would survive. This is more terrible than the kind of bombs of the Allies. Targeted by that kind of bomb. As long as it's not in the most central explosion zone. They probably survived. And this kind must be locked. It seems that I can't even break free if I change positions. It's a must-kill inning. Good for this weapon. It is clear that it cannot be easily used. Otherwise world government wouldn't have waited until now. It will not let the top powerhouses die one after another. This all survived. Is this guy an immortal body? The lone Shark King said with an outrageous face. There is no doubt about this weapon. Definitely one of the reasons why the world government has not fallen for many years. But now Rennes is hard against this weapon. But survived. I saw the power of this thing just now. And seeing Rennes get hit with precision. None of the room thought Rennes would survive. But Rennes survived. It's a miracle. The aftermath of that blow just now spread, at least tens of millions of troops were annihilated, you can imagine how powerful this is. As a result, he was not injured at all. Outrageous. Hey, stinky bird, pay attention to what you say, do you really want to see something happen to the leader of the Allied forces? Tetzalo grimaced. Staring at Morgans with an unkind face and said. No, no, the leader of the Allied forces is the light of the world, and it is of course a good thing to survive. I just think it's an exciting miracle. Morgans is not going to refute Tetzalo as a fanatic now. He knows these believers well. We'll do something crazy. Follow them first. You still used this weapon. The world is not calm at all. The reporters around Rayleigh were still in a state of stunned and did not come to their senses. He looked at the screen. The expression is also extremely 04 shocked. Shocked that the world government used this weapon in this war. This means that the world's catastrophe is coming. And even more shocked that Rennes actually resisted such an attack. Survived. No matter how he did it. That's all for that. He is definitely qualified. Become the owner of Big Secret Baby Hide. No, he doesn't even have that power yet. It's already up to the world government. Once you have it, that's almost a sure win. There is no more suitable successor than this. Originally the Straw Hat Luffy was also very good. But he is still too weak. The present era. There is not much time left for people to grow. Do you have to start acting with this old bone? The only problem available. I just don't know who Rennes really is. If he really is to create an ideal world, then I will spare no effort to support him. But in case that's just an excuse for ambition and high-sounding superficial words, then maybe another world government will rise. At that time, the world will be even more catastrophic. You'll have to find a time to touch it for yourself. And this Sabayati archipelago. It will also be unsafe. Rennes can't be erased now. The world government is definitely going to withdraw its troops. After the withdrawal of troops, nearby islands will become the focus of contention between the two sides. What the hell is going on here? To be on the safe side, we launched one more attack. Why is he still alive? That kind of defense, even the attack of ancient weapon can be defended. 5 elders said with a look of disbelief. As soon as ancient weapon came out, it should have been unmistakable. But now it can't erase a single allied leader. How is this possible? Not even trauma. Such a result. They can't accept it. Know when it's time to use ancient weapon. They are very careful. There will be no more big support. To be on the safe side. That's 2 consecutive blows of energy tidal decomposition, fusion, and then bombardment. It looks like it's just a blow. But only masked by the energy tides. In fact, it was a 2-hitch. Let the whole army retreat, immediately deploy military defenses on the Sabayati archipelago, Dokal Islands, impel down this route to protect the holy place. We have to prepare for a long war. I'm really unwilling. We would have been forced to retreat by a little devil. Is this the time that those guys prophesied? Trying to replace us, wishful thinking. Slowly, being able to resist Uranus' attack is already amazing. He may be in the exhaustion period. Shadow should make a final attempt. It doesn't affect the withdrawal, even if Rennes is successfully killed. If the troops do not disappear, our current state is not suitable to start a war with so many troops. If it disappears, we can return even if we withdraw. 95. Well, then let the army retreat first. In case you are left behind by the enemy. What is that guy trying to do with that bomb? No, this direction is the direction where our Holy Land is located. 33. 5 elders stared at the screen. Suddenly lost his voice and exclaimed. What? The words of spirit came out. The other 5 elders are not calm either. When you see the shell in Rennes' hand. Their faces changed drastically, and immediately the alarm of the Holy Land Marie-Joy sounded. Oh! Please all non-combatants to take refuge in the safety fort immediately. 99. What? Many celestial dragons were taken aback. Why this war is being fought? Even their holy land will be in danger. What the hell is going on here? Hey, are you soldiers all trash? What a joke to dare to let the great us take refuge. We are the descendants of the Creator, God. Many celestial dragons have heard about it. But I am very dissatisfied. It has always been the world that gave way to them. Now they want them to take refuge with a pirate. This is the order of Lord 5 Elders. After hearing this, many celestial dragons just cursed and withdrew to the safety fort. But still many celestial dragons are not active. They felt that the Holy Land was still a long way from the Marine headquarters. How can it be said that if you are attacked, you will be attacked? They were terrified by the leaders of the Allied forces. Is it really possible for an Allied attack to reach so far? Looking at his appearance, it seems that he intends to throw that kind of shell with his bare hands. In the Holy Land, many departmental powerhouses have gathered. Look at Rennes on the screen at the moment. They made such a speculation. They are all combatants. It is responsible for maintaining order. Once there is really an attack coming, they have to resist with their flesh. In their opinion, can sacrifice for the world government, can sacrifice for the celestial dragons. This is a supreme honor. Many of them have served the celestial dragons for generations. Serve the world government. That's World Destroyer Waldo, and he's pretty tricky. Could it be that? The 5 elders saw World Destroyer in front of Rennes. Chi showed a look of horror. They saw Rennes holding a nuclear bomb. Then with the full blessing of World Destroyer Waldo. Let that terrible bomb. The direct expansion has become 100 times larger. This almost made them scream out in horror. The power of that shell in one shot. It's equivalent to striking the Emperor with all his might. There are even other collateral damage. Now it's 100-fold swelling. Wouldn't that mean? Probably even scarier than Uranus. Quick! All remaining energy is enabled, defended with Uranus. In case he can really hit the shell so far. The Holy Land is in danger. The sky of the Holy Land has once again changed dramatically. What does he want to do? Many people on the battlefield don't quite understand what Rennes is doing. Is it trying to use this bomb to blow up everyone who died there? Is it already the limit? Rennes looked at World Destroyer Waldo unsatisfied. Yes, yes. Lord Rennes, this is already the limit. What I can put Yamato accelerates is limited to the depth of my understanding of this thing. The deeper the understanding, the magnification is also proportional, but this thing is very complicated. My observation Haki can only understand the preliminary structure, not the principle. Now this shell looks 100 times the size. But it may only be 40 or 50 times more powerful. Waldo said with some trepidation. He could feel Rennes' anger at the moment. A kind of arrogance of the superior makes Waldo feel inferior. No wonder you used to zoom in on simple things like stones and solid shells. After this battle, you remember to study more. Your abilities are useful for the blessing of nuclear bombs. 35. Waldo thought that he was so old that he still had to study. Ren though superficially dissatisfied. But in fact, it is very satisfying. In the absence of an increase in the yield of nuclear bombs, can increase the power of nuclear explosions so much. Even for the Holy Land. It was also an unprecedented disaster. The only thing that's missing is Waldo blesses the nuclear bomb. The physical and mental effort is huge. Use it once, and it is estimated that you will have to rest for a day. But definitely make a nuclear bomb. Become the most intimidating weapon of any kind. Since world government doesn't want to retreat, then help them retreat. Ren is now angry and crazy. It's all acting for them. It's just the first time that Ren has encountered a suspected ancient weapon attack. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis has indeed arisen. One attack allows yourself to consume so much soul ore. If you can keep bombing, your own soul ore will definitely not be able to hold up first. So this time crazy attack on the Holy Land. It is to advance as a retreat, and also surround Wei to save Zhao. He didn't believe it. In this case, if the Holy Land is attacked by a giant nuclear bomb, they can continue to fight them. Unless you want to go to all-out war with yourself. If you hit the blow just now, you will be seriously injured and dying. They might do it. But they tried to have a strong background. There's nothing you can do with yourself. There will definitely be no rush to all-out war. It's okay in terms of speed. Ren holds a nuclear bomb the size of a mountain in both hands. Ask Waldo, who is applying 100 times the speed of Moyamoa. The speed is completely fine. Just go fast. Then we'll give them a big gift. Ren takes the form of a dragon man. Suddenly roared. The muscles of the whole body swell. Power up to ultimate. Electric sparks of light wrapped around him and released. Strong power is blowing. Then some power was also poured into the nuclear bomb by him. He faces the holy place. Location orientation is known to the whole world. Write down the coordinates before. Even if it is affected by the climate at the moment. Satellites can't capture scenes from the Holy Land. But it doesn't matter. Because even if it is captured, there are also no such large nuclear bomb wells to launch at the moment. He can only rely on his own eyes and previous coordinates to capture. Observation haki is all focused on the eyes. The Holy Land is actually not particularly far from the Marine headquarters. The Marine headquarters is originally a military base to protect the Holy Land. Of course, that's not far for the voyage. But for the distance of the attack launched, that's far away. Ren Dragon pupil changes. The location of the Holy Land was quickly locked. It's about 300 kilometers away from the ice field. Ren according to the existing direction. Adjust the trajectory of the projectile. After all, directions, coordinates are all there. Ren has to adjust, just don't make the nuke too high or too short. Don't throw it in the sky or throw it on red line. Then it worked. It won't. In this direction, could it be said that he wants to bomb the Holy Land? 35 Garp reacted at once. The face has changed dramatically. It's too late to stop it. What? Aokiji and other world armies are also confused. The leader of the Allied forces. How crazy! Isn't he afraid of the world government's crazy retaliation? Don't say these stupid words. If he is afraid, how can he bring this war with 300? The current situation has long been undying. Either you die, or I die. Found it. Ren soared into the air, and the dragon pupil faintly saw the outline of the holy place. Take this gift to you. Old fellows. Ren roared, quite powerful and domineering and brave. Both hands forcefully threw the nuclear bomb in the direction of the holy place. 100-fold larger nuclear bomb flew out. Then I heard a fluffy sonic boom. Sonic booms are generated behind the trajectory of the nuclear bomb. Even if the nuclear bomb is huge. The speed of Rennes throw. The initial speed is also at least 3 times the speed of sound. Plus Waldo's 100-fold increase. That's 300 times the speed of sound. It can fly about 94 kilometers in 1 second. It's about 300 kilometers away from the Holy Land. That is, 3 to 4 seconds. Rennes giant nuclear bomb. You can blow up to the Holy Land. Regular evacuation. The Holy Land is simply too late. Rennes also applied a shield of protection to the nuclear bomb and detonated the laser light cluster. Fluffy. The nuclear bomb exploded towards the Holy Land at an incomparably terrifying speed. Abilities are really useful, especially when used with super weapons. Rennes calmed down. Watch the nuclear bombs fly towards the holy place. The speed at which he threw it was already fast. No, the current nuclear bomb. But it's extremely heavy. Was magnified 100 times. Throw this speed with bare hands with brute force. Rare in the world. But some abilities. Very useful indeed. As long as Moya Moya is 100 times faster. The speed is instantly increased by 100 times. It's terrifying. The Holy Land will definitely not have time to make a perfect defense. Otherwise at the speed of Rennes alone. It could take hundreds of seconds to hit the Holy Land. Although a few hundred seconds is also fast. But it depends on who the opponent is. If the opponent is the world government, a few hundred seconds might be enough for them to come up with many responses. The world is terrified. Look at such a big nuclear bomb. Instantly disappear into the sky. Guess that Rennes is bombing the people of the Holy Land. Silent at the moment. Such a feat. Unheard. Damn Allied leaders. It's really almost just a few blink of an eye. 5 elders hasn't even opened the sacred shield of the Holy Land. I saw that giant nuclear bomb flying towards here. Their faces changed drastically, and they were extremely frightened. But had to drive Uranus to resist. At the same time, 4-5 elders launched an attack in unison to blast the giant nuclear bomb in advance. They didn't expect it. Being in the Holy Land, there will be such a dangerous time. Bang! A dazzling light rises from the direction of red line. Let half New World, half the first half of the people. They all saw a dazzling white light soaring into the sky on the horizon. A huge and terrifying mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Horrified the world. They know. Shrine. Bombed. Chapter 121. White light. Illuminated the sky. Even the people of Dressrosa, the capital of the Seven Waters. Look up at this moment and you can clearly see this round of sun-like light. I feel that the whole world is trembling violently at this moment. Everyone's eyes are full of disbelief. Unimaginable. The scene produced by the nuclear bomb that exploded in the Holy Land far away. They are on such a distant island. See it too. How terrifying this power is. At this moment, is the Holy Land really hit by precision? Such a terrifying power. Compared to ancient weapon. I'm afraid it's only strong, not weak. Holy Land, has it really been blown up? 35 The Lone Shark King took out a cigar with trembling hands. The lighter was lit several times. But because it was too shaky, can't even ignite. He shook his arms fiercely. Try to make the arms less trembling. But I still can't control the fear and panic in my heart. This allied leader is crazy. Holy Land, this symbolizes sacred dignity. It is known as the place where the gods dwell. Say fried and fried. There have been many deadly pirate maniacs on the sea. But I've never done anything so crazy. Some are not bold enough. Some are not strong enough at this time. But strength, boldness. This man in front of you has it all. It's probably impossible to miss a hand. I don't know what happened to the Holy Land. With such an extreme speed, even if there are many means, the Holy Land may not be able to react. There will definitely be casualties. Morgan said with a calm face. Awesome. Tetsalo is becoming more and more fanatical. Akoko Silveraxe and several people subconsciously stayed away from him. Wait, the live screen has a split screen. Hey, it turned out to be the screen of the Holy Land, and that guy actually has someone in the Holy Land. The giants present gasped one after another. Ren is not an undercover agent in the upper echelons of the world government. But some soldiers at the grassroots level. When I was out. Caught by Ren troops. Brainwashed with a mind controller. Although they have no access to any important information. But at this moment, it is still no problem to provide the situation of the Holy Land to the world. As long as you don't give 5 elders live streaming. They didn't think for a moment that the Holy Land was being broadcast live. Is this still a holy place? They see the holy places of yesteryear. At this moment, the wolf smoke is everywhere, and the sea of fire is one after another. Countless honorable celestial dragons. At the moment, under the aftermath of the mushroom cloud nuclear explosion. There were countless dead and wounded, the death was miserable, and the pain wailed. Countless beautiful and magnificent buildings. At this moment, pieces are reduced to ruins. Radiation pervades the entire Holy Land. Many celestial dragons who don't have much strength. One is invaded by strong radiation. There is no resistance. Screaming, the body melts and twists. And the giant nuclear bomb, in fact, did not directly hit the Holy Land. Instead, it was like an abyss giant mouth in mid-air. Something that is in the way of the storm. At the same time, 4-5 elders also flew out of the abyss giant. They are also embarrassed. What's even more terrifying? Inside the abyss giant mouth. That's inside ancient weapon. A crowd and a figure that can't be captured on video controls Uranus. That's exactly why. The giant nuclear bomb was intercepted over the Holy Land. But it still detonated. The power and shock wave generated by the detonation. In an instant. They can't fully defend either. This led to the sacred place of the past. Now turned into purgatory and ruins. Although not all. Just about half. But this still stunned the world. This is the kingdom of God where the world's magnates live. But at the moment it is so miserable. This is hell? Or a holy place? Someone asked dumbfounded in disbelief. That's the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world. Batch after batch of deaths. They look. It seems that there is no difference from ordinary people. Indeed, I used to hear that if you attack them, you will incur the retaliation of Marine Admiral. I thought they were different, but now it seems that the weak ones are not even comparable to ordinary pirates. A tragic scene in the Holy Land. Let many people no longer be so afraid of the world aristocracy in their hearts. The tall of the past. Become the bereaved dog you are today. This scene really shocked everyone. In this way, is the Holy Land finished? Did the Allies already win? Someone asked after taking a mouthful of saliva. Impossible, didn't you see that there are still teams to maintain order in the Holy Land? Although I was caught off guard by the explosion, the important people should have survived. 39. This time, the world government is afraid that it will go completely crazy. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort full of majesty resounded throughout the holy place. Then all live broadcasts were abruptly interrupted. Lord, I'm guilty. 4-5 elders fell to their knees at the feet of a misty figure. Frightened. If only Lord hadn't personally controlled Uranus just now. The consequences are unimaginable. Even if Lord makes a move. Stop the explosion of a nuclear bomb with Uranus. But the aftermath still caused many celestial dragons to suffer heavy casualties. Listen to their wailing. The 5 elders seem to have heard their own end. I didn't expect that such a figure appeared on this sea, and it seems that you have to deal with it carefully. Didn't look at them. Instead, look into the distance. Get an instant view of the Marine headquarters. But just standing quietly. No choice to shoot. He couldn't see the sudden appearance of the Allied forces. It's not the forbidden power of that place, so what's going on? Not that place. It can even threaten the world government. This took him by surprise. Lord, what should we do now? Retreat the army, collect more intelligence, and recapture what you lost. Yes. 99. In addition, spread the news. Who can kill the leader of the Allied forces? The world government will provide a piece of information about Raftel's precise location. Lord, this is absolutely impossible. The pirates will go crazy. Isn't it enough to be crazy now? Said lightly. He was very cautious. In this situation of complete ignorance of the Allied forces, his intention is to drive the wolf away. Test it out at the same time. That forbidden place. In this day and age. Is something going to come out? This. Heard Lord Im's words. The 5 elders are silent in unison. Now even the Holy Land. Even their safety is at risk. The whole Rennes is crumbling. At this time, what is too crazy and chaotic? There really isn't much need. Lord, do you mean to prepare the feast and start a new round of purging? 5 elders asked cautiously. It's also been 60 years, and although there are still 10 years before the expected feast day, thanks to the era of sea thieves, the strong can produce people and can harvest in advance. 99. Yes. Hear Lord Im's words. The 5 elders had the brightest smile on their faces since the war. The feast arrives. Their strength must have increased greatly. And more importantly, there is no need to maintain any balance of power on the sea. Don't care about casualties or anything like that. It's the day they look forward to the most. Usually once in an era. It is also the secret to maintaining their immortality. I didn't expect that this time it would be advanced because of the Allied incident. So, even if the Allies have hundreds of millions of troops, it doesn't have to be all threats. That Blackbeard ability is very good, and it may become our breakthrough into the forbidden place. He's alive, bring him back. 5. Yes. The rest, just prepare and wait for the feast day to open. Said. The whole figure disappeared in place. He's going to die. Finish him off. Marine headquarters. After a brief silence. Restless again. The army of the World Army is beginning to retreat. The top powerhouses are wary of each other. At any time, another big war may break out. Several black vortices appeared out of thin air. Sengoku, Sora, Akainu is here again. As soon as the 3 appeared, the most powerful attack on Rennes was launched. It's all their strongest blow. Dark Hound, 35. Buddha is angry and divine fire. Fist bone air explosion. Bang. A piercing sound of breaking the air sounded. The 3 of them killed Rennes in an instant. It's a long story. But at the moment, Rennes has just been bombarded by the ancient weapon. When he threw a giant nuclear bomb with all his might. Still, who judges at first glance? You'll think Rennes is a huge drain. It's the end of the strong crossbow. Under that horrific explosion attack. If you don't die, forget it. There can never be no consumption at all. Hence the challenge. The timing is perfect. Yes, this is the best opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, it will be even more difficult to take revenge in the future. 4 Emperor's Ant sees this. Stepping on Zeus, holding a broken blade, he also attacked decisively. Mother visiting cannon. 3,000 miles. She also delivered an extremely terrifying blow to Rennes. A giant nun sword aura burst out from the top of the sword. This terrifying sword aura was endowed with a soul. After cutting out, it will automatically lock the enemy. The majestic sword chi swept in. Let the surrounding environment be darkened. Be careful. Jun and other strong people can't help but worry. From the normal situation, Ren is probably extremely dangerous at the moment. They want to shoot. But they moved. Their original opponents followed suit. Stopped again. What an undead heart. In that case, let's give you a few more surprises. Super weapon setting, random time 15 minutes to 30 minutes, 24 hours a day to launch lightning storms and nuclear bombs at the Holy Land. Bomb me all day. 35. Just now. The giant nuclear explosion has shredded the clouds near the Holy Land. Satellites can capture the surroundings. The nuclear bomb well can directly attack the Holy Land. As Ren voice falls, a circle of nuclear bomb silos in the middle of Marine headquarters opens. Watch that kind of facility loaded with terror weapons move again. Everyone present. Top powerhouse. Down to the average soldier. I'm jealous at the moment. Are you going to blow people up with that kind of bomb again? South. A nuclear bomb soars into the air. Hey, it's really fake, this direction seems to be a holy place again. Medea. This maniac. 5 elders saw this. Immediately tense again. But fortunately, they found that the speed of the nuclear bomb this time was not very fast. Enough for them to open the sacred shield of the Holy Land. And of this size. Should be able to resist. It's just that they don't know. This is the beginning of the world government's nightmare. From this moment on, the whole holy place will live in trepidation. Because nuclear bombs and lightning storms hit 24 hours a day. Make it hard for them to sleep. There are really many people who want my life. Ren calmly looked at Ant 4 emperors and others. He saw that the army had retreated. This time attack. It was they who finally launched the attack by chance. Just crush them, this fluke and unwillingness. He took the Marine headquarters. At that time, it doesn't matter what means the world government has. As long as you have enough troops. As long as you have enough soul ore. It must be yourself who laughs last. 8 trigrams. Face the joint attack of 4 top powerhouses. Ren strikes. It's all enemies anyway. Take the headquarters in case the goal is achieved. Take down one more top enemy. There is one less threat in the future. Bang! Ren blocked the attack of 2 top powerhouses with one blow. But behind the scenes, Akainu and Ant also attacked. But Ren turned a blind eye. There are still more than 1 billion soul ores left. Words like Akainu ETAL's current attack strength. He felt that it was no problem to resist 1,000 blows. So Ren doesn't care. Wait to resist this blow. See which guy is the most injured and consumed. Then just stare at one. Finish it off. But at this time, the sky suddenly rumbled violently. And it's getting closer. Is the bomb coming? Sengoku and the others have now been blown out of the shadows. A little wind and grass. Just react fiercely. But also because of this, it's not easy to hit them straight again. You need to get the timing right. No, it's a meteorite. A meteorite has fallen from the sky. A Marine general looks up at the sky. The face has changed dramatically. A meteorite fireball, with the power to destroy the sky and the earth. Out of thin air. Aimed at Akainu and 4 emperors. What? Feel locked by a meteorite? Akainu and Anti reacted in unison. Then his face changed slightly. Such a means of attack. That's an exaggeration. Could it be another existence that is not weaker than them at all? Such an attack. At all costs. They can't ignore it. So you can only target the attack that should have been directed at Ren. Only the direction can be reversed. Hit the meteorite that flies down into the sky. Otherwise, if you are hit head-on by this, good, meteorite. Even if you don't die. At least it will be seriously injured. Ren was also surprised. If he remembers correctly, this seems to be a move of the future Marine Admiral Fujitora. How can it appear on this battlefield? It seems to be helping yourself. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, Fall crashed down. Except where a few people stood. Outside the icicles stand one after another. Everything else was smashed through and melted. Ren grabs this opportunity. One stick smashed Sengoku's golden body. Sweep it out of the air. Sengoku's consciousness blurred in an instant. In their state, this final blow was blocked. There is no more strength left to fend off Ren. Marshal Kong also heard the sound of bone breaking from his 5 fingers. Because Ren's shield is still there. And he has no spare strength to protect himself. Meteorites are not their main purpose though. But also covered. If you don't have a little effort to fight it, they themselves are dangerous. What man? After resisting this wave of meteorite attacks, Akainu and the others looked around with solemn faces. Now the consumption of each of them is enormous. If only the allies really had extras. There is no top powerhouse who is pinned down. Then they even fought to get away with it. The last chance to kill Ren will be completely gone. It's just a blind man. 35 in the sky, a smile appeared stepping on a suspended stone. Who is it? Don't know. It looks like he's really blind. He sent the attack just now. Many people don't know a smile. Blind, staff knife, X scar on the left forehead, could it be that you are the wandering blind swordsman of West Blue and Smile? A rear admiral, also from West Blue, suddenly recognized a smile. Although Yuxiao is a strong folk, the reputation is not obvious. But I've shot a few times at West Blue. Naturally remembered by some. It's just that he can't believe the skin either. A blind swordsman who I only heard about occasionally. There is a power that can stand up to the Admiral 4 Emperors. Chapter 122. A top powerhouse born out of nowhere. Let everyone be jealous. Such a strong man. No moment will it be ignored. To know the entire Allied forces, there are only a few people with this strength. Every extra one has a huge impact. It may even fluctuate the odds. Unknown guy. I don't care about you. Things that shouldn't be mixed up, don't mix them in. Akainu snapped. He saw that the blind man did not greet Ren. Apparently the two did not know each other before. This is suddenly a sideways kick in. So Akainu warned him. So that he knows what he is against him. I'm afraid not. In the face of Akainu's murderous intent, he shouted sharply. A smile just calmly shook his head. The language is warm and gentle. But there is not the slightest room for negotiation. Find death. Akainu hit great eruption. Don't let him see the seriousness of the matter. I'm afraid this blind man has to take care of this nosy business. Gravity knife. Tiger. With a smile and a backhand, he holds the staff knife, and the purple energy containing haki and ability is attached to it. Suddenly slashed out. The sword intent raged on, and a purple tiger roared and attacked towards the target. Pang! Gravity knife slashes at Akainu's great eruption lava fist. Smash the magma fist to pieces. At the same time, powerful gravity is pouring towards Akainu. Shake it out a full 100 meters. Akainu is overconsumed. And a smile is at the peak of its heyday. Watch Akainu being swept out with a sword. All those present who still have doubts about the strength of Yuxiao. All silent at the moment. This is definitely a top powerhouse that can be compared to the Emperor. And his attack method is extremely terrifying. Blind swordsman, didn't rumors say that you are a righteous man? Why on the side of the Allies? That rear admiral couldn't help but ask. At West Blue, this is a little famous blind swordsman. Helped many people. Known as the embodiment of civil justice. If you can't find someone. He wanted to guide him into Marine before. For the first time in decades, I saw the real light and hope, and the old man couldn't bear to let this hope disappear, so he did his best. A smile calmly replied. But this answer has made many people curious. Curious where he saw the light and hope. And for a smile. If the leader of the Allied forces dies, his kingdom and forces are bound to suffer the most terrible purges. The ideal country will be short-lived. Disappear. Smile that has seen the prosperity and peace of the Arnov kingdom. I was deeply shocked. He never thought that there would really be such an ideal country in this world. He had seen too much dirt and meanness. 313. Lost hope in the world. Destroy your eyes. I don't want to see this dirty world again. But now, in this darkness, a bright light appears. He doesn't allow anyone, any force to extinguish it. It's just that he is blind, and he dares to speak out. No one wants to stop me from killing the leader of the Allied forces. 4 Emperor's aunt swept over with a sword. Be calmly blocked by a smile. But she didn't back down either. She is also in peak condition. The two instantly fought fiercely together. And the 3 of Sengoku Sora Akainu launched another onslaught at Ren. But he was pressed and beaten by Ren alone. Ren is still falling on him by their attacks. Focus all your power on the attack yourself. Vedra. 99 Ren broke a bone in Sengoku's body with a stick. Sengoku sprayed blood and was swept out like a rag. Seeing this, Garp resisted the Red Earl hard with a blow. Beaten so that the corners of the mouth spilled blood. Hurriedly pick up Sengoku flying upside down. Sengoku is no longer in battle. Don't catch it again. Targeted by some former impel down prisoners. Make up a few knives. It may be directly violent. Even if you don't get targeted. The firepower of the Allies is no joke either. Firepower today. It's easy to destroy a seriously injured and endangered Sengoku. He couldn't have watched Sengoku have an accident. Especially now that the order to retreat has been given. If you can't beat the Allies now, you won't fight. I'm really going to fight. In case that little devil wants to return the favor himself. Do you shoot or not? Turn against your own people. That's uncomfortable. If you don't make a move, he can give Ace life. Naturally, you can take it back. Now Garp is in a mess. Just withdraw the troops for the time being. Nothing bad about it. He needs a while to calm down. Think hard. Light speed kick. Pang. Akainu was also swept out with a kick. Mixed with laser light explosions. Big weed. Thunder 8 trigrams. Pang. 2 followed. The empty marshal also received a blow in the head. Blood flowed everywhere, and part of the head was sunken. If it weren't for armament Haki's power. This blow was blown out by Ren. After 3 quick blows. Ren ordered countless allies to crush the 3. Not counting casualties. And he is ready to regain his strength. The next blow is a lure. After all, there are many battles in one battle. I want to kill. It's not as easy as you think. But if they hurt more. Constantly covered by the terrorist fire, AEG, force. No respite. And I have plenty of time to breathe and recover. What do they take to fight with themselves? But right now. From the heart of Ren. A black vortex appeared eerily. It was as if through the Iron Curtain device. Ren was instantly creepy. The other party has a better timing. Sengoku Akainu their final counterattack, is it just bait? Is this the real killer? I thought it was just a hidden ability, but I didn't expect that it would be 5 elders. What a surprise! However, Ren was shocked but not messed up. Space capabilities. In fact, it can't affect the Iron Curtain device. This refers to the fact that the Chrono core cannot eliminate equipment with an Iron Curtain device. Only Soul Ore can stop the Iron Curtain device. When Ren spoke, the black vortex that originally appeared on Ren, expelled by a terrible force. Invasion of Ren body failed. Disheveled. Then a loud bang was heard. A figure as black as ink was ejected. How is that possible? There is no defense of any ability in the world that can block the transformation of space. I have obviously converted the space around you, how can you still have a shield? 35 Shadow 5 Elders covered in darkness. Ordinary people can't see the true face. But for the powerhouses of Grandmaster Observation Haki, this cover-up is not of much use. 5 Elders, on the other hand, is the highest power in the world government. Everyone in the world knows, everyone knows his appearance. Let the strong in the world military gradually boil. 5 Elders are on the battlefield. It seems that Shang Feng will never let go of the allied leaders easily. It's not necessarily a good thing. The current situation, if you really want to fight to the end, it's really hard to say, who can win, who will lose. 5 Elders didn't want to reveal their identity. I didn't expect a killing blow. It failed. How is this possible? He borrows the power of space. Carry out the assassination. Achievements: assassinated many Emperor-level powerhouses. Never missed a beat. He had clearly changed the space where Ren was just now. The space is different. His shield is still there. Let him attack with all his might. Didn't succeed. Instead, he shook himself out. The whole body is churning with anger and blood. All internal organs have been strongly impacted. He kills for one blow. It's all out. So the power of the shock back. Traumatize yourself. Now the identity is still broken by Ren. Fortunately, he is not hiding either. Feast is about to begin. Image is not so important anymore. Anyway, the world is easy to forget. Decades have passed. Anything will be forgotten. And when he showed his true face, countless kings, journalists, people all over the world are boiling. Oh my God, I read that right. That's the pinnacle of world power, one of the 5 Elders. Such a big man came to the battlefield in person, and also used sneak attack methods. Even if the sneak attack is over, it even failed to sneak attack. In order to win, they have used all means, and what are these faces? Also, as long as you can win, what means can't be used? The threat posed by the Allies is too great, so they can't be stabilized at all. Could it be that the war is not over yet, and this war has to be won or lost? People all over the world are talking. This generation, with the exception of Whitebeard Garp, these old monsters have been in conflict with Rock's pirate. I've seen 5 Elders shoot out. Haven't shot again for decades. There is so much power at their disposal. There are too few opportunities for them to make a move. Many people are seeing 5 Elders alive for the first time in their lives. I've only seen it in the newspapers before. I've never seen any video material. Now it has appeared in front of everyone. He looks extremely majestic. The sense of oppression of those in power for many years. Make conquerors Haki strong. They all feel an invisible pressure. 5 Elders glanced around. Even his sneak attack can't make any waves. The world army suffered heavy losses again. I really can't fight anymore. This loss, whether they like it or not, must eat. This is what makes them most uncomfortable. Ren sees 5 Elders. Then take the initiative to attack. 5 Elders also knew that Ren was unlikely to answer any questions. His figure flashed. Spatial distance between two. Instantly gone. A black crescent moon floated and sank in the dark vortex behind him. Then he held it with one hand. Use it as a weapon and slash at Ren mace. Each wants to find out each other's whole cards. Currently in the eyes of the world government, Ren biggest whole card. It's this terrifying force. Such a force. you can kill a top powerhouse. On the contrary, there are many top powerhouses. But overthrowing the world government is not enough. Even if there is one more blind man who comes out of nowhere. He's trying to drive Ren into a corner. Or put yourself in a desperate situation. Both cases. It's possible to find out if Ren has any other hole cards. Let's be honest. Judge objectively. There will never be any more reinforcements from the Allies. They observed for a long time. And used the intelligence network of the whole world. Nor did they find any signs of large-scale forces in the kingdoms. And this is more than 100 million troops. Totally beyond the norm. How could there be more? If it weren't for Ren 20 million or so troops. They think so too. Then he was slapped in the face. They won't be so careful to verify it. But sometimes being overly careful is also a mistake. At least for now, Ren really doesn't have many troops in his kingdom. It's still up to them to find it. It's impossible to find the slightest thing. But just give him marine headquarters. Give him time. Doubling the strength of that force is not a problem. By that time, let the world government gather more troops. And can only shiver in front of the Allies. They will regret giving themselves time to develop by that time. So in Ren's opinion, the current total strength of the world government is insufficient. No matter how many member countries and various departments of troops gather in the Holy Land after that. But it is certainly impossible to compare yourself with others. The biggest threat at the moment comes from 3 points. One is the ancient weapon, which is more powerful than Ren thought. I once heard that it was the destruction of an island with one blow. Such destructive power. The Emperor can do it. So Ren has always identified the power of the ancient weapon as stronger than a general with a full blow. But it shouldn't be too strong. But look at it now. That's several times stronger. So after Wanakuni's ancient weapon Pluton, find a way to master as soon as possible. This way you have one more whole card. Second, there are too many top powerhouses that the world government can muster. Although the Allies currently have Jun, Red Earl, Bullet, Cyrus. Add yourself, even count a smile that is not yet certain. There is still no advantage in quantity. And this. After that, it is definitely a key strategic point for both sides to compete for. And where does this strong man come from? Both the Allies and the world government have only one answer. That's New World. New World has many strong people. Previously they had options. But in front of these two behemoths, any giant, even 4 emperors, has to choose a side. Otherwise it will be dangerous. Because neither the Allies nor the world government can make the other side stronger. This must be an imminent fierce battle. Third, what is the real strength of 5 elders? Only the strength of 5 elders is clear. To deduce the danger level of IM. And develop corresponding measures. Now is the best chance to try. So the 2 eyes are on the same side. It's like thunder and fire. The battle broke out instantly. Bang! The dark crescent collides with the mace. The terrifying energy tide exploded. The devastating shockwave made many top powerhouses look solemn. The aura and energy emanating from the battle between these two. They are all vaguely stronger than them. They didn't expect 5 elders in a high position. Someone has such a powerful combat power. Su. Shadow 5 elders flashes. Every movement is teleportation. It's fast. Ren flash speed is only barely able to keep up. Void spur. Every space. Suddenly, they will burst out of transparent long thorns. Silent. As if there is no lethality. But the atmosphere was easily pierced into a terrifying abyss. Ren can dodge past attacks. Basically hidden. After all, hard resistance. Want not to get hurt? Then you have to use the Iron Curtain. Now fierce battles, many times hard resisted Akainu after their attacks. Rennes is now about to fall below the 1 billion mark of soul ore. This is not going to work. It's really going to run out. In case the world government kills a horse gun. That could have gone wrong. Speaking of which, it is still not enough for the top strong. Gotta recruit some top powerhouses as soon as possible. For resistance to the possible future 5 elders join forces. Sora, retreat with the others. Seeing Rennes as imposing as a rainbow, Shadow ordered while fighting fiercely. Yes. This command is clear. The world is in an uproar. Because this is equivalent to admitting this battle. The world government lost. Rennes is going to win. The pirate emperor also looked excited. It's just that suddenly Shadow eyes looked over. Many CPO assassination members suddenly appeared out of thin air around the pirate emperor. Kill her. Extraordinary strength. Humph. The One Piece Emperor reacted to face the battle. The two sides fight fiercely together. But Shadow 5 Elders suddenly flashed. When Hancock copes with the CPO's strong assassination, he uses spatial abilities. Surprise attack on Hancock. And imprison it in a transparent space. Then look at Rennes. Before he could speak, Rennes spoke first. You want to threaten me with her. Chapter 123. But Rennes fights with the 5 elders. Immediately attracted the attention of the world. 5 elders is too mysterious. The world is full of imagination and yearning for them. Or unforgettable hatred. When you see 5 elders showcasing spatial capabilities. As well as hitting the head. When Rennes didn't eat anything in his hands. Only then did I understand that the strength of 5 elders should not be underestimated. After all, I have lived for so many years. And the supply of resources for the whole world. No exaggeration. Even if it's a pig. At this moment, it is time to have the power of the Emperor. That kind of teleportation silent assassination move. Let Whitebeard and other strong people can't help but frown. Attack like that. There was no sound. And distance is often eliminated. No matter how fast they react. I'm afraid it's hard to avoid such an attack. It is estimated that only hard resistance can be selected. Can be among the strongest of the same level. If you choose to resist hard with each blow. Too much consumption. Once you can't carry it. It's the moment of danger. Shadow's attack is not strong. But precise and deadly attacks. It is enough to put the top powerhouse in danger in a very short time. Even if it's Rennes. Hundreds of moves in an instant. But there is no benefit at all. But even more depressing is Shadow 5 Elders. He found himself under the shield of Rennes' absolute defense. He has honed hundreds of years of assassination skills and endless killing. It's useless. He resisted his own attack so hard. And you can't break through that defense yourself. This made Shadow doubt life a little for a while. Is there really no way to break this turtle shell? None of those with special abilities will do. No way. You can't continue to fight him like this. This can't force him to the limit. So Shadow's gaze suddenly fell on the pirate Emperor Hancock not far away. Although the two do not seem to have anything to do on the battlefield. But what if? What if their strangeness is just a disguise? After all, when Rennes was attacked by Akainu, Hancock couldn't help but shoot. That kind of loving eyes can't be fake. Since there is difficulty in breaking through head-on, then maybe using the person next to you as a breakthrough is a good choice. They are well aware of the many weaknesses of human emotions. So he motioned to the remaining clogs lurking in the shadows. Attack the pirate emperor. When the One Piece Emperor is tired of dealing with the assassination of the CPO, he exploded. The pirate emperor is certainly powerful. But the CPO is also very strong. A group of teamed up. Enough to put Hancock in danger. And at times like these, A5 elders who are a little stronger than the top powerhouses also master the ability of space-like fruits to launch a sneak attack. Hancock can't resist at all. Only in an instant was caught alive. Imprisoned in a transparent space by shadow. It's just that the shadow did not expect it. I haven't threatened Ren yet. Ren had already spoken first. This made him a little unguarded all of a sudden. Judging by Ren's cold attitude, this doesn't seem like a good move. Hey, this 5 elders is too despicable. Taken hostages. Don't you have the dignity of a strong person at all? What kind of world magnates? It seems that they are not much more noble than us pirates. It seems that they 5 elders are also in a hurry. Out of the allied leaders such an extremely dangerous existence. 99. 5 elders take hostages. Let many people in the world voice disdain. Ren actually found it strange. Even if you can't take yourself for a while. 5 elders don't have to. It's still going live to the world. This would seriously damage the authority of the world government. Could it be that? Did they break the jar and break? I think the Marine headquarters is going to be lost anyway. Then it doesn't matter at all to lose some majestic authority. It's not impossible. But there is still a possibility. That is, what is the remedy? Or measures to eliminate impacts? If you really want that, I'm afraid you have to watch out. Because this shows that the world government has a strong understanding of itself. Just because there is too much instability at the moment. That's why there was no final bloody battle. They are just waiting for a better and more robust opportunity. They also have many tools at their disposal. This battle, even if the Allies win, at best, it's a success. It's just the beginning of a real bloody battle. The real ultimate battle. It's just about to begin. The world government will use hundreds of years of heritage to kill itself. The strength of countless member countries. The army of all departments in a coordinated manner. Wooing and suppressing the world's top powerhouses for your own use. This force merges. Absolutely terrifying. But the world government has whole cards. I have my own whole cards. Now if you want to use a pirate female emperor, you can threaten yourself to obediently. Is that possible? No way. To reinvent the world. Ren can even sacrifice his own life. Don't say Hancock, who is not familiar with him. Even if it's someone familiar. Under the big picture, he also has to make trade-offs. In the end, all you can do is kill more people from the world government. Just avenge them. Can't be hindered by this. Let those who follow him and the entire allied army collapse. Don't you really care? 5 elders said in a deep voice. Do you think I might stop the destruction of the world government because of a woman? Ren walked towards the 5 elders with a mace. That's right. Leave me alone. As long as the world government can be subverted, the concubine can accept any result. Hancock also spoke. Never because of your own existence. And let the allies waver. We just need Sabayati archipelago. 5 elders can't see any hesitation in Ren's eyes. So I decided to take a step back. As soon as this word came out, Ren understood immediately. The world government is already preparing for the ultimate decisive battle in the future. Sabayati archipelago guards the Holy Land. It's a holy outpost. Just occupy there. It can be based on this. Frequent attacks on the Holy Land. To the world government. Sabayati archipelago if it falls into the hands of the enemy. That is a nail hammered into its own heartland. Now within a radius of hundreds of miles. It's all the strength of the Allies. They can reach Sabayati archipelago faster. And with the current strength of the world army, it is difficult to withstand the onslaught of the Allies. So after understanding that the hostages could not affect Ren's safety, 5 elders took a back seat. Ren frowned slightly. Trade a Sabayati archipelago that hasn't been won yet for a future top powerhouse. It's a good deal. Because of the location. To Ren, It's not as important as the world government thinks. He has Chrono soldiers. There are 3 types of warfare on land, sea, and air. Want to attack the Holy Land? A Sabayati archipelago? Yes or not, it doesn't make much sense. Even if there is no such outpost. The attack of your own army. Anywhere. It's all a sharp knife. Straight to the heart. It seems that the world government has not realized this yet. Let yourself take advantage. Don't listen to him, kill him. Hancock doesn't want to exist because of himself. And let the Allies make any compromises. She is also an emperor of a generation. At a glance, you can see the important military role of Sabayati archipelago. Humph. It seems to be worthless at all. 5 elders snorted coldly. Quite unpleasant. I've done it myself. But I didn't get any benefits. Loss of reputation and image in vain. You must know that this method can only be used once or twice. Once used too much. It's easy to force the enemy to break the jar with himself. Lead to the final death. This result is not what he wants. I only promised not to attack Sabayati archipelago for 24 hours. Ren said lightly. Okay, deal. Shadow 5 Elders lifts the space block. Put Hancock. Eyes sweeping around. The main powerhouses and armies such as Sengoku are already retreating. The pursuit of the Allies does not seem to be very strong. It seems to be more stuck on the edge of Marine headquarters. Prevent them from landing again. At this time, the Shadow had to think more. Is there any secret hidden at the Marine headquarters? Why do they have to be Marine HQ? Come to think of it. He didn't figure it out either. Marine headquarters has existed for hundreds of years. What a secret! They found out long ago. How could it be possible to wait until Ren found out? But other than that, the Marine headquarters is also a military island more important than Sabayati archipelago. Maybe it's because of the military use of this island. Want to use this to confront them head-on world government. That's why I didn't give an inch. Besides, Shadow, I can't think of other possibilities. Shadow and Ren didn't continue to fight. It's about each other. This time temptation. Didn't get any of the results I wanted. Both of them know each other's plans. Not going to expose anything easily. Ren can be sure that Shadow did not have all the means to break out. The two did not enter a state of bloody battle. Don't want to expose too much before the final battle. And Ren is actually exposed. But his data will be updated soon. If only the world government used the data of this war to make a plan against itself. That is doomed to suffer. Watching the army withdraw. As a pressing array, Shadow took a deep look at Ren. Not a word. Turn around and leave. Ren calmly watched all the enemies retreat. Including Ant 4 Emperors and others. Ant alone won 4 Emperors group. If you stay, you will definitely die. She's not stupid. Ren didn't stay either. Development is king. It wouldn't hurt to let them live a few more days. This time I have gained countless abilities. In addition to the troops. The strength of the entire soldier is expected to improve again. The entire battlefield and the people of the world watched the world army recede like a tide. 0, asking for flowers. I was stunned for a while. In the end, it completely boiled over. The Allies won. The war is over. The world government actually lost. Great, we are saved. I'm going to join the Allies, and I won't have to pay heavenly gold again. It's hard to imagine that the Allies really won. From just now the situation and 5 elders ordered a retreat. In fact, many people thought about the outcome of this war. Guess is guess. No real retreat before. Everything is full of variables. Maybe the 5 elders see an opportunity. Bloody battles are possible at any time. And now the situation is completely clear. The world army is retreating. Countless strong people still felt extremely shocked. World government, this behemoth. Lost today. Several top powerhouses died. Lost Marine HQ. Whitebeard didn't kill either. This is a big event like never before. And let the ideas of the Allied forces spread to the whole world. The Allies have truly managed to compete with the world government in the open. Even Rayleigh, such a strong man as the Redhead. I also admired the great such a supreme evaluation. People all over the world who support the Allies. Also most of the world at the moment. Because the Allies revealed the truth. Conveyed the ideal. Countless people were convinced. They all began to yearn for a better future. Countless people are also ready to join the Allied military industry. The entire Marine headquarters followed the people who fought with the Allies. Now with the Whitebeard pirates. They defeated the world government. It's unimaginable, I thought we were going to die. When world government reinforcements and the strong come. Shiryu thought the Allies might be losing. Now it's winning. Winning made him feel incredible. The strength of the Allies is beyond their imagination. But this is not the end of the war. Strictly speaking, this is the real beginning of the war. It was just a short encounter. Next, it is a time to test whether we can stand in the world. The Red Count is also smiling though. But not optimistic. The general public is shouting. But the strong with vision. But to see that an even bloodier stormy era is coming. This time the world government is ill-prepared for many forces. Was caught off guard. I had to retreat. The next war begins. All the forces of both sides, all means will be used in ultimate. Even from this moment on, there is no peace. Ren calmly looked at the entire battlefield. Let them enjoy this brief tranquility. I'm sorry. Hancock walked over, lowered his head, and said with a guilty look. There is no need for this, all the choices are made by me, you don't need to have any psychological burden. Ren said lightly. Then facing the live broadcast, it inspired people all over the world, there will be no peace now, and the future will not be calm, reform will always bring turmoil and sacrifice, but this is all temporary, everyone can take refuge in the kingdom to which the Allied forces belong. After speaking, he broke the phoneworm live broadcast. Right on the ruins of Marine's headquarters. All the strong and commanders were summoned by Ren. A map spread out in front of everyone. Around the Holy Land, in the first half and the New World, there are a total of 18 important military islands and dozens of important shipping routes, even if it is the Holy Land, no matter how many troops and strong people they gather, eat and drink Lazar, these must be solved. Take these 18 islands, weaken and surround the Holy Land to a certain extent, leaving them alone. Thus eating them away step by step. 35. The world government probably thinks the same, we need to be as early as possible. After everyone takes a short rest, I will send 18 fleets to these 18 islands for landing operations. There are islands where there are military bases of the world government, which is not destined to be easy. Of course, Sabayati archipelago will not move for 24 hours. Ren named the 18 islands. As long as you can overthrow the world government, it doesn't matter what kind of hard battle. Waldo grinned. Report. Victoria Island was attacked by the World Army, and the current defense line has been broken, urgently call for help. These old guys react so fast. Guys, it seems that you can only fight while resting, divide into 2 shifts, and start acting immediately. Yes. That's when everyone really realized. This war at Marine headquarters. It's really just the beginning. Now the real war has just begun. And everyone knows it. I'm afraid this is not a war that can end in a day or two. When Ren arranges the 18th Expedition Fleet, Whitebeard and the Redhead came to the door. The world government's summoning order is urging. Let's head to the Holy Land. No one can touch the interests of our nobles. Be sure to annihilate the Allies in one fell swoop. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Allied headquarters too. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, looked in the direction of the Marine headquarters and muttered. Then, when 5 elders returned to the Marine headquarters with Sengoku, Zephyr and other strong people, a horrific event has occurred. It is precisely because of this incident. Get Garp out of Marine. Chapter 124. A new war is spreading. 18 islands around the Holy Land, including Sabayati Archipelago, Victoria Island, capital of the Seven Waters, Punk Hazard. Even the ruined Nice lobby is not calm. Marine headquarters, the great prison under the sea, Nice lobby. There is a high-speed channel between the three. It is the most important official waterway in the first half of the past. Nice lobby was bombarded by Buster Call. But the route remains. 3 is equivalent to 3 high-speed entrances and exits. And it's close to the holy place. Impel Down is currently guarded by Magellan under the world government. At the same time, hundreds of warships were sent. And many vice admiral synergies. Let Impel Down run out of so many prisoners. I deserve death. This time, I will never let Impel Down fall. I vouch for my life. Magellan said to the world government envoy. At the same time, some powerful envoys remained here. Say yes once something goes wrong. Their presence. Reinforcements can arrive as quickly as possible. Impel Down is currently a very important stronghold. Attack can be attacked, retreat can be defended. It can protect the security of one domain. As long as the allies are not pouring out of the nest. Under the cover of Sea King's nests. Want to take Impel Down? Almost impossible. In addition, prisoners can be allowed to participate in the war, and those who have made 5 merits can be exempted from punishment. The CPO's envoy said. What? Some people are murderous maniacs. Can it be that this kind of person has made meritorious deeds, and should they also be released? Although the prisoners of the 6th layer have escaped, the 5th and 4th layers are also guys with a bounty of more than 100 million on the sea. And it's a lot of them. When Magellan heard this, she was immediately taken aback. He couldn't imagine. What a credit! These people let it out. Isn't that more like a return to the mountain? No exaggeration. Many famous prisoners have been locked up here for decades. Although the top one has been successfully jailbroken. But the rest of Trinity 3 should not be underestimated. Especially the number is much more than the 6th layer. This is the era of the sea thief. Decades. Even if Marine only catches 100 a year. There are even dozens of bounties over 100 million. There are almost 1,000 of them in total. And there are many strong people in Marine. More than that is actually captured. Because it's not just pirates. Some kingdom criminals, island maniacs, and so on. As long as it is broken. Will be arrested. This force. No one can underestimate it. As for the promised conditions not being fulfilled. Those prisoners are not idiots either. Discovery does not materialize. Then they would rather sit and wait for death to come. Director Magellan, maybe you still don't know how bad our situation is now. The Allied forces are very large, we must do everything in our strength. Anyway, they will not survive in the end. It is estimated that there will not be many of them. Carry out the orders of Lord 5 Elders. CPO said arrogantly. Yes. Since the 5 Elders have decided. Magellan, even if it felt a little wrong. It can only be executed. After all, the seriousness of this incident. He also knew. The Allies are born. Rivalry with the world government. World government defeated. Marine headquarters change hands. Currently Whitebeard pirates. It seems to have also surrendered under the Allied flag. This force is terrifying. When Magellan first heard the news, the whole person was stunned for a long time before coming to his senses. This is better than the Impel Down prisoner escape. He was even more shocked. This is a change that affects the whole world. And the prisoners hear the changes in the outside world. It's boiling too. I knew that when the prisoners on the 6th floor successfully escaped, the world would no longer be peaceful, but I didn't expect that the world government would lose the battle. Unimaginable. Medea. I really want to go out and see the outside world. Your opportunity has come. As long as you are willing to wear this ring, are willing to fight for the world government, and gain a certain battle achievement, you can be free. Really fake. The prisoners went crazy. Such an opportunity. They had absolutely no reason to refuse. Lord Magellan, the Allied fleet has appeared. Suddenly the jailer came running and reported. His face was full of horror. So fast? It seems that what is mentioned in the intelligence about the ability of the Allies to have a large-scale transfer of forces is true, and the Marine headquarters war has just fallen, and it can't wait to take Impel down? Do you want full control of this high-speed flight? Magellan's face sank. The war came more quickly than he thought. Report the number and bearing of the enemy. More than 2,000 warships were visually encircled from 3 directions, southeast and north, and only one direction was not surrounded. More than 2,000 warships. Even Magellan couldn't help but gasp at the moment. That's an exaggeration. Even if each ship carries 1,000 people, there are 2 million troops. Magellan instantly felt a lot of pressure. Leave a direction, that means let us retreat. I want us to give up Impel down, think about it. Dock all the warships, release the bait, lure the Sea Kings to show up, and fight in the calm belt, but what we do best. Be sure to let these anti-thieves have a good taste. Magellan said coldly. With the roar of naval guns. The war has begun. An ice lobby near the sea. The island has been razed to the ground. The judiciary of the world government is evacuated from here. It never exists anymore. But there are some people in the capital of the 7 waters. Choose to put down roots and live in this barren land. The originally calm sea area was suddenly broken. 2 fleets appeared on the sea. It's the Allies. It's world government. Sink them. This important strategic position must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the enemy. Fire, fire. Tom tom. Artillery fire roars. Passing sea trains do not dare to stop at all. Leave quickly. And they are also aware. The war here burns to the capital of 7 waters. It's just a matter of time. Get out of here quickly, even if the Allies won't make a move within 24 hours, but once the world government completely takes over, it's hard to leave. Those who want to join the Allies, better move as soon as possible. Yes, yes. If you want to leave, you can leave on my merchant ship, and the speed of arrival will be too late. 35. I'm leaving, I'm leaving. Everyone is aware of Sabayati Archipelago. In the days to come, it will definitely become a battleground for soldiers. An era is over, a new era is coming, the 2 kings of the world, finally decide a winner. A reporter sighed. The world government has released new bounties, as well as conditions that will make the new world giants commotion. Look. SHHH. Oh, my god. This bounty is probably too high. This should be the highest bounty in history. Compared to this news, this bounty is not the most frightening. No force can escape the collision of these 2 great vortices. Until one of them devours the other. What? Marine at the station received orders not to allow anyone to enter or leave Sabayati Archipelago. How so? 35. Do you want to involve civilians in the war? Oh my god! Something big happened. The port's marine was put down by Pluton Rayleigh, deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, and the port can sail again. What's going on? Even Pluton Rayleigh, a legendary pirate comparable to Whitebeard, has appeared. No matter how much, get out of here first. 35. That's right. 35. Pluton Rayleigh, what do you mean by that? A Marine Rear Admiral asked in a cold sweat. The World Army is still on its way. The generals stationed locally at the moment are not strong. The port they blocked, single-handedly pierced by Rayleigh. No one can restrict the freedom of others, such a simple truth, how can anyone not understand? If anyone dares to stop those who want to go to sea again, they can try it. Rayleigh smiled, holding a long sword, pointing at all Marine. Overbearing. Rear Admiral had to stop all the action. Report the matter to Shang Feng. He doesn't want to die yet. This monster has no admiral and no 4 emperors. Can't deal with it at all. Impulsive words. It will only cost your life in vain. Situations like Impel Down, Sabayati Archipelago, and Ice Lobby. It's happening on multiple nearby islands right now. There are even forces in some places. Also ran to attack the kingdoms of Goya and Anov. But rightfully so. Can't get in. But Victoria Island was lost. It's so close to Red Line. 5 Elders is determined to take an island. In-depth research. When the World Army has not yet completely withdrawn. Just send out the strong. With lightning speed. The sweep is usually just used to store troops. Not many military buildings were laid out. And most of the troops were pumped to Victoria at the Marine headquarters. But the World Army can take it. Rennes can find a way to get it back, too. In short, the world government must not be too comfortable. So in a very short time, the battle for the landing of the island and the change of ownership was staged. You hit down, I'll grab it back. I snatch it back, he snatches it back. In this way, 18 islands are on fire all day long. There were even top powerhouses colliding on multiple islands. But there is no overrule like Ren and 5 Elders. These top powerhouses are not easy to fall. Ren and 5 Elders above are also reluctant to let them fall casually. As long as the situation is not good. Retreat temporarily when it's time to retreat. It's a big deal to make a plan next time and fight again. Marine headquarters was taken down for half a day later. Holy Land Marie joys. Sengoku, Sora, Akainu, Zephyr and other strong people have withdrawn to the Holy Land. Together with Blackbeard. The Holy Land is gloomy. Sengoku and the others also looked heavy. After all, the battle was lost. And it's a big defeat. Lost several top powerhouses and countless troops. No one can be happy. Especially when I saw many people collecting the bodies of celestial dragons. Their hearts are extremely terrified. It can be said that precisely because they lost 0 at the front. The holy places in the rear would be so terribly bombed. Caused so many celestial dragons to die. Usually die as celestial dragons. That's all a big deal. Now this thing. It is difficult to describe the severity in words. 5 Elders sit together. Countless pieces of intelligence converge and disperse. More than 100 countries have responded to the world government. Each country sends troops ranging from thousands to hundreds of thousands, 35. We hope to gather tens of millions of troops. The Rennes bounty has been updated and the latest bounty is 15 billion Bailey, 99. If it's just the world government and marine departments. Of course, there are not so many troops at the moment. But now in wartime, many people can become combat power. Plus the strength of more than 100 member countries. Tens of millions of troops are preliminary estimates. As for how much it can be. Is it more than 1,000, or can it be more than a few million? 5 Elders is not sure of this. Of course, the more troops, the better. But it's mainly that big country with thousands of years of history, such as Alabasta. Some of these kingdoms have high-end combat power, and some weapons that hold some ancient times and are not weak. The contemporary king of Elbaf is one of the few strong men in the world. These top powerhouses must send admiral to persuade the invitation. The conditions can be opened loosely. As long as you are willing to fight for us, all conditions are good to say, 99. Understood. A national machine is working. It's terrifying. Not to mention an organization that rules the world. The world government has always given some countries the right to participate in the World Summit. But not because of kindness. It's that these countries can bring them heavenly gold. Many big countries, it is easy to give birth to strong ones. Even the top powerhouses are not uncommon. These strong. Some became 4 emperors. Some became Marine Admiral. But some cling to their kingdom. Become the emperor of the land. Many giants in the underground world who don't like to show their faces. Many times it's these generals or kings who have power and strength on the surface. Many countries are member states. Rely on the authority of the world government to exist. Now the world government is forcing them to be summoned. This force will be very powerful. This force plus the prisoners of Impel Down. Plus the whole army of the world government. As well as there are doomed pirate monsters and giants to be attracted by the conditions they offer. The world government overall power. It will be twice as powerful as at Marine HQ. If it weren't for such a call. They 5 elders don't have to back down. Because this step seems to be retreated. It's very sane. Because of the power of the allies. In their opinion. Even if you can call to the world through this battle. But after all, they are the orthodox rulers of the world government. The interests of many kingdoms are closely linked to them. What did the allies compare with their world government? It's incomparable. They believe that they can muster a stronger force. Once summoned, the strength is almost the same. We'll launch a full-scale general offensive against the allies. By that time, they still won the most at 4.6. Sit down. The entry of the Allied forces into the war is an unpredictable accident. All the current defeats have been generated, and we cannot change the past, but we must win this future war. 5 elders stared at the many strong people present and said, the strength of the allies is difficult to solve. Even in this battle, they lost more than 1/10, but this is still a terrible number, and Rennes' own defense is also a big problem. Sengoku said heavily, wrapped in bandages all over his body. The current strength of the Allied forces is indeed very tricky, and we cannot completely solve this point, but once our compulsory recruitment of troops from all countries in the world is completed, at least to a certain extent can be resisted. If we want to win, we still have to concentrate more high-end combat power. 5 elders responded. If this is the strength of the Allied forces, then we do have a way to deal with it by gathering the member countries. But what if the Allied forces have other reinforcements? Marshal Eyre raised his concerns. He was more seriously injured. The body is full of holes, and an arm is lost. Now I speak quite weakly. He is also old. Not so resilient. Unlikely. It is already a miracle that such a force can exist. If there are still troops, when I am at the Marine headquarters, the Allied leaders should find a way to keep me instead of letting me go easily. 5 elders said after thinking. Kill a 5 elders after all. The impact will be even greater. But the other party did not try. So that should be the limit of the strength of the allies. In the end, even rely on the strong people of the people to help. And not their own forces. Makes sense. But the trickiest thing right now is the attitude of the monsters of New World. 35. They'll say yes because they all want to get to Raftel, and we have detailed information about that. As soon as this word came out, Sengoku Garp Aokiji Akainu looked slightly surprised. Just now this news spread around the world. They thought it was just an excuse to fool people. I didn't expect it to be real. Chapter 125. After all, fooling giant monsters is such a thing. True or false, they have done it many times. Usually a bit useful at first. But if it is discovered, it is useless. 5 elders, do we really have information about Raftel? Sengoku hesitated. Still couldn't help but ask. In the past, they mentioned this issue whenever they did. The world government said it was unclear. To say that it is only related to the lost 100 years of history. It's a long time ago. They don't know exactly what's going on. I don't know where the Raftel survives from that era. What's there? But now the rhetoric is completely different. I want those giants to really help. It's just fake news. It definitely won't last long. Present, the semi-coerced Blackbeard heard. It was also shocked and his eyes widened. Did the world government know where Raftel was located? Previous Marine HQ war. Blackbeard first deceived death. His body is unusually special. With 3 lives. As long as it's not frustrated, he can come back to life. And Whitebeard, after killing himself, did not tear their own corpse to shreds. This allowed him to get away with it. But Choate and Lafitte were not so lucky. Died under the siege of the Allies. See Kizaru's glittering fruit fall into Rennes' hands. And Whitebeard is still killing all sides. Blackbeard understood immediately. With his current strength on that battlefield, not to mention the capture of Whitebeard's abilities, it's hard to survive. So he had to find a way to improve his strength. Halfway through, Ares' body was seen. Although his fruit ability is not his first choice. But in order to improve strength, Blackbeard could only grit his teeth and deprive Ares' phantom beast species of angel form fruit. Originally, all he wanted was shock fruit. Because his dark fruit can incapacitate all those with ability. The rest is left without any bells and whistles and functional fruits. As long as the most destructive is good. Pure destructive fruit. To burst out an attack that can tear any strong person apart. But there is no chance at all. All this is to blame on the leaders of the Allied forces. He took away his own subordinates. And resurrected Whitebeard, who should have died. But until the end of the war, Blackbeard didn't dare to make a move against Ren 04. I didn't see the slightest chance. That guy seems to be the most perfect killing machine. Once the blow fails to succeed, and will fall into the fire of the Allied sea of people. At the end of the war, he sneaked away. But the 5 elders blocked his way. Friendly invite Blackbeard to visit the Holy Land. Because they have the same enemy. The Allies and Whitebeard only need to know that Blackbeard is alive. There is no way to let him go. World government, the allies of 2 behemoths King's Landing. They are not free to choose. Everyone is destined to choose a side. Blackbeard had no choice. From the beginning, he made a mortal feud with the Allied forces Whitebeard. Either you die or I die. That's why Blackbeard came to the Holy Land. In order to jointly deal with the Allies. I didn't expect it to come. I heard such shocking news. He looked straight at 5 elders. Want to see how they answer Sengoku's question? I didn't tell you before because it was a taboo and ominous place, and once the power was leaked there, the whole world would be turned upside down, and we never set foot in it easily. 5 elders said in a deep voice. Actually, it's because of the original intention of the design there. Just to fend off them. There are many conditions to restrain them. And the island location changes. They don't catch it every time, either. But in recent years, they did capture Raftel's location. It's just an island, what taboos can exist? Blackbeard listened to 5 elders' explanation. But some scoffed. In his opinion, Raftel is hard to find. It is because it is secretive and there are no obvious coordinates. But to say that there is something unknown, Blackbeard is unconvinced. The power of the world government is so powerful. Also afraid of what danger and ominousness. 5 elders didn't answer Blackbeard's question head-on. Instead, he asked, do you have any fearful people who are looking for the Sea of Raftel? 5. What do you ask this for? Blackbeard frowned. I couldn't help but think of an old guy in my heart. When he was on the Whitebeard ship, the old guy seemed to see through everything about him at a glance. The strength can fight with Whitebeard for a long time without defeat. Every time he saw him, he looked at himself with some kind of strange eyes. It's like looking at a strange work of art. I even talked to him in private. Say he knows what he's waiting for. That was the first time Blackbeard had been seen so thoroughly. It seems that all your trajectories are in the expectation of the other party. The guy made him panic until he broke out in a cold sweat. It is also the person he is most jealous of. Fortunately, he didn't say anything to Whitebeard. And later died in that sea area. It seems that there is. Then if you enter that sea at the right time, you may have to be mentally prepared. 5 elders are old monsters that have lived for hundreds of years. At a glance, you can see what Blackbeard's eye changes mean. Hey, what do you mean by that? But 5 elders' words made Blackbeard a little creepy. It also made Sengoku and others look surprised. Since the news has spread, sooner or later someone will go to verify it, and after verification, they want more detailed information, such as how to pass through that sea area and reach Raftel. They have to do what we want. So it doesn't hurt to tell you now. In that sea area, there is a group of strange undead. It was an ancient and brutal kingdom before the world government, trying to achieve the product of a failed experiment that produced immortality. Raftel is a large laboratory, but banished to the endless sea to avoid harming the world of the living. And as far as we know, anyone who has been to that sea will eventually reappear there in a ghostly state. 35. Listen to 5 elders. Sengoku, Garp, Blackbeard and others have cold sweat on their foreheads. It's so weird to say 5 elders. I chased Roger to that area, but I didn't seem to meet any ghosts. But Garp said suddenly. Some people with special bloodlines have a reduced probability of encountering, but it doesn't mean they don't exist. 5 elders said. Then how you will go and share the coordinates? Blackbeard grinned. No matter what exists there. Of course, no problem, but the more people there are in that place, the more dangerous it is, so in the end we will only tell the group of people who have made the greatest contribution to the war against the Allied forces. Think about it, how can you not take advantage of this kind of news that is enough to drive the world crazy, but why don't you go yourself? Blackbeard asked, staring at 5 elders. This action made Akainosora frown. Just a pirate. Dare to communicate with Lord 5 elders so brazenly. But 5 elders didn't react much. He also has to rely on Blackbeard to spread accurate news to the underworld. What are we going to do in the days when we have the big picture in hand? The world is already under our control. Can we take a share of the power and create our own rebellion? And there's a risk there. This made Blackbeard silent for a while. Yes. In the 5 elders' position. Wealth, fame, resources, strength. They don't lack anything. Then getting it yourself. They prefer that others not get it. Because if you don't get it, you can't threaten them. And they really act. Once it will be noticed by someone who cares. Because New World is the territory of the pirates. Near Aquastar Island. There are also many cunning, powerful and intelligent old monsters. Once discovered. Wouldn't you be asking for trouble for yourself? It is even possible for them to join forces against the world government. If it weren't for the Allies to pose such a threat to them now. They didn't intend to let the news get out. Let them fight the Allies. In addition to the news about Raftel. Ordinary money, even if it is a bounty of 15 billion. It doesn't impress them at all. You guys have a good calculation. Blackbeard understood that this was using the pirate giant as a knife. But don't talk about them. Even Blackbeard himself. At this moment, I know the intentions of 5 elders. But still a little out of control. Because he also wants Raftel to go. Go get that unique treasure. A great treasure that can have everything in the world. That's the pursuit of many pirates for a lifetime. Many pirate giants from teenagers to grey hair. I've been working on it. Some are already crazy. As long as there is such news. Definitely enough to drive those monsters, giants crazy. Even the allies may not be able to withstand the countless monster pirates and captains of the pirate era. 39 Blackbeard seems to have seen the tragic end of the allies. For now. Except for those ordinary people who support them. Who else will support them? The interests of the kings coincide with the world government. Pirate giants are under this news. Most of them will be on the side of the world government. The allies, almost all enemies of the world. Such allies. Even if you have hundreds of millions of troops? Can it resist the general trend of the world? I didn't come to you to tell you this, but your ability, very useful for passing through that forbidden sea. Rocks. That guy also had your ability. The simple devil fruit illustrated book record is not clear. Let us tell you the most suitable use of this fruit. 5 elders looked at Blackbeard with deep meaning. Blackbeard meets that look. Immediately there was some hair in my heart. Meetings to discuss dealing with the allies continue. Armies of countries around the world. They are also on their way to the Holy Land. But from time to time it is attacked by the fleet of the allies. Many important islands. With the spatial abilities of the 5 elders. Sent the top powerhouse to sit in the town. But there must be Shadow personally shot. To teleport it all at once. And in limited quantities. But look at this. Its role is no worse than that of the allied time-lapse forces. At least the moment necessary. The support of the top powerhouses can be in place soon. This also means it was almost impossible for Rennes to break them individually. Let this news start to ferment now. Time is on our side, our strength will become stronger and stronger, and the allies can only wait to die. 5 elders said confidently. But Shuxiangxing Island still has to send someone to go. Gotta negotiate personally, knock on the way. Some guys who may lean towards the allies. Don't let the allies get ahead of you. An Ant 4 Emperors seems to have a holiday with the leader of the allied forces. Find someone to negotiate, and pull to our side as soon as possible. Understood. Also, Zephyr, Sora, Lord Im wants to see you. What? Zephyr and Sora were stunned for a moment. Especially Zephyr. Although he was Marine Admiral. But after all, it was just over the years, the world government has a dispensable attitude towards him. Zephyr saw through so much. Your worth is not as good as a day. Maybe you'll abandon yourself at some point. Especially when it comes to improving the 7 warlords of the sea system. They also offered to make the former murderer serve as 7 warlords of the sea. At that time, his heart was completely dead. Behind the comforting words spoken by 5 elders. He didn't listen to a word. But now I am almost marginalized. Even Lord Im could summon him personally. What a rarity! 5 elders calmly stared at Sora and Zephyr. Originally, the other 5 elders wanted to choose Sengoku and Zephyr. But taking into account the follow-up war, a good commander is also needed. As well as Sengoku is injured, it is still easy to heal. So I chose Zephyr and Sora. Zephyr has been exhausted over the years. An arm 313 was broken a few years ago. Now there are injuries and no longer very respectful attitudes. It's not much use to keep it. Sora is also getting older. And this injury is afraid that it will permanently fall to the root of the disease. Although they have a cure. But considering the problem of excessive costs. Or chose another way. Yes. Although there are doubts. But neither of them said much. Akainu, Kizaru is in charge of the laboratory. Be sure to let Bekapunk build the latest concept machine mentioned earlier, which can ban 7 warlords of the sea, as soon as possible. The funding is not a problem, we want to see the results in the shortest possible time. Understood. As for whether Kizaru is still alive. To 5 elders. It doesn't matter anymore. His abilities Haki and others are deprived. There is no value anymore. Sengoku, Garp, will take a trip to New World and win those guys over. 5. Yes. Wait for all the forces to be in place, and launch a full-scale counterattack against the Allies. The strength of the Allied forces in front of us has been clear, and further analysis and countermeasures have been formulated. In the near future, we will definitely be able to defeat them in all aspects. His kind of defense, if it can't be killed, we will consider creating a spatial cage, banishing him permanently, or find a way to imprison him in the Forbidden Sea and let him live with those weird ghosts all day. This method works, but I think that since it is a defense, there must be a possibility of being broken. Gather more people with abilities in this area, and you may be able to make a breakthrough. In the empty corridor, only the footsteps of two people sounded. The road leads to the empty hall of the throne of the world government. Zephyr and Unseen have come to meet Lord Im. They walk to the door. The door is unopened. As soon as you enter the door, then they saw a figure sitting on the throne that claimed to be empty. Meet Lord Im. The two knelt down in unison and said respectfully, "Well, you've done a great job. For the sake of the world, I can only let you hold on for a while." A calm, soothing voice sounded. It gives a very comfortable sense of affinity. But the next moment, the figure on the throne suddenly disappeared. Poof! Zephyr in the heart of the empty marshal. A white and slender arm came out. Held in the palm of your hand is their heart. Zephyr and Marshal Air looked incredulous. They never dreamed of it. He himself will die in the Holy Land. Carry it down, so as not to miss the good time, then it will not be a qualified container. Yes. 5 elders appeared out of thin air and carried the bodies of the two away. Allies, a miracle that has been rare in hundreds of years, I will play with you well. Im said lightly. Right now Marine HQ. Ren is counting the losses of this battle. And prepare for a new round of explosive action. But before that, he wants red-haired Whitebeard these top powerhouses. Can be on a military alliance. Agree with the Allies. If they don't agree, Ren helped them agree. Chapter 126. Damn Allies, there's still endless. Still bombing. The Holy Land was attacked by nuclear bombs for hours. Although this equivalent, with the current number of strong people in the Holy Land, and the opening of the Sacred Shield, can be completely prevented. But this non-stop bombing, give all the guards of the Holy Land, and the psychological shadow caused by celestial dragons is very large. Now there are countless celestial dragons clamoring for the 5 elders to destroy the Allies. Give them an account. Before the giant nuclear bomb, let countless celestial dragons die. This incident caused an uproar around the world. Let Ren personal popularity reach ultimate. The title of God Slayer is completely solid. It's not just celestial dragons. The 5 elders are also often apprehensive. The current bomb is fine. But in case there is a giant nuclear bomb mixed in, the Sacred Shield doesn't know if it can be completely blocked. So they don't dare to rest at all. They all take turns monitoring the airspace around the Holy Land. The entire Holy Land is in constant tension. Zephyr, Lord Im told you to go, why did you go? 35 Sengoku asked. He was also Marshal Marine. However, the current Marine is not as strong as before. At times like this, he couldn't leave office at all. Well, you're all healed, and your arms have grown back, this. Garp was shocked, too. Could it be that the world government is trying to appease them? This time it was extremely expensive? No matter what. You can see your former friends. The injuries have fully recovered. They are happy from the heart. I still have a task to do, so I left first. But in the face of the enthusiasm of the two, Zephyr said very coldly. Then he left without looking back. Leave Garp and Sengoku facing each other. They felt a little strange about Zephyr. But there are so many things that are not right now. They didn't think much of it for a moment. Ren only has 900 million soul ore left. If you continue to fight, ancient weapon hits a few more hits. Rennes soul ore will not hold up. But the Marine headquarters took it. The first thing Rennes did was teleport all the mining vehicles over. Crazy mining of soul ore at Marine HQ. Anyway, whether it's Redhead or Whitebeard, I don't know what I'm doing when I see it. Just arrange 18 islands to fight for a while. Rennes soul ore has been added by 100 million. The Marine headquarters is about to be crushed. But it exists as long as it exists. No crushing and sinking. There should be as many soul ores as there are. Especially this battle is earth-shattering. The soul ore is more than 10 times more than Wano Kuni. But the Marine headquarters is not very big. There are not many soul minecarts that can hold. I want to harvest it completely. It will take a while. But Rennes reckoned. Take all the soul ores. At least more than 1.5 billion explosive troops can be exploded. Even 2 billion is not impossible. This will be a force that will terrify the whole world. Even the world government could not have dreamed of it. Yourself in a short time. It can increase the already exaggerated strength by more than 10 times. On this basis, it will be doubled more than 10 times. That's equivalent to a considerable part of the world's population. Such forces exploded. There are not many countries that can store it. And it will definitely be discovered. It seems that going back requires a trip to some countries. Have a good talk with them. Let them cooperate with themselves. Don't report things you shouldn't say to the world government. The world government knew that its forces could increase so much in such a short period of time. In the previous battle, never think about backing down. Instead, they will choose to fight to the end. Because no matter how they gather the forces of the kingdoms, it can't be more than Rennes. Not even a tenth of Rennes. 1% is possible. And really fought together in the previous war. World government wins a lot. But they think they are the masters of the world. There are definitely more means to use than the Allies. Feel that the advantage of time is on their side. But they don't have the power to be a prophet. It won't take long to surprise you. Rennes has seen victory beckoning to itself. After a few years, he has finally come to the top of this mountain that is facing the world government head-on. In this battle, Rennes results were impressive. Let the world government be devoid of 3 top powerhouses. Countless capable and strong people have been captured alive. More importantly, it won the treasure land of Marine headquarters. But Rennes lost no less. The total loss of troops reached more than 16 million. Only more than 1 million of them were saved by treatment. At present, Rennes remaining troops are less than 100 million. Only about 95 million. More than 30,000 combat vehicles were lost, and about 200,000 remained. More than 7,000 ships were lost, and more than 30,000 remained. Combat losses of 12,000 units, more than 80,000 remained. Even nuclear bomb silos and weather controllers were destroyed by dozens. When they find out where the nuclear bomb was launched from, some World Army elites are frantically attacking nuclear bomb silos and these buildings. This also means, in the war that followed, as soon as the nuclear bomb well appeared, once it will become a priority target, the more transparent, the harder it is to fight. So Rennes won't be careless. Even if it doesn't take long, his forces can drown the world government alive. But in war, it's not careless for a moment. Invest 100 million soul ore, in the shortest time, create me a nuclear bomb with a larger equivalent degree. Rennes ordered to countless labs. Originally, this had been done before. But let's be honest. Rennes wasn't particularly attentive. Because of the power of the previous nuclear bomb. Enough in fact. The more powerful it is, the easier it is to affect your own people. And the radiation effect is also great. The launch speed of small equivalent is also fast. Slow down the big yield. Easy to intercept. But now the situation is different. Ancient weapon is powerful. Your own nuclear bomb can't be weaker than its power. Power many times. It also determines morale. It's just a bad thing to say. The pit smashed by my giant nuclear bomb. Coverage is wider than your ancient weapon. Then the strong under him are not so jealous of ancient weapon. Second, the situation is different now. The Holy Land is the last line of defense for the world government. It is a place that symbolizes their legitimate ruler. This place, they can't retreat. If you retreat, you will undoubtedly tell the world. They lost the battle. They lost. The world has changed hands. As soon as such news gets out, it will be even harder for them to save them. Rennes won't miss this opportunity either. Do not think that public opinion is useless. The largest kind of people in this world always wall grass. Even at that time, many top powerhouses and kingdoms turned to the world government. But just hear the defeat of the world government and retreat. Rennes doesn't have to take the initiative. Soon there will be many strong people coming over. Because of the living. Always keep living. Good birds choose trees to live in. Not an option. It's reality. And the Holy Land has always been entrenched. Then a large-yield nuclear bomb is the first choice for breaking defense. Now by satellite. Already almost certain. Ordinary nuclear bombs. If it is a single shot. The Holy Land has been able to defend itself easily. It's just that. Rennes has been launching too. In order to create panic, anxiety, and insecurity. And some can also bombard some reinforcements near the Holy Land. Don't find them something to do. 5 elders will send more people to spy on the development of the Allied forces. Before the war started, Rennes of course has to keep his own explosive recruit group. Once known by them, will be targeted. It does not reach the effect of surprise attack. As soon as the soul ore is in place, countless laboratories and gene replication centers are active. Although the number of troops has been reduced a lot, but the overall strength has become stronger. There were only 1 million 4-star soldiers before. At the moment it became 5 million. Even the 5-star soldiers who originally only had 520. At this moment, there are as many as 3,000 people. You must know that the bounty strength of this 5-star soldier is floating around 50 million Bailey. It's a little master in the world. But cotters with more than 6 stars. But there is little increase. On the contrary, a lot has been lost. These strong people generally have more than 100 million strength. It's not easy to be born directly from the GI. It takes a long time. 9, 8, 7 is even more difficult. There are 7 of the 9 stars left. 27 of the 36 octastars remain. There are 15 of the 21 7 stars left. Of the 301 6 stars, 221 remained. The overall loss of mid to high-end combat power is not small. But fortunately, the 10-star powerhouse did not fall. Only injuries. As for the injury, it's not a problem at all at Rennes. And from the top strong there is no loss. Rennes this battle. Definitely a big win. And one of the most important things right now. You still have to find a way to replenish these medium and high combat power. These combat forces match the strength of the Allied forces. It can make a big difference. Lord Rennes, according to the gene liquid containing flash you provided, the laboratory has developed a new radiation class that enhances the power of light-enhancing radiation through light propagation. Lord Rennes, a pacifist caught alive, we can copy it, but one machine costs 100,000 soul ore, 35. It's not cheap. Flexibility and intelligence are a little worse, but the destructive power is not bad. Build 1,000. Rennes now has more soul ore. The confidence is also sufficient. He remembered the previous wars. The Marine headquarters seems to be only about 100. And it has already been destroyed a lot. Until the next war. It won't be long. The ore is mined. Finish this round of soldiers. Rennes will launch a general attack on the Holy Land. During this time, the world government accelerates the production of pacifists. It is impossible to surpass itself in number. Rennes is now going to use all means. Accumulate more strength. Then the world government will see such pacifists. I don't know if I will suspect that the Ministry of Science is treacherous. Besides, many others have been studied. Or extract the gene liquid out. The Allies are growing at an incredible rate. And it's all built on this soul ore. Marine headquarters building. It's dilapidated. But it did not collapse completely. At this moment, countless strong people gathered in the hall. Red Earl, Red Hair Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates. Bullet, Cyrus, Jun, a smile. Many of the world's top powerhouses. And 8-star and 9-star powerhouses gather. This hall was designed with the original intention of the idea. Even giants can easily accommodate it. Accommodate these armies at the moment. Naturally, no problem. And Hawkeye, Hancock, Jinbei stayed. Tyrant Bear followed Marine to evacuate. Crocodile, Gecko Moria, Ivankov took advantage of the chaos and left. The seriously injured Luffy is taken with Ace. See that Ace is still alive. Luffy howled. They are in the corner of the hall. But occasionally attract the attention of these top powerhouses. A Garp grandson, a Roger son. The potential is extraordinary. And they even worshipped as brothers. As long as it doesn't fall. With their qualifications. Reach the world's top powerhouse. It's just a matter of time. It's really lively, red-haired imp, what are you staying here for? As soon as the Whitebeard War was over, the most important thing to do was to gulp down alcohol. Over the years, because of injuries. Every time I want to drink, will be stopped by Marco. Even if you lose your temper and want to drink. Marco also just gave him a little. Now in good health. Finally able to have a drink. Dad, if you're drunk, don't expect me to carry you back, you're heavy. Marco helplessly raised his forehead. In the eyes of the dead fish, there is no spirit at all. When fighting with it, it's not the same at all. I was curious about the leaders of the Allied forces. Redhead Shulks said truthfully with a smile. Hawkeye is standing beside him. In this way, with Beckman by the redhead's side, there are 3 top powerhouses. Plus the strength of other cotters is not very far from them. They are called the Copper Wall Pirates with balanced strength. I really want to kill a way out of everything. It should be fine. After all, a strong man of their level-ition wants to escape. It's hard to stop. Faced with such a big variable as Rennes, the redhead had to risk staying to see the situation. Aren't you afraid of being surrounded? Whitebeard asked with a smile. We juniors, although young, still have some strength, not soft persimmons that anyone can pinch. The redhead just said calmly. No fierce words. Every strong person present can feel a kind of domineering and self-confidence in his bones. The little, too good, ghost is really arrogant now. A little baby on Roger's ship is now qualified to be on an equal footing with you, and it seems that you are also living more and more back, Newgate. The Red Earl looked at Whitebeard slightly defiantly. Humph. Bullet glanced at the redhead's former companion with a complicated expression. Their relationship is actually not very good. Red Taro is optimistic. No matter what happens, he always laughs. But Bullet has experienced the betrayal of his partners since childhood, the betrayal of the kingdom. I can never understand why Kotaro is always so optimistic. Only Captain Roger can bring them together. His goal is only to surpass Roger. But in the years after Roger's death, he couldn't find the target. So he stormed away on the sea. Right now beside this allied leader who is more terrifying than Captain Roger. He just regained some sanity. Just came out so loud, or we will go out and compare now. Whitebeard also said with a bad face. Although I saw these old fellows of the Red Count. He has some nostalgia in his heart. But it doesn't mean that their tempers are compatible. I want to see if your strength has improved over the years. The Red Count is not afraid at all. How dare you say it? Whitebeard lifted Kongyunch. What a bunch of smelly men. If it wasn't for Ren-kun asking me to stay, I wouldn't be in the same hall as these guys. Although many of the strong here are stronger than Hancock. But that doesn't stop Hancock from despising them. Even if there are many of them. Hoxung and 4 emperors, both dominant, are no exception. Is this still the world's top powerhouse? I look more like the ants who quarrel at the wet market. Jun frowned slightly. Ren is on the way. These guys are not even restless at this time. Pirates are really still pirates. The Jun words came out. All the strong people present looked at each other. She should be in addition to Ren. The youngest top powerhouse present. Especially Hawkeye, in a pair of sharp eyes, longing for combat punishment. Her strength is already so strong. At the moment of swordsmanship, who is higher? Chapter 127. Fighting with Marine headquarters in the Holy Land is in full swing to deal with the war. And when there is an endless stream of conversational meetings. The giants of New World Water Star Island were terrified. What now? The war between the two sides is over, and then, we will not be at peace. I'm ready to go out and hide. Morgans fluttered his wings uneasily. Just now, the world government had already called him. Attitude on the phone. It's the best in recent years. Is it useful to hide? It's useless. I think we might as well have an alliance too. In this way, neither the world government nor the allies dared to touch us easily. Okoku suggested. Advice is good advice, but who will be the boss? Silver Axe asked a deadly question. Since I proposed it, of course it is best for me to be the best. Okoku unceremoniously offered himself. Hey! In terms of strength, you are not the strongest, in terms of generation, you are not the oldest, Okoku imp, you are not qualified to be the leader of the old man. An old monster with white beards mopping the ground and dying of wood smiled coldly. That's it. Alliances are doomed to be unfounded. Every giant and pirate monster is arrogant. Even if the situation is not good. They sometimes prefer to die in battle. Nor is it willing to submit to others. I don't see anything wrong with joining the world government. The world government has now publicly stated that they have mastered Raftel's intelligence, saying that they know Raftel's location. In this life, it doesn't matter if I become one piece, but Raftel I must take a look for my companions. 60 years. I've been looking here for 60 years. My days are running out and this may be my last chance. Mercenary King. Listening to this, many old monsters subconsciously looked towards this person. This is a terrifying existence whose reputation was once no weaker than Roger Whitebeard. But the years are merciless. All the companions around him died. Only he was still surviving. But no one dares to underestimate it. Just a few years ago, he repelled a fleet led by Marine Admiral. If the news is true, it is indeed worth fighting. Listen to the Mercenary King. Many giants also resonate. They were doomed to avoid the two behemoths of the Allies and the world government. Many of them are in the world. All have their own operating forces. Raftel's news, if anyone in the world knows, then the world government is indeed the most likely. 35. The fear is that the world government is simply fooling us because they know what we want most. The Shipping King said in a deep voice. He and Jabba are calm and rational. But many people's eyes gradually became hot. Even if you know that you may be scammed. But they still couldn't help it. This is what they 313 have pursued all their lives. It's rare to have a slightly reliable source these days. It is worth fighting for many people. But there are also those who hesitate. The news from the world government is tempting. And the more tempting the thing, often the more dangerous. But soon this hesitation was broken by a piece of news. The latest news, endless seas, according to the approximate location given by the world government, we really encountered a terrifying sea, our 18 warships, only one returned, the only living mouth, after saying that Raftel is real, also died violently. The captain of an old monster ran in and said in horror. What? So, the news released by the world government this time is true. Everyone present was completely uncalm. They sent someone to verify the information from the world government before. I also think that the possibility of the world government fooling them is very high. So many of them didn't go there in person. But now it seems. This time the news turned out to be true. It seems that the Allies are really driving the world government crazy. I heard that the Holy Land is now under attack by terrorist bombs all the time. In order to destroy the Allies, the world government released the real news. But there is only one approximate location at the moment. Since they dared to tell us, they were sure that Raftel would never be found until we helped. 35. Nothing to think about. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Miss this opportunity, and the world government does not know if the same news will be released in the future. And at such a critical juncture, as long as the world government is not stupid, it should not deceive us after we go to war. 39. Of course, they are also afraid that we will stab them. That said, this time we might get news from Raftel. Those who come first, establish credit first. Raftel is mine. What do you say? I'm the one who wants to be one piece. Dead old man, 35. Find death. Fluffy. The news spread on Aqua Star Island. Chaos also broke out. Pirates from all over the world gather here. And all the pirates who can come to Shuaisyen Star Island. None of them are weaklings. No exaggeration. 8-star, 9-star strong gathered on this island. More than the Allies and the world government combined at the moment. The top powerhouses also broke through double digits. Because this era is the era of sea thieves. If the pirates are not scattered. It's the words of Redhead and Whitebeard and others joining forces. Overthrow the world government. It's not impossible. But want to unite them crazy people. And make them obedient. It's hard to climb. Even the former Roger can't do it. For example, at this moment they confirmed that the Raftel news is true. Haven't started engaging with the world government yet. There was a fight first because of a spat. What did the old guys in the world government think, even telling them about Raftel's intelligence? They are not afraid of the end. Can anyone really gain the power to overthrow them? Jabba stood in the corner. Look at the chaotic Aqua Star Island. My heart couldn't help but sink. The Allies are in big trouble now. It can even be said that it is the enemy of the whole world. Become a common enemy of the world government and the pirates. I'm afraid life will be sad. The power of pirates. It is the largest power group in this world. But soon Jabba also saw Tetsalo in the crowd calling for support of the Allies. What a great treasure, guys! The Allied forces have rejuvenating technology, and some people have spent decades, hundreds of years, or even 200 or 300 years here. Haven't you ever regretted it? Join the Allies, youth comes again, we can make new choices. In this world, it's not just the average human being who is looking for Raftel. Long-lived giants and other humanoid races are also looking for them. Tetsalo's words are not unreasonable. Someone did regret it. But it doesn't work much. Even if you regret it. Now there's a chance to meet Raftel. They still want to give it one last try. And when Shuaisyen Star Island entered a period of chaos. Marineford wasn't very calm either. Listen to Jun. Everyone was not much dissatisfied. There is still a device for being said by someone. And this girl also represents the Allies. At this moment, it represents the little monster of Rennes. Hancock cast him an envious look. Good luck this woman. I can be by Renkun's side. I don't know when I can too. Thinking about it, Hancock gradually revealed an intoxicated face. Gala la la, you heard it, people say that you are all market ants. When Whitebeard heard this, he laughed even more. It's not pleasant to say. It's better to say that they appreciate the girl with such courage. Hey, Whitebeard, they're talking about us, don't try to get yourself out. I want you to talk more, red-haired imp. It's boring, or I'd better kill you all here. Bullet waits for Ren to arrive. The more you wait, the more impatient you get. Especially looking at Whitebeard. He remembered the vow he had made in Impel Down. Take out these top powerhouses. In a sense, he'll be able to surpass Roger. Haven't your head turned yet? You dead-headed little devil. Whitebeard said unceremoniously. Roger had just died. This fit little devil, but sank a lot of his ships. Whitebeard. Bullet couldn't help but punch out. Just in time, I'll teach you a good lesson for Roger today. Pang! Fist and blade clash, terrifying, hacky and full of energy. They are pirates. The easiest and most direct way to solve problems and express attitudes. Always violent. Really, it's also on someone else's territory. People juniors don't understand. How old are you, Whitebeard? Don't you understand? The Red Count raised his umbrella. Gently moved forward. All the power pouring in his direction was shattered. Do I look old? Whitebeard said, lifting Kong Yunch again and slashing towards the bullet that transformed into a metal fitter. Instant Martian splash, AEEG. These words made Count Red speechless for a while. Do you want to talk? Hawkeye looked at Jun with warlike eyes. He is a pure swordsman. No matter what the environment. As long as he can fight, he will fight. Although Jun also has a battle intent in his eyes. But hold back. If only these guys would still make trouble. Here comes Ren. How to explain it? She was about to stop it. But he was stopped by Cyrus. Let them vent, otherwise the problem may be more serious. What is this old brother's name? I haven't seen it before. The redhead turned to look to the side and smiled. A smile, although it was only a short shot. But they are the top powerhouses. Eyes are poisonous. It can be seen at a glance that a smile is by no means weaker than their top powerhouse. Especially with extremely terrifying abilities. For redheads, of course. The most important thing is to smile at people who don't seem to be allied yet. Such a strong man. If only you could dig up your own pirate group. That's a lot of money. Your Excellency is a pirate. Holding the staff and knife with a smile, he asked calmly. He can't see it, but he can feel it. That's right, do you want to be a pirate with me? The redhead did not beat around the bush and directly exited the invitation. Cyrus's eyes froze when he heard this. Not calm all of a sudden. This red-haired guy, do you want to dig into the corner? Although Yuxiao has not really joined the Allies. But Cyrus already considered him his own. Other strong people also cast curious glances. Marco was even more speechless. The red-haired guy is really addictive. This meeting is really amazing, there haven't been so many top pirates gathered together in many years. The Evil King and other 9-star powerhouses are only worthy of standing in a more peripheral place. The innermost circle of people are all top powerhouses. Like the average pirate captain. For example, Jaws, Foil, and so on. If the psychological quality is not strong enough. I didn't dare to intervene rashly. Even Jinbei remained silent. The old man is not interested in being a pirate, although as far as pirates are concerned, your killing is not deep, but after all, it is a pirate, and the old man has no habit of reporting to the pirate. When you smile, it is peaceful but full of a strong sense of distance. This old man, what you said is not right. The redhead smiled indifferently. Invite such a strong person. Which one succeeds all at once? How normal it is to hit a wall. What's wrong? Judging from his current identity, the leader of the Allied forces, Rennes, is the biggest pirate on the sea now, and his current bounty can be 15 billion Bailey. Almost 3 times higher than the highest bounty offender present. Humph, red-haired little devil, you just report my name. Whitebeard, who was confronting Bullet, said dissatisfied. In your opinion, he is a pirate, but in my opinion, he is not. 35 faced with the facts presented by the redhead. Laugh but deny it. Why? The redhead was puzzled. He is a great leader, not a pirate. A smile gave the highest rating. Not to use well. It's not even more to describe it as qualified. It's described in terms of greatness. This moved everyone. Even Whitebeard and Bullet, who were fighting, also cast an afterglow. Can make a top powerhouse. Make such a high rating. It's really rare. Can grow to their point. Independent personality and thinking have become very mature and rational. It is rare to give such a high rating to others. But in Jun, Cyrus did not react much. They don't think there's anything wrong with that assessment. But the redhead, Hawkeye, Jinbei Whitebeard, etc. were very moved and shocked. It seems that many of you have never seen the kingdom under the Allied forces. A smile can't see everyone's expressions. Observation hacky is excellent. But you can sense the emotional changes of everyone. Excellent. The redhead couldn't help but ask. In New World, the Whitebeard pirates and red hair pirates act in a similar style. They usually take refuge to their islands in exchange for resources. And not by pressing. They consciously attached themselves to some of the kingdoms under their command. Not bad. If the world is such a country in the future, everyone should live happily, so I am here today to officially join the Allied forces. 5. Is it? Saw Ichigo smile said so sure and affirmed. The redhead and others all developed a strong curiosity about the country under the Allied forces. But I haven't seen it with my own eyes right now. But judging by the attitude of a top powerhouse, I'm afraid it's done quite a remarkable thing. Completely conquer this blind swordsman in front of you. Otherwise, there would be no such performance. Not to mention taking the initiative to join the Allies. Hey, it seems that I don't have this opportunity, it's a pity. The redhead sighed. That's Whitebeard. The first captain of His Royal Highness Odin, that is Kotaro. They're all people in the diary. Yamato was thrilled to watch. For her, today is the day of her dreams. Many people who exist only on notes appear. Speaking of which, I have always wanted to know how strong you are, you old fellow, your mind is full of black material from our former Roger pirates. The redhead suddenly looked at the Red Earl. The battle in the eyes is also about to move. Head, do you want to him? Beckman pulled out his pistol, and Lucky Roo and the others got excited. Isn't it just that I have checked your memories a few times, and it is necessary to be so vindictive? Or are you afraid that you will be known that you wet the bed at the age of 4? Count Red teased with a smile. SHHH. Many strong people were stunned, and the Red Earl had such a fierce material in his hands. I shouldn't have let you talk alive. The redhead's face darkened, and he pulled out the famous knife griffin with a bang. That, boss, or let him say something more, ahem. I'm kidding, brothers, ready to him. Beckman admits hesitation. But seeing the boss's face, I think it's still okay. Don't rush it. Hawkeye suddenly stopped between the two, and he wondered what else was the black material. Hawkeye, get out of the way, or even you will be chopped. The redhead said with a black face. Arrogant red-haired little devil, let me teach you how to behave. Count Red also said unceremoniously. Just when the big battle is about to break out. Crisp footsteps came from outside the door. Ren's voice also sounded, look at you hacky overflowing, are you going to wipe me out here? Chapter 128. Hearing this, everyone's hearts were shocked. Ren, though young, but in the eyes of the top strong, already the most dangerous person. In the redhead's eyes, even Ren at the moment is more dangerous than 5 elders. Very simple. He rose from nowhere. Threatens 5 elders. Let 5 elders be deflated. Let 5 elders hate him at the moment. But there is no way. He alone, with the help of the allies with his own strength, took out 3 top powerhouses. It makes people subconsciously more and more awe-inspiring. And one to control hundreds of millions of troops. This is any one thing. Replace it with them. I'm afraid I can't do it. Even if it does, probably won't survive. They were in the end of the Marine-Ford conflict. Still staying here. All to see this man's attitude. His attitude. The situation that determines the future of the world. A calm figure came from the door. Everyone's eyes looked over subconsciously. There is observation, there is scrutiny, there is fear. More admiration. This allied leader. In a short time, so many wonders have been created. When the top powerhouses clash, Conqueror's haki overflowed. Let the whole spacious hall inside. It becomes a wind knife raging. The weak in strength. Don't dare to get too close, lest you get hurt. But Ren stepped through the door. An even more aggressive wave of Conqueror's haki passed. Shredded them both haki and energy. Lord Ren. Cyrus greeted respectfully. If you don't come again, they're going to tear down the Marine headquarters again. Jun sees Ren. Relieved. As long as he is there. No matter what, you can handle it. Change to yourself. I don't have this certainty. Although her strength is also very strong. But there are not a few people here who are not weaker than her. Ren haki swept by. Let the redheads feel the danger. You must know that his Conqueror's haki has been used by many of the world's top powerhouses. Called the strongest in the world. But now it seems not so. Guys who want to fight, please exercise a little restraint. There is a chance to make you make a big fuss, the strong man of the world government. Anyway, enough for you to kill, but if you make trouble here, it's very embarrassing. I can only ask you to leave, or let there be more corpses here. Ren said lightly. But the warning implies. No one dares to ignore it. A fierce man who even dares to occupy the headquarters of Marine. Obviously every word cannot be ignored. Bullet saw this, although he was unwilling. But since he had promised to fight for Ren, naturally, he will not disobey Ren order at this time. He was the first to retreat, giving up the fight against Whitebeard. This made Whitebeard and the redhead look slightly stunned. After many years, has anyone finally been able to control this monster again? Do you want to fight too? Ren looked at the Red Earl surrounded by red hair pirates. The one who drew the knife has already drawn the knife. The one who carries the umbrella has already lifted the umbrella. Really, I wouldn't tell anyone who you are, a celestial dragons, so why be so careful? As soon as the Red Earl said this, let everyone present show a look of surprise. But the redhead calmed down. He knew that the Red Earl's mouth couldn't be blocked no matter what. The redhead is celestial dragons? Hey, this joke is bigger. 4 emperors are celestial dragons. In addition to Whitebeard and Ren. Everyone else looked surprised. And it is clear that this is the revenge of the Red Count for the disrespect of the redhead. World aristocracy and 4 emperors, the identities of both. The gaps and contrasts are also too great. So that many people cannot accept it for a while. Forget it, we're not here to go to war this time. The redhead took a deep look at the Red Count. Wrote him down. But the knife was also withdrawn. The host has already arrived. If you draw the knife again, it's rude. It seems like you're looking for trouble. As for the question of one's own identity, He didn't really feel much. I just don't want to be seen in this way. Unexpectedly, Count Red still said. What an annoying old fellow. But that's it. And what can he do? It can only be accepted. Even if you kill him, what has been said? It won't change because of that. What about the others? Ren looks at the other strong. Everyone subconsciously shook their heads. Since everyone has no problem, let's sit down and have a good talk. Ren motioned for everyone to sit down. In the hall, the tables and chairs are not very complete. Many were washed away by their hacky energy. Ren sat on the floor. See Ren so. Everyone else also found a place to sit. It's hard for the world to imagine. Now the world's top group of powerhouses would sit in such a humble hall. And no one has an opinion. Looking at Ren with a few words. Eliminate an invisible storm. Marco, Jinbei, Hancock, King Evil, and others present were deeply shocked. These independent and special top powerhouses. He would even restrain his temper so much in front of others. It's unbelievable. This allied leader. At the moment, it seems like the king of pirates. Ruling over many princes. One person easily suppressed the restless powerhouses. First of all, thank Mr. Yuxiao for his help, which greatly eased the pressure on the allies. Ren just sat down. But he immediately got up and thanked Yuxiao for his help. Can block the attack of 4 emperors. At the time, it greatly relieved Ren pressure. It also saved a lot of soul ore for Ren. Compared to what Your Excellency did in the Anov Kingdom, what I did was only a modest effort, and it was not worth mentioning. A smile said modestly and sincerely. This answered the doubts in Ren's heart. He was still thinking about it. What makes a smile about this future Marine Admiral? Choose to help yourself in that situation. You know, help yourself in that situation. Definitely wanted by Marine and the world government afterwards. No surprises. Now Yuxiao has become the object of a bounty. The first bounty is higher than Ren. Directly reached 1.99 billion Bailey. After all, a smile and an appearance. The opponent you faces 4 emperors. And when Ren appeared, it was only 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo that was knocked down. Of course, Jun, Cyrus, Bullet, Red count 4 top powerhouses. It was also highly rewarded. The bounty basically exceeded 3 billion Baileys. Some are recovery bounties, such as the Red Earl and Bullet. And the reason why Jun and Cyrus can also break through the 3 billion Bailey mark. Because in the previous battlefield, the 2 of them are very active. And can command the allied army to fight. The level of danger is greater than laughing at people whose position has not yet been determined to be higher. So Mr. Yuxiao, do you intend to stay and complete this ideal with me? 35 Ren didn't think much of it. Directly invited. People have already been delivered to the door. Naturally, you have to take the initiative. That's exactly what it means. A smile also comes for this. He didn't care why Ren knew his name. He got up and put his hand in Ren's palm. Kneel respectfully on one knee. This is a knightly allegiance common to many kingdoms. This move made Ren inevitably guess a little more. Could it be that Yuxiao was also a knight of a certain kingdom? But it doesn't matter anymore. It is important. Join with a smile. The top powerhouse of the Allied forces has added another member. There are currently 5 Admiral. Jun, Red Earl, Smile, Bullet, Cyrus. And everyone was shocked. A top powerhouse, it is so easy to be loyal to the Allied forces. I'm really envious. The redhead said from the bottom of his heart. Invitations from others. With your own invitation. The result is completely different. After receiving a smile, Ren looked at red hair pirates. The Whitebeard pirates have a deal with him. I have to fight for him again. This pre-war. Of course, there are many details to be discussed. Available red hair pirates. Before, you could clearly leave like the ant pirates. But he stayed. This took Ren by surprise. And the redhead is not enlarged. Invited Hawkeye to stay. At this time, Ren found out after careful perception. The breath that Beckman exudes. He is also a top powerhouse. Cotters such as Lucky Roo are basically 9-star powerhouses. This pirate group is extremely powerful. It's no exaggeration. The total number of their top powerhouses. It is equivalent to the 2-4 Emperors groups of 100 beasts and ant. No wonder it used to be Kaido of the beasts. Known as the strongest creature. Has super defense, vitality. It also has air supremacy. For the redhead, but basically no benefit. Even take the embers with you to intercept. Also often interception failures. It turns out that high-end combat power is on. Red hair pirates are nearly twice as strong as them. No wonder the original Marine headquarters sold him a face. Go to war with such 4 emperors. One is not well controlled. The losses will be very heavy. But that's just for a separate Marine headquarters. To Ren. Red hair pirates are powerful. But to say that it seriously threatens your own safety. That's not qualified. I have nearly 100 million troops. There are also 5 admiral. Plus yourself. What should be at stake is red hair pirates. And red hair pirates did feel threatened. Otherwise, Hawkeye would not be left behind. Just in case something happens. Is there anything going on with red hair pirates? Ren decided to deal with the instability of red hair pirates first. Ren looked at the redhead. Luffy in the corner also looks at the redhead. Couldn't be more exciting. Want to say something. But was covered by Ace. This stupid brother. And don't look at what the occasion is now. This tripartite meeting. Make any decision. Are determining the future pattern of the world. I said just curious, do you believe it? Face Ren oppressive eyes. 0, asking for flowers. The redhead's heart sank. But the surface is still light. Don't believe it, you old Roger pirate groups, always think that the world is still under your control. I've met Jabba, and I know the true face of the world government, the road ahead, with or without you. I will go the same. 35 Ren said a word and silenced the redhead. Many strong people present looked at each other. I don't quite understand what Ren meant. What is the true face of the world government? Is there any other secret of the world government? Everyone is curious. But did not rashly interject. Instead, watch quietly. I didn't expect Jabba to even tell you this, and you may be mistaken about it. We never wanted to control the world, we just hope that one day in the future, everyone will have real freedom, not just caged bird. Of course, this point does not necessarily depend on others to achieve, I also want to get the big secret treasure. The redhead said after pondering for a moment. As for why you stayed, perhaps you may not realize that the situation of your allies is not optimistic. And it is no exaggeration to say that now the allies may be your enemies in the whole world, except for the support of everyone here and the people. I stayed just to see if you guys deserve our help. The redhead said confidently. It's really shameless, even if it is an enemy of the whole world, it is expected to be the situation, and the current situation is much better than the worst situation expected. Ren said lightly. Mr. Ren, it is good to have self-confidence. But once you fail, judging by the current situation, it will affect not only you, but all the instinctive forces of the world that rebel against the world government. Oh, why? Ren was slightly surprised. I don't know if Jabba-san has ever mentioned feast to you. The redhead hesitated. Still said these 2 very sensitive words. Feast. Ren wondered. Jabba didn't mention this. That's what they call it. I can tell you, but I suggest that people who are not strong enough are better not to contact. Judging by the smile on the redhead, Ren may not be some selfish careerist. And the current Allied forces are completely opposed to the world government. He didn't want the Allies to fall too fast. Every day with the Allies present, the world government doesn't have much energy to deal with other people. Perhaps, they can take this opportunity to go to Raftel to get that treasure. Previously they were these strong. They were stared at too much by the world government. A little wind and grass. Information is constantly being sent to 5 elders. And he has to be careful what he says and does. Can't make 5 elders feel like they know a lot. Otherwise, you will never let yourself go. Even if he was a celestial dragons. And not your average celestial dragons. No exception. The redhead is here to say that the strength is not strong enough. Of course, it means people who do not have the world's top strength. It is not recommended to know this. I don't think there is any need for this, no matter what it is not as big as life and death, and everyone here, I believe you are more curious about what you Roger pirates have learned about than life and death. 35. Anyway, if the Allies, now completely confront the world government, once defeated, all the high level will not be spared. As for you, choose for yourself. Ren looks at the Whitebeard pirate captains. And Jinbei, Hancock, and 7 warlords of the sea. I've been wondering what the Roger pirates know, why they arrived at Raftel, and why they had to start the age of pirates. Shiryu said with great interest. Daddy, I also want to know, I've always been curious before. Let's hear it now. Some captains see Daddy want to let them out. So I said it in advance. After this battle, they don't care about life and death anymore. Or rather, some questions have been in their minds for a long time. Now there's a chance to know. Their intense curiosity is simply uncontrollable. I used to ask Dad. Dad always says he doesn't know anything. Stupid sons. Some things, once you know it, accidentally leak it, it will bring you murder. Whitebeard certainly knows what a feast is. When Roger told him, he was also taken aback. Dad, you are also too optimistic. In the eyes of the world government, we Whitebeard pirate group may already be on their mortal list like the Allies. It is better to let us know, so that one day we can die, we can also die. As soon as the words came out, Whitebeard was silent. This time follow the Allies to kill the world army. In their eyes, the Whitebeard pirates should be destroyed more than ever. There is no reason at all to keep them. Their fates are tightly bound together. This time found to Whitebeard's helplessness. But it can't change anything. Times have changed dramatically, we will die at any time, life and death have long been involuntary, it doesn't hurt to listen to it. 35 Jinbei said. Seeing no one leaving. The redhead sighed. Perhaps the change of times is indeed in the present day. Then tell them the cruel truth. Can it be accepted? And future life and death? Leave it all to fate. The so-called feast. Chapter 129. The so-called feast, simply put, is the plan for the elimination of all mankind. But beyond ordinary life and death, it is the greatest disaster that has been circulating in the world government and on this sea since before the blank of history. 35. The redhead's expression gradually became solemn. Human elimination program? Are you saying 5 elders will clear us? The Red Count interrupted slightly. If it's just like this, it's nothing unusual, and now, naturally they can't let us go. Bullet also said nonchalantly. Even if there is no such incident, they jailbreak from the advancing layer. It's on the world government's must-kill list. He thought the redhead was going to say something. I didn't expect it to be just that. He even made God mysterious. If it's just that, do I need to deliberately pick and say it at this time? The redhead glanced at Bullet and said lightly. He suspected that Bullet had been locked up for so many years. Probably locked up silly. Don't mess around, fit little devil. Whitebeard said lightly. Humph. Bullet replied disapprovingly. The redhead didn't care either. Just continued, just now you may have focused on clearing and forgot about all mankind. This is an act of massacre of all mankind by those in power. According to the last article of this article in history. Usually after the feast, the world's population drops by about 50 to 60%. 5. What? The redhead said this. Everyone present was horrified. In the face of the massacre of the population of the whole world. Is world government crazy? Even if it's crazy, you wouldn't do such a thing. The world is theirs. Isn't doing such a thing self-destructing the foundation? And this 50 or 60%? It's terrifying. Just listen to this ratio. You can feel the corpse mountain and sea of blood churning. Trinity 3. What is the population of the world? No one has counted it carefully. But there are billions. After all, there are more than 200 franchises and non-franchises combined. Not counting the many unnamed islands. Many powerful people present could not understand what the world government was doing. But unlike ordinary slaughter, according to records, the world government will concentrate the humans chosen to be food. Making various killing games and letting them die in a specific way is not about sending a top powerhouse to slaughter humans. They will draw the nutrients they need from the chaos and blood. It's like a foodie picking ingredients and delivering them to the cooking station in a specific way, which is going to death. Simply put, all of humanity is just food in captivity by the world government. When the ingredients usher in a bumper harvest, they call it a feast. A lot of the time, we live under the control of the world government. 99. The so-called situation, freedom, is just because of the living environment created according to the needs of the ingredients. Sometimes what you think you have achieved may be born under their careful care. The life you think is perfect may have been set up since you were born. Like a shepherd's shepherd dog. We have always lived in a puppet world that is completely controlled. The redhead's voice fell. Ren felt a little heavy. Others were even more surprised. Some captains are even insane. Unacceptable. Are you just a bunch of ingredients waiting to be harvested? Maybe even the whole life is full of falsehood? Are they all formulated according to the needs of the food growth? Everything they have. Could it all be fake? How could this world become so terrifying? Even if it's 7 warlords of the sea like Jinbei. He also opened his mouth in shock. Bite one's tongue. But in the end it was silent. Obviously, he could not accept such a reality for a while. After all, who can accept their own life? It's a life in captivity. That's terrifying. It's so sad. Pirates who usually think that they have a strong psychological quality. It's a little unbearable at the moment. Why would the world government do such a thing? Hawkeye asked in a deep voice. Heard the redhead's words. He doubted his world's #1 sword hero at the moment. In the end, it was not obtained by my own efforts. Or under the interference of the world government. To get the achievements. This self-doubt. For these top powerhouses. Is quite deadly. The will and spirit of this world. Can be turned into powerful combat power. Once questioned. The will is not strong enough. Combat power will go wrong. And the determined one. It often works wonders. Let's just say hacky this kind of power. It is closely related to the mental state of human will. Even Hawkeye has this doubt. Not to mention others. Yes, aren't they the masters of the world? Is world peace and prosperity bad for them? It is necessary to carry out such a horrible massacre. And also a massacre that died in the established way. It's too pervert. I've always been called a pervert killer, but compared to the world government, I'm afraid I'm just an ant crawling on the ground. Shiryu smoked his cigar and sneered self-deprecatingly. Jabba should have told you that, right? The redhead looked at Ren and said. Having said that, he said that the world government is not a human being, but some kind of creature that absorbs various nutrients from human beings. Rennes gradually regained its composure. He was also surprised, though. But this kind of existence similar to Westworld. Rennes also accepted quickly. But he also understood why the redhead said, "Those who are not strong still don't know as well." It's not just about fearing that if you know the truth, you'll be hunted down by the world government. They are even more worried that their own mental state will be affected. After all, not everyone is like Rennes. The receptivity is so powerful. How come? The top level of the world government is not human? What the hell is going on here? So what the hell are they? Marco was also in a cold sweat in horror at the moment. I've heard Roger say it, but it seems that he can't be sure that the piece of history that records their identity has been hidden by the world government, but Roger has a few guesses. Whitebeard picked up the gourd and poured a few sips of the spirit. Only then said, the first possibility, the one at the top may be the form of life person who used to be an ancient weapon, because he dominates killing, so after generating self-will, he still needs the nutrients generated by killing to nourish his body. The second possibility is that they are upgraded from devil fruit and have different bodies and life forms. This. Everyone present. It seems possible all of a sudden. If only it was publicized. It will surely shake their dominance. One may not even be human, or even human-like. Extremely rare, creatures that fight to kill. It is absolutely impossible for the world to accept it. And the world government? Years. Surely it has been hiding this truth. The one who knows the truth will be hunted down by them frantically. Because they do not allow their ingredients to be adversely affected. That is, no pests can be produced. More afraid of these ingredients. One day they will go crazy and rebel against them. Then the situation they have been controlling may get out of hand. Wait, Redhead, you started by saying that this so-called feast has continued since before blank history. Then why is there no record of it? Someone asked. They usually choose a generation, about 70 years or so to launch a feast, events are 70 years apart, and the island communication is difficult, and there are too many deaths. Do you think that a person who can remember this event in 70 years is old or dead, and what he says will probably be regarded as some kind of strange talk and legend? And with the interference of the world government's intelligence organizations, do you think the truth can really be passed down? What's more, they usually stand behind the scenes and launch slaughters through some kingdoms, and the word war is very common. 95. The pen of history is held in their hands, they can write how they want, and how many people will remember the truth after an era. This is the most terrible thing about orthodox rulers. In the past 1,000 years, how many times has such a thing been staged? Mankind will never escape this circle. So when Captain Roger learned the truth, he didn't hesitate to let the era of sea thieves break out, and he also wanted to break the existing situation. Gather more power for a whole new era. I hope that one day, a hero who will lead humanity to break the cage will appear. 55. The redhead said with a slight sadness. If the captain had not been terminally ill at the time. Maybe there is hope for this. But because he was terminally ill, he didn't even get that power on Raftel. Left to the latecomers. That's the power that's been accumulated from generation to generation. It is also Joey Boi, who is hailed by the captain as a genius and confidant. Because he was in that moment. He foresees a possible future. That is, we are born to die with the world government? What if we inform the world of this news? Is it possible to call everyone together on a crusade against the world government? 99. It's that simple. There is no actual evidence for this matter, even if you find Raftel's historical article, you translate it, not everyone believes it. This gives the world government the opportunity to manipulate public opinion. However, the strong people of this era are definitely the most in history. If it is possible to overthrow the rule of the world government, it will be this era. This is the era of thick hair. 35. The redhead looks at Rennes. In this era, the strong are like clouds. There is one more without resorting to the power of Raftel. To be able to compete with the existence of the world government. The Allies are promising. Even if the Allies can't, at least to a certain extent, it can weaken the power of the world government. Create better opportunities for those who want to change the existing landscape of the world. Ha ha ha. Ren suddenly laughed zero. In everyone immersed in shock, uneasy. Even when in fear. Ren burst out laughing. This seems to everyone. It's weird. Your Excellency Ren, don't you believe it? The redhead rightfully thinks so. No, I believe it, 99. Then why are you still laughing? Why not laugh? You just offered me a shortcut to defeat the world government. I have to thank you for that, 35 Ren said with a smile. Mr. Ren, are you sure you heard what I said? Redhead shulks with a puzzled face. Now everyone who knows the truth about feast and world government. All shrouded in invisible huge shadows. It's too late for fear. And he laughed. It also says finding a shortcut to defeat the world government. It's all right. Of course, let me ask you here, do you find it difficult to execute the feast? 35 Ren asked, looking around at all the powerful people present. It must be big, even if the world government rules the world, but to slaughter so many people, there are many strong people, and some of them have to die according to a specific way, no matter how you look at it. It is impossible to be easy. The Red Count answered decisively. Since it is big, then the world government still insists on doing it every other year, and it lasts for more than 800 years. That is to say, such actions are very important to them, and even the foundation of their survival and immortality. Let me ask Whitebeard another question, when do you think the most chaotic period of your life was? 35 Ren looked at Whitebeard and others. Ask a few questions in a row. Fortunately for a few decades, I was chaotic at Rock's Pirate, but it didn't look like there was mass killing. Whitebeard recalled. But when I was 12 or 13 years old, I remember that there was a plague epidemic on our island and in nearby kingdoms, and many people died. Whitebeard said thoughtfully. Then that's probably a way of harvesting the feast, which lasts about 60 years. And in view of the current situation, I have every reason to believe that in order to eliminate the Allied forces, the world government may launch the feast in advance. After all, the original feast harvest day is not far away. Indeed. The redhead was impressed by Ren's reasoning. Although not necessarily accurate. But at least for a few decades. These top powerhouses can be sure that there have been no mass deaths. Because they are the parties. And still alive, of course know the changes in this world. So he also knew that Ren's speculation might be very accurate. This ability to speculate in an instant. Too powerful. If I shelter most of humanity under the Allies, the feast of the world government will not be able to proceed smoothly, and their strength and longevity will definitely be affected. Human beings are the sustenance of the world government. What has just been said is very clear. And Ren is sure. The feast must be a large-scale nutritional replenishment. Cut off this supply. The strength of the world government will definitely be greatly affected. How is this possible? Do you know how many people are in the 4.6 realm? I admit that your allied forces are a lot, but you have to link up with countless islands and shelter a large number of people. How is this possible? And if you disperse the existing forces, doesn't it mean weakening your own strength? By that time, I'm afraid you will lose even faster. The redhead shook her head. It feels like what Ren said is so unrealistic. But Ren doesn't think so. Maybe 95 million troops is not enough. But what if 950 million? More than enough. Troops for themselves. Not a problem at all. Blaster can be carried out immediately. I will solve this problem, not only that, but I will also spread the word about the feast and tell the world. Gauze. They won't believe it. Believe it or not, the important thing is to plant the seeds and make the whole world my eyeliner. Once something like this happens, whether it was done by 5 elders or not, it is assumed that they did it right. Declare all-out war on the Holy Land. Let's start with this. 35. This. The angle from which to think about the problem. It's a novelty like never before. 35. The redhead was struck by Ren's way of thinking. But it has to be said. This may really work wonders. But how to solve that force problem? I really want to deploy with the existing forces. In addition to weakening one's own strength. It's not practical. Easier to be broken by each one. If it is really implemented like that, at least the number of troops will have to be doubled to make it possible. But this force is going to be doubled again. There are not so many troops concentrated in the whole world. Put this matter aside for now, let's talk about our business. Actually, just now, I thought about killing you because you have a great relationship with the 5 elders. Ren looked at the redhead and said. What? Everyone was shocked by Ren's words. Chapter 130. The redhead has a lot to do with 5 elders. Although everyone just now knows that the redhead shulks his celestial dragons. But it's okay to have a good life. Now, after all, it's 4 emperors. It's pirates. This fact cannot be changed. And if 4 emperors. If there is an exchange with the top management of the world government. Then think about it. It's very scary. I even had to doubt. What exactly is the position of Redhead Shanks? Could it be that 5 elders is an undercover agent planted in the pirates? That was all he said just now. Can you really believe it? Is it tempting them? Many people present were confused at once. Some can't tell the real from the fake. They had to set their sights on the redhead. Wait for his reply. All want to know the truth or falsity of this matter. There were a lot of people present. Even if you know how to hide your expression. They believe redheads just lie. They can also see some problems. But unexpectedly. The redhead himself was surprised. I don't know how Ren would know. But there was no refutation. Instead, he asked Ren, then why did you give up again? Because if you were from the world government, you wouldn't be able to tell me about their fatal flaws. 35. You are really confident. Even if it is a breakthrough point, it cannot be effectively dealt with. At most, you can only make the people of the world your eyeliner. The redhead doesn't know where Ren is confident. Ren smiled lightly. No explanation. He was indeed not very comfortable with the redhead. It's not just redheads. Even Whitebeard is the same. Not to doubt that the Whitebeard pirates have any cooperation with the world government. Instead, he was worried that he would tell them the fact that he could increase his troops. So many heads, so many opinions. In case it leaks out. Putting the world government on guard. It will increase the difficulty of the final battle. The redhead looked at the wary lights around her. He added, I do have dealings with 5 elders, and before this war, I don't want mass casualties, at least the backbone of New World can't disappear in large numbers. And the world government hopes that the balance of power will not be too much of a commotion because of Whitebeard's death. We have the same stake, and we all cooperate to maintain the balance of power. Of course, there's another thing about it, they want to find out how much I know all the time. Believe it or not. That's his answer. 04. He will not give any more superfluous explanations. Believe it or not, they judge for themselves. In other words, you will join us in rebelling against the world government. If only red hair pirates could advance with the Allies. Then the Allies will have a greater chance of winning. This is a country that has seen the Allied government before I can make the final decision. However, you can temporarily establish an alliance, and if the world government attacks you, we will take action when conditions permit. The redhead's words fell. Ren was lost in thought. Everyone looked at it nervously. Everyone knows. Once an alliance is formed, The allies will be stronger than ever. Can you really trust each other? Especially the redhead's life is so sensitive. You have a good calculation, now it is our allies who are in the limelight, even if we reach an alliance, we are at the forefront, and you can sit firmly in the rear. Ren figured it out at once. Indeed, I think it would be better to have double insurance, in case you fail, we can take over. The redhead was blunt. This made Jun Cyrus and the others look slightly unpleasant. Although this method is not impossible, it can be said so realistically. As if they would fail. If you can say this, you have no doubts about our allies' determination to oppose the world government? Ren asked. Not really. The redhead did not hesitate and replied directly. The allies wanted to oppose the heart of the world government. Already known to the world. An unprecedented battle was fought. The world government suffered heavy losses. This can't be acting. Your proposal is not unacceptable, after all, in case we really fail, it is also very important to have a fire to stay in this world, but I don't see your determination to be an enemy of the world government, simply put, you need a letter of submission. Ren said calmly. Ren never thought of using these red-haired people as the main combat force. Pirates after all. And the mind is hard to figure out. Ren couldn't rest assured that his army would be at their disposal. Ren would rather trust the Whitebeard pirates. It's also hard to trust red-hair pirates that you don't fully understand. The main combat force is not their own. Ren wasn't at ease either. So far. He didn't want to be stabbed in the back. Very reasonable request, how do you want us to submit this petition? There is news from Shuixian Star Island that many pirate monsters are because of the Raftel news released by the world government. We have turned to the world government, and we will start tomorrow to sabotage this matter and hunt the top powerhouses. A chill flashed through Ren's eyes. Wouldn't that be too radical? In this way, you can win over very few loyal objects. Radical tactics will provoke strong resistance from them. The redhead frowned slightly. So what, I don't need them to be really loyal to me, as long as they can fight for us. Times are different, we don't have so much time to make them think, the one who goes along will prosper, and the one who goes against will die. In extraordinary times, extraordinary means must be used. Let them thoroughly understand that the era of wall-to-wall grass has passed. Either enemies or allies, there is no third possibility. I don't want us to be at war with the world government with a bunch of ambitious guys waiting to reap the benefits. At least, it can't be them. Ren sounded in a non-negotiable tone. Extraordinary times, very acting. Okay, then I'll accompany you to make a big scene. After all, those old monsters really want to defect to the world government, and we don't have much chance of winning. 35 The redhead agreed after much thought. He thought Ren was right. Although there is a more gentle way to do it yourself. But right now, it doesn't seem like the time to think about moderation. This leader of the allied forces is young. But the courage made him sigh a little. Ren was satisfied. No matter what the alliance. As long as you can help deal with the world government. That's the good league. If you want to hide behind your back. Nothing to do. If you sit on a mountain and watch the tiger fight. Can the redhead walk out of the Marine headquarters today? It's all a problem. Because you don't fight with the world government. It shows that the redhead has great ambition and selfishness. Not what he said. To save all mankind. But for now. The redhead is not lying. Get the redhead for now. Ren set his sights on another 4 emperors group. Whitebeard's 9-star, 10-star powerhouse is not as many as red-hair pirates. But the number of strong people with 7 stars and 8 stars is much more. The captains who follow him are also the most in 4 emperors. Plus he himself mastered the terrifying shock fruit. It is a force that no force in the world can underestimate. I saw Ren look in the eyes. Whitebeard said helplessly, although I don't want to admit it, after the battle at Marineford, our destinies have been closely linked. Now I know the truth about the world government, and next, either the world government dies, or we die. So we will continue to fight the world government with the Allies. And I only have one question about all this. What problem? If the Allies win, what fate awaits us? As soon as this word came out, everyone couldn't help but concentrate more and more. This can be said to be the hope of the future. After the victory over the world government, they are pirates. Will be cleaned up by the Allies. So why fight? This is a question that everyone cares about. When the day comes, pirates will definitely not be allowed to exist on this sea. Ren said categorically. This made red-hair pirates, Whitebeard, as well as other prisoners. The faces of the 7 warlords of the sea are quite ugly. Even if you really intend to, don't you even give them a false hope at the moment? What does he mean by this? Aren't you afraid that the pirates present will tear their skins with him? But they thought Ren wouldn't be so stupid. Be really stupid. It is impossible to be under the onslaught of the world government, live to the present, and won this battle. So they looked at Ren with burning eyes, waiting for what Ren has to say. There are many pirates in this sea, many people are involuntarily, they are produced under the domination and guidance of the world government, the huge number, it is impossible to cut it all, the trade and exploration of this sea still need someone to do. If the Allies are victorious, an adventurers' guild will be established on the sea, and the guild will issue various exploration missions and individual, national missions. You are free to swim and adventure on the sea, and you can make a living from it. For this, Ren has thought about it for a long time. So Ren even gave the details of the process. The whole structure was sprinkled for 5 minutes. This made all the pirates present fully aware of a problem. Ren is serious. Such a detailed plan. It can't be impromptu. He had arranged it that way for a long time. Sounds great. When many pirates heard this, their eyes lit up. It's as free as a pirate. And a profession that can also make money from formal channels. The ideal adventurer. Luffy listened brightly from the corner. Look at Ren with adoration. This is the life he has always longed for. As for why he became a bounty, Luffy also said it was quite innocent. But then I had to accept it. I'm fine. Whitebeard also thought the offer was great. Give all the pirates present a future to fight for. He actually knew. Some of the crew on board liked some island girls. But forced by the identity of the pirates, they did not dare to take that step. Pirates are a precarious identity. Whitebeard pirates and red-hair pirates. They are not necessarily all good people. But most of them are affectionate. It's not bad. And I want them to help. Some stains, you have to accept. This is harmless. Of course, some naturally cruel guys. After that, either assigned to the appropriate position or task. Either you can't adapt to the new era and are eliminated. But Ren proposed the Adventurers Guild. Definitely an opportunity to make anyone start all over again. Can't grasp it? Then it wasn't Ren problem. 9 Snake Island will fight with the Allied forces in the future, this is no problem, the Emperor of 9 Snake Island. Ren looked at Hancock and said. Ah. Yes, no problem. Hancock was suddenly called out by Ren. Immediately a little flattered. Know it too. It's Ren sheltering them. Worry that 9 Snake Island will be targeted by the world government. Because 9 Snakes Island is not very far from here in the Holy Land. At present, 18 islands, we have to take them down one by one, cut off the support of the world government, surround them, our forces can do this, these islands. It is necessary to send the top powerhouse to sit in the town. Ren arranged for Cyrus, Bullet, the Red Count and others to sit on several important islands. Now the Allies have more troops. Of course, it can form a situation of encirclement. The world government wants to gather all the kingdom coalitions. It takes no short time. Ren won't let him be happy. With 18 islands as the core war zone. Step by step, expand the advantages of the Allied forces. There are already 10 islands under Allied control. But there's no guarantee that it's always in your hands. The offensive and defensive battles are fierce. And the most important battlefield right now is Shuixian Island. This place, Mr. Yuxiao, Jun, you will go with me with the red-haired them tomorrow. Victory in this battlefield. This will directly affect who the balance of victory is leaning into. Ren pointed to Shuixian Star Island and said in a deep voice. This island must be a gathering of heroes at this moment, and the strong are like clouds. Intelligence from Stussy. Many monsters have begun to choose to stand right. And secretly there are also CPOs in contact with Stussy. And start infiltrating to convince these monsters to fight for the 313 world government. Almost what they want. The world government will say yes. The world government's heart to destroy the Allied forces is extremely strong. Allies and world government. Who can take advantage of the game of Shuixian Star Island? It can be said that this war was won by a few points first. The power of pirates. It is definitely not to be underestimated. So Ren will personally take the strong to go. Also bring red hair pirates. Let red hair pirates hand in the petition. I didn't expect that one day we would work together, the times have changed tremendously. It's time for dinner. Red hair pirates, Whitebeard. And Bullet and others to dine together before rushing to the arranged station. Whitebeard said with emotion. If only it had been a month ago. Some say they may work together. Whitebeard definitely scoffed. Absolutely not convinced. Even if it's rocks resurrected. Can't do it either. But for now under the union of the leaders of the Allied forces. And they did. And such a big move. Naturally, you can't hide it from the world government. I learned that the 3 emperors may have concluded a new alliance. The faces of the 5 elders are gloomy to ultimate. After dinner. Ren standing on the balcony of the Marine headquarters building. Look at the Marine HQ that has been built like a jungle of steel. He looked at the time-space device again. Many troops and strong people began to teleport. And many chronospace devices are arranged on some surrounding islands. Make sure when fighting. Even if some islands have climate problems. Unable to teleport directly into place. At the very least, teleport to the nearest island. At the same time, the truth about the world government was also spread by the Allies. The whole world instantly plunged into madness and boiling. 5 elders are confused. I didn't expect Ren to do this. Unexpectedly, Ren also knew part of their origins. The world is about to riot completely. Allied leaders, this is completely smashing the jar to the end. Lift the table. Too crazy? The feast begins tonight. Time waits for no one. 39. Tanya, Yuri has taken all the kingdoms of East Blue as quickly as possible, and the world government has no strength to hold these places. 35. After taking it, start producing soldiers on the spot. The current first production target is 500 million. Received. Add 5,000 barracks in the Alabasta Desert and start exploding. 35. Received. I'll go and say hello to the King of Alabasta. 35. Ren is preparing for Marine HQ. A distinguished guest came to your door. Leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Thank you for escaping so many lines of defense to come to me. Ren hasn't turned around yet. I felt that there was a silent figure behind me. When you turn your head, you know who it is. I have no ill will and I don't want too many people to know, and I feel like it's for us, is the most advantageous. The dragon's flat voice sounded, but his eyes were fiery. For the young man in front of him, he even had a little adoration. Chapter 131. The truth is often cruel and horrifying. When Ren announces the world that the world government is some kind of unknown monster. Countless people believe it or not. All scared. If the Allies just want to slander the world government. That worked. Because of this slander, it is frightening. The world government is not human. Even the world's greatest source of darkness. Take human death as nourishment. This kind of words are so terrifying. Those who believe are even more panicked. They were convinced that what the Allies said was true. And some of the older generation are in the memory. 60 years ago indeed. Their kingdom. There have been very large-scale riots. A lot of people died. Some things, the more I think about it, the more frightened I get. At that time, many people couldn't figure out what was going on. Some kingdoms are obviously very peaceful. Nor did it provoke enemy countries. But the war broke out so suddenly. Now the Allies have come up with the concept of 5 elders. The more they think about it, the more likely it is. Tavern where many people gather. Is this really fake? If it is false, the Allies are undoubtedly reducing their authority by doing so, but if it is true, it is inevitably too outrageous. A civilian held a newspaper and said with a cold sweat on his face. I think it's not unreasonable. I often hear Grandpa say that there was a very dark history in the past, maybe this is it. I feel less and less secure. Let's go to the area under the jurisdiction of the Allied forces. How can such an absurd thing be true? It's just a mutual smear by hostile forces, and there is no actual evidence for this report. Yes. You see the world government issuing a report condemning the Allies. Call them despicable and shameless and fabricate facts. The two behemoths are at all-out war, and the truth of the matter is not clear to many. 35. I believe in the Allies more than the world government. You see, the above report says that in order to avoid a repeat of this disaster, they have set up safe areas on many islands. Feel free to go. Speaking of which, what happened to those who went to Allied territory? My friend called and said, it's so wonderful there. Really? 35. Ridiculous. It's just a gimmick of a war of public opinion, and the noble world government is portrayed like a demon, and in order to win the war, the Allies are really unscrupulous and crazy. 99. If you dare to establish a so-called safe zone in our country, immediately send troops to fight. The kings of many countries did not believe at all. For them, the world government is a noble being. It is as sacred as a god. How could it be such a terrifying monster? Lord King, or we will use the excuse of visiting the kingdom to get closer to the safe area. Commander, do you even believe this? Your Majesty, whether we believe it or not, for the sake of safety, be careful. After all, what if it is true? If after a while, this so-called feast does not happen, it will not be too late for us to return to the royal capital. Makes sense. There is also no shortage of kings who don't trust the world government. The monsters of Aqua Star Island heard the news. They were stunned. Even if it is to discredit the opponent. This report is so detailed and realistic. As if there were no loopholes. This made many giants and monsters who had planned to join the world government hesitate. Is this true or false? If this is true, wouldn't we be making a deal with the devil if we cooperated with the world government, and we could die violently at any time? 60 or 70 years ago. It was indeed a rather dark time for us, when the sea was more disorderly and death was more common. If you really want to say this, it makes sense. The white-bearded mercenary king said in deep thought. And the hesitation of the monsters. It is also the most angry and unacceptable to the world government. And the reason why 5 elders ordered this feast to be carried out in this vent. It's because they know. It's only been 60 years since the last feast. There are still many survivors alive in this world. If you have a heart to investigate, we'll find out with everything that the Allies say. That's right. Although they still have no conclusive evidence. But that's all. Let the pirates have doubts. That's enough. There are doubts. Will be wary of them. A hand will be reserved at every moment. Come like that. How to let them fight with all their might. And it may be more difficult to advance the feast later. It's better to take risks. Execute the feast while everyone is still wobbly at first. Do everything possible to improve your strength first. Whatever happens then. As long as there is strength, anything can be smoothed. It's a big deal to kill some more people in this era. Kill this generation. Never dare to mention the word feast again. So to the next generation. Who knows what happened? What if the Allies knew? The world's population is their ingredient. Their nutrition. Who can protect them? Not even the Allies. The strength of the Allied forces was many. But not so much to protect every island. How dare the Allied forces disperse? They dare to go straight to the world government. Take the Rennes head. They've already figured out a way to deal with Rennes. Sengoku, look at the Allied news, degree. Garp found Sengoku. Hand the news to Sengoku. Sengoku is dealing with various battle reports at the moment. A cursory glance. I didn't really take it to heart, it's just an alarmist public opinion war, didn't I use this trick in the past? Garp, don't forget, we're a Marine. Still by forces that can confront the world government. The chaos and wars of the world cannot be stopped, and if you look around the Holy Land, people are dying every moment. 35. We want to end this state as soon as possible. Sengoku said in a deep voice. I see. Garp nodded. It's just that the eyes are still blank. He felt that the starting point of the Allies was good. But why can't you just sit down and talk? What is the biggest obstacle? Luffy and Ace, they're okay. Temporarily received, this trip Lord Five Elders will also go with us to Shuixian Star Island. Now the news spread by the Allied forces has planted the seeds of doubt in the hearts of the pirates. It seems that it is necessary to use more Raftel intelligence to clear up this doubt. We are also ready to go. 5 elders are going to Aqua Star Island in person. Garp was taken aback. In years, they have not been outside the Holy Land of 5 elders. At the moment because of the presence of the Allies. So often in action. It seems that their pressure is not small. Although the leaders of the two armies have not yet fought. But all kinds of overt and covert confrontations have not stopped since Marineford. Now it's getting worse. Garp even believes that the leader of the Allied forces will also come to Aqua Star Island. I'm afraid a war for talent cannot be avoided. 5 elders don't really want to take the risk themselves. Especially on an island so close to that sea. Maybe it will cause some bad rejection. But Lord Im saw the news from the Allies. For the first time, the face became ugly. To Lord Im. There are some things that the world should not know. Once known, it will gradually cause the incident to spiral out of control. And Lord Im doesn't like the way things get out of control. That's why 5 elders volunteered. The world is turbulent. The same goes for Marineford. Even if it's night. Still can't calm down. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, the dragon is coming. Ren was surprised. If it weren't for his own strength to fuse Kizaru's gene fluid. I'm afraid it will be difficult to discover the arrival of the dragon at the first time. He came and went without a trace. It's like a ghost in the air. Or rather. The abilities of Instructor Edson are very similar. Walking in a completely different world. So all external means of exploration. And many strong people did not find that the dragon was coming. There is such a means of concealment. No wonder it can be hunted down by the world government for many years. Live until now. You must know that although there are many 9-star powerhouses in the Revolutionary Army. But the current powerhouse that truly surpasses the 9-star. But only the dragon is alone. But just this one. But he can escape from many top powerhouses in the world government many times. Let the world government helpless. It is enough to see how powerful the dragon is. He is far more dangerous to the world government than the 4 emperors like Whitebeard. The 4 emperors, most of them are just hegemons. Be their soil emperor. Usually the world government doesn't attack them. They don't attack the world government either. This is good, the well water does not violate the river water. So the world government can tolerate the existence of 4 emperors. But the revolutionary army of the dragon is different. The original intention of the founding of the revolutionary army. Not to be the emperor of a land. But exists to overthrow the world government. Will actively attack the departments under the world government and some member countries. This is something that shakes the rule of the world government. 5 elders is also never allowed to exist. And now the allies. It's even more going to carry this point forward. The allied army is now like a revolutionary army magnified many times. Everything the allies did. It's not as simple as shaking the rule of the world government. It's a real tiger's mouth. From the mouth of the evil dragon of the world government. Grabbed half the world. This is the future that the dragon once imagined. I didn't expect it to be realized in my own hands. Instead, it was achieved in the hands of the allies. So he looked into Rennes' eyes. He was not taken lightly because of his youth. Instead, with admiration. Because of his purpose. Also with the purpose of the allies. He knows better than anyone. Enemies of the world. What a difficult road to take. Just summon up the courage to resist this authority that has accumulated for nearly 1,000 years. This is very difficult. And in this rebellion against authority. Accumulate your own team and strength. That's even more of a rooting steel wire. One wrong step will surely turn over and break bones. And the allies are now not only resisting. And the resistance was a great success. This is the future that Long once hoped for. It was something he longed to do. But he hasn't done it yet. But it was done by the man in front of him. How can this not be admired from the heart? It's the first time we've met. But dragon feeling. They seem to have known each other for a long time. They are like-minded people. Is there anything the leader of the revolutionary army looking for me? Ren lifts a cup of tea from the balcony table. After taking a sip. Look at the marine headquarters that is still being rebuilt in the middle of the night. The soldiers are busy. Of course, mining vehicles are also busy collecting soul ore. So it looks vibrant. There is no twilight of the night. There are 2 things, the first is cooperation. I think you need help now more than ever. The wind blows on the dragon's cloak. Blowing hunting. At the same time, a face with vicissitudes and half of the tattoo is revealed. This is a fact, but why do you think you can help me, even if you are a top strongman, but such a strong person? In the future war, there will be no shortage, although the revolutionary army also has its own strength, but unfortunately, the strength is my biggest advantage and dependence. 5. There is not much benefit, and working with you will increase the risk. Ren looked at the dragon and said. The revolutionary army may be ideal. Be consistent with yourself. But people are complex. The ideal is the same. It does not mean that all values and outlook on life are the same. And when there are differences, it is easy to disagree. Once disagreements arise, it is not impossible for the good to become the bad. You're more realistic than I thought. Long said after being stunned for a moment. He thought the allies were now in a fierce confrontation with the world government. Reinforcements from all sides will be needed. Especially when the ideas of their revolutionary army are so close to those of the allies. Long thought that this trip would be smoother. After all, the strength of their revolutionary army. Compared to the 4 emperors alone. Only strong, not weak. The result was not expected. As soon as it was proposed, it was closed. All ideals that are not based on reality are only castles in the air and unrealistic after all. Yes, but our masters are much more powerful than that. That was an accident that led me to create the revolutionary army. This night, the two talked for a long time. Mutual vigilance from the beginning. To many points of view gradually unified. Especially when hearing what Long said about the power gained in the process of the origin of the Revolutionary Army. The Allies and the Revolutionary Army have reached cooperation. I didn't expect that your Revolutionary Army was not simpler than I thought. Ren was indeed surprised. If you want to overthrow a behemoth-like world government, without a strong whole card, it will only be a flash in the pan. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The world government does not know your movements yet, you continue to hibernate, at the critical moment, give them a blow, and the best effect is to surprise the soldiers. That's what I thought. 27. I need a few more secret kingdoms to go back. Do you have such a kingdom? You asked the right person. These secret base-like kingdoms, we have no shortage of revolutionary, too good, life troops. In this way, the problem of Ren troop hoarding was solved by most of it. Why can't it be completely solved? Mainly because of the next force to explode. It will be very scary. From the end of the war to the present. Less than a day. Ren exploded nearly 100 million soldiers. Alabasta has to go say hi. Otherwise it will be discovered immediately. Besides, there's a second thing. 35. What's the matter? Since cooperation has been reached. It's not difficult, and Ren will help if she can. Let Kizaru out, he's a man of our Revolutionary Army. 35. Poof. Ren, who had just taken a sip of tea, looked at the dragon with a shocked face. Why is it so unexpected? Didn't you guess it when you were on the battlefield? The dragon said speechlessly. I said nonsense at the time. Now it was the dragon's turn to be stunned. Then you shouldn't kill him, right? After extracting his potential and ability, I didn't pay attention anymore. I'll ask, but you have to be mentally prepared. Even if he is still alive, he is a waste. This job is inherently dangerous, but I didn't expect it to be planted not in the hands of the world government, but in your hands. The dragon's expression was extremely complicated. Kizaru was really going to die. He also knew that no one was to blame. At that time, the positions of the two sides were different. Still alive, I asked someone to bring it over. Mind talking about Kizaru? Ren was curious indeed. Strictly speaking, the Revolutionary Army was founded by me and Kizaru, but I chose to be in the open, and he still chose to stay in Marine, thinking that it could play a role in some critical moments, but I didn't expect it to be like this, and now he can't return to the world government, there is no suitable reason. The dragon said pityingly. So it is. Ren understood. Long was a member of Marine. For a while was Marine. Only later did he defect from the revolutionary military punishment founded by Marine. It should be at that time that a consensus was reached with Kizaru. After a while, Kizaru, who was extremely weak and no different from ordinary people, was brought over. But at the same time, a voice sounded downstairs, Ren, where are you? Chapter 132. Kizaru should have died. But no. When Ren caught him, he's still alive. Now it's just the ability potential that has been extracted. But not all blood and flesh and blood are drawn. In order to ensure the purity of combat genes, some memories that have nothing to do with combat ability are filtered out at the time of extraction. As a result, Ren does not know Kizaru's true identity. After smoking, Kizaru is still alive. Ren did not order Kizaru's execution. The people below. Naturally, Kizaru's life was saved. Imprison it. And Kizaru looks aging at the moment. As if you might die at any moment. He gave Ren a complicated look. I don't know what to say. Before, the two were enemies. It's normal to be caught and killed. But now Kizaru feels it. If killed. Probably a little better. If it weren't for when I worked in the Ministry of Science. Some backhands are also reserved. Kizaru is now a waste. Even worse than ordinary people. He really had the idea of seeking death immediately. Someone is looking for you, and we leave first. It seems to be your son. 39. I know. After the dragon finished speaking, it turned into an invisible wind and wrapped around Kizaru. Or get out of here. 4 dragons. The closer he got to Luffy, the more dangerous Luffy. So many years. He was not by his side all the time. Only occasionally look at him from a distance. He is really not a qualified father. He didn't know he had actually met. How to face it? Only know this world. There are some things that someone has to do. If you don't do it, thousands of families may usher in disaster. Ren pondered as she looked in the direction they had left. The Straw Hat Kid is looking for you everywhere. Jun opened the balcony door and walked over. What are you looking for me for? Ren was puzzled. To be honest, now you dare to shout your name like this at the Marine headquarters. Even the top powerhouses don't dare much. Only the Straw Hat Boy can do it. It's not clear. Bring him up. Hey, I'm not your servant, don't be addicted. When Jun heard this, he immediately said dissatisfiedly. The mouth is hard, but the body is honest. Already walked out. Treat you to dinner tomorrow. It's about the same. Moments later, Luffy was ushered in front of Ren. Ace followed along. Hello, Mr. Ren. Ace greeted politely. Look at Luffy staring straight at Ren. Reached out and pressed Luffy's head. Luffy then realized and said hello. What's the matter with me? Ren asked lightly. To be honest, there is now both identity and strength between the two. There is a huge gap. To 313 is the average pirate. Even if the bounty is 3.5 billion. Would you like to see them? It all depends on Ren mood. Logically speaking, there should be no intersection between the two. But Ren was curious. I want to see what the Straw Hat has to do with himself. Poof. As a result, Ren just spoke. Luffy fell to his knees. With Ace. We want to learn from you and ask you to teach us how to become stronger. The 35 brothers said in unison. In this battlefield war, the two who realized that their strength was insufficient. After seeing Ren's strength, that's when the idea came about. And what Ren calls the age of adventure, they recognize. Indeed, the strength of the two is not weak. Luffy is currently a strength of around 7 stars. Ace has 9 stars. It's just Ace's 9-star strength. More of a Logia bonus from Devil Fruit. There are more weaknesses. The fall tolerance rate is not high. Once the ability is limited, there are not many means to use. And at first glance, I heard that the two wanted to worship themselves as a teacher. Ren was also a little confused. He really hadn't thought about it. But if you think about it, it's not impossible. Both of them have monster-level talents. Even without yourself. Luffy was 2 years later. Under Rayleigh training. After a bitter fight. I also have the strength to defeat Kaido head-on. His fruit is a god-level fruit. Phantom Beast species Sun God Nika fruit. From the 5 Elders reaction. This fruit clearly belongs to the old world. Have the potential to threaten them. Even this fruit. There is also a vague will of its own. In the years they were looking. Deliberately avoid them. It is very likely that some guy's soul consciousness is attached to it. These two are a little polished. Become a top powerhouse. Even the existence of becoming a surpassing top powerhouse. It's all possible. Look at their pious and longing looks. Ren knows. The impact of this war on them was too strong. Even the top powerhouses have fallen a few. If only they didn't stay strong. You can't do anything. Luffy's words, I can understand, but Fire Fist Ace you, don't you have Whitebeard, eeg? He now has enough energy to teach you that although your Logia is good, it is still very young for Whitebeard, and there is a lot of room for growth. Ren looked at Fire Fist Ace in confusion and said, Daddy there's no way to give it your all. 35 Ace truthfully. Ren suddenly. After all, it was a child who was raised by himself. There are some risks that Whitebeard still doesn't dare to let them take. Otherwise, with the base of the strong as the Whitebeard pirates, how can it be normal that there should be another top powerhouse? But no. Even Marco is still half a step away from a 10-star powerhouse. That's because there's Whitebeard as an umbrella. Even if you meet a strong enemy, Marco and others also subconsciously felt that Whitebeard would protect them. And that's exactly what happened. Whitebeard always guarded them. Even sometimes. They are all used to it. Can't tell the difference. But this time Ace went out to capture Blackbeard. But I deeply perceive the shortcomings in this regard. Ace feels. If you want to go further, get stronger and more perfect, must step out of this comfort zone. So look at Luffy's eager eyes. He also followed Luffy to make a decision. My training method is not the same as ordinary people, it will be very hard, and I may die at any time, can you accept it? Ren after thinking. I think I still don't miss these two monster-level apprentices. Although Ren had never thought about it before. But at least a little. Ren is sure. These two men were apprentices. The possibility of betraying yourself is almost non-existent. This nature alone deserves recognition. And their bloodline. Maybe when you find other ancient weapon later, it can also come in handy. Can it get stronger? Luffy after Sabayati Archipelago. I realized that I wanted to stop being separated from my friends. You have to get stronger. Yes, but it can also die. It's okay. The two said firmly in unison. As for Ren can make the two stronger? Needless to say, that's certainly possible. Refer to Jun for details, and Cyrus will know. Originally, I could add 2 more top genes this time. Ares and Edson's. It's a pity that Edson himself committed suicide early. Ren was sent to the gene center afterwards. It was found that it could not be refined. And Ares' body disappeared again. After being won by Blackbeard. While you are fighting with Sengoku and others. Fraud slipped away. At that time, Ren also thought he was dead. Until after his body disappeared. Only to find out that something was wrong. I have to say. Blackbeard's escape skills are really powerful. Luffy's current strength is still very weak. With the 9-star gene solution, it is expected to fully adapt in the shortest possible time. Just fight to the death. When you reach the 9 stars, look for an opportunity to break through to the 10 stars. An ace looks for an old guy's fighting genes. Let him absorb and make up for the shortcomings in all aspects. Also promoted to the peak of the 9 stars first. And Haki's side. Ren is even more proficient. He absorbed the full power of Kaido. Be good at Conqueror's winding. And both have Conqueror's Haki. You can act as Teacher Kai, 35. The simplest and crudest. Constantly thrashing them, of course. Let them break through in battle. Of course, Ren investment is not small. But if you can have such a monster talent subordinates, Ren won't be stingy either. Jun, you take them to the gene center, transfer 2 parts of the 9-star gene liquid, let them take it first, and I will go to other kingdoms to deal with things. Good. Jun when others are present. Still give Ren face. Just took a deep look at him. What I remember, I won't forget. Ren said. Let the Chrono crew teleport him to Alabasta. I was meant to go. Now because of the Dragon Father and Son thing. There was some delay. Now there is some urgent information over there. The base was discovered by the troops of the Alabasta side. Jun smiled when he heard this. She didn't actually have to ask Ren to invite her to dinner. Just watch after the big war. Everyone has time to rest. But he didn't. Don't stop for a moment. Although many things can be arranged for people to do. But too many things pile up. Even if it is just arrangement. It's not easy either. And some places have to be Ren himself to have the best results. Luffy and Ace respectfully gave a teacher's salute. He was then taken to a gene replication center by Jun. Jun took one more look at them. See their terrifying talent and potential at a glance. The eyes of the two are extremely firm. They want to be stronger. Ace doesn't want to be a liability anymore. Upon learning that Blackbeard may still be alive, Ace knows and wants to do it again. You have to prove that you are strong enough. Otherwise, there will be a situation like today. He couldn't forgive himself. Why do the Allies have bases in our country? Cobra took hundreds of thousands of King's army. Looking at the sand dunes, where tens of thousands of buildings stand. Even if it's night, it's still bright. Despite the many lightning storms as cover. But it was still discovered by Eagle Falcon Bell from high in the sky. It's too huge there. It's like a giant city that never sleeps. Or another world that doesn't fit in with Alabasta. After discovering so many allies within your kingdom, King Cobra was also taken aback. Hurriedly gather all the king's army and wait for it. He watched the live broadcast during the day. Although he recognized the idea of the allies. But many ideas of the allies. It's all anti-powerful. And they are the royal family of Alabasta. Is it also in the being opposed? Cobra is not clear. But what if it is? He couldn't sit still. Alabasta is a country with quite a population. There are tens of millions of people. Some time ago because of the sand crocodile. As a result, many became rebel troops. The number of fighters who can participate in the war and fight has reached 1 million. This force is for many neighboring countries. It is an invisible deterrent. But in the face of the Allies, Cobra was not at all sure. Even the world government lost the clash. He is a member state. Even if it is a joining power. And how? Under the orders of the world government. King Cobra also had to symbolically prepare an army earlier. But they haven't been allowed to set off yet. He knew he had no choice. But hesitating. He knew that once the army was on the march. People who can come back alive. I'm afraid there are very few. Fortunately, there are excuses. Say before because of the crocodile incident. Their forces are still being prepared. Lord King, shall we inform the world government? Bell said with a heavy face. This kind of thing is no longer something they can handle. That kind of prismatic tower-like building. The power is so great that he probably can't stop it. Such a dense quantity. And that steel-tied like chariot. The battle is really fighting. Their army of millions. I guess I can't hold out for long. Not to mention. The Allies may still have those island-destroying bombs here. At all costs. This is beyond the limits of what they can handle. Wait. Cobra hesitated. Because once the matter is reported to the world government, there is no room for redemption and avoidance of war. This will definitely become a new battlefield. If you can. King Cobra wants to avoid this situation. Hasn't anyone from the Allied side come out to negotiate yet? Light blue hair, beautiful as an elf, Princess Vivi sits on the running duck. Also worried. Since the failure of Crocodile's attempt to plot the kingdom, Vivi is also working on Alabasta's royal history. Hope to find something out of it. Because Crocodile said it himself. The kingdom was not what he wanted most. What he wants has to do with the historical article. Alabasta is a kingdom with thousands of years of history. Although part of the history is missing. But there are also some manuscripts left by the royal family. Vivi gradually knows. Under this great desert, there may be a scrapped ancient weapon sleeping. And where the design drawings may be. and a possible resting place for the new generation of ancient weapon. Now it's a time of turmoil. Whether it's the Allies or the world government, or 4 emperors, they are all too powerful. If Alabasta wants to protect herself, you can no longer be satisfied with the current strength. Must get stronger. When you are strong, you can help yourself and help others. This truth was obtained by Bibi following the Straw Hat Pirates. Not yet. Gaka, the adjutant of the escort, shook his head. What's going on? They should have found us, why didn't they move? Is it acting in the dark? Cobra frowned. If you act in secret, that's a very bad signal. Let the whole army raise the warning, all the artillery is in position. Be ready to fight at any time while preventing sneak attacks and encirclement. Cobra had to give further orders. Why do disasters always befall this already suffering country, and it is not easy to fight against the desert environment? Bibi sighed inwardly. Right at this moment, a hazy light emerges. Ren appeared in front of King Cobra's army. Sorry, it's a little late, there is no need to be so excited. Look back and announce to the outside world that you have encountered some allied forces here. There has been a conflict. In order to cover up the past, I don't want the main base here to be discovered. Such a thing, I believe you don't want to see it. After all, war is not a good thing for you. Allied chief. Look at this figure that appeared on the scene. The million-strong army and Cobra and others present were extremely surprised. The leader of the allied forces. The most legendary character now. At this moment, it appeared in front of them. This startled King Cobra and them. Chapter 133. Cobra thought that someone from the Allies might intervene in the exchange. I didn't expect it. The leaders of the Allied forces will be present in person. The emergence of Rennes. Let Cobra feel a cardiac arrest. This is to kill several top powerhouses on the battlefield. And hit the Holy Land with terrorist bombs. The monster that caused the death of countless celestial dragons. Commanding the current largest number of troops weaving. This aura is blessed. Even if it is a king of a country like Cobra. Stand in front of Rennes. I can't help but tremble at the moment. The difference between the two is too great. Although before their family, Ben was also a descendant of the 20 kings. But their ancestors did not choose to live in holy places. It's still living in Alabasta. Identity and status are transcendent. But Rennes gave them a sense of oppression. It's still unprecedented. Bell, a member of these royal guards in Gaka. At the moment, although the hand is on the weapon, but the atmosphere still does not dare to breathe. Bibi was equally horrified. But also extremely curious. If you look at it up close, it is completely impossible to see what a terrifying and powerful person he is. On the contrary, it is very harmless to humans and animals. Let's sit down and have a good talk. Listen to Ren. King Cobra simply did not have the courage to refuse. A man who even the world government can beat. If he tried to refuse, the consequences can be imagined. And, indeed, it has to be discussed. Gotta figure it out. What the hell is he trying to do in Alabasta? A moment later. In the main allied base. Ren tastes the cuisine that is unique to Alabasta. Before talking at a previous meeting at Marine headquarters, Ren didn't eat much. There were so many things to arrange at that time. Don't be too nervous, sit down. Look at King Cobra and Princess Bibi. I was nervous and curious to look around. Ren couldn't help but speak. I don't have any thoughts about your kingdom, but to prevent certain disasters, I will set up a safe zone here for you. Of course, more importantly, you have one of my main bases here. I don't want the people of the world government to know, you understand? Ren has no superfluous nonsense. Tell them directly what they want. Ren wasn't really worried about contacting the world government. Because the telephone worm radio waves were jammed by the Allies. They couldn't even call the world government. Unless it is reported outside the area. Listen to Ren. Cobra's heart was heavy. This means Alabasta's situation is really dangerous. Local wars between the world government and the Allies. It could be started here at any time. This is the last thing Cobra wants. But under this general trend. And what can he do? Say no? That may be destroyed even faster. The world is like this. He always has to choose a side. Why Alabasta? 35 Cobra asked puzzled. It's a vast territory here, it's big enough. Ren has come up with what she wants. The next step is to address their doubts. After all, forced brainwashing is of course convenient and fast. But if only they were willing to accept the rule of the Allies. That would be better. It shows that the concept of the Allied forces can be recognized by more people. Is the ideal world you talked about at Marine Ford true? 35 Vivi is a young man. And an idealistic person. I think of Ren's speeches to the world during the day. The ugly truth about the world government he revealed deeply shocked her. For many years, no warrior has dared to do this. That's madness, like enemies of the world. And he painted a world where the weak can live and work in peace. Let countless people with the ideal of a better life yearn for it. She is one of them. Only, she wasn't sure what she wasn't sure about. Is that true or not? Although Princess Vivi asked. But she also knew. No matter what the other person answers. I'm afraid I still can't get the answer I want. Because it is impossible to prove the real or false. So I don't believe it. That's all that matters. Whether you believe each other or not is the most important thing. We don't know each other, my answer, cannot completely dispel your doubts. Ren said lightly. It was as if she had seen through all of Princess Vivi's thoughts. What if we refuse? King Cobra summoned up the courage to speak of another possibility. King Cobra, in the current situation in the world, no one can be left alone, not to mention that you, the nobles who should have become celestial dragons, even the most ordinary royal aristocracy, will also be affected. What the world is really like, you kings should know better than anyone. You don't want your country to become a battlefield. If you refuse, I'll have to do it myself. It seems that we have no choice at all. Cobra smiled bitterly. No, you have a choice. If you don't have a choice, I wouldn't be standing here. I'm just telling you, see the facts, don't take chances. Look at the other member countries, which one did not send troops? Even the kings of many countries have been asked to go to war in person. Do you think you will be spared? Sooner or later, you have to make a choice between being an enemy of us or an enemy of the world government. Ren words made Cobra, the king of a country. Cold sweat can't help but flow down. It's too stressful. Although Cobra knew that this day would come. I didn't expect it to be so fast. He hadn't thought about it yet. But he knew what Ren was telling the truth. But even if the world government has not done anything for all these years, led many countries into war, it's really about the words of the world government. Cobra's heart is also trembling. That is absolute authority. It's their awe of existence. Don't be so pressured, I didn't let you make a choice now, at this stage, you just need to treat it as if you didn't find here, and in the next days, you can think it through. As I said before, you Alabasta can even have a reason not to send troops. 99. After all, you have encountered the Allies and there has been a conflict. Isn't that a good excuse? Ren words. Heard in Cobra. At the moment it is more like the whisper of the devil. It's so tempting. King Cobra really did not want to send his own soldiers to die in vain. Especially seeing the Allies on the Alabasta Desert. Build a huge giant city base. He even had an amazing guess. Will the Allies be in the war during the day? There is still a backhand. Haven't poured out of the nest yet? If that's the case, that would be terrible. Good. King Cobra agreed. Although only a small step. But King Cobra felt relieved. Get a few days to buffer it first. Let yourself calm down and think. You won't regret today's choice. Ren said indifferently. Ren knew that Cobra was still more inclined to the Allies. And the first step has been taken. The back is basically stable. In these days of being king, Cobra has long seen through the essence. Wars between countries. Related to many policies of the world government. Although the Alabaster royal family is extraordinary. No need to hand over heavenly gold. But Cobra was a good king who cared about the commoners. So he saw the harm caused by heavenly gold. At the World Summit, though others speak softly, there is not much say at all. Nothing can be changed. If the Allies really want to change the world, that might be a good thing. By the way, I also took in 2 apprentices tonight, one of whom is named Monkey D. Luffy. Ren said more. This immediately made the eyes of Princess Vivi and King Cobra light up. Trust in Ren a little more. Princess Vivi, if one day you find something you can't grasp, you can tell me. Ren said something that Princess Vivi didn't quite understand. But she nodded anyway. Look into Ren's eyes. A little more color. Luffy actually worshipped him as a teacher. Then he must not be an evil person. And he clearly has the strength to easily destroy Alabasta. There is no need to come here in person to communicate. But he still came. At least, this sincere attitude. Let them think that the ideals of the Allies are real. Maybe. World government is indeed outdated and rotten. Ren calmly watched them leave. Poor Salino, thanks to the information you and the bear sent over the years, our research progress is much faster than that of Marine headquarters, and the latest model of the Killing Angel has been born. In the dark. There are figures running in the sky. All the winds meet them. Auto-gauge avoidance. 5 elders still no one is assured, arranged a monitor by my side, otherwise the results can be sent earlier, of course, the most important thing is that drive. Bekapunk is passive and slack, although the drawings were successfully researched early, but with the world government said that in the research. I also gambled on luck to find it. Kizaru said calmly. All these years, you've worked hard. The dragon said after sighing. This is the current situation in Porisalino. Not what he wanted to see. But undercover. A lot of things are inherently involuntary. Each other, when you go back, use the pacifists of the angel sequence to transform me, with my own only backup. In addition, Aokiji, Akainu's angels must also concentrate all their forces to produce, before the world government, so that we can have the advantage. If the situation is tense, I see that Bekapunk will not be able to drag on for long, and the pacifists of the angelic line will soon be produced. Well, I'll get people ready right away. Long Ye nodded solemnly. Same night. An island in New World. This is a marine training base. There are marines, and there are towns where ordinary residents live. At this moment, this small island is on fire. The screams are incessant. Teacher Zephyr, what the hell is wrong with you? Why attack civilians? By the fire. Anne, a female swordsman with blue hair, looks at Zephyr Sensei, who is slaughtering the island's inhabitants. Her face was full of tears. A look of disbelief. 0, asking for flowers. The inhabitants of this town. I've lived with them for years. Many of them know Zephyr. But now they were all killed by Zephyr Sensei. Sharp tentacles of black shadows. It's like a stream of light all over town. A dried corpse hung from all the tentacles. All the essence of life has been absorbed. Anne, hurry up, this is no longer Zephyr Sensei, his state is very wrong, there must be something wrong with Marine or higher, find Vice Admiral Garp, the person Mr. Zephyr trusts the most, tell him about the changes in Mr. Zephyr. Mau Mau winding. Bins hissed at Anne. He led his students to stop Zephyr's madness. But most of the casualties are currently there. Look at Mr. Zephyr. Everyone is afraid that they will die. They're no Zephyr opponent of the upgraded at all. Just hold him back at the moment. People keep dying. But this is the case with Teacher Zephyr. Apparently only appeared after going to Marineford to join the war. Now even if they are bound to die, send someone out as much as possible, too. Tell Sengoku or Garp. If even they have changed, then no way. I can only accept my fate. Anne wants to stay and fight together. But she knew that someone had to live to tell Vice Admiral Garp the news. Let's go. We can't drag it out for long. Binns was covered in blood. The same goes for the rest of the Marines. In this forest, he manipulated countless plants to entangle Zephyr. But was shattered by Zephyr's punch. The tentacles stir and all the giant trees are shattered. Poof! Many of Marine's bodies are pierced by black tentacles. The body dries up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then with a shake, the corpse turned into powder. Anne saw this. No more hesitation. Fled with tears in my eyes. But she had just been on the boat every once in time. A ship wrapped in tentacles chased after it. But was stopped by several Marine warships. Fluffy. After escaping some distance, Anne heard the explosion of the warship. In the dark. The whole island has only the skyrocketing fire. It's still so dazzling. And after that, not a single ship came out again. Anne knows. The whole island. Except for yourself. Everyone is probably dead. How so? Teacher Zephyr has been suffering hard enough in this life, why did he become a monster? Don't. This is what the Allies said earlier. A catastrophe for humanity. This turned out to be true. 35. And this is for Anne. The catastrophe is far from over. It's just beginning. Now. No. Stay. 35. Dark Zephyr stands on the sea. Looking at the direction of Anne's departure, he chased over. Just arrive in Al-An to a nearby island. Ready to find phone bug when contacting Garp. Dark Zephyr is coming to this island. Slaughter. Thousands of inhabitants. Under the combat power of the Admiral class. Countless casualties in an instant. The screams resounded throughout the island. Anne can't help them. You can only bury your head and escape. And so, another island fell. Countless people died. Not even livestock can escape the poison. But part of the people, transformed. Become a pawn of the Dark Zephyr. And under the cover of a local garrison, Vice Admiral. He was able to embark on the road of escape again. The nutrient acquisition went smoothly. It seems that the Allies are either not sure of the authenticity of the feast, or they know it, and they have not allocated troops to the various islands to station. The 5 elders of the Holy Land sit around a certain luminous being. The luminaire is getting brighter and brighter. The glow emitted nourishes them. Everyone's face is refreshed and red. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Feast once it starts. They will get stronger and stronger. In the world, no one will be their opponent at all. And what about the large number of allied forces? Come to the end. It's not the same to be their nourishment. This is a wise choice. If he dares to send a large army, once all 18 islands fall into our hands, he can immediately counter-encircle the Marine headquarters and annihilate them in one fell swoop. This shows that their current strength should be the limit. It is impossible to have more, and such a force is enough to guard their station, but if they want to protect the world, it is not enough. Keep an eye out for changes in their troops. Understood. Hey! Suddenly 5 elders frowned. Why did the speed slow down all of a sudden? Sass, see with your eyes what's going on. It's the Allies, on the new islands, there are Allied troops stationed. The clearance is hindered. This is still a long way from the core 18 islands, how can they be here? 5 elders was also stunned. Is it just a mistake? Just bumped into one of their heavily garrisoned islands? Don't startle the snake yet, Zephyr, retreat first, let the puppets in other seas also act. Being discovered too early by them is not good for us. Peace. Chapter 134. On that night, many forces launched a slaughter operation against civilians. Some islands are blocked by a group of pirates. Uncle Ben is the captain of the Ghost Hand pirate group. Your entire island has been surrounded by us. Before I kill this block, who can run to the top of that mountain, can avoid death. The garrison of this island has been killed by this pirate group. The rest of the population wanted to resist. But some people hear that there is a chance to live. I didn't want to run to the mountain without thinking about it. This run, others are not calm at all. No one wants to be left behind. What if you really run to that mountain and survive? A lot of times, Ben wanted to do something. As long as one person flinched, it can lead a group of people. And a bunch of people flinched. It drives the whole big picture. Not even they thought about it. In case this group of butchers does not admit it. So what to do? Run. The whole city suddenly rioted. At this moment, it is not uncommon to abandon one's family. There are also people who stay with their families. But either way, their hearts are full of fear, despair. Someone has heard the name of the Oni Hand Pirates. The captain was offered a reward of more than 600 million Baileys. Such a monster! How could it be that they can deal with it? Not to mention that he also brought a large number of companions. Hey, hey! The breath of fear, despair is wonderful. Harvest as much as you want. Yes. As the captain's voice fell, a famous crew member had black tentacles drilled into his body. Start hunting and hunting a famous villager. What is it? Capable people. No, they are all the same. This is not ability, this is a monster. The people of this city are more and more frightened. Captain, do those who run to the top of the mountain need to stay alive? Now it's still far from what the clearance is going to achieve, no need to leave a living mouth. I want to provide better quality nutrients for Trinity 3 adults. So that we will have a brighter future. Understood. Kill slowly, we have a whole night of fun, quality matters. 39. Yes. Purgatory on Earth like this. Staged all over the world. But because of all kinds of excuses and forces, not many people noticed for a while that this was promoted by the world government. This sea, after all. It's been chaotic all the time. This kind of thing is not uncommon. This advance and slaughter at the beginning. It really went well. 5 elders was happy at first. Right on the island they thought Zephyr was attacking. It's just an isolated case. Gradually, something is wrong with them. While their dark armies continued to advance. Many of the islands that were attacked. Suddenly a large number of allied troops appeared. What kind of monsters are these? Are these pirates crazy? The strong men of the allied forces arrived with large armies. Rennes' current strength is not 95 million. Instead, it has reached a staggering 300 million. And it's increasing all the time. There is this force. Rennes can spy on the world. Although not every island can be monitored. But most of it is fine. And a slightly larger island. The Allies have set up a safe zone. After the slaughter began, the Allies immediately monitored. But many people don't realize that this is the work of the world government. Because most of the attackers are from pirates. And some military commanders of various countries. They only think that these people are riding the fire. Take advantage of the instability. What do you want to get out of it? But with Rennes prevention. The current stage. Anyone who tries to get things done will be captured or killed by the Allies. Because Rennes is ready for anything. Right now. Any killing, Rennes subconsciously thought was related to a feast. That's the only way it goes. can stop the world government from drawing nutrients on a large scale. Other words, whether or not the world government did it, Rennes defaulted to what they did. Chaos on many islands, suddenly calmed down by the Allies. And someone as recognizable as Zephyr. 5 Elders is not completely sure. It will not be allowed to go out directly, especially in the presence of the Allies. All refer to the fight of assimilated minions. So even if it happens, at best, the Allies would have thought it was an ordinary attack. It's just that the world government didn't expect it. Now the Allies are so large that even ordinary incidents have to be managed. It's really arrogant, judging from their performance. They should not know that this is the prelude to the feast, but they also have to take care of it. Do they really think of themselves as the masters of the world? 39 5 Elders' faces are not very good looking. But it quickly came to mind how to fight back. Since they are so nosy, scoundrel, use your avatar to make some moves in several kingdoms. As long as the Allies send a large army to reinforce, immediately gather all the current forces, counterattack the 18 islands, and regain the ownership of all the islands. Understood. Half an hour later. The leader of the Allied forces is really so bold, he really sent troops out. I'd rather see how he defends every island. Immediately organize a counterattack. Yes. Thundered. So in the middle of the night, there was a lot of artillery fire. Almost all the thousands of kilometers around the Holy Land are illuminated. There is a fierce battle on 18 islands. The war lasted one night. The result ended in heavy losses for the world government. Not only did not capture one more island. Rather, in this war, lost Sabayati archipelago. 5 Elders paid for misinformation. What the hell is going on here? On the sea, there were thousands of commotions, and everywhere a large number of their allies arrived on the scene. 9. It stands to reason that the defensive forces of the 18 islands should be weakened and relaxed, and now not only have there been no gain, but Sabayati archipelago has been lost. What a bunch of waste. The 5 Elders were furious. But even if it's them, it is necessary to tell at once whether the Allies have more troops or less. It's very difficult. Because the strength of the Allied forces is already terrifying. At night, in fierce battles, I want to clearly calculate the strength of the Allied forces. Undoubtedly a dream. So they are more inclined to take the loss of the war. It seems that there is a problem with the cooperation between the Royal Army of various countries and the World Army. There is even a case of passive slackening. The Allies have put on our heads what happened everywhere last night, and from the newspapers, it's all speculation. Without any actual evidence. This BD Ren, 39 days old star, continuously slaps the table. I can't wait to tear Ren to shreds right now. If only they were exposed. I also recognized it when I was caught. But obviously there is no handle. They also said they did it themselves. There are even many real pirates who did it. They were all buckled on their heads. The point is that many people believe it. 2 kingdoms have even publicly refused the world government call. Announced secession from the world government. How can this not make them furious? If this continues, the speed of the feast will definitely be affected, unless we personally dispatch, but as soon as we move, once we are detected, the decisive battle will be fought in advance. Not cost-effective. 5 Elders said in a deep voice. This wave of Allied defenses was too well done. Disrupted their plans at this stage. We can only slow down the pace of the feast, gather more strong people first, wait for all the strong and troops to be in place, and then let the strong troops lead the team to implement the feast plan. 35. The Allies gave the whole world a vaccination. Will those pirates refuse? When they choose one of the camps, they can't refuse, and do you really think those pirates will care about what kind of massacre? No, all they care about is themselves. And some things, as long as they are done once, the Allies will no longer be able to accommodate them. In that case, let's get Shuixian Star Island first, recruit strong people in place, choose the right time, and promote the feast in all aspects. This time to Shuixian Star Island, General Spirit, you must not take it lightly, the Allied forces will not miss this opportunity. Understood. Attacks in multiple places last night? Some of the methods are cruel, and it is determined that the pirates did it. Early morning. Ren looked at the various reports concentrated in the office. Frowned slightly. Such an event. It's actually normal when two behemoths stand on both feet today. Many people will feel that the order is now broken. The Allies confronted the world government. Security elsewhere must be overwhelmed. So I did something illegal. After all, the pirates of this world. It's too much. And pirates, many are not good. But everyone who did that last night. Most of them suffered a huge loss with the support of the Allies. They couldn't imagine how many Allied forces there were. In the confrontation with the Holy Land, in the war. You can even send troops to help these civilians. This is outrageous. Especially after learning that last night, there was a fierce battle around 18 islands on both sides. I heard that the injured top powerhouses add up to 5 or 6 people. Again in such a fierce battle situation. The Allies can even take care of other places. The pirates who learned about it burst into foul language, scolding the Allies for being nosy. He was also afraid of the strength of the Allies. And because of last night's attack. No Marine, no world government army. Instead, it was the Allies who shot. It won people's hearts again. And so on. It will only become the name of the Allies. That's why 5 elders is holding back the speed of the feast. They are waiting. While waiting for their own forces to be stronger. Launch again. Hit the Allies by surprise. Whether it was done by the world government or not, anyway, if this happens next, it will all be buckled on their heads. Ren said after looking at the report. Now he has to go to Aqua Star Island. Understood. You're not sure if you have their share. Their attack last night was so sudden. There are some of their actions in this, probably to attract us to send troops abroad, anyway. I would rather be wronged than have them have no trouble at all. You sound like a bad person. Jun said speechlessly. I didn't say that I was a good person, and when a good person can't save people, there's nothing wrong with being a bad person. Ren said lightly. Go and bring Luffy and Ace with you so they can see the world more. 35. They followed the Allies to fight on multiple islands last night, and now they have just laid down. Aren't you afraid to exhaust them to death? Don't underestimate their potential too much. If you really want to die of exhaustion so easily, you are doomed to become a strong person. I know, worship you as a teacher, it's really hard, more tired than a cow. Time waits for no one. It is not difficult to promote them to the 9-star soldiers, but the last level, want to succeed in a short time. There must be as many bloody battles as possible. The more Ren squeezed the potential of the two, the more I feel that their potential is extraordinary. Case. Even at the risk of losing their lives. It is also necessary to improve their strength as soon as possible. Maybe it will come in handy soon. Lord Ren, Aqua Star Island is the closest island to the Endless Sea, and the Endless Sea is where Raftel may exist, and the climate there is the most chaotic in the Grand Line. Many satellite images were lost and could not be transmitted directly, we could only teleport to the closest place to the island. Okay. 99. Ren made it clear. This time, Ren brought a lot of strong people. There is Jun, laugh at these 2 top powerhouses. A smile though powerful. But after all, newcomers need more running in. Only in the future can there be a tacit understanding in the battle. And the 9-star strong, there are Yamato, Denjiro, Ace followed. Luffy took the 9-star gene liquid. But only in the middle of the night. It has not been fully absorbed either. At present, the strength is only from 7 stars to 8 stars. But absorption is fast. It's already the peak of 8 stars. In about a day or two, you will reach 9 stars. Ren is holding this trip even if he can't recruit strong people. Also hunt them and bring them back to extract the idea of gene fluid. Now the technology of the replication gene center has gone further. Even if there is no trace of genes, there is also a certain chance of refining gene fluid. So if the living can't get their hands on it, corpses are no problem. And red hair pirates also brought Hawkeye. More precisely, it was Hawkeye who automatically asked Ying to go to Shui Xian Star Island. He expected Aqua Star Island. There will definitely be a big war. He wanted to witness these historic moments. I would like to know more to confirm it. Previously the world government emitted news about Raftel. Whether it's true or not, no one is not curious about this. Marine headquarters currently consists of Cyrus, Whitebeard, and the Red Count as the main executive officers. Ren traveled to Aqua Star Island during this time. They can decide on the little things, but the big things will be controlled by Ren. Of course, judging by the current actions of the world government, they will not rashly launch an uncertain decisive battle. They all want to win the power of Shui Xian Island before launching a decisive battle. Ready 4.6. Ren looks at the red-haired pirate ship. They are also fully staffed. No problem. The redhead waved his hand casually. And Ren is also on his own warship. Then the Chrono troops emerged. Not a single teleport to the nearest site in one go, though. Instead, make a stop at 2 points along the way. Dressrosa and Wainokuni, respectively. Arrived at Dressrosa. Ren and Kaya, Rebecca get together for a moment. Looked at the country. Then hit the road. And to Wainokuni. Hiwa brings good news. Her strength has improved very quickly in these days. Past the 3rd level of ancient weapon Pluton. He is currently overcoming the 4th hurdle. Once all 7 levels are broken, she'll be in full control of Pluton. Hear this. Ren was immediately happy. This is a weapon that is better than the top combat power. Once master, winning the world government is even more certain. Very well, keep up the good work. Ren encouraged. It's the way Hiri looks at himself. It seems to be different from before. Ahem. General Skiyaki looked at Hinawa's expression and gave a few dry coughs to remind. Ryohei lowered his head with a red face. Grandpa has already told her about the so-called political marriage means. Adenson's daughters have grown so big. The redhead looked at Hira. Thinking of the past, I couldn't help but sigh. Hiri was born on their ship. It's a pity, even if they are powerful. Nor is it a panacea. Beasts pirates used to be in danger. They're too hard to break into. The redhead left a meeting gift with a slight guilt. The last time-lapse teleportation. Finally teleport to Shui Xian Island, near the island where the storm is gathering and the storm is coming. Chapter 135. Aqua Star Island. The surrounding sea is shrouded in perennial fog. In a voyage without a recorded pointer, it is almost impossible to come to this island by coincidence. The sea here will disorient any ship without a pointer. So until Raftel is not confirmed, the island was once thought to be the end of the Grand Line. Shui Xian Island is vast. Ben is a pristine island. But over the years, with the outbreak of the era of sea thieves, this history has become the world's first pirate holy place. Various entertainment industries are developing extremely prosperously. Countless pirate captains are elsewhere. They may be able to dominate a country. Available here. As long as it can cover a street or two. Even if it's very good. And the head of a region. It is usually borne by pirates with a bounty of more than 1 billion. And the guy who can manage a city. All of them are the world's top powerhouses. Countless pirates gathered after that. Their voyage stopped. Because they couldn't find the rumored raftel. You can only wander here. It is only known that this is the penultimate island. Just the last step. They can find raftel. But that's often the case. So that countless pirate-strong people can never step out. This era. Only Roger stepped out. Got it. They are not willing to retreat. But it can't. You can only stop on this aquatic star island. There are 7 smaller islands surrounding Aqua Island. And many ports. At the moment, every port is full of pirate ships. Especially after the Allied forces fought the world government. More and more strong people have gathered here. It's a place that even the world government doesn't dare to set foot in. If it is possible to defend against the current 2 behemoths. That's undoubtedly here. Even Ant 4 Emperors is here at the moment. The top powerhouses here exceed double digits. It's just that many things didn't happen before. Only interested in things related to raftel. Giants like Tetzalo, Morgans. Here is not the top 04 gentlemen. The island is surrounded by white mist. But there is no fog at all on the island. In less than a day, all the ships that had gone out to look for raftel had returned, and it had been a long time since I saw such a spectacle. Remember the last time I could bring all the ships back was when Roger, who had just become one piece, returned to Aquastar Island. An old man who was about to die sighed on crutches. The old fellow's tone is not small, as if you were there at the time. There were pirates passing by the old man. The mouth stinked. Pang! But as soon as he finished speaking, he was directly knocked to the ground by the old man with a crutch, and then his head was shattered. Crouch! What about this old man? This guy is also a captain, with a bounty of 500 million Baileys, and he was knocked to death with one blow. There are passers-by pirates who are shocked. Many pirates who have never been to this island. Whoever could come has arrived. They all want to see the new pirate wind direction. Want to see where this new world goes. He doesn't die, the king of killers, Jokerson, once successfully assassinated Roger, the top killer who made Roger deeply injured. More than 10 years ago, 4 emperors was first established. Someone wanted to be 4 emperors, he felt that some guys were not rich enough, so he assassinated a sea thief who had just become 4 emperors. He is the most feared horror among the pirates, and he is also one of the 7 small island owners, but in a year, he spends more than 360 days looking for raftel in the endless sea. There are even rumors from the outside world that he is dead. I didn't expect to be alive and well. Some people say that he has a heart disease. He thinks that the Roger pirates can find raftel, why can't he? But more than 20 years later, there is still no second Roger. Now the situation is turbulent, even an old monster like him, who is only on raftel, can't help it. Of course, who would have thought that the world situation would suddenly polarize, and all the strong would be unable to avoid this world-class vortex of war. 5. Not to mention that this time the world government also released raftel's intelligence. It has now been proven to be true. Old immortal fellow, his temper is still so big. Soon after, at the tavern, Akoku and Silver Axe were drinking. Looking at Jokerson, he said coldly. Rocks 2 imps, what, do you want to try my blade too? Jokerson showed a mouthful of missing teeth and smiled kindly. When he just kills. There is also a kind and harmless smile on his face. That's Silver Axe and Akoku of the original Rocks pirate, they are not too young, they were called imps by Jokerson. How old is Jokerson? I heard people say that it is about to break 100. SHHH. So old, still so strong? 39. Silver Axe, their strength should not be weaker than Jokerson. Unexpectedly, in just one street, I saw 3 such monsters. I just don't know who the captain will come to. 35. Under the general trend. Many pirates come here. I want to find a force to turn to. You don't have many years to live yourself, so let's stop and stop. Silver Axe said disdainfully. You're only here for news from Raftel? Fighting for the world government? Akoko asked. The old man hates those hypocritical guys. If I can, I want to catch an important person, change the news. If it succeeds, naturally it is better. Fail, then it will have to be reconsidered. Jokerson was blunt. Even on the street. Say this in front of everyone. Extremely confident and conceited. Don't worry about being known by someone from the world government. You know, this is the case now. World government even if no one has arrived yet. There will also be eyeliner on the island. But perhaps this is his strategy and approach. It's really so easy to get started, let alone the world government, now even that kind of little devil has become so terrible. It feels like we've lived all these years in vain. Akoko said a little lightly. Think of the little devil Ren. Destroy 4 emperors Kaido first. Now it is even more heavy. Rivalry with the world government. This kind of thing is not something that can be done by any top powerhouse. But he did. Judging by the impact and achievements. This is more One Piece than Roger. The impact of bringing about the era of sea thieves is even greater. A whole new era has been born. In this day and age. These are the top powerhouses who were very free before. Nor should we move with the general trend at this moment. Is it really as evil as the rumors? Jokerson frowned slightly. He previously searched the endless sea for Raftel's tracks. I didn't bother to watch Whitebeard's war with Marine headquarters. A discerning person knows at a glance. This is the bureau that the world government has set for Whitebeard. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. Whitebeard's end won't be much better. He has no interest in the so-called 4 emperors in a lot of territory. He was an assassin. Lone wolf alone. The development of forces is troublesome for him. You haven't been in contact with it, and you haven't seen the live broadcast, so you have doubts, and when you really see it, you will know what the evil door is, and even the guy from Whitebeard now belongs to others. Whitebeard's monster would be willing to send people under the fence. Hear that? Jokerson became cautious. It's also a little hard to believe. Whitebeard is more famous than they are in New World. Although many of them are not weaker than the top powerhouses. Also challenged Whitebeard. But none of them succeeded in winning Whitebeard. At most, it is difficult to win or lose. Evenly divided. But that was with Whitebeard's aging. In the case of desperate bloody battles, Whitebeard is likely to burst out of its youthful prowess. At that time, it will not be dead. There are no people with deep hatreds. Usually not to that extent. And to that extent, the last to stand is always Whitebeard. The days are long. Everyone also recognized Whitebeard's leading position in the New World. And Whitebeard's style and personality have also been recognized and admired by many monsters. Wait for a temporary meeting. The mercenary king proposed that we form a pirate alliance, but in my opinion, this matter is difficult to achieve, but it is not bad to take this opportunity to see the attitude of other old guys. Akoko said. At this time, we pirates still want to be free, and we should indeed establish a pirate alliance. Jokerson said in a deep voice. If you are just coerced, it is indeed a good choice, but the world government chooses to lure, and the pirates want to swallow Raftel alone, how can they unite? You ask yourself, did you refuse to get this inducement? Wouldn't it be more convenient for us to go directly and destroy the Holy Land, capture the 5 elders alive, and torture us to make what we want? At this time, a deep voice sounded. Then there was a strong vibration on the ground. What's wrong? Is there an earthquake? The pirates around were suddenly shocked. No, that's the demon of the giant clan, the red ghost Cronus, the upgraded giant, the devil who was banished by Elbaf because of his too murderous nature after successfully fighting for the power of the giant 150 years ago. He's still alive? 99. One statue is 10 meters tall for ordinary people. For the giants, a short figure appeared at the end of the street. He is 10 meters tall, mighty and strong, and the muscles on his body are like steel poured. He is dressed as a barbarian. He also carries an ordinary wooden stick in his hand. But his weight was unusually heavy. Some even say he weighs more than little ounce. 10 meters tall, but with such a terrible weight. All because his muscles and bones are frighteningly dense. So even if it's just normal walking, it will also shake the mountain. Judging by the posture, even the former Kaido of the beasts stood in front of him. It's all a bit like babies. His figure is even more oppressive. One of the 7 island masters like Yaksen, the Wild Island, is a forbidden place that all humans cannot set foot in, because he eats people. Someone looked at this upgraded giant with horror on their faces. Man-eating giants. And lived for almost 200 years. This is a monster in every sense. And the so-called island owner. It refers to the 7 satellite-like islands that surround Shuixian Island. It also belongs to Shuixian Island. But those small islands, only extremely powerful top powerhouses can possess it. The pervert giant also came out of his back garden. 35. Of course, the stronger the person, the greater the impact of this turmoil. Is the world government really going to be so good to win, and it will be your turn? Brainless stuff. Jokerson looked at the big man with disdain. Little thing, pay attention to what you say. Don't force me to make a move. It seems that he has not made a move yet. The sound of the wind is blowing. Before saying this, he knocked the wooden stick at Jokerson with armament haki. Jokerson flickered easily and flexibly to dodge. He struck the earth with a stick. The whole street collapsed in an instant. Uncultured stuff. If you want to die, you will be fulfilled today. Jokerson pulled out the slender cane knife in his crutches. He smiled, though he was cursing. But there is no anger. Exactly, I have also wanted to kill you for a long time. If you hadn't wandered in the endless sea all year round and couldn't find you, do you think you could live to this day? Cronus grinned. A fishy smelly wind emanated from his mouth. It's like poison gas. The faces of the pirates around him changed dramatically. Pull away quickly. I complained in my heart. How long has it been since the upgraded giant brushed his teeth? How is the tone as fierce as poison gas? Stop, if you really fight, this island may not be enough for you to toss. Don't provoke the wrath of the crowd and cause the siege of other island owners. At that time, it will not be you who will suffer. Akoko reminded. The two hesitated when they heard this. But there is still a rivalry. I didn't plan to wrest the appearance of Ning people. Akoko saw this. No more persuasion. Instead, he lifted his glass. Looking at the two of them with a look of good show. Someone found the world government's ship in the outer waters, and the meeting was advanced. An old voice suddenly sounded throughout the street. 313. Is it the voice of the mercenary King George? Is the meeting of the top pirates about to begin? Can the pirate alliance be successfully established? Some pirate captains with bounties of over 100 million. It's no different from ordinary 8 trigrams civilians here. For them, these top powerhouses, it's all a legendary history. Humph, count yourself lucky. Cronus took a deep look at Yaksen. Then lift the battle stance. Walk towards the meeting position. Akoku Silver Axe heard. Follow along and leave from this street. A tall, majestic castle. Tetsalo stood in front of the window. With a copy of the latest information in hand. These old monsters, almost really one of them have appeared, and they will soon arrive at the meeting site, and our time will be suppressed again. Although Tetsalo is only half a step away from the top powerhouse. But now at this time, this half step has a great impact. Because it does not enter the ranks of the top powerhouses. The right to speak will be much smaller. The reason why he is called an underground giant. And not entirely because of his strength. And his unique talent for accumulating wealth. Wealth binds many strong people to him. Generally, top powerhouses don't want to provoke him easily. After all, wealth is useful in times of relative peace. In a time of chaos. More useful. But the top strong ones are more up. His presence will be weakened. For many pirates who only look at strength. You are not strong enough. In this upcoming meeting. Some of him are soft-spoken. Lord of the Seven Islands, Yaxin, King of Killers, George the Mercenary King, upgraded giant red ghost Cronus, and Tetzalo thought to himself. Then he turned his head to look at the other powerhouses in this hall. Demon Axeman Jabba, Ghost Mother Lola, Bounty King Barrack, Tyrant Jax. As for Akoko and Silver Axe. Although not the owner of the 7 small islands. But the two of them have always been allies. On Aquastar Island, control a giant city larger than a small island. In addition, there are several city lords. The city lord is usually active on Shui Xian Island. The owner of the 7 small islands rarely appears. Some explore the endless sea all year round. Some do not go out. And like Anti, 4 emperors are strong. There is also a giant city of its own in Aquastar Island. Now in the meeting. And 4 emperors is there too. The top pirate powerhouse in the whole new world. At this moment, they are basically gathered on Shui Xian Island. Except for that kind of really complete seclusion. And the exception of not interested in Raftel. Maid, these old monsters have all come out, and there will be no meat for us in the future. The lone shark turned his head sideways and whispered to his partner, Morgans. Now is not the time to think about this, this is an unprecedented test for the era of pirates. Morgans said in a deep voice. They're all coming. The sea here is really not friendly to us, and it took a long time to reach this island. 5 elders looked at the silhouette of Aquastar Island and said. Chapter 136. In the real disgusting sea area, ordinary space fruits are not affected, but those with our breath are very repelled. I hope you won't be overtaken by the allies. 5 elders stood on the bow of the boat. Look at the foggy sea around you. Can't help but frown. Don't worry, the allied forces have not offered more tempting conditions than ours until now, and it is impossible to be. 5 elders said confidently. This climate is not quite right, is our arrival still too much impact? Spirit looked at the mist suddenly rolling in the sky. It's like boiling. The average person did not notice. Or simply can't get through the fog. See the rolling fog in the distance. But they can. It's not surprising that everything here, when it was born, was designed to target us. 35. A group of disgusting guys, I still exposed too many abilities at the beginning. Will be targeted by research. 5. There's no way around it, D, those guys, none of them are easy to deal with. Without Lord Im, we would have even failed. Hurry up and land. After all, there is still some distance from that island, which has an impact on us, but it should be unlikely to pull us in. The latest intelligence indicates that the redhead has mixed with the leader of the Allied forces, but has not yet reached Aquastar Island. It's not strange, even the redhead may be the one who knows our true face, but I didn't expect him to hide so deeply. Blackbeard is also a good trump card, Lord Im has completely transformed him, if it doesn't go well, use special means. 5 elders are also followed by a large fleet. On these fleets, Sengoku, Garp, Akina 3 top powerhouses are there. Sora, Aokiji and other strong ones. On 18 islands, fight against the Allied army. From the number of top powerhouses they lead. As you can imagine. The importance that both sides attach to Aquatic Star Island. Of course, there would be no such top-level combat power. 5 elders is not weak. Don't dare to come to the pirate Holy Land just by the two. Will be beaten to death by many top powerhouses. They control the world. But that doesn't mean they're completely safe on their own. Prey versus hunter. In a certain situation, it's easy to swap. Shuxiangxing Island, I haven't been here for decades. 35 Sengoku lamented. Previously teamed up with Garp to hunt down Roger and Whitebeard. They do pass by here a lot. But it's also very low-key. Do not dare to lay out the spectrum of the prisoner. Otherwise, it is very likely that it will be besieged by a large number of pirate strongmen. And now again. It turned out to be to recruit these pirates for their own use. Times are changing so fast. Even Garp couldn't help but say. This used to be the biggest threat. But now it has become the object of their wooing. Instead, the allies have become the most dangerous existence today. Unfortunately, it is not destined to go well. Sengoku is ready to fight at any time. One can even say, the victory or defeat of Aqua Star Island decide the outcome of the ultimate battle in the future. This is an extremely important battle for talent. Sengoku, the world government has become a little strange. I didn't notice much before, but since they exposed Raftel's intelligence, I think they have hidden a lot from us. Garp suddenly said something that made Sengoku's heart pound. Shut up! You idiot, do you really think that from this distance, Lord Five Elders can't hear it? What if you hear it, they originally hid it from us. Garp plucked out his nose without care, and his curved finger popped out slightly. There are things we shouldn't worry about, so don't worry about them. 99. Got it. Sengoku looks at Garp like this. Just know Garp didn't take it to heart. But I'm used to it. Garp's attitude towards the world government has not been particularly good. Garp, now you, at war with the allied leader, how sure are you of victory? Sengoku leaned over and asked in a low voice. Because he knows how terrifying the potential of his old partner in front of him is. Stronger potential when encountered. Let Lord I'm take it very seriously. All the time, no matter what tricky enemy. Just fight Garp. No matter how invincible the ability. No matter how powerful it is. Under Garp's terrible combat intuitive reasoning. Weaknesses will soon be found. Or where it can be targeted. So was it with the previous rocks, and so was Roger. These strong enemies. Better than Garp in the beginning. Can fight to the end. It's always Garp who has the advantage. Especially the more serious he is. The more powerful it is. It's hard to say, but this time Garp gave an uncertain answer. Seeing this, Sengoku frowned. But I didn't dig any further. At this moment, outside the sea area of Shuixianxingdao. New world without fog. A pirate ship is sailing into the foggy area. Anne pretends to be a prisoner of the pirates. Imprisoned at the bottom of the barn. She escaped from Ascension. But she didn't dare to dial the phone bug. The last time you dialed the phone bug. Garp hasn't started picking it up yet. It was set out by CP0. Hunted down. If it weren't for her own strength. And it happened to be a storm. She was afraid she would die. This also made Anne sure. Zephyr-sensei changes. It must have something to do with the world government. Then she learned about it in the newspaper. Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp both headed to Aqua Star Island. She took a pirate ship that was also going to Shuixian Star Island. Disheveled. But not long after the ship entered the foggy sea near Shuixian Star Island. Suddenly she heard shelling and shouts of killing. Obviously, in this sea area where it is usually difficult to encounter human figures. At the moment, it is also lively. Even if it's less than 10 meters visible. 2 pirate ships have been encountered. Explain the number of ships in this foggy sea. Much more than usual. Up. Grab all their treasures. Really, why can't these abominable pirates sail quietly? Anne's head is big. What she wants most now is to arrive at Shuixian Island. Tell Sengoku and Garp the truth. I really don't want to make a fuss. And the pirates who can come to the sea area are not weak. Once surrounded by a large number of pirates, she's dangerous too. After a while, the battle was over. This pirate ship, taken down by other pirates. The pirates began to search the entire ship. Move everything valuable. Captain, there are a lot of good goods here, it should be worth a lot of money. A group of pirates came to the bottom of the ship to count the number of people. Population, in the world of pirates, is tradable. Of course, in the eyes of the nobility, the same is possible. This is not allowed by the law. But everyone is doing it. Medea. That's an allied ship. Crouch, the leader of the allied forces, is also there. Retreat. The extremely frightened voices of the pirates suddenly came from above. What? So unlucky. Crew members coming down from the bottom of the ship. Frightened at once. What luck is this? It is impossible to meet such a terrifying existence. Anne's eyes widened too. I didn't expect to meet the allies here. You must not be identified as Marine. Otherwise it won't be much better. They are anti-Marine, anti-world government existence. And he is still Marine. Took it all. Next to several ships on fire. Ren calmly looked at the pirates who had been taken by Luffy and Ace. Yes, Master. Ace replied respectfully. And we found a large number of captive victims in 2 ships. Ace said so. Asking Ren, of course, what to do with these people. Let a warship escort these pirates out of the fog and teleport them back with the Chrono force. 35. The pirates are sent to reform, and the victims are sent back to their respective islands. It depends on their personal wishes. 35. Understood. 99. These bastards, you should beat them up more. Luffy saw many of the people who were brought up, tortured into inhuman form. I couldn't help but say in a huff. And what Ren calls a makeover. It's mind control brainwashing. Face this cruel pirate. Ren used them as cannon fodder. But he will not be merciful at all. If it weren't for the war with the world government, every bit of strength is needed. These scum were easily erased by Ren in normal times. Now it's time to reuse it. And Ren also has a plan B. In case the top powerhouses can't be recruited. Then do your best. Sweep away all the strong below 10 stars. Because of the strong below this level, after catching alive, can be brainwashed successfully. As long as there are enough of them. Ren is perfectly acceptable. After all, burst pirates. It's also a blaster. The number is up. For the world government. Definitely not easy to control. But for Ren, no hassle at all. Super weapon mind controller. Turn them into the most faithful fighting machines. These base quantities. Surely more terrifying than all the top powerhouses combined. It's just loose sand. The problem of scattered sand is not solved. Always the top strong is more majestic. And Ren solves this problem. The world government has always feared. Nor are they a few top powerhouses scattered. It's the whole volume of pirates. Once there is an existence that can lead this group of pirates, it may directly threaten the safety of the world government. Okay. Ace hurriedly went to arrange. Follow Ren. And a fleet of amazing numbers. More than 1 million troops. Because Shuixian Star Island can't be directly teleported. And millions of troops are only here to recruit talents. It's already amazing. But others don't know. This is just the appearance. Outside the foggy sea. Several islands. All have a large number of troops hoarded. As long as war breaks out, Ren reinforcements can quickly encircle all the nearby seas. Slow down. Ren didn't care about the hostages. Think of it as an ordinary encounter. From the transferred hostages, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Although after a certain degree of camouflage. But Ren's eyes and observation are terrifying. Full commanders are very good in this regard. You stop. Ren said, pointing at Anne. Jun was stunned for a moment. Shouldn't he have taken a fancy to this woman? Speaking of which, he is indeed the age of Fang Gang in blood. It's okay to like women. Especially after the master's power. Who has complete control over their desires. But the woman looked dirty, dirty. Can this also be seen? You're right in front of you. Won't he try a little harder? Ignoring yourself? Or does he like this kind of pitiful? No, no, no. Take him as a person. It shouldn't be when you're busy with business. Keep that in mind. You are. The original disciple of Marine Admiral Zephyr seems to have called Anne, right? Ren's voice just sounded. Anne knew right away that the situation was not good. The whole person soared into the air. I'm about to jump on a small boat next to you. Left after trying to snatch a small boat. Although it is unlikely to know. But you have to try. She is not used to sitting still. But as soon as she jumped up, she was slapped on the shoulder by Ren. Pressed directly from mid-air. Anne's face was full of horror. Unable to move in an instant. Although it is known that the leader of the Allied forces is powerful. I didn't expect the gap to be so large. What are you running away from? Ren subconsciously felt that there was a cat. The captain of this pirate ship. Judging by the breath. It doesn't seem to be as strong as her. How did she get caught? You are allies. Yes, we are allies, not devils. Even if it is an enemy, you seem to have overreacted, and you don't look like Marine at the moment. Tell me what I want to know, or I'll let someone read your memory. The name Red Earl, Zephyr should have mentioned it to you. Ren said lightly. But it made Anne's face change. For the Red Earl's terrifying observation hacky. It has been mentioned in many of Zephyr's courses. That's an invincible ability. Fortunately, that kind of people are a minority after all. They didn't care at the time. But at the moment, this is a minority. The master is in Ren's hands. Anne. Jun only reacted at this time. This is an extremely low-key prospective vice admiral. Disciple of teacher Zephyr. But with the ability to regress fruits. Vice admiral is not necessarily her opponent. But she's usually in training camp. Not many times you go out on a task. So Jun hasn't seen her a few times. Naturally, I didn't recognize it just now. Don't think about it, you have no other choice. I see. Anne was just thinking. Is it necessary to insist on confidentiality? But come to think of it. If, well, the world government goes wrong. Something went wrong with Marine. Is that still the object of your allegiance? And what Zephyr teacher does? It's so scary. Very close to the rumors previously spread by the Allies. She wanted to know the truth. Of course, more importantly. Face Ren with subordinates like Count Red. Her secret really can't be hidden. So she will Zephyr change. And tell everyone present about the slaughter of the island. Ren listened and her face sank. Then let people go and invite the redhead and others on the next boat. After listening to Anne's story, the redhead's face immediately became extremely solemn. Both Luffy and Ace looked nervously at Ren and the redhead. Luffy and the redhead are catching up along the way. I know that the redhead is a very optimistic person. Now such a solemn face. He's seeing him for the first time. There can be no mistake, exactly as recorded in this historical article. Last night, the world government actually opened the feast directly after we announced the news. They're too desperate. But why, this disaster didn't spread? The red-haired Shulks was puzzled. On some islands behind, there are traces of the Allied forces. Anne added. The red-haired Huo Ren looked up at Ren. You really still have other armies hidden in the snow? Other than that, the redhead couldn't think of any other possibility. Because as far as he knows, last night there was fierce fighting on 18 islands. It is simply impossible to deploy too many weapons to support the outside. But you want to stop the feast from advancing. There are not large troops. It can't be done. The world is so big. There must be very exaggerated troops. It is possible to hold on. That's not the point is, we now have a super trump card. What do you think is our success rate? Ren looked at Anne's eyes were hot. The redhead froze for a moment. Then he reacted, very high. The redhead makes this answer. It's because he knows Garp and Sengoku. Chapter 137. They learn that Anne is trying to find Garp and tell them the truth of the matter, and was hunted down along the way. Other words. The world government is also worried. Description: Garp is not contaminated. Not yet world government's own people. It's too dangerous for you to walk this road alone, let's protect you next. Look at Ren smiling. Anne actually felt a shudder. But at the same time there is a touch of warmth. I didn't expect when my own people kept chasing and killing themselves. It was the enemy who said that he wanted to ensure her personal safety. It made her feel very different. These two emotions. How can it appear at the same time? But come to think of it, Anne immediately understood Ren's reason for doing it. In order to create new divisions at Marine headquarters. For the Allies. The Marine headquarters is not united. It's a great thing. But you know. Anne still feels. It was necessary to let Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp know about Teacher Zephyr. Because that's most likely the only way to save Zephyr. So Anne was silent. There was not even an exit to refuse. Because right now, guarded by the Allies, yourself is definitely the safest. It was the most likely to bring this news to Vice Admiral Garp. Ren also knew that Anne's trump card would not refuse. Keep going. Ren ordered the fleet to continue towards Aqua Star Island. Enter the Misty Sea. Follow the permanent pointer. It won't take long to arrive. Ren didn't expect it halfway. I would have met such a trump card. If nothing else. Even if you can't turn Marine and the world government against each other. But ask them to unite Ishin again. Almost impossible. Other words. Just send Anne to Sengoku Garp. It can weaken the combat power of the top powerhouses in the world government. If it is used well, it is possible to force the 5 elders to the island of water ancestors into a corner. Or even kill it. This is very bad. Aqua Star Island, inside the castle. Countless top pirate powerhouses have arrived one after another. Tetsalo looked at the information in his hand. I felt extremely heavy. The guy with a bounty of more than 100 million has more than 5,000 people on Shuixian Star Island. That's a scary number. Even the number of strong people that makes 5 elders feel exaggerated. And these thousands. It is the core powerhouse of the pirate age. The whole era of sea thieves. There are more than 500 million pirates on the sea. More than 5,000 people, in fact, the probability of birth is only 1 in 100,000. The guy here with a bounty of more than 100 million. The base 330 books are all selected from 100,000 li. It's not 1 in a million like Conqueror's Haki, though. But they all undoubtedly have a skill. And the presence of great strength. It is a force that can affect the balance of the world. It is also the power that the Allies and the world government want to fight for. Of these more than 5,000 people. It also includes super top powerhouses such as Jokerson. And those who are currently eligible for this conference. No more than 80 people. Sounds like a lot. But this is a giant that includes all walks of life in the underground world. It's not just pirates. And at present, it is Morgans, the king of birds who engage in news, who temporarily organizes this meeting. Because he is in the eyes of many strong people. It's like a mascot. And he is engaged in intelligence. I have dealings with many top powerhouses. He has no less contact with the world government. It's a perfect fit for this kind of scene. Just looking at the noisy conference room. Morgan's is a big 2 in the head. There are too many existences he can't afford to provoke here. Be careless and say the wrong thing. The consequences may be somewhat unimaginable. But he didn't dare to be tough. It can only be left to the pirates fooling around. Otherwise, which old monster is not happy to see him? Stab him in the back. Even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Guys, we're here to discuss countermeasures, not to quarrel. Morgan stiffened and said in a good voice. Cut, let a bird preside over the meeting, look down on whom? What a quarrel, and then the quarrel will twist your head off. Oh, it's not a little guts, try it out and see who twists off whose head in the end. 35. Can't you listen to what he's going to say? What's so nice about it? Do you really think that someone will choose you as the leader of some pirate alliance? Don't be whimsical, if you can survive tonight is a question. 35. You think I'm you? All right, quiet. Jokerson looked at the noisy conference hall. Suddenly slammed the staff knife in his hand. A domineering conqueror's haki burst out. The venue gradually quieted down. After all, no one wants to be targeted by a guy who is good at assassination. The people of the world government are already at the door, and the allies must not be far away, and if we can't come up with a good way, you can only ask for blessings. 35 Jokerson said again. Only then did the pirates restrain their temper a little. So what do you say to do? If the world government dares to set foot in the pirate sanctuary, of course, it will unite and drive them out. 55. But now, many guys don't want to turn their faces with the world government for the sake of Raftel's intelligence. A pirate captain with a bounty of more than 1 billion Bailey said in a deep voice. In this regard, I would like to hear your opinions. Jokerson's eyes swept past more than a dozen people next to him. Where his gaze swept. They are all the world's top powerhouses. I propose to eliminate the Allied forces, and you should also see that the threat of the Allied forces is not just to the world government, but to the whole world. He wants to build a so-called world where everyone is equal, but strength is the basis for doing whatever he wants. If he wins the world government one day, do you think he will let us pirates go? On the other hand, those old guys in the world government, although they are also annoying, but many times, they will not kill us. The first to speak up in response was a heavyweight. 4 emperors. Ant's words made all the strong people fall into brief contemplation. She has a lot of point. I don't agree. Who said that the Allies will definitely take the pirates? This is just pure speculation. If this is the case, Whitebeard, Red Earl, they can't do things under the Allies. This alone is enough to show that the Allies will kill the pirates. Pure nonsense. But the Ant's voice just fell. Jabba, who has never been involved in major events, immediately spoke up. Mr. Jabba has a point, Charlotte Linlin, as we all know, you have a feud with the Allied leaders, please don't involve personal grievances, on the contrary, I think we should go to the Allies. Tetzalo expressed his support for Jabba. There was even a rhetoric for you to join the Allies. The decay of the world government has long been deeply rooted in the bone marrow. Are there fewer tragedies that have happened to the homeland of your kingdom and yourself? At the end of the day, how many of these tragedies have nothing to do with the world government? The world government is the biggest pest in the world. As for what Ant just said, the world government will not rush to exterminate, it must be because of feast. Tetzalo said impassionedly. Suddenly interrupted. Your Excellency Tetzalo, your words seem absurd. This is obviously a game method commonly used by public opinion, and cannot be discussed as facts. 35. But what if it's true? Jabba said in a deep voice. What do you mean by that? What do you know? Jabba, can you really no longer find Raftel? You're the one who followed Roger to that island. Mercenary King George looked at Jabba and examined. Other strong people also subconsciously looked at Jabba. An underground giant sitting next to Jabba. The heart of the shipping king was immediately raised. His abilities are ready to be activated at any time. If things don't go well, he'll flee with Jabba. This meeting is for many strong people. Nothing dangerous. The exception is Jabba. As someone who has actually landed on Raftel. In the eyes of many, he is the best guide. General. Jabba also won't show up in the hall where giants and monsters gather. Because it's dangerous. Some things, it's not that he said he didn't know. There will be people who believe it. Once they get the chance, we'll definitely shoot at him. But this time the impact is huge. Everyone's fate is involved. Jabba wasn't out of the field either. Otherwise, it is still up to the world government to use the pirate powerhouses here. That Captain Roger aspires to change the world. There is no strength to complete it. Facing so many hot eyes, Jabba is also feeling more pressure than ever. But he still acted lightly. Do you think, Eeg, if I really had a way to get to Raftel, would I waste so many years here? I have long said that the position of Raftel will change, only the history article has the law of its appearance, and I can't understand the history article at all. Roger also relied on a peculiar ability to understand it at that time, but let Captain Roger express it, he can't explain it himself. Listening to you say that, Roger seems to be some chosen child. Someone scoffed. Who knows if you're planning something? Guy who doesn't have a brain at all. If Raftel is really in a fixed position, I'm afraid someone would have discovered it earlier. If someone wants to use this to do something to me, it is not necessary, the guy who wants to kill me can do it directly now. Jabba clasped her hands on a double axe. Tough look directly at all the strong people present. Overly radical guys, I believe Jabba-san really can't get to Raftel on his own. An uncle with a smile on his face, a Bailey symbol printed on his clothes, and a pot-bellied poop spoke. Whether Jabba is true or not, you know it from Jabba's attitude. He will not reveal anything useful when he dies. There is no need to waste time on him. Barak. Someone recognized this uncle like a rich businessman. Barak, the bounty king who is one of the underground giants. He is a strong man who is feared by many pirates. Because the means are too cruel. Regardless of the pirates, Marine. Just be bounty guys in the underworld. He'll do it. So he is a bounty hunter. Only to be rewarded. I can't control what you want to do, ghost mother-in-law. I just want to see what is on Raftel and fulfill my long-cherished wish for many years. 35. I will tell everyone clearly, who can provide information to go to Raftel, my old woman's old bone, will still be sent by her. The ugly, terrifying, old-looking ghost mother-in-law said lightly with an umbrella. She had a beloved. Also a famous sea thief. Died on his way to find Raftel. They were made up of once famous male and female thieves. Became her alone. So her greatest wish is to replace her dead husband. See what Raftel looks like that they've been searching for all their lives. And this is also the thinking of most of the people present. Indeed, as long as you can reach Raftel, it is acceptable to pay a small price. The old man dressed in fancy clothes and wearing an extremely luxurious crown also agreed. Tyrant Jax, are you going to join the world government too? Someone said in a deep voice. So, let's join forces with the world government and take out the allies together. Mama Ant heard this. It's a pleasure. She has made a vendetta with the allies. Ren doesn't die for a day. She couldn't feel at ease. Can't we unite a little? Start your own pirate alliance? As long as everyone here joins forces, even the allies and the world government can't do anything about us. Raftel is tempting, but what's the use of not getting it? Then according to you, who is the right leader of this pirate alliance? I think His Excellency Jokerson is strong and highly respected and can serve as the leader of the alliance. Tamad. Yakson, this is your own little brother. Want to be my boss? Have you asked me about the stick in my hand? Pang. The upgraded giant red ghost snorted coldly with dissatisfaction. Then a kick directly burst the conference table in front of him. Red Ghost, what are you doing? We're here to discuss solutions, not to create war, 55 Tyrant Jax said in a deep voice. He hated being so impolite. A guy no different from a wild man and a beast. Even if the Red Ghost is strong. Discuss? Hee hee. You guys, it's long been decided in your hearts, which of you can resist the temptation of Raftel? Jax, Yura is already sitting on the side of the world government, and a few hours ago, we intercepted a very interesting call. The Red Ghost said unceremoniously. As soon as this word came out, Jax fell silent for a moment. And his silence also made many pirates commotion. They didn't expect it. There is a top powerhouse who moves so fast. While they were also discussing how to solve the problem. I have long been on the side of the world government. That's so, Jax, you are persuading and wooing us, as a great credit for yourself to enter the world government. Someone suddenly realized. The world government has said that those who have the most credit are entitled to exclusive access to Raftel's secrets. I didn't expect you to start so fast, Jax. I see that you really have the talent to be a dog. I didn't see it before. Mercenary Akoko sneered. I'm not alone, right, Lola? Jax said disapprovingly. Then he looked at the ghost mother-in-law Lola. Humph, want to drag it down? Am I not telling the truth? Yes, and what? The words of the ghost mother-in-law came out. Everyone is in an uproar. They didn't expect it. Secretly, there is more than one top powerhouse. An agreement has been reached with the world government. This time, it made many people who were still hesitating to watch anxious. Many of them are going to join the world government. With a sense of urgency. If only one step slow, they'll be farther and farther away from Raftel. Since it's all broken, don't beat around the bush. I directly understand that those who choose to join the world government with me, once I get information from Raftel, will definitely take everyone to the island. 35. When you get to the island, who can get the big secret treasure depends on their own skills. Tyrant Jax said as he glanced at everyone present. This word came out. Immediately, there were many people who were ready to move. Because right now, Jax is probably the easiest person to have a big fortune. Humph, I didn't expect you to be so keen to be a dog for the world government. Of course, there are also top powerhouses who express dissatisfaction. Sounds great, count me in. 4 emperors and followed. Oops. When Tetsalo saw this, his heart immediately chilled. If this continues, the Thunder Slaughter Alliance may really be established. Wait until the allies arrive at Aqua Star Island. I'm afraid there is little chance to recruit strong people. Instead, it will be cleaned up as an enemy. At this time, a voice of 5 elders also came from outside the door. It's really lively, it seems that many people have their own choices. Chapter 138. Listen to the voice. Time. All the strong people have not reacted much. After all, 5 elders is for many. It's basically just a legend. Many have never seen it in person in their entire lives. 5 elders haven't talked to it. Of course it is impossible to hear it from the sound. At first glance I hear this high, with an extremely arrogant voice. Let many pirates look angry. Who is so crazy? At this level of meeting, talk to them in such a tone. Some pirates turned their heads. Just wanted to get angry. As a result, I saw who was coming. I broke out in a cold sweat with fright. I am very glad that I was not in a hurry just now. Otherwise, you may be killed. Vice Admiral Garp, 99. Marshal Sengoku. CPO Commander-in-Chief Tenjin Uranus. 5 Elders. All the strong people present. Vigilance is instantly raised to the highest. Many pirate powerhouses looked at this group of uninvited guests with bad intentions. Even if it's someone who decides to join the world government. I didn't feel much good about them at first sight. After all, this is the holy place of their pirates. In the past, people from the world government dare to swagger and break into their top pirate meeting. There is only one result: kill. But now everyone knows that the situation is different. They want something for the world government. Are you really confident, so you are not afraid of being beaten to death here? Jokerson said maliciously. They pirates were just famous. Hunted down by the world government. Some even have a deep blood feud with the world government. If it weren't for Sengoku, Garp, and the gods. Now there will be people who are desperate to attack them. But even if you don't do it. The faces of many of the top powerhouses present were not very good looking. There is no need to say intimidating words. The main reason for coming here today is to see your attitude, and also to give you a chance to wash your name. The words of the 5 elders are gentle and calm. It seems to have something that can make people peaceful. The power to soothe the heart. A chance to wash white? What do you mean by that? 35 Barak is interested. He is the bounty king. Although hunted a lot of strong people. But if you cannot be wanted, enjoy life in the open. That's naturally better. As long as you take enough heads of allied cotters, in addition to revoking the wanted warrant against you, you can also choose 1 or 2 non-member countries to spend the rest of your life. It was still Spirit 5 elders who spoke. And will 5 elders. It was to pass over all the strong people present with an aggressive gaze. Stussy is calm. He never expressed his position. Didn't speak. Because here it is. There must be pirates who submit to the world government. There are their eyeliners. Some of them are even CP0 senior cotters who don't know. Only Supreme Commander and 5 elders know. So she has to keep her attitude. It cannot lean towards the allies. Don't let the world government doubt her position. That's all. The world government will continue to rely on her intelligence network here. So that she could tell Lord Ren useful information. Hear the words of 5 elders. Many strong people present were moved. There were quite a few people present. Take 1 or 2 kingdoms. Fully have this strength. But they took 1 or 2 kingdoms. It's not easy to be blessed. The world government will not let them go. But if only the world government would allow it. That's different. It means that no official organization can do anything with them. They can be transformed. From a pirate to the head of a country. Such temptations are not small. Even if you can't reach the one with the greatest credit. Get information from Raftel. But be a king for the rest of your life. Power, beauty, money is also available. This is what many pirates pursue. 5 elders spoke. It firmly masters the psychology of some people. And this is aimed at the crowd. Not a top powerhouse. It's the second-class giants and powerhouses. The top powerhouses basically don't care much about this. They are close to Raftel. Raftel is their priority. And this condition. It can make the pirate strong who cannot make great contributions. There is also a reason to go all out. Your world government is not very credible. If you use it and serve us a pot, it's not cheap for you. But the pirates are not idiots either. Current 5 elders open conditions. It's basically a verbal check. And between them and the world government, there is basically no trust to speak of. At the moment, we do have trust problems, but working with you, for us in the world, is also risking being stabbed in the back by you, and the risks are for each other. 99. However, if you put forward any conditions that can guarantee as much as possible, such as an appointment letter issued by the world government in black and white. If we do not fulfill our commitments, public opinion, it will be somewhat beneficial to you. Of course, we can also inform the world right now and tell the world about the agreement between you and me. This also reduces the chance of shredding the agreement. 35. Face and authority to any legitimate ruler. All very important. 5 elders. Such a gesture. Full sincerity has been shown. This silenced many pirates. If only the world government did. Many people are willing to gamble. Partnering with world government after all. It's an unprecedented gamble. Risks are inevitable. Let's see if you can win the bet. We don't care about this, we care about only one thing. 35. Barrack said as he looked at 5 elders with torch-like eyes. Yes, Raftel, do you really know where it is? How many of you are here? Top powerhouses, their eyes gradually become dangerous. The Red Ghost's eyes are aggressive. He's weighing if he attacks the world government now. Can you lead other top powerhouses to besiege the world government together? How? Red Ghost, you still want to keep us? 5 elders responded with a cold smile. It's really going to be hands-on. They don't mind taking a guy for a knife. If someone stops Sengoku and Garp, we can attack 5 elders. Take them down and we may be able to get information about Raftel as well. Jokerson is also interested in this. Although he does not deal with the Red Devil. But even more unpleasant 5 elders this pie. They have a lot of grudges with the world government. Rumble. With Jokerson's words falling. Many strong people burst out with extremely powerful aura and conqueror's haki. Staring at 5 elders. Now the number of their pirate top powerhouses. Several times more than the current world government. And the second level of the strong. Dozens of times more. If you really want to work together, it is entirely possible to leave them. But they also know. The first to get hands-on. It's also likely that 5 elders will be solved as the first bird. So everyone stared. Look at it. But it's all weighing. Wait for someone else to do it first. There are no fools here either. And compared to 5 elders, many pirates are even more jealous of Garp, a fighting maniac. Want to fight? Garp clenched his fists. Grinned. A lot of old guys here. It's been a long time since I got his fist. I think it's a good choice to win 5 elders. You don't want to obey the command of these old guys, no one knows what dangerous tasks they will arrange for us if they join them. Jabba also egged on the pirates. If only there were top powerhouses who couldn't help but do it. Maybe it's really possible to create a momentum. If the potential is successfully built. Not only can 5 elders' recruitment plan be blocked. Even the 5 elders themselves can become very dangerous here. That's right. What kind of face world government has always been, I believe everyone knows it. Having said all this, does anyone really dare to do it? Someone has unknowingly turned to us, and everyone may have a knife in their back. But Spirit 5 elders in a word. Immediately let the restless pirates. Had to calm down. Indeed, if 5 elders only have these top powerhouses in front of them. They do it. Of course, there is a good chance of taking them down. But who knows the pirates around him? Is it the same heart as yourself? After all, someone has already admitted it just now. They went to the world government. It's going to stab them in the back. I don't know how he died. This time. The pirates even alerted the pirates around them. And the allies have not appeared so far. Maybe it's just peeping in the dark. If we really fight, won't it be as the allies wish? You don't want to be captured or controlled alive by the allies. 5. Although we suffered some losses not long ago, we are orthodox after all, and they can't give you more than ours. Spirit 2 more sentences in succession. Let everyone's fighting spirit and malice gradually fade. Except for the world government. There is also an ally secretly watching. It is really not good to use force rashly. Failure, taking the lead, will definitely be killed by the world government. Success, the allies in the dark, will also sit and reap the benefits. They will probably suffer a huge loss too. A momentary dilemma. On power and manipulating people's hearts. 5 Elders is definitely a leader. In a few words, an alliance that could be directed against them was disintegrated. As for the Raftel information you want, I believe that many people have doubts, thinking that we may only know the surface, afraid that we are fooling you. But if I say, I can show you Raftel right now, doesn't that prove we're right? What? Listen to these words from the 5 Elders. The faces of all the strong people present changed. Let them see Raftel. How is this possible? If only Raftel would be that easy to come by. Didn't they get the big secret treasure in their hands long ago? How is it possible to wait until now? Even if there are other reasons. Once tell them where Raftel is. Do they still need to work for the world government? It is always impossible to see it later. Can't find the exact location yet. And this, they quickly learned the reason. Everyone's eyes suddenly became hot. Even Jokerson, who is extremely unhappy with the world government, Red Ghost. All of a sudden there was silence. Look at these longing eyes. 5 Elders' face was calm. Didn't speak again. It's about giving them plenty of time to digest. Waiting for their reaction. He knows. From this moment, the initiative is completely in his hands. Is what you said true? The palm of the ghost mother-in-law holding the umbrella is pinched red. Uncontrollably excited looking at 5 Elders. The other pirates even raised their hearts to their throats. Then there may be an exclamation. Gollum, 35. Can Raftel really meet? Many pirate captains swallowed their saliva. This kind of joke even a 3-year-old knows not to be made. If they dare to make a big statement here, bringing everyone's hope, if they are not satisfied, I am afraid they will not be able to leave Shuixian Star Island. There is a pirate deep voice. Garp and Sengoku also looked at 5 Elders in disbelief. Wouldn't it be too risky to do this? 5 Elders used telepathy to inquire about Spirit 5 Elders. Lord, I'm authorized and agreed, although it is indeed risky for us, but the current situation, without taking risks, it is difficult to let these monsters fight for us. 35 Spirit responds in the heart will. Since Lord I'm agreed, then there is no problem. As long as you can prove that Raftel is real and you really know how to go, I can promise to fight for the world government. The ghost mother-in-law said firmly. Me too. Jax though had a previous affiliation with the world government. But the attitude has not been expressed with such certainty. But 5 Elders really wants to prove it. They think they can fight for it. Good. Many pirates have expressed their position. The whole situation is completely under the control of 5 Elders. Jabba, Tetsalo, and a few other strong people who are biased towards the Allies. Can't help but frown at the moment. Once 5 Elders can really make Raftel appear, then most of the strong people will lean towards the world government. This is for the Allies. It's dangerous. Say it quickly. It won't fool us, dare to joke and fool us with this, you know the consequences. Barrack also can't wait. No problem. Now you can see Raftel in person. 5 Elders said with a smile. As he spoke, his hands radiated. Both hands waved in mid-air. Then a shadow of light and shadow played out in mid-air. Peace. Chapter 139. Arrived. The redhead said as he looked at the silhouette of the island not far away. The fleet of the world government is also parked in the port. They arrived one step ahead of us. It may not have much impact, but do you have any good way? 35. The redhead asked, looking at Ren. There are 2 ways. First, we will arrive at Raftel first and get the great secret treasure, so that the pirates' illusions will be broken, and they will choose again. 35. Without the information of Raftel, the world government should be even less popular than us, and the title of One Piece has a certain appeal to the pirates. But this road is too troublesome, and it may take a long time. Only as a backup. And the simplest one is at the moment. Take down all the pirate powerhouses by force. 35. We only need quantity. If the top strong can be subdued, then subdue. If we can't subdue, we will specialize in other levels of strong people. 35. Listen to Ren. Even the redhead who is known for being domineering among pirates. I couldn't help but be a little speechless for a while. This is a bit extreme. Think about it. There really is no better way. Raftel's intelligence. Even more tempting than conditions such as returning pirates to youth. World government this trick. It was intended to kill the Allies. Perhaps, violent means are the only way to break the situation. But now that it is here, the redhead naturally made her own choice. Because it was after the meeting. He has already gone to Anov and other kingdoms to see. I know why Mr. Yuxiao is determined to follow the Allies. That is indeed a bright future that can be fought for. Then do it. The redhead thought about it. Smiled indifferently. Who to take first? 35. Don't worry, there is actually only one problem why the pirates are not biased towards the Allies now. Rennes said. What problem? The redhead asked curiously. They were in awe of the world government more than the Allies. Rennes said in a deep voice. 3, 4, 7 isn't that a matter of course? The redhead looked at Rennes puzzled. Although Rennes won the Marineford War. But the top powerhouses can see it. That's because world government doesn't want to risk the ultimate bloody battle. Otherwise, who wins and who loses? It's hard to say. Not to mention, world government has existed for nearly 1,000 years. Stand tall. Many strong people prefer the world government to be stronger. Even more not to provoke. We are the ones who win the war. 95. At the end of the day, they didn't feel our firepower clearly. 39. Rennes had a dangerous glint in her eyes. What do you want to do? I'm used to giving someone a meeting gift before meeting. A moment later. A guard island near Aqua Star Island. There are quite a few pirate powerhouses sitting on it. But was swept away by Rennes. BD. We are Tyrant Lord Jax. Who are you? Dare to make a move against us? Slow down, isn't that guy Whitebeard second team captain Fire Fist Ace? Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates attacked us? Why? Wait, that's Redhead? And the world's #1 sword hero, my hawk. Allied Admiral, Jun. It was the Allies who attacked us. Quick, inform Lord Jax. But alas! There are no top powerhouses on this island. Face such a terrible combat power of the Allies. It's a one-sided battle. It hardly took time. Just take this island. Then Rennes was established here. Densely packed nuclear bomb silos. And patchy weather controllers. If you do this, there won't be much retreat, and it will even force some pirates who are inclined to the Allies to oppose each other. 35 The redhead reminded Rennes. He knew what Rennes was going to give. Give a gift that gave the world government a headache before. There is no way back in this matter. The pirates must be clearly aware. What kind of firepower do they have to face as enemies of us? Rennes said categorically. Subsequently, under the command of Rennes, a dozen Kirov airships form an air fleet. Move towards the main island of the Water Star. Just haven't arrived yet. The entire Shuixian Star Island erupted into terrifying exclamations. Oh my god! That! It can't be Raftel. 35. What? Thousands of pirates with bounties over 100 million looked up. Everyone's heart was beating violently. It feels like my heart will pop out of my chest the next second. Hundreds of thousands of pirates. They were all stunned at the moment. In the sky, a shadow of light jumped. From an unstable state. Gradually become a stable picture. A hazy island. Standing quietly in a dark sea. This island looks very calm. But everyone felt very weird. And when the meeting camera closes in, everyone can see the island port clearly. With the words Raftel written on it. On the island, there are several giant mountains in the sky. Look at those eye-catching big words. Both pirates. Or Garp Sengoku. Unbelievable for a moment. Is this real Raftel? The king of killers, Gyeoksan's voice is trembling. Although there is no evidence at the moment. This is the real Raftel. But just look at that island. Exudes a strange aura of calm. And that kind of sea environment that is extremely similar to the endless sea. A strong intuition told him. This is the ultimate island Raftel. The great secret treasure is here. Ghost mother-in-law, Auntie, Silver Aksakoku and all other top powerhouses. At the moment, he is also looking intently. The island is the same as Raftel in history. 35. Looking up at the room appeared. At the same time, it is deliberately reflected in the sky by 5 elders. Many people present went crazy. Many people never think about it. It will be in such a way. See this legendary island. This won't be the world government's bureau, will it? But nevertheless, there are still strong people who remain calm. At the same time there are doubts. Jabba, you've been to Raftel, tell us, is this really Raftel? But here it is. But someone has seen Raftel with their own eyes. In an instant, countless eyes fell on Jabba. Even many polygraph capabilities. And observation haki both drove to ultimate. With so many top powerhouses and special abilities. Even if Jabba is a top powerhouse. At this moment, the possibility of panicking is also eliminated. And Jabba just hesitated. You don't even need to speak in person. There is no direct denial. In fact, in the eyes of many strong people, the answer is already obvious. It's really Raftel. After affirmation, the top powerhouses are also completely not calm. His eyes were like torches at 5 elders. Now they really believe. Trust the 5 elders master to know the exact location of Raftel. This is a chip. Enough for the top powerhouses to fight for the world government. Jabba, on the other hand, is terrified. Since the world government can really capture Raftel's location. Why all these years? Never got the great secret treasure? Didn't go to take that power? Of course, if it's fake, I can't hide it from you, but at present, this is just a real-time mirage reflected with special abilities. Hear the words of the 5 elders. The strong people present finally know why the world government isn't worried about proving Raftel intelligence later. They will get the exact location. Because there's no way to find it. There are no references around. Want to know the real location? Only available from 5 elders. So what is that? Suddenly, a strong man pointed at Raftel's mirage with trembling fingers and said in horror. In the picture. Over Raftel. There is a dark force tumbling. It's like layers of dark clouds. Roar. Suddenly, in the clouds, a loud beast roar was heard. Then they saw the green dragon in flight. Undead birds with flapping wings. Spooky 8-headed serpent. The phoenix of fire. The angel birdman with 2 wings on his back. Countless legendary phantom beasts flew out of the darkness. Surround yourself with a giant hand. This scene is spectacular. It is as if the world of myths and legends has reappeared in the world. What the hell is that? But if these phantom beasts, not a state of decay and death, that's even more perfect. Whether it's a phoenix on fire, or a dragon hovering high in the sky, there are signs of decay on the body. In empty eyes. Without the slightest vitality. As if long dead. Only the shell is left. Pang! With that giant hand BG in. 5 elders create a picture. It was so beaten to pieces. They also lost Raftel's footage. This scene also shocked everyone present. What was that just now? The red ghost couldn't help but frown and asked. You don't think there's any danger on Raftel? Spirit 5 elders a calm word. While making the top powerhouses jealous. I affirmed the existence of Raftel just now. The more risky, the more you can prove that it is the real final island. But those fleeting phantom beasts just now. It also makes many strong people jealous. That scene was quite weird. And didn't notice. Just now when the picture was broken. 5 elders snorted. Like what kind of attack has been suffered by the air? The 5 elders also communicated in private. The power that Lord Im is jealous of really exists. Haunted D. I'm afraid I have alarmed them just now. We shouldn't stay here for too long. Lest something get out of control. 5. Spirit also said with a heavy voice. This is for them. An area you shouldn't venture into. That is a force that only Lord Im can deal with. Even Lord Im is jealous. It was a long time. The heritage accumulated by a horror family 0. After they took the world. Nothing completely destroyed clean. They are afraid that this force will make a comeback. After all, they won. It also accounts for a great luck component. One more time. No one can guarantee absolute success. But fortunately, DS pure bloodline. It's almost gone. And it also needs the choice and assistance of some kind of will. To be able to control that power. At the moment, they have not found any signs of this. But it's been preventing. Next, it's time for you to make a statement. Said Spirit calmly looking at all the strong people present. At the same time in one of the 7 small islands Ren Redhead and others. I also saw the impact of Raftel just now. It's true. Face the doubtful eyes of everyone. The Redhead answered in the affirmative. That's the ultimate island that haunts the world, Raftel, 35 Jun said in shock. Don't talk about pirates. Many people join Marine. It also valued Marine's intelligence. Definitely they can get first-hand information about Raftel. Even if it's not. Who could not be interested in this treasure? Just put it in front of you. I'm afraid they can't help but want to find out. The great treasure of the world is on that island. Hawkeye's eyes, sharp and abnormal. He would love to know. Get the big secret treasure. You can get the whole world. What the hell is this great treasure? The root of sin. 35 But in a smile it seems. This is not a good thing. Power, treasure, no mistake, right or wrong, just at the moment of everyone's choice. Ren said lightly. Now it's trouble. I didn't expect that the world government would have such a method, and now I am afraid that there are many strong people who are biased towards the world government. The redhead frowned solemnly. What should be shaken, will still waver, what will not waver, will still be biased towards us. I think there is no difference, it's time for us to act. Ren was calm. What's that? But just as Ren was about to act, Jun saw the spectacular scene of the phantom beasts on Raftel's screen. That's a phantom beast? The ability of the green dragon form. That's Marco's undead bird. It doesn't look less like an ability, more like a creature that should have existed, but has died. Ace made a judgment that was biased towards intuition. This judgment made Ren empowered, and he had some understanding. Raftel doesn't look calm, but it makes sense. Hawkeye said. If Raftel is really safe, I'm afraid these decades, Roger won't be the only ones who succeed. And Luffy, who has not spoken much at the moment. Suddenly he said something inexplicable, they're coming, 95. What's coming? Ace subconsciously looked at Luffy. Hey? Nanny. But when Ace looks at Luffy, Luffy was a little confused. I didn't realize what I had just said. Ren and the redhead subconsciously looked towards Luffy. Ren is God's perspective. Know that Luffy has extraordinary abilities. For example, God-level Nika fruit. The power to listen to all things. He also subconsciously heard something just now. For redheads, Luffy is the inheritor of his chosen will. Know that he is out of the ordinary. Even when that devil fruit chose Luffy, he knew it. Luffy's road is destined to be extraordinary. Just what's coming? Is it a corrupted phantom beast over Raftel? Or what attack tactics of the world government? I don't know that yet. Maybe only when it happens. They can be sure. I'm willing to fight for the world government. Tyrant Jax first declared. Count me in. Ant is mainly for revenge. And me. The ghost mother-in-law also has a choice. Raftel, I'm determined to win. Bounty King Barrack couldn't help it either. Compared to the allies, they are already more inclined to the world government. Feel the strength of the world government. Or stronger. Since there is no choice. Of course, choose to get both Raftel information. Another side destined to win. All of a sudden, 4 top powerhouses chose to join the world government. There are also many 9-star, 8-star strong. Just this moment, almost 1/3 of the power goes to the world government. Others, most of them are still hesitating to think. But needless to say, most of them are biased towards the world government. The reason why I didn't immediately agree. First, there are still doubts. The second is to have an extremely unpleasant past with the world government. We will stay on Shui Xian Star Island for 3 days, and you will think about these 3 days. Under the general trend, no one can be left alone. But choose carefully. 5 elders said with a smile. There is no rush for this kind of thing. He believed that the pirates thought it through. Which side will be chosen? I'm Ren, the leader of the Allied forces, the scumbags of Aqua Star Island. Good noon. Ren voice sounded and spread throughout the island. Chapter 140. With the first attempt, you can recruit so many top powerhouses. Follow this trend. It won't take long. There will be at least 80% of the pirates on Shui Xian Island. Even 90% of the pirates will stand on the side of the world government. The more you win, the more you can't rush. The more anxious pirates who are already resistant to the world government. It may be because of an attitude problem. From bias to world government. In the end, it was biased towards the allies. After all, there is not only one choice for them. So though 5 elders doesn't want to stay on Aqua Star Island for long, it can take 2 or 3 days. They feel they can afford to wait. And once more than 60% of the pirates obey the world government's combat command. That is the end of the allies. Even Whitebeard, the redhead, leaned toward the allies. Nor can it change the fact that they have perished. And from the beginning to the present, 5 elders' attitude is not strong. It's more about seduction. For now, in terms of results, 5 elders is satisfied. 5 elders are promising some benefits and privileges to the returning pirates at the moment. At the same time, let them lead their subordinates at a chosen date. Follow the 5 elders to fight in the Holy Land and the former Marine headquarters. Available at this time. But the sound of Rennes sounded on the island. This made everyone's hearts tighten all of a sudden. Following on from world government 5 elders, the leaders of the allied forces are also coming. But the tone is not very good. Look at the sky. 35. Is that an image phone bug? It's the allied leader, along with Hawkeye, Redhead, Momuzagi, and the guy who can control meteorites that appeared in Marine Ford. My God, so many strong people. Countless pirate captains looked up. Looking at the screen projected from the Kirov airboat, he was shocked. That place seems to be Jack's Island? Take in. There are so many weapons standing on the island. Slow down, what is he going to do? Someone looked at Ren waiting for it. Thousands of warships now surround the island of Jax. Protected airtight. It seems that combat preparations are being made. Countless giant cannons were aimed at the main island of Water Xianxing. Isn't he going to attack Aqua Star Island directly? 35. Is he crazy? If you really want to do this, you are not afraid of causing all the pirates to fight back. Even if 04 is considered 5 elders to see this battle. I couldn't help but change my face. They are also on Aquatic Island. Of course, more important was to be frightened by the madness of the allies. This made them wonder for a while. Could it be? The purpose of the allies is not to recruit pirate powerhouses, but to destroy them? But that doesn't make sense. So many pirates strong. How can it be eliminated? And the top powerhouse of the allied forces? The middle level is strong. There are not as many pirates as there are. Where does he get his confidence? Pirates are not recruited. Instead, they look like they are going to shoot them? This leader of the allied forces is not stupid. How could this be such a stupid thing? 5 elders couldn't figure it out for a moment. But I think so. It's crazy. Like they came to this island. I don't dare to be so arrogant. On what basis for the allies? But Ren next sentence. But it made 5 elders understand. In 3 minutes, the allies will launch an attack on the world government. Please ask the unrelated personnel to immediately find shelter to prevent accidental injury. This is the end of the announcement. Do not be unpredictable. 35. Ren said. Turn the camera around. Reveal the military powerhouse that was laid out in an instant. Crouch. It's that kind of horror shell launcher. Someone recognized a nuclear bomb well. What are you kidding? We're still on the island and want trouble with the world government. When not. At this time, 35. This is a pirate holy land. He wouldn't really dare to fire. There are pirate powerhouses who don't believe that Ren really dares to be so crazy. This cunning little devil, 33, but 5 elders knew. Ren is showing force to the pirates. Apparently he is well aware. Allies and world government. Both are under the norm. Who do pirates usually choose? Everyone wants to be on the winning side. So the allies wanted to use firepower. Erase this stereotype. And in the name of attacking the world government army. So. It can attack the pirates. Show your strength to the fullest. And it will not completely tear the skin with the pirates strong. Maybe someone will say. What's the difference? It's not all about attacking Shuixian Island. What difference does it make with what excuse? In 5 elders' view. There is certainly a difference in this. And the difference is huge. Everyone wants face and dignity. If you directly say attack the pirates, arouse the rebellious psychology of pirates, then the allies can be regarded as a deterrent. It will also make many pirates extremely hateful. But just talk about attacking the world government. The allies can say much afterwards. Damage to pirates. Just a mistake. Leave room for both sides. 3 minutes. Are you kidding? It's clearly aimed at us, right? Did the allies know that many people turned to the world government? 99. It's not impossible either. After all, they all defected to the world government anyway, and they must be enemies. Then why not start strong? Medea. It's all crazy. I knew that these two forces, no matter which one, are not easy to provoke. In 3 minutes, we won't necessarily be able to run out of this island. Hide in a cave with shelters deep into the ground and a whole network of underground passages that used to be the dwellings of the natives here. There are pirates who remembered something. Quickly rushed towards the shelter. But many strong people did not hide in the cave right away. Before seeing the Allied fire with your own eyes. They still don't quite believe that the Allies dare to shell the entire Aquastar Island. And many boast of being powerful. Feel like you're not covered as long as you're not covered and bombed. It shouldn't be too dangerous. After all, there are more than 5,000 people on this island with a bounty of more than 100 million. Many strong people are quite confident. The Allies are so strong. Jokerson did not know the Allies deeply. All currently understood. It's all after returning to Aqua Star Island. I heard it from everyone's mouth. This was the first time that the strength of the Allies was felt. These are the top powerhouses. Naturally, I basically saw through Rennes' plan. The purpose of Rennes is deterrence. And not slaughter. If it's a slaughter, that would really anger the public. That's why Rennes informed the whole island. Instead of silently attacking. After all, this force. For the Allies. Also important. I knew that the Allies had always been crazy, but I didn't expect to be crazy enough to dare to attack the pirates and the world government at the same time. Mercenary King George sighed. It's not appropriate to say that, now people are reminding us. Jabba replied. Does he mean to say that he just wants to attack us, not kill us? What an arrogant little devil. Ha ha ha. I haven't met such an arrogant guy for years. It's like a real maniac. The upgraded giant was stunned for a moment. Then I burst out laughing. Lord Five Elders, what should we do? CPO Commander-in-Chief Tenjin respectfully asked. There's no need to stay here and be a live target. Five Elders are still extremely afraid of nuclear bombs. Especially the power of the attack on the Holy Land in the first place. Not weaker than ancient weapon at all. One can't get it right. Or carelessly. They will also be sent away with a bang. Anyway, now Rennes move. We'll only pull the hatred of the pirates. They don't have to stop it. Even the scale is not well controlled. The pirates were really completely outraged. There will be more pirates on their side. You'll even find a chance to take out Rennes here. Said. The Five Elders team is gone. I don't know what big moves the Allies will make, or do you better avoid the limelight. The ghost mother-in-law frowned and said. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us, and what shells can blow us up together? Tyrant Jax disagreed. There are so many of them strong. What people, what attacks hit? There's no need to be afraid. Gone. Jabba took the shipping king with him. The head left without looking back. How? Will the right-hand man of the original One Piece also be afraid of a rising star? Jax smiled disapprovingly when he saw this. He didn't even know what to be afraid of. They are so strong. I remembered that there was still something to attend to on the ship. Tetzalo also took his leave. However, he is not a top powerhouse. Someone noticed. But no top powerhouse deliberately opened his mouth to say anything. Most of the pirate powerhouses remained. They all saw it. The Allies wanted to give them a dismount. But the pirates also wanted to respond to the Allies. They pirates are not easy to mess with. I really want to fight. Wait for who will give the horse to whom is not certain. I don't feel very good, let's avoid the wind first. Morgans, the giant who has seen many times about Allied live broadcasts. I realized how hard it was for the Allies to provoke. Under his giant's slightly mocking tone. Morgans also chose to escape. I'd rather see, what can the Allies do with us? If it is determined that it is a future enemy, it is not a bad thing to find out the enemy's firepower early. Barrack said musingly. Anyway, they are all top powerhouses in the world. Want them to fall? It's incredibly difficult. It's no exaggeration. A strong man of their level. They are all terrifying monsters in hundreds of millions. Boom. Suddenly, huge thunderclouds appeared in the sky. Violent lightning roared in the thunderclouds. The entire Shuixian Star Island is covered in thunderclouds? Bigger than it was on Marine Ford, 99. What are you kidding? Is he not just trying to say hello, but is he going to erase us? Some pirate powerhouses were stunned. That's not right. It's only a minute now. 3 minutes haven't arrived. 95. The Allies are shameless. The Allies are untrustworthy. Why don't you count when you talk? Jun was also stunned for a moment. Just remind them. What do you mean? Jun didn't react for a while. We will break our word, the world government that had a feud with them before. Of course, it is easier to break our word. I am afraid that the pirates will be easily fooled by these old slippery heads who have lived for a long time. Just remind them. Ren words. To make the redhead, Jun, and the others all stunned in unison. In this case, he could even think of such a subtle thing. Of course, there is another point. How can the words of the undead reflect our strength? Redhead, you know New World, you look at the satellite images coming from everywhere, you decide which one is damned. Ren said, tapping on many screens. The radar has been placed nearby. The situation of Aqua Star Island can be clearly captured. After all, there is no fog on the island. You can see everything clearly. I choose? Slow down. Wait, you're going to take the top powerhouse? The redhead suddenly reacted. Of course, such a guy has weight. Are you really not afraid that they will unite and fight back against you? When the time comes, I can't do without here, I'm afraid it's yourself. The redhead felt a little scary. If they could unite, they would have been united long ago. It's still waiting to get now, and if even a top powerhouse doesn't die. And how can we prove that our firepower is strong enough? Ren fell. A report from his subordinates immediately came from the communicator. Lord Ren, 500 weather controllers, ready. Ren now surpasses 40 billion soul ores alone. And counting. Nuclear bomb silo water and weather controller. Ren has all increased to 10,000 units. If there can be more soul ore in the follow-up, it's okay to keep adding. And in an instant, it can launch 10,000 nuclear bombs. And 10,000 lightning storms. Enough to support all the large battlefields with allied forces in the world. Ren knows that the strong of Shui Xian Star Island are like clouds. There are also many top powerhouses. 347 so when taking this island. Ren nuclear bomb silos and weather controllers. 73,000. Such terrible firepower. In Ren opinion. Enough for everything. So now just use it. That's 500 weather controllers. Nothing else. It's just that there are enough soul ores. How many layers of thunderclouds does this take? There are top powerhouses. Spread observation Haki into the air. Only to find it high in the air. It's an endless thundercloud. It was like a thunder sea covering the entire Shui Xian Island. A strong uneasiness swept through. This is indeed more terrifying than that thundercloud storm that appeared at Marine headquarters. Does this guy hate us more than the world government? This is indeed not here to destroy Shui Xian Star Island. The top powerhouses looked up at the thunder sea. The heart is full of unease. Logia ability is fine. Not Logia capable. One side of a thundercloud storm of this level. It's all a little creepy. Don't say it's about killing them. It is to kill to the Holy Land. They all believe. There are still some things on my island that have not been dealt with. 35 Barak, the Bounty King, saw this, and sweated coldly. Because they found out. It is their thunderclouds that are the thickest. Barry. Someone just wanted to say something. But it's too late. Boom boom. 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 Millions of lightning bolts slashed down together. Illuminates the whole island. The fog of the entire surrounding sea area was pierced by strong light. Even Barak, who is about to leave. Also in the range of the densest lightning storms. Tong. Because the lightning is too dense. Countless lightning bolts are in the process of splitting down. Mixed in with other lightning. It evolved into a huge thunder pillar running through. Hit the ground. Knock the ground out of bottomless abyssal pits. Allies, I'll you. Ah. There are 9-star pirates with bad luck. It is in a place where lightning is concentrated. Was directly bombarded to death. Bye. Get out of this area. He's coming at us. But in this case, not many people have heard it. Thunder in everyone's ears. Observation hacky doesn't work anymore. Even if it works. Such a wide range of lightning storm coverage. There is nowhere to run either. Ren. I won't let you go. Damn. I don't want to die. Damn little devil. 39 Jokerson was also full of anger, and shattered more than a dozen thunderclouds with one punch. But still a lot. Other top powerhouses have also made a move. But more are running away. Avoid this area. They don't want to have too much to consume. Allies, it's too terrifying. Not far away, some people were ready to avoid, people standing at the mouth of the cave. Hear this continuous thunderclap. Can't help but look over. This look. But it scared them all. Chapter 141. What they see is an endless sea of thunder. Even more terrifying than the enraged Thor. Thunderstorms whip up everything in the world. I want to wash away all the dirt of the earthly world. The mountain peaks were chopped. The earth is devastated. But the bombing still doesn't stop. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. A full 15 minutes passed. But the bombing continues. Such a long-lasting burst of fire lightning. Let every pirate on Aqua Star Island feel unprecedented fear. At this moment, I am even more deeply aware of a problem. See it live. And what you feel firsthand. It's a world of difference. The entire Shuaisyen Island panicked. Many pirate powerhouses scurry around like headless flies. While scolding the allies. While also scolding the world government. In the opinion of some. If the world government doesn't come, it is impossible for the allies to attack them either. What a terrifying means of attack. The redhead looked at the entire Shuaisyen Star Island shrouded in a thunder sea and said in surprise. And the bombing lasted so long. Many top powerhouses have made a move. It did shred a lot of thunderclouds. Even if they strike in unison again. All lightning storms are likely to be shattered directly. But each of their top powerhouses cherished their feathers too much. Not one goes all out. They don't know the situation. Don't dare to get hurt rashly. Don't dare to let yourself consume too much. Otherwise, once weakness is revealed. Don't talk about the world government and the allies. Even if it's a pirate. Some guys won't let them go either. Who can have few enemies on this sea? The world of pirates is incredibly realistic. Once you show weakness, there will be people who will take advantage of the void at any cost. They don't care what the situation is. Because of this, it became extremely difficult to get the pirates to unite. Have you chosen? But Ren was calm. It's just 500 lightning storms. If necessary, he can double and double again. He, Arms King, Abner. The world's largest arms dealer, the fuel for the wars of countless countries, I suspect that he is some shadow or puppet of the world government. Many pirates also dislike this person. The redhead pointed at an extremely low-key one. Under the baptism of the Thunder Sea. An ordinary-looking uncle who often uses other pirates as a cover. That's him, force him to vacate. Dozens of lightning storms activated again. Under Ren personal control. Concentrate on bombing the Arms King Abner. Thunderstorms pour, like falling lines. There are only a few paths left for Abner to leave. Damn it! Why am I firing more fiercely here? 35 Abner looked around. Even if Jokerson is tired of dealing with the Thunder Sea. But more people. In fact, they all scattered. Didn't come together again. They are clear. Such bombing can concentrate on one area to bomb. There must be some consumption. As long as they spread out. Of course, there are other places where there is a baptism of thunder sea. But it is impossible to have such dense lightning everywhere. And that's exactly what happened. When the pirates gather together, it's easier to bomb them all separately. Want everyone to bomb so intensively? It's basically impossible to do. The number of lightning storms that would be consumed was terrifying. So Ren can only focus on a few targets. Unfortunately, Abner, the king of arms, became the first. Ren knew she didn't know much about New World. So let the redhead pick someone. For Ren anyway. As long as it is the pirates who die. It doesn't matter who it is. Endlessly. Abner wrapped his fist around the dazzling light. It shattered layers of clouds. I had a bad feeling that the Allies might have discovered my true identity. 99. 5 elders, who were in the Holy Land, said to the others in a deep voice. Avoid it first. Now there are fewer and fewer high-end combat powers, and each one is very important. 5 elders said. The signal passed, but the interference of that sea area on me suddenly became greater, and I couldn't operate this puppet more delicately. Whip frowned. The sea near Raftal. It is their very headache existence. If not. For 800 years. It was destroyed by them long ago. Whoosh. Abner who receives the signal. The eyes are slightly dull. No thinking of your own. Because there is a problem with the remote control. He will only faithfully carry out the orders he receives. See where you can escape. He soared into the air in an instant. And it was this vacancy that suffered. Launch. Ren had prepared countless nuclear bombs waiting for him. Blast on the ground. The destructive power is amazing. Mass casualties will be inflicted then. Forcing the pirates to have to fight against themselves. That's not worth the cost. The main purpose of this attack is deterrence. It is not in order to erect a strong enemy for the Allies again. Whoosh. Abner just took off. In all directions, heaven and earth. In all directions. More than 100 nuclear bombs are coming. Damn Allied imps. His eyes were cracking. There is nowhere to run. Wait until Tyrant once again flexibly controls this body. It's too late. Boom boom. Successive nuclear bombs hit him with precision. Horrible mushroom clouds soar into the sky. Shredded the sky. A sky full of stars is revealed as if night had fallen. But now, it's still daylight. However, the magnetic field climate here is more chaotic. More dangerous too. Such a weird weather. People who are used to it. I don't think it's weird. Hear this terrifying, deafening explosion. No matter what level of pirate powerhouses. At this moment, I couldn't help but tremble in my heart. The power is terrifying. Such a bomb. And that's all it takes. Could it be? Compared to when fighting at Marine HQ. The Allies have also become more of this terrible weapon? Otherwise, how could it be easy to use so many terrorist bombs at once? Do the Allies really want to fight with us to break the net? Top pirate powerhouses. At this moment, his face became completely gloomy. Although this time the nuclear bomb is not aimed at itself. It's someone else. But who can guarantee that the next one is not themselves? I really want to break the net. They will never let the Allies get better. Abner is dead. Even the corpses were evaporated and couldn't stay. What? Look at the mushroom cloud that hasn't disappeared yet. And Abner, who was completely annihilated. The top powerhouses are terrifying. The Allies just covered with fire. It is easy to erase a strong man who is not much different from their strength. How can this not frighten them? If Ren is just a deterrent to them. Indeed, deterrence. Even overheated. Let the other pirates instantly have a sense of crisis. Even if Ren attacks anyone again, all of them will have to unite against the Allies. Just to live. But fortunately, after Abner's death, the Allied Thunder Sea bombing was also weak. The nuclear bomb has never been fired again. This did not completely force the pirate strong to a desperate situation. Poof! And Abner died. The 5 elders in the Holy Land couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale as paper. He is a very important wisp of consciousness. It was also broken just now. Cultivate this kind of top powerhouse doppelganger puppet. It is very difficult. He put in quite a bit of resources and effort. And their own consciousness. Abner's death. It also made him feel like he had been hit hard. He at the moment. Silent. There was only a strong killing intent in his eyes. Find the world government, concentrate the lightning storm and blow them up. Ren soon found the world government as well. Led by 2 other 5 elders, who have never seen before. But they already have experience in dealing with nuclear bombs and lightning storms. And they are on an enemy side. And with the power of the world government, I want to get a few people with special abilities. Not a problem at all. So Ren estimated. The effect is not estimated to be obvious. You can give it a try. See what abilities they find. Use it against your own firepower. Thundered. Allied fire is aimed at us. Sengoku's face changed slightly. It's obvious. Their lightning storm here is even more intense than just now. It doesn't hurt. Scott. 5 elders calmly looked at the CPO Commander-in-Chief Heavenly God. The god nodded respectfully. Then he opened his mouth and vomited. Billowing mist spewed out of his mouth. Like a storm. Swept through half the island in an instant. Countless pirates are also shrouded in it. Now the Allies have almost stepped on the bottom line of the pirates. In this situation where we can't distinguish between us and the pirates, I want to see if he dares to attack again. 5 elders said indifferently. Study the previous battles. They summed up some intelligence. That is whether it is lightning storm or bomb attack. They all need to have targets to aim at. Or to catch the target without hindrance. Once you can't catch the target, it can't be hit accurately. At this time, if the Allies insist on attacking them within this range, you will definitely injure and kill a large number of pirates. That's what they want to see. Completely drive them against the pirates. Without attacking. A little disappointed though. But at least the Allies want to pay nothing for it. It is so easy to consume them. That's impossible. Abner's death. It's something they didn't think about. It wasn't prevented. Even if they guessed that the Allies might take 1 or 2 pirate strong men. But their puppets have always been low-key. I didn't even attend a few previous underground meetings. It's just to reduce the sense of presence. So as not to attract the attention and investigation of too many giants. I didn't expect it. Among so many strong ones, the Allies chose Abner. Logically. Even a redhead can't possibly know that this is their talent. What the hell is going on here? It's impossible for 5 elders to think of it. Because both redheads. Or Ren. This time it's really blind. There is no direct evidence. It's all about blindness. Cunning guy, it seems that he has basically figured out the role of radar, and sure enough, the old monsters who have lived for so long are all human spirits and should not be underestimated. Adaptable to 35. Stop the attack. And then, kill in. Jun draws his sword, and the spirit of battle is high. She is eager to fight the top powerhouses. No, let's go eat. Ren smiled lightly. What? Not only Jun, but also the redhead did not react at once. This is good, I'm just hungry, I want to eat ramen. When I heard about eating, it was positive. I even thought about what I wanted to eat. What should be done, what should be said, has already expressed a position. Instead of waiting for us to take the initiative to come to the door, it is better to let the pirates choose, let them come to us. The first people to come to us usually have two possibilities. 35. One is someone who has a great liking for our allies. The second is the treachery that other forces will plant. Either way, it's of great benefit to us. Ren said confidently. He has a mind controller. The last thing you are afraid of is treachery. Although you can't control the top powerhouses. But if others dare to come, guaranteed to change your own person in seconds. Ren is a very vicious move. One could even say. Ren did that. What I desire most is to attract the treacherous people under the strong people. And then. Moments of truth. They will know how lethal these people are. Thunder Sea calms. There are several places where the strong are concentrated on Shui Xian Star Island. But devastated. But the pirates are used to it. Over here. Beat the shopkeeper. You robbed the store. Are not illegal. Because here it is. There is no law at all. Hours passed. Both the world government and the pirates are waiting for Ren to act. In their opinion, Ren had just finished showing off his unique firepower. The pirates should be found as soon as possible. Strike while the iron is hot is often the best. And even if the purpose of the allies is known. But they were still deterred. Everyone's vigilance and offer Ren grew stronger. Also realized. Now they are making enemies of such a strong one in every sense. Not weaker than the existence of the world government. The strength of the allied forces is deeply rooted in the hearts of every strong person. Who dares to show that he underestimates the allied forces? Ren doesn't mind helping them deepen their impression. Ren redheads, are they still eating at that broken restaurant? There is no movement at all. Jax has a lot of scars on his body. It's also slightly embarrassing. Listen to the reports of your subordinates. He frowned. He didn't expect the leader of the allied forces to be so calm. I regret it even more. I didn't slip away in the first place. He was afraid for a while just now. It's good that the person who was chosen was not himself. Okay, Zhao. Otherwise, he would not be sure of resisting the bombardment of so many terrorist bombs. I rashly chose to follow the world government. Is it really right? No. No choice. Unless the allies also know where Raftel is. Otherwise, they can only choose world government. For Raftel, it is acceptable to be against any enemy. Must also be accepted. No, they're still on their way, but there's a slightly strange phenomenon. 35. The pirate looked at the monster giants present. After hesitating, I told them the situation. What strange phenomenon? Barrack couldn't help but ask. The allies do not come to them. Now it's them who can't hold on. Can't help but see what medicine is sold in the gourd? I saw some pirate captains go to join the allies, but they didn't even refuse a single one, and they took it all. What? Is the leader of the allied forces an idiot? Aren't you afraid that there are treacherous people inside? Jax was stunned for a moment. No, he is not an idiot in every way, that is, he has the means to make the traitors submit, or to find the treachers, to coerce and induce them to submit. Or maybe he didn't plan to let these people take up important positions at all. The ghost mother-in-law said after thinking. We are in the allied forces, there is no eyeliner, this is a good opportunity, there are many people to turn to, they may not be able to find out all the treachery, and even if they can, as long as the people we choose are loyal enough, there will be no trouble. Maybe even some shrewd ones can climb to a good leadership in the future, so that we don't have no intelligence at all. The Bounty King suggested. Many strong people thought for a moment. They all agreed. They knew too little about the allies. This is a unique opportunity. Although there are risks. But they all have diehard subordinates. Even if it is found, coercion and inducement are absolutely useless to them. At the same time, the world government thinks the same. So, Ren was happy. At the same time, another piece of good news came: contact Vice Admiral Garp. Chapter 142. The Allies seem to be more nervous than we are. Many people who went to them. None of them looked closely. 99. It's quite a bit of a guy who takes it all. After I went in, they didn't ask anything. Just say that as long as the merits are made, the Allied forces are still there, and the old man can let him live one more life. Even for a lifetime. 9. A CPO disguised as a pirate knelt on one knee in front of 5 elders and reported. Such tempting conditions, it is indeed difficult for ordinary people pirates to resist. After all, whether it is wealth or fame, dead people cannot enjoy it, and many elderly pirates cannot resist this temptation. 5. After all, there are guys who might want to live another life than get raftal. The Allies are indeed not simple. 5 elders mused after listening to the report. For the immediate CPO, 5 elders is absolutely convinced. Although there have been mutinies in Marine. But judging by Rennes' provocative speech, it is indeed quite possible to incite the Marines. They concluded. Marine was infiltrated a long time ago. Because they found out through investigation. Most of the Marines who defected at their headquarters. Most of the stations are close to Jun. Other words. It is an infiltration operation centered on Jun. This is not the case in their CP0. So they are sure. It's that Marine's internal will is not strong enough. This is the case. If it is CP0, it will not appear. Now the CPO not only went to that restaurant to join the Allies. You can even come back safe and sound with useful information. The Allies look quite confident. But he underestimated CPO. We CP0 is not like some Marine, we are always loyal to the world government, said the god with an expressionless face. The average person might think he was mocking Sengoku Garp. But see his expression. There will only be one feeling for everyone. That is, he is just stating the facts. Hear the words of the gods. Sengoku Garp's face sank. But the other side is telling the truth. They really can't argue with that. Even Garp empathizes. Allied leaders. It's so good at manipulating people's minds. Even he was almost convinced by him. Not to mention other Marines. Even if it is not convinced. At the moment he still owes a debt to the leader of the Allied forces. If that's the case, we will install a large number of undercover agents into the Allied forces, although the Allied forces may have the means to find out the undercover agents. But as long as there is a fish that slips through the net, maybe in the future you will be able to access the secrets of Allied weapons. Their weapons will be more effective if they fall into our hands. 5 elders said with fiery eyes. No matter the nuclear bomb, lightning storm. Even chariots, planes. These are very powerful. 347. Especially air supremacy. In a world where humanity has not yet achieved freedom to fly. Who master air supremacy? Whoever takes the initiative on the master battlefield. Why at the beginning of every war? It will always be them who are covered and hit. It is because the Allies firmly hold air supremacy. They can only passively be beaten. Then find a way to fight back. Listen to 5 elders. Everyone present was excited. If only with the firepower of the Allies. Then the Allies are not so scary. Sengoku, what do you think? 5 elders asked, looking at Sengoku. I'm worried about what the Allies have the ability to accurately distinguish between the treacherous and the treacherous. Sengoku is still jealous of Marine's defection. Their betrayal. It seemed so unreasonable at the time. The world government suffered a big loss. And shook the morale of the whole army. Then. Some people in Sengoku's opinion. You'll never betray Marine. But still betrayed. That made Sengoku angry. Then they were on the battlefield. In order to find out if they are controlled by some special ability. Captured some traitors alive to see stone. Use haki to expel all things to do with devil fruit. But they did not change their position. Or on the side of the allies. Maybe. They are not capable of winning at all. It's about Marine, for world government, to the point of intolerable corruption. Come to think of it. Sengoku in his head. Ren involuntarily came up with the first call. Those few words to him. Compromise. For the sake of the so-called big picture. Always compromising with the world government. Compromise on something that is also illegal to see. I can really cover my conscience and say. Insisted on it yourself. Is it really true justice? There is indeed this risk, but we also have to try, lurking undercover these things, CPOs are more familiar. Stussy, how are you running on Aqua Star Island? 5 Elders asked, looking at Stussy. Back to Lord 5 Elders, there is naturally no problem for the girls under my command to obtain information on the pirates, but to lurk in the allied forces, both in terms of strength and gender, it is extremely inconvenient. The wind and dust aura on their bodies is too heavy, I'm afraid that without any tools, you can judge that they are coming undercover. Stussy said respectfully. That's what I said. 5 Elders wanted Stussy to come out. After all these years. Stussy had his back to them. But there is no shortage of money for development. And her, AEEG, loyalty is guaranteed. Listen to her. Her subordinates were really not well suited to such a task. Then it can only come out of the CPO. 5 Elders then summoned the accompanying CPOs. Picked about 10 of the most loyal. Even death will not betray the CPO of the world government. Let them disguise themselves as pirates. Head to the restaurant where the leader of the Allied forces, Ren, is located. Join the Allies. Just in case, if the enemy has any means to force obedience, with your strength, you should have time to fire signal flares and give us a certain reminder. I have to say. 5 Elders acted cautiously. Although this is possible. Excluded by them long ago. It can be really implemented. They still kept an eye on it. Yes. CPO members responded respectfully. After the meeting. Sengoku and Garp walk out of the room. 5 Elders and CPO Commander-in-Chief. And Blackbeard emerging from the darkness. Once again, they had a deeper meeting. Passing by the Marine headquarters. The world government knew that Sengoku and Garp were unlikely to betray them. But I still have mustard and defense in my heart. Vice Admiral Garp, please wait. Just as the two returned to the warship. A faint voice sounded. What's wrong? Do you have any other arrangements for Lord 5 Elders? Sengoku looked back. It's the CPO who just sent a letter to 5 Elders. No, 5 Elders didn't arrange it, but Lord Ren, the leader of the Allied forces, pleased. A glint of adoration flashed in the eyes of this CPO. You. Say what? Sengoku's head buzzed. He thought he had misheard. As a CPO. He actually called Ren an adult. Lord Ren please. Whoosh. A chill from Sengoku and Garp's feet. In an instant, it soared out of the heavenly spirit cover. At the moment, they all have only one thought. The CPO turned out to be infiltrated by the Allies. It's scary. CP0 is a unit under the direct command of the 5 Elders. Its department is from the point of view of status. It's only higher than their Marine headquarters. However, there are few people. But everyone's loyalty is extremely high. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a dead man. Sengoku has dealt with CPOs no less. I know who they are. But here it is. The CPO was speaking for the Allied leader. And dare to pass the word under the noses of 5 Elders. This means that the Allies are ready to abandon this pawn at any time. A pawn that can be inserted into the CPO. I don't know how long it will take to cultivate. Some may have to start cultivating from an early age. But the allies didn't seem to care. The first thing Sengoku reacted was to notify 5 elders. Because CPO is treacherous. This thing is terrible. Marine is basically running away all year round. May be exposed and affected. Although it is still unimaginable. But not impossible. But CPOs basically stay in the Holy Land. Out of the mission. It's also incredibly secretive. How did this come into contact with? Who can guarantee that there are no other undercover agents in the CPO? If anything. Not checked in time. Sooner or later something big will go wrong. But just when Sengoku was about to act, the CPO said something that the two had to care about. Don't you think Zephyr is a little different? What do you want to say? Sengoku Garp all frowned in unison. Yesterday Zephyr was really a little different. But everyone is in the mood or has a tantrum at times. That's not weird. Some of you, something is wrong, the leader is not sure if you are affected, but if you want to know the truth, meet at the Happy Street Tavern at 8 o'clock tonight. Lord Ren said, if you see 5 elders and other strong people, he will not be there, and you will probably regret it for the rest of your life. Listen to the CPO. Sengoku frowned. Not very convinced. The two of them went. If you are surrounded, it's not easy to escape the siege. This is also on aquatic island. There are many strong ones. Once something happens, they signal. 5 elders can come to the rescue. If only somewhere else. If you are alone, the two of them may go away. It was completely taken. Whether you go or not is up to you. CP0 said, backing away. If only a little more careful. He should have killed himself. After all, his identity has been exposed. In order to prevent reverse exploitation by the world government, suicide is the best option. But Ren is sure. Let Sengoku and Garp arrive. They will not tell the world government this information. He didn't kill himself. Instead, it continues to lurk. What exactly does the leader of the Allied forces want to do? Sengoku really can't see through. What do you think, Garp? 33. Go check it out. What? Sengoku didn't expect Garp to be so crisp. It didn't even hesitate for long. Zephyr's situation is really not quite right. It stands to reason that I does not need to summon him alone, and I have met with Marshal Air in the morning, and I always feel a very uneasy atmosphere. I thought it was an illusion, but now Ren sent someone to tell us that he might have found something. 99. This may not be alarmist. Even if you want to set a trap for us, you shouldn't pick 5 elders next to you, and many pirate powerhouses are watching. 99. After all, no matter how strong he is, he can't kill us silently. Listen to Garp. Sengoku agrees with this truth. It's about Zephyr. This important companion of theirs. They had to take the risk. I really didn't expect that they were all so confident. This is simply sending us a steady stream of troops. Ren looked at the many undercover agents pretending to surrender. One by one, he was fooled into the so-called weapons room to receive new allied weapons. In fact, they all went into the room of the mind controller. Brainwashing completed. Mind controller. It's very overbearing. As long as the strength is not enough, the development of spiritual will is not strong enough. No matter who they were originally loyal to, all will become loyal dogs. Ren thought he was doing this. At most, it is to circle some eyeliner. I didn't expect every top powerhouse to be so interested in their allies. At the same time, they are optimistic about those who are loyal to them. Let Ren laugh a lot of 7-star, 8-star combat power. All the undercover agents combined have exceeded 100 people. And currently witnessed the strength of the Allied forces. And people who have a strong hatred for the world government. At this moment, the total bounty of more than 100 million is only 300. This undercover account for a full 1/3. This is a very exaggerated proportion. They all think that fish are widely sprinkled. Even if some are picked out, there are always fish that slip through the net and can enter the Allied forces. If there is no mind controller, that is indeed possible. But the mind controller is in. For these non-top powerhouses, equivalent to a cheater. After brainwashing, it will not be seen yet. You can see that they are eager to break into the Allied forces. I didn't expect so many undercover agents. They are really willing to pay for blood. This ratio also surprised Jun. As for the redhead, it is somewhat inexplicable. Even puzzled. Why in their communication? Even how many undercover agents know? I didn't see anyone they arrested. I haven't seen any polygraph detection process. The only thing there is to go and collect the weapon. Is there something strange about that house? The redhead had some guesses, but not sure. They cooperate so much, we also have to cooperate with them, leaving 1% of the undercover agents, and the remaining 90% of the undercover pass, so that they will be at ease, and no elimination rate will seem very abnormal. And 90% of these undercover agents are all our people, 35. It's good that you're not a born badass. Jun looked deeply at Ren and sighed. She couldn't imagine it. So thoughtful. A guy who can easily grasp the mental activities of others. If it were a great evildoer, what a catastrophe that would bring to the world. What a villain invited you to dinner. I buried the order just now. All the same, the same. Ren waved his hand and said. Let's see who can't help it first. Ren said confidently. Over time, 2 monster-level powerhouses joined forces. It is Jabba, the magic axe hunter, and George, the mercenary king. To be precise, it's Jabba with the reluctant shipping king and mercenary king. Jabba-san, long time no see. When the redhead saw Jabba, he couldn't help but say happily. Previously on Captain Roger's ship, he was not less cared for by Jabba. Jabba for him, it is the existence of brother and father. Meet again. Of course, I am very happy. Jabba looked at the redhead with a smile too. There used to be only noisy boys. Now it's the dominant 4 emperors. It's no exaggeration. On the pirates on this road, the redhead is already better than himself. Let's talk about the old days. I'll talk about it later. I told old man George that the Allies are the hope for the future. Mr. Ren, can you find a way to prove it? Listen to this. Ren understood at once. Jabba this is pulling people for himself. And it is still the world's top powerhouse. Although old. Available here at Rennes. Age is not an issue. Since you can't find a reason, why do you think of joining me? Ren asked with a smile. Intuition. Surrender to the world government. For Jabba, that couldn't happen. Don't fool me with that set of things that can make me younger. Life and death, for me, there is not much difference. So? I said that the subordinates around you now are all my people, do you believe it or not? 35. Hey? What do you say? Whoosh! George's men suddenly pulled out their weapons and put them on his neck.